on in. Oh. See, look, we are starting a trend here for sure. Like everybody's gonna wear one. Hold on, computer started to slow up, so I need to get my beanie for later. Yep, and Adam's already telling you, yes, you do. So you know that's official now. You're gonna have to wear a beanie tonight. I like how we're supposed to be here talking up this figure. Instead, we're selling beanies for folks. All right, we got Chef M80 in the house. Greetings from 75-degree warm Florida. Well, you know what, buddy? Wear a beanie, okay? Wear a beanie.
Don't wear a beanie.
So here we go. Confused with Saturday Nights Live.
I'd watch that one.
Hey, you know what? Here's the next idea. I'm gonna have to let the guys know on Toy Frenzy. Beards and beanies. I love them. You know what, guys? For real, seriously. You know, this is normally the hangout stream. The clubhouse is a topic for all things. Beards and beanies, men and the men who love them, is a perfect topic for the clubhouse. So there we go. Jim has brought us our next big topic. See us next week as we talk about this. Four Horsemen Figure Obscura has been an awesome line. Absolutely, 100%. And it's just phenomenal. We got Payday probably order Father Christmas as I'm basically done my Christmas shopping. That's excellent to hear. Yeah, especially if you've got done Christmas shopping, then it's like just play money for the rest of the year, right? Chef Me, I'll live vicariously through you guys. I can barely afford to pay attention. Ooh. Okay. All right. Horseman, I totally lost track of the chat earlier, and it is catching up with me now. Headless Horseman is at the border. Hopefully, Customs will play nice. I hope so too for you, Nolan. I really do, brother. I am still waiting to get mine. It should be on its way now. So I should be getting that really soon, but I had to wait a little bit longer till it could be shipped because something else I was paying off that was going to get shipped with it. So mine hopefully will be here by next week, and then we'll be unboxing. Still recovering from Eternia. Yeah, that was a big surprise expense for a lot of people when they put down on Eternia. And
from Cat Slayer.
Cat Slayer, Eternia. You just got to rent out space within the Cat Slayer. That's how you get it back, right? You rent it out like a B&B. Jamie Sanders here with us tonight. Good to see you, Jamie. Thank you for being here.
That's a nice business venture right there, Oz.
Right? A B&B.
You know everybody's short on storage. I could store those for you.
Right? I could totally store these on display for you. We'll just put them up right here. Right? Why not? There we go, guys. We figured it out. We're solving other people's space danger, and we're going to create some revenue out of it to pump into more toys so that we run into our own space danger.
Charge for tours.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go.
And over here we have the collection of Oz, and over here we have the collection of
Right. They're going to have distinct wings. I mean, look, man, I've had an idea for a long time to get a museum started, so that'll have to be a topic for one night. All right. And Jamie, I just want to say, I didn't see Mike in the chat. If he is around, tell him I said hello. All right. And Speaking Moistly says, I'm not wearing a beanie. I'm wearing a toque. Thank you.
I know.
There we go.
It's a beanie in
Canadian. Yeah. Just don't shill Beanie Babies. You know, maybe I should, so some people can get that investment back, considering like those things were not the future college investment that people thought they were.
Those things were absolutely insane.
Right? The way people hunted those things down and like, ugh. I'm sorry if you all regret that now for anybody who did it. But hopefully you can still find some joy and not just regret whenever you look at them. So sorry you lost your voice, Adam. That's rough, man. I definitely know how tough that can be, especially when you want to go live and talk about awesomeness. Cat Slayer Landlords of California, another show in the future. There it is, right there. You know what? We could probably even sell the idea to MTV since they love reality TV. Cat Slayer would be like the big brother of toys, you know. You just have like He-Man, Lion-O, and everybody showing up.
We can get Ted and Radnom to do some voiceovers for us and stuff.
Oh, it'd be perfect. Absolutely perfect. As long as Ted's doing the Moss Man one, I mean that is truly made to be. And
Have all that
TK
manufactured drama.
Oh yes.
Why can't you use the litter box?
It's right there. You're in it. Why are you?
Oh God, he's making eye contact with me while he's going.
All cat owners know these issues, by the way.
I think every cat I ever had would crap in the litter box and scratch the floor outside of it instead of burying the actual.
Right, instead of burying it, there's that one. There's the one that sits in the litter box with the ass over the side of the litter box, and then kicks the freaking, does the opposite and kicks all the litter outside the box. Now, it's rough. It's really, really rough. All right,
5-minute countdown to the new live.
5-minute countdown to the new drop, as well as 2 more special guests here tonight to talk about this amazing figure drop. Let's bring in the samurai of off-worlds with his top knot himself. We have Curtis.
Sorry, I'm looking for the special guest. So no. Okay.
Well, he's coming up right now as well. We also
We're supposed to let him hear him.
You're the regular guest.
I mean, gotcha. That's much more.
This isn't your show.
You're like a regular panelist. You know what I mean? It's like if it's like Hollywood Squares, you're like
right.
Square,
I'm like Alf on Hollywood Squares. You just know I'm going to show up.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's how it is, right?
Hi guys.
But he does have an amazing top knot.
Look
at that guy.
He does.
Right.
He does have a good top
He's
knot.
got the best top knot in all of YouTube. Just saying.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I mean, is it really the best if it's the only one?
Well, I have one too, but
it's also the worst, but it is the best. So
right, it counts. It counts both ways, right?
Yeah,
I guess that's logic. Yeah,
and the worst. Oh, and already everybody's pouring in. Like, okay, hold on a sec. Here's the difference in how
announce that as that. That would be great.
We get Nolan with Hi Curtis, but then we get 1-6 shooter
with a lot of caps.
That's a lot of O's right there. Yeah.
So, how are you guys doing this evening?
Fantastic.
Doing good, man. It's been a good day. It's a fun day. It's like
I'm just wherever he goes,
exactly.
I go.
Yeah, we're gonna jump over on somebody else's live soon. I'm just gonna if I go someplace, I'm just gonna invite him over.
Right?
It's just. Yeah, it was good. It's always fun when you're waiting. We're gonna go caroling. YouTube caroling. When you get we were just talking about this, like waiting to show somebody something. You know what I mean? Like the stuff. I mean, it's like Jeremy was talking about how waiting to for people to see this, and I'm like waiting for people to see the pictures, and Bill's waiting for people to see his review and stuff. So it's like it's always anticipatory. You know what I mean? It's like it's fun when it finally gets out there.
Anticipatory. Wow.
That's right. I know big words. I read.
That's
nice like a 56-point word on Scrabble.
Yeah.
I know, right?
Anticipatory. Wow.
I got a lot. I'll throw some more out there later on.
Hey, you know what? We welcome it here. This show is educational at best.
Education. That's right.
I'm in the wrong spot.
You're fine, Dennis.
No, you're perfect because you're teaching people the bad example, right?
That's terrible.
This is what you don't want to be, folks.
Story of my life.
So who got what today?
Oh, I just grabbed the figure because they were putting up so many other previous figure obscura paraphernalia. I tried to jump in and get the Headless Horseman mug. Unfortunately, was not able to score that.
Oh, you didn't get the Headless Horseman one. Oh, interesting.
No, I didn't get that mug. Wanted to get it.
I know Krampus was a popular one because I think a lot of people skipped on that because of being the first one. I think people skipped on the I don't need a mug. And then I was like, oh, now I need all the mugs.
Well, as I started with the Mask of the Red Death pin, like now I kind of want to just fill up the rest of the beanie with all the pins. And then by the time I'm trying to say, well, let me get this pin, that pin, and then they weren't there. And I was like, shit. I mean, Sun Wukong pack's still up there. So I might have a chance at that. But
that's a nice
definitely
pin set. Yeah.
They're all nice pin. I've been a sucker for like enamel pins since I was like 6 or 7.
Really?
It started with a Ghostbusters pin, right? Like, and it kind of goes along with the way Curtis likes the way things feel. I just don't mouth them. The touching of an enamel pin, like that glossy feel. Oh, yeah. Let's refresh. And
I'm going to my cart.
All right, folks. It is live now. So,
question is, do I get more than?
I
think I'm good.
Hey, they don't have limits. So we have everything back up as of right now. Well, as far as the Jacob Marley stuff, you got your 10-pack of holiday greeting cards, which they still had the Krampus and the Father Christmas 10-packs up as well, folks. So if you want to get some really awesome Nate Barch Christmas cards, the
mugs aren't back up,
folks.
though, huh?
The
Krampus
new one
mugs.
is Krampus mugs did not go back up, and did the No Headless Horseman mug went back up. The other pins did not go up. However, we do have, so I may have to order this, so I'll probably stop sharing screen. Because if for nothing else, it glows in the friggin' dark.
Yeah, that's a nice pin.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Right? So, yeah, this is a great pin. I might have to stop sharing screen so I can order that real quick.
Go for it. I literally ordered the same thing I ordered this morning. I don't know why I didn't. They said there was no limits, but I couldn't get more than one all in my cart to check out for some reason. But so I just got the same thing tonight.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know.
Interesting.
But I was trying to host a show and talk to people and keep things going. Yes. Mm-hmm.
It gets tough to do that. So for those of you who don't know or didn't see earlier, Jeremy Gerard has been painted into the box art as well as put onto the bottom of the mug. And I got to say, that's really cool. It was definitely really cool to do. So certainly check out any of the cool stuff that we are showing you here tonight. Oh, man, this figure's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, it is.
It really is nice.
The fade to
Sometimes
the
I hate it when it
translucent
zooms
bottom
in
of
so
the
much.
feed is just amazing.
Yeah.
Right?
It's really
Especially
nice touch.
The lighting you were able to get on these shots, Trevor, is, again, as always, phenomenal. Like, I love this here. Just this little bit of light casting that glow. And with that translucent plastic, it just helps it pop. And I totally recognize the grandfather clock in the background, too. Nice.
Yes, I was just
reworking and product placement.
I was just talking to Jeremy, and I didn't tell him this when I gave him the picture, because in the past, like, I mean, it's their product, so that's not a problem. But when you're doing product photography, you don't want to show other companies' products in the shot, obviously. And we've learned that you don't want to show anything that doesn't come with the figure, apparently, because God forbid Swig doesn't come with the cheap ass bottle that I got at Marshall's.
Yeah, where was that thing?
Yeah, I know. So when I put the
at
clock
Marshall's,
in there,
folks, you just heard it. Goodbye.
Exactly, 99 cents. You get 5 of them. But so we're very conscious of that now. Because nobody flagged it before, but when I put the clock in there, I sent it to him, and I kind of like this. I was like, please don't say anything about the clock, because like it looks so good and it fits so well in there, and it was like perfect to the story. The ghost is going to come at 1 o'clock, and luckily they're not like that. You know what I mean? They're not like anal retentive about like, oh, we don't want to, I mean, they're conscious of people saying, does the clock come with it? It's like, no, the clock doesn't come with it. You know what I mean? No, we've shown you a picture of everything that comes with it. The clock's not in it, So it was great. It worked out really well.
Most of the people that are fans of this line, though, already know where the clock came from. I mean, they're going to look at it and go, oh, nice, using the mask the red dye.
Exactly.
Got it.
Exactly. And I think that it's a good thing because I think it's kind of like a, hey man, you want to pick these up because it might not be the figure for you, but like there's some props here that will work in other things in the future. You know what I mean? You never know.
Yeah, I mean,
you come up and you were in work. So
I'm gonna pull out my Red Death for Halloween and with the clock, and then when I put the Red Death away for Halloween and bring out my Christmas ones, I'll just leave the clock out and leave it with Jacob Marley. So yeah,
Right?
it's a great idea. So
it's perfect.
It
Yeah,
goes
worked out really
perfectly
well.
with it. And again, just like for the shot, you can even pop the Raven off the top so it looks completely different that way.
Mhm.
It's just phenomenal for the shot. I know Ed Axion has a nice cabin diorama that he built, and that clock looks great in there. And I can't wait to see some of these other little bits that he's gonna just store in there too, because like you got like little random toolboxes now that you can just have sitting around.
And I think
You've got
most, if not all of those open up too. Like, so you can, and you can take the chain is like a little, like kind of a jewelry, like connection. Like, so you can like bend that off and take the boxes off if you want for a shot, for photography or for customs or things like that. Like that could be a toolbox for your, I don't know, Gomez or whatever. Who knows?
I just I don't have any
keys and locks.
Yeah, I don't have any action figures that float. So this is going to be the first one for me. I'm really excited.
Yeah, it works really well. I mean, it's the engine's a little loud, but it works. It's nice. It's good.
And Curtis is 100% of the reason why you don't want to put anything in the photos you can't actually manufacture out of the box.
I got to be honest, that was another consideration. This is two shot. This was the first shot I took, and the first thing I'm thinking is, they're going to look at this and go, oh, people are going to think that these are somehow wired and that they're going to like bend or they're going to, and I'm like, you know what I mean? Like I think with this one, I started out saying like, listen, I think I talked to Eric. I threw it to Jeremy, but I threw it to Eric at the same time. Cause sometimes it's like mom and dad. It's like dad likes it.
So you get the answer you want.
Yeah, exactly. I'm hedging my bets, to be honest. And I was like, well, the only thing I'm thinking is anybody going to think that these are like somehow wired? And it's like, yeah, we're going to show them a picture of them just sitting like flat, you know what I mean? So I don't think there's going to be any. Yeah. So
you mean this doesn't come with built-in anti-gravity?
Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
I want my money back.
Yeah, just cancel the order.
For $60. Come on, man. This thing should float.
Right?
I love this
an entire Elizabethan like apartment building.
Yes, it comes with an entire. Actually, it comes with an entire downtown Elizabethan.
Nice.
It's fantastic.
Scrooge and Marley painted sign above the
exactly
counter shop and all that. Nice.
But I will say that like you can't get the whole story just from the photos. So I mean that's why I've gone to, when I wake up in the morning, I get the all in right away. I then watch Bill's review, and then from there I decide how many more I want to get, and then I hit the night drop. Because then you can see what and they're the write-ups there too, so you can see like, okay, which of these parts are brand new, which of these are reused. Like all the details of it, it helps you to make those buying decisions as far as the extras. So I like the fact that they do the multiple drops throughout the day.
So I just say one thing, so we took a picture of it without the chains, and that was a good idea to show it without the chains on it, because you get a good, nice, clear vision of like what's in the what the figure itself looks like if you don't want all that stuff unencumbered on it. But of course, people were like asking Bill to take a picture of it without the jacket on, and it's like, here's the thing, man. I get, and I know, Curtis, you're a pop. I'm like a customizer too. You know what I mean? Like not to the degree of many people, but there's times when like, you know what? You kind of got to wait. Like, how many companies like give you every aspect of the figure that you're going to have to know about before you get it in hand? You know what I mean? There's a lot of detail here. Everything's very close up. You see pretty much everything you're getting. You can tell that that's translucent. You can tell that it's blue.
Right.
you know, I mean, it's like, yeah, I mean, is it going to be like a slightly different shade in your yellowish light? Sure. You know what I mean? Is that, oh, you missed that this has ankle. Yeah, it's going to come up. You know what I mean? Like, you can't cover everything. So, like, people were asking if the wrap came off his head.
Yeah.
And that's part of the sculpt. You know, they had to ask that
Yeah.
question. I think it's pretty obvious, but like,
I think
you got to ask it. Yeah. But,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, that's the kind of stuff that's
I
when you get it in
though,
hand, you'll find
the
out.
Euroscura, because like with everything else, you know, Cosmic and Mythic and stuff, we usually get like these specials, and then, you know, Four Horsemen O'Clock does their thing. And so you and then you've got this huge pre-order window. So you've got plenty of time to get whatever questions you need asked and all that kind of stuff. With this, because of, you know, it doesn't sell out within minutes, but it's going to sell out within hours. And so,
Days.
there's some things that, you know, you need to know before you know, pull the trigger. I mean, maybe not to pull the trigger on one. Like I said, I get that all in without even looking at what I'm buying. But, you know, if you're going to buy, you know, multiples, you probably want to have some of those questions answered. So I get it. But I think Bill does an amazing review. I mean, typically after I watch his review and then I read the write-up, I typically don't have any extra questions. So
I think that's great. I mean, it's great that they do that, because it's like, I mean, from my standpoint, I just think about like, I buy stuff that's like from like 5K Toys, you know what I mean? That there's like 5 pictures of, I don't even know how this thing really moves. You know what I mean? There's no description. It's coming from straight from a company in China, manufactured in China. I'm going to get it, and it could be a piece of shit. And it could be $90. You know what I mean? So I'm like,
a lot of those pictures on 5K Toys don't even show you the head anymore.
Right.
That's the thing. You
like
know,
a
like,
shady
IP
type of thing.
exactly. Exactly.
Looks
So
like
you're
this guy,
rolling the
his
dice for
accessories
$90
are
or
stained glass.
$60 or whatever. So, you know.
Yeah.
This guy's
Yeah,
accessories were stained glass. So like, I knew what he looked like, but
yeah. But you don't know how he
Google
moves. You don't know
images.
how he articulates, and unless somebody has it up for a review, if they sent it to somebody, you don't have any idea. So,
but the difference with that stuff, though, Trevor, is like you can
I get it.
And do your research, and it's going to still be there when you come back. This may not be. So
no. Well, to a degree, but yes, I get. No, I totally get what you're saying. I just think there are things. It gets a little, you know, Curtis, you have a whole, you have a whole group that's dedicated to, I don't want this. Like it's like, you know,
I totally get it, but I think
do the books open? It's like, listen, you're gonna find out when you get them. You know what I mean? No, the books don't open.
That's like Bill's video. I watched him open it to get his reaction, and you know, just the first couple minutes. But then I'm like, I want to. I'll watch the rest of it after I get mine in hand, because I know I'm getting it. So I'll I'll go see how he goes. I'll watch his reviews or other people's reviews.
Multiples very much.
I mean, there's a point of discovery. I understand wanting to know parts, and I do understand people at this point and wanting to know what's under a soft good. You know what I mean? Which is why we did with the Red Death. We took off the robes and stuff like that. Totally get that, because that's a body part. But there is a point where you're like, here's everything you're getting. Here's what it looks like. Here's some close-ups. When you get it, there might be some things you discover. You know what I mean? Like, like the box is open. How cool is that? That's great. You know what I mean? That's fun to discover. You know what I mean? So
have you guys thought about doing like a parts shot for like this page where it's just each individual part laid out so people can see how
there's not enough time to do each part. I mean, I think I think these shots, I mean, generally I'll do an accessory shot. We didn't do an accessory shot for this because it was kind of all, this is what you're getting, like right here. The thing is the chains. There is an all-in shot with the, that one that has the door knockers and the keys and stuff like that. So that's pretty much with Figure Obscura, we do like an all-in, all-encompassing.
You know, I haven't even messed
with
the Four Horsemen stuff that much. And I can look at this figure and pretty much tell which parts are going to pop off and what they're going to look like popped off. I mean, as a
the boxes might not open, but they
do
do open. And I think that's kind of a fun thing to find out, as opposed to like, hey, we got to show everybody that the box is open, because somebody might not buy it unless they know the boxes are open.
But by showing that the boxes do open, you may get an extra sale or multiple extra sales. So
I don't care.
I'm with Trevor on that. If that's what it takes to sell this figure, That's the wrong person buying this figure.
It's
Yeah.
gonna
And
sell out anyway.
that's
I'll
what
say
Bill's
it.
review is for. But that's what I'm saying. Like Bill's review will do that. It's a great combination of stuff. You know.
Yeah,
what I mean,
the
to
thing
have
is
review.
that you're not the four horsemen though, Jesse. Like the fact of the matter is they do this stuff. Like they do a write up that tells you what all the new parts are. They do have Trevor do this amazing photography, and then they have Bill do this review to where if you need that, if you are somebody that wants that information, it's there. Like this is a company that actually gives you that information, which is not something that you see with other toy companies. So it's
and if
it's great.
if you ask a question that isn't covered here, that's the other thing. Like if it's in the Cabal and somebody knows, Bill knows, I know, Jeremy knows, whoever else is in there who has any kind of firsthand experience, will answer the question. You know what I mean? So somebody asked about the door knockers, and I said I think it was this morning on my show. Nobody asked on the Cabal, but the fact that they have like kind of like that picture holding like a wider circle opening at the back, and then it gets narrower, so like you could hang like a picture on a wall. So you can do that with like a pin, like a pin that you could pop into like a map or something like that. You can hang it off of that. You know what I mean? It works like, but we didn't show that here. You know what I mean? It's like
that's not that important.
Is that necessary
in the grand scheme of things, right?
Exactly. Yeah. That's all I'm saying.
But if
I don't
you're
know
a
how we got down
diorama
this
guy,
path.
and you've got a door that you could throw a pin into and put this on this, that's an extra selling point too. So,
Well,
but you could tack it on, which is what I did on my door. You could glue it on. You could,
I'm just saying, if there's something good there, why not talk about it? So
I did have a question here.
There's only so much time to get these things shot though, and make them look good. So I actually do have doorknob shots here
on his,
and they don't have
video.
them on here. I don't know why they don't have the doorknob shots on here, but I do have them. Yeah.
Just how many keys does this come with?
I'm not really even sure. I didn't even ask what the extra keys were for. I guess they're like you could add them to the chains if you wanted to, or my thought that it was like a Mezco thing where like, you know how Mezco, like you'll get like, if it's a tiny little piece, like the pipe, the smoke from Popeye's pipe, like they give you 3 of those. They're all the same, but it's like, you're going to be one of these dumbass. So like, we'll give you 3 of them. You know what I mean? So like, here's a bunch of keys just in case, I don't know.
They probably also did it because in some of the actual movie representations of Marley, he has keys hanging off of the chain as well.
Well, there are keys on the chains already. Like you can see, like they're already there.
I think it's a clue to how many figure obscuras they're going to make.
Jesse.
The universe.
That's how many that are coming out next year.
There's 5 already out now. Yeah. This is first quarter next year.
But some of them are Figura Obscura keys and some of them are just regular keys. So maybe they open something somewhere. Maybe if you take them to Legion's Con next year.
Oh boy.
Poor cleaning staff's just going to find dozens of plastic keys all through the hotel next year.
Well, after PowerCon, they found a bunch of those rock hangers.
Yeah, it's going to be no worse than McFarlane. Clean up after that.
My gosh.
All right, this one doesn't work. Throw it on the floor. This one doesn't work. Throw it on the floor.
Right.
It's like that old Price is Right drop out of the box and then
a lock picking check to use those keys. They'll all break.
Right.
I do love that we're actually finally getting that Figure Obscura key though, because that is really cool.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. Yeah. I guess it's just I guess the keys, you could put them in the box, you could hang them off of him or have him hold them. I guess I don't know.
You can make a big keychain for a janitor in a shot.
Charm bracelet.
You just make them start. Oh, there we go. Charm bracelets. Everybody's going to have matching charm bracelets next year at Legion's Con. It's going to happen.
Yep.
Jacob Marley chains and keys. There we go, folks. Now just make him spew out of this gaping maw of a mouth he has. What an awesome sculpt for this.
Which
I know.
Okay, guys, when you display this, which head are you using?
Oh,
I'm so using this head. I'm sorry, like I gotta use this head. But what I like about this head too is the fact that it doesn't have the wrap on there. So like he needs his head wrap to keep his jaw shut because when he doesn't have it, it's
In every version, when he takes that off, it just goes
off. It just
and it falls.
Yeah.
And the more modern it is, the more grotesque it is. You know what I mean? The older ones, it was just the actor trying to open their
just
jaw,
to open his
really
mouth
wide.
so far.
Yeah.
Right. I love the fact that that's incorporated here. Like, you know, that attention to that detail with the story. Like, it's important that it flows through this character.
The one thing I thought and I didn't say this to anybody, but the one thing because I mean, it's too late, like it's done, but it's such a minor like thing that you could go again. I could have gone out to Marshall's and gotten this, or the drugstore, quite frankly. It's just a little piece of like cloth or gauze to like have there so that if he, you know, he could hold it, you know, as if he was removing the wrap on the other one. But, you know, I mean, the production of that, the cost of a little piece of cloth is like probably just adds, you know, so much to it that it's not
added
not
enough
necessary
it probably
made for a single scene. You know what I mean?
I just don't know which head I'm going to use. I like both of them a lot.
Yeah, I like both.
I do too.
Well.
Yeah. It all depends on how you're going to display it. I think if you have him float, I mean, that head, when I did the shot of him floating, that Jeremy came back to me and said, that's exactly the scene. That is the scene where he calls him an old piece of potato. And he goes, oh, and he's like, do you not believe in me? Do you believe in me now, man of the whatever, you know, mortal whatever. And he's like, that's exactly the scene. That's like perfect. That's what that's for. So like, if you're good at display them like this, then I think you got to have that hat on there.
A lot of people don't know this, but that's how me and Jesse insult each other. We call each other an old piece of potato.
Yes, an old piece of potato. Yes.
I don't dislike anyone enough to call them an old piece of potato.
Wow.
I simply bite my thumb at them.
I've watched your show, Jesse. I disagree with that, quite frankly.
Me?
There are times when I think you would like to call Curtis an old piece of potato.
Only because he eats them raw. I would say for me, the display, I'll use the bandaged head because I have the pins like hanging off the shelf, like on a piece of like black foam core. So since the pin is the open mouth, I'll probably use the serious face. But I don't know. They're both cool. I might just swap it out from time to time.
The picture where he's pointing with the serious head looks awesome too, though. That's a tough call to make.
Yeah, where he's pointing.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, with that head, that's just an incredible.
And then his other hand is towards the clock. Yeah, that's Trevor, you're amazing.
Yeah,
thanks.
Right. So Thanos, I know you've got plans for that big giant open mouth with your photography yourself.
Jesus Christ! Oh God!
Are we gonna be getting some bondage shots with?
Obviously part of the selling point, right, is the chain harness. So
there's a lot for you here.
Yeah.
Guys, if you thought this past Naughty November was bad,
I don't know that I'll do that again. It was an interesting experience, and I'm still getting people like, "What do you like? You went back to normal? What happened?" Like, so
the fact that they didn't pay enough attention to the fact that, like you said, like Naughty November. Okay, folks, I'm gonna go back to the normal posting after this. This is not what I've dedicated this to.
I might split into two separate accounts. I've been thinking about it, but I don't know if I'm going to or not. It seems like more work than I want to put in.
Right. And as whenever we talk about, you know, anything with the figure obscura, the packaging as well.
Oh, yeah.
Nate's artwork here.
Freaking amazing.
Like, it totally just gives like a full ethereal feel to everything. Like, just again, the packaging alone, he always has a way about doing that packaging.
I love
the card.
Yep.
Oh yes.
I do love how so many of the studio made it onto the ghosts in the packaging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. It's fun.
I guess maybe it's the back shot or something. don't know
Yeah,
which
I gotta
piece of art it is, but
in one of them, I thought we had more.
They showed it, I think, on their Facebook page. They had like kind of
Yeah,
Greg shared
that's
it
what it
because
was.
Greg was on it, and yeah,
Mm.
I knew he was excited about
just-
this figure. Now I know why he was excited about this figure.
Yeah,
George is
he
on there.
was like
made it.
unusually excited about it, so that makes sense now.
So again, folks, it's still available right now. If you have not picked up your figure yet, all
All
ins are still
Still available.
available.
Yeah.
Gotta go grab the all in. I mean, the mug, the pin. I may or may not be
Exactly.
purchasing a pin as we speak.
Sorry, it's my notification. Turn it off.
We
Worked out
love that
perfect.
notification.
I just teleported back in time with that.
Mm-hmm. Filmation.
A lot of people recognize it, which is actually kind of funny. Like our group, obviously, but like out, like,
Yeah.
you know, when I'm at work and stuff, people hear it.
Yeah, the mugs are nice. I mean, I really like the enamel mugs. I think they're cool. You know,
I like the
Again,
novelty of the
I
campfire
feel like
mug.
I feel like a little bit of a panhandler or something like that with it, but
Yeah.
you know,
Want to stand outside of Walmart?
with some pencils in it or something. You know what I mean? Like, hey,
When we all eventually get locked up in jail for being part of this organized
right.
gang called the Cabal, we'll be ready.
Mm-hmm.
What? What?
You know it.
What? I don't have no idea what you're talking about.
There is no gang. What do you mean? We're talking about those idiots that dress up like clowns in that other gang.
Well, I just noticed there's a new Cabal sticker coming out from Wolf King. That's pretty exciting.
No.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say, mine shrunk in the wash.
Mm. Nice.
I'm gonna keep making that
So-
joke.
can I throw a question out? So, are you guys now at this point interested in the rest of the A Christmas Carol line? I mean, would you, if
Oh, heck yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah.
there's a person out there right now who was excited about this that would not be excited about the
Mhm.
rest of it.
Mhm.
Like yesterday,
yeah, mhm.
a lot of people were going through the speculation of, well, what is this? Is this, again, I see the
A lot of
chains.
people
I'm
saying Ghost
automatically
of Christmas
thinking
Past.
Marley.
Yeah, that's
Right.
me too. Yeah.
But there were people talking about like a Ghost 3-pack of some kind for the future.
At the Legion Builder, I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. Some people did mention the fact that, you know what, though, the retail exclusive Father Christmas already kind of has that look for one of the ghosts. And I get that,
future, yeah.
more modern
Yeah.
depiction with the green robes, sure. But
yeah,
that guy was always like more huskily built than the
yeah.
Father
I want to
Christmas
see a
look.
robust Ghost of Christmas present. I want to see somebody
Yeah.
who's tall, big.
Yeah.
I want to see him have the twins of
Yeah, the book actually describes it that way as a big.
Yeah, he's
robust-
like 7 feet tall. Like he's
Yeah.
he's big.
He needs
love
to be
to see,
brute
like,
or
some-
ogre scale.
Maybe,
Oh,
maybe.
brute
Maybe
scale
brute
would be good.
yeah. I want to see like a big pile of, food or something. Like he's got to come with like a
Turkeys
turkey.
and
You know what I mean?
great-
He needs
Something
a
like that. You know what I mean?
whole turkey.
Drumstick
can-
to hang on to. Yeah, it'd be great. Yeah, so that's a good substitute, but I would definitely like to see fresh figures made for this.
Right.
So this is not Tales Out of School. I don't know anything, but I'm gonna guess that if this goes well, that happens. If it doesn't sell well, maybe not. That's the
Well, with
the
the Marley
long and short
figure
of it, I think.
without the chains, I mean, you get a different head and a different paint scheme. You got a good start off for Scrooge already. So
to some degree. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
at least the body part of it,
Yep.
maybe not the jacket, maybe switch up the jacket and do like a trench or something like that, but you
Yep.
could definitely use the sleeves and the chest waistcoat type of
Yep.
thing. Yeah.
I want
sure,
him in
yeah.
his. I want the nightgown
oh yeah, for sure.
Scrooge with the.
Well, you're gonna
sleeping
have to have the
bag.
nightgown Scrooge.
Gotta have
Yeah. I mean,
Which-
I'm gonna guess, like, again, no inside information, but like I'm thinking like or maybe it's my suggestion is like 2-packs of like, because I don't think Scrooge, either a Scrooge 2-pack, because I don't think Scrooge in a nightcap is going to be a great seller. You know what I mean? But a 2-pack Scrooge, or you break up the Scrooge with
Scrooge and Tiny Tim,
something like that. Yeah, Tiny Tim. I don't know. The guys on 4 O'Clock Horsemen today were talking about whether or not Eric would be interested in doing. I guess Eric doesn't really love doing humans, so
he'd be a dwarf.
Yeah.
do a kid, because then you've got your halfling sculpt ready to go.
There we go.
There you go.
Just tell him he's sculpting a halfling or a gnome.
Yeah, that's
and then he just has to do a human face for the Tiny Tim.
Right,
and feet.
Exactly.
Because that would be great to have the end of the Christmas Carol, where you get Scrooge with his like top hat.
Totally.
He's got like a C. Jessam soft goods, like long coat.
Right.
He's got a smiling face.
You'd have to have the cranky face Scrooge, and then you'd have to have the happy face Scrooge who's holding Tiny Tim. You know what I mean? That'd be great.
And the little crutch. Come on.
I would love this set, man. This is the kind of thing that, like, right now, I might put this out for Christmas. But man, if I had that whole set, I don't usually put action figures out in my living area. I just don't do that. But this is going
very
out,
judged
man.
right now.
No. It's just a different thing. You know what I mean?
I'm just kidding.
It's kind of my wife. I just don't think. But like this is going out, man. Regardless, like this whole thing is going up, man. Because I would love this. I still might put this out. This looks cool.
I say do it.
I will.
Yeah,
I'd
love, especially like Christmas. What is it? The Christmas Past, the female ghost.
Christmas Past is so varied, right?
True. Most of the versions I've seen has been female, or at least feminine in its depiction. So I think I think there definitely needs to be a female figure obscura sooner than later.
That would be great. Yeah, that would be great.
Just for diversity, not divert. You know what? I'm saying things wrong.
No. I know what you're saying. 2.0 body diverse. From some diversity in there. That would be great. Yeah, no, that'd be cool. I think that would be a good call.
We get a lot of it rolling in the chat. Like, people are interested in seeing more. I think there'd be people right now who maybe might be more interested in this figure if they knew they were going to get like a complete set. Because what really is Jacob Marley without Scrooge?
It's a cool damn figure with
it definitely is. Hey, you know what?
I thought about that honestly when they first showed it to me. I was kind of like in the back of my mind, I was like, this probably should have been a 2-pack with Scrooge, because but the more I play with it, the more I'm like, this just looks awesome on its own. You know what I mean? And we were just talking about how the importance of Marley, like, because a lot of people forget about him as a ghost. But this arguably the most important ghost in the whole thing. You know what I mean? Because he's basically saving Scrooge, and took the time out to do that. But it's just a cooling figure. And like, again, pirate customs up the butt. So you're going to have, it's going to be
I was
great
just
for
going to
that,
say
so.
The new sculpting pieces alone bring to mind so much more that we will finally see within Mythic Legions, because the coat, the boots, all of it right there now. People are making pirates. This next year is going to be all thieves and pirates.
You couldn't really do a Marley Scrooge 2-pack anyway, because you'd put the wrong Scrooge in there, then everybody would want the other Scrooge, right? So you definitely need to do a Scrooge 2-pack with a nightgown Scrooge and then a
probably
Scrooge.
Yeah.
What a Bill Murray Scrooge. Saying it before, Bill Murray Scrooge.
Well, that's what everybody's like. Go ahead, Jeff.
The Red Death. You could just use the Red Death body parts and just paint them like regular skin color.
I totally was just thinking the same damn thing, man. Like,
I'm actually in the Wolf King chat right now, because Steven sculpted a Scrooge head. Right, it's ready to go. Steven's painted a bunch and he sold them, but Len won't put it on the site because he doesn't know what body to put it on. And I'm sitting there, we're yelling at Len right now, like put that freaking head out. It's a great head. And he's like, oh, there's no body to put now. Like, put it on the Red Death with the robes, and yeah, come on.
Yeah,
this is the problem. Like, if it comes out like great looking, You know what I mean? Like they got to top that. I mean, they will. Eric will top. Eric will do a great job with whatever. See,
No
Justin
doubt.
will come out with a great robe. You know, a great period looking thing. I'm sure some great embellishments and stuff like that. But yeah, you're Jesse. I was just thinking the same damn thing. That's the body underneath the soft goods robe, right? I mean, it's just this scrawny old man. Be perfect. Be perfect.
I mean, you might have to sculpt a new like boxer briefs for him or something, period appropriate, because that loincloth thing wouldn't really work.
Maybe some long johns or something like that, or
I mean, it'd be fun to see regardless.
I'm yelling at Len right now, telling him he's an idiot.
Like, everybody just said you're being dumb. Get this out.
You could sculpt the cap on him, and he could have a hat if Len needs a hat. I mean,
he does have a hat. The one that Steven sculpted.
Then what's his
problem? The little
Len.
nightcap thing. Yeah.
Come on, Len. I need this.
Yeah.
Everybody's dying for this. Come on.
Yeah. Everybody PM Len LaGuardia and say, "Give me a Scrooged."
Do what?
Give me a Scrooge. PM Len LaGuardia.
Oh, PM.
Say,
yeah.
That's what I heard.
I thought you said everybody pee on Len LaGuardia. I'm like,
Pee on him. God.
I totally heard that. I'm like,
You guys
jeez.
are silly.
Everybody's just peeing on him now.
this is we're actually recreating like a Christmas Carol right in here. Like Len is being the Scrooge, and
Scrooge.
he
He
won't
definitely
put
is.
out the Scrooge head for Christmas, and the ghosts are going to come and tell him to put out the head, and he's just going to send them to everybody. He's just going to give them and pee on them.
It's going to get real mad in a minute. Like, why did I just get 30 billion text messages?
Oh, that's good, Pains. That's a whole other stream, Jesse.
Oh, I said.
Whoa.
Yeah.
See what he did there?
But
Yeah. Play on words.
I mean, that's last Friday night's discussion about Power of One on Offworld.
Whoa.
yeah. Oh, let's not go back to that. That was.
I told Len that you said he's a Scrooge. He said that makes him blue.
Fuck him.
I feel like that's going to devolve into something else very quickly.
It
Busted my balls for a week.
Oh man. See, that's the kind of great conversation that we need to have about this stuff.
Yeah.
So Rick Jones brings up another very valid and amazing comment right here about Van Helsing, the Dracula killer vampire hunter, would wear Victorian clothes.
Sure thing.
You know what? He's got a good point there. So that's a whole new avenue that I hadn't even really thought about with it. Was just like, characters like that now can really come in and have their day. So
here's a question for you. And I haven't really thought about it because I just said on the other stream I was on that I don't really ask a lot of questions about what's coming out they have a list of stuff that's going to be happening probably over the next 2 years. Sometimes I just don't want to know because I have a show that we talk about and I like to speculate with everybody else. So being that we've got these parts, like, what do you think? Because, they like to surprise us and everybody's like, oh, we're going to get pirates. You know what I mean? And maybe Eric doesn't like pirates. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like, but is it the obvious thing? And it's like, is there something else? Like, what else could you do with these pieces to, and Van Helsing's a good call. That's a good call right there. I kind of like that. Yeah.
I think it would be a perfect fit, especially since we already have vampires, that is something that definitely fits in well with what we already have within the realm of mythos. Somebody earlier mentioned space pirates. So even if we're going into cosmic, now that wasn't in this chat, that was in a completely different group chat, but that would still be cool too. Thinking very Treasure Planet style.
Well, you could do an Ichabod Crane too with that body.
Yep.
Ichabod Crane is a good call. Somebody's put that in today, and I thought that was an excellent call right there for Ichabod Crane for sure.
I'll counter that and say I'd want my Ichabod Crane to be a 2.0.
I want that to be thin, but
I
I wonder if the jacket would work anyway because it just could be an oversized.
And
Probably
they have
not.
the soft
It
good
probably
arms
won't fit
now.
that body though. Yeah, that's true.
But if they've
That's true,
done
Jesse.
this, if he's done this, they're proud. He's already thinking. I'm sure Eric is already thinking about 2.0 and other proportions.
Yeah,
for
it is
something.
another mold. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think they're going that deep on that story to be like Brom Bones or anything like that. So, like, I don't think that's going to be the case. I think that's too deep a cut.
I mean, looking at
is
this, my
you
first
do
thought
Paul
is
Revere, or is that just too
Paul
like
Revere would be cool.
historical? Like, does anybody care about that? You know what I mean? I don't know.
New England
I
cares
would
about that.
hope that, right?
Well, that's a whole wow.
Right?
That's a whole like 8,000 people that are going to buy this figure. That's about it. Maybe.
I don't know. You
No,
slap
I was gonna say-
Gronk on there, and everybody will buy it.
That coat and the everything could be like Highwaymen, like Brotherhood of the Wolf.
Ooh,
Yes.
Like that's because I know
yeah.
they did the heads. Was that Wolf King or Legion
Ooh,
Shop? did
Dude,
the
Highwayman
heads.
is a good call. That's a good
Cavalier.
Call. Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
So anybody looking
nice.
for the Scrooge
There you
head,
go.
thank you, Curtis, for sending this over. Got to show this off because
Damn, that's nice.
the sculpting detail, it's
That's very good.
perfect. Just
Very
amazing.
nice. This is your paint, Curtis? Very nice. Beautiful.
You're muted.
Sorry,
no,
that's
Curtis, come off
Steve,
mute.
yeah, that's Steven's sculpt and Steven's paint job. So we're just trying
Steven.
to get
That's
Len
not as good. Then
release it.
actually, now that I'm looking at it, it's not as good. As I thought. That's good. It's great.
So hopefully he'll release it this week.
All right.
It better.
There you go.
Better.
I mean, yeah.
Mhm.
And
I mean,
now
technically, well, the robes are red. I guess you could bleach them from. I mean,
You
that'd be a
could.
lot of work. But from
I
the
know Chris
Red
has
Death.
done those for the Red Death robes where he's bleached them, and they are, yeah, I think he bleached them and they came out yellow or something.
Yeah, it's not going to be great. It's not going to be
yeah.
a perfect white for sure, but
Very
yeah, that's true.
Hey.
I mean, it's generally public domain stuff, or stuff
Right.
that doesn't have any attachment to any kind of author to begin with, like the Highwaymen, like you said, Jesse, would be a good one.
But yeah, I look at that coat and I just see I can't remember the character's name.
I mean, it's revolution. It's 18th century, 1700s. It's like
Yeah.
George Washington. It could be.
Yeah. You got
I guess it could be.
I mean, you could do your Treasure Island. You could have.
That was
well,
that was
pirate.
one of the
Yeah,
things
no,
I was
pirate,
saying.
yeah.
Treasure
Mhm.
Island stuff. Napoleon, maybe. I mean,
I don't know
again,
if
that
Robert
could
Louis
be very-
Stevenson is that in the public domain, Treasure Island, at this point. Maybe it might be. Blackbeard would be, but like again, I think that's the first thing everybody's thinking. So like, I don't know if that's something they would do or not. I'm not really sure.
So here's some really cool options too, and some stuff can
Beowulf.
already be done with parts that we already have out. Beowulf for sure, especially with a lot of the new sculpting pieces from Sons of the Red Star, or rather, Rising Suns. Yeah, I'm getting so confused with everything. I've been talking all day. Get my words mixed.
Another one you could do from this Marley though would be Count de Monte Cristo.
Mm.
That would
Oh
work.
yeah, that'd be great.
It was funny. I was talking about that with my uncle earlier. How cool it would be to have Count of Monte Cristo,
Yeah.
especially like just getting rapiers and stuff like that in with the swords now and all. That would be outstanding.
Mm-hmm.
Could do maybe even a Phantom of the Opera.
Oh yeah, that'd be banger.
I know that'd be real close to Mask of the Red Death, like depending
Yeah.
on I mean. But yeah, you could have like the mask come off and have that really gnarled face underneath it and everything. That nice, smooth porcelain mask.
Do
That'd
stuff
be a good
like
Halloween figure obscura release though. Phantom of the Opera.
thinking
You got the
with
classic
some of these
monster and the
parts.
historical version.
Yeah,
Mhm.
we could definitely see look at that. We got Sinbad the Sailor and Sinbad the Comedian. Just get them both out there. But if we get
Sinbad the Sailor Comedian would be even better.
He got two.
I was just about to say, you know what though? If we see Sinbad the Comedian come out, I want that to be a 2-pack with an Arnie Barbarian chasing after one another for
Man.
Yeah.
I mean, if they do a Sinbad the Sailor, it's got to be like, you know, like that bear torso with like a soft goods vest.
It should
Something
probably be
like
a human torso.
even funnier because we have a bear now.
Depends on what kind of bear you're talking about, Curtis.
Well,
if they do Sinbad the Comedian, he's got to be as Shazam the genie from that
Shazam
movie
the
that he
Genie.
was
There you
totally
go.
in. That exists.
that complete movie with that
That
one
we
trailer.
totally saw back in the day, man. We totally saw that movie.
Could do Sinbad from It's Always Sunny, and then he could have a gown like Scrooge.
Further pitching the Scrooge ideas. I love it. But
I mean,
that is a lot of
I could see them doing like Uncle Sam or something, but like not as a figure obscura, because I mean that only appeals to people
from
not
America.
everybody
really.
in the States. So, but I could see
Yeah.
them doing it as maybe a release or something for like a limited, something like that.
It'd be
you know?
something neat, especially
Right
do like
move.
around 4th of July or something,
Yeah.
doing like a Father Christmas thing. Then they could
Yeah.
reuse that face sculpt for Scrooge. I'm gonna bring that up again.
Mhm. Yeah.
We need some Legion's top hats. That's what we need. I think that's what we're all craving now. Now that we've got, you know, this kind of Victorian era coats and boots, we want to see some top
Yeah.
hats.
Yep.
Try
Top
peak
hat would
hats
be
for
great.
the pirates.
Abraham
Continue
Lincoln
with the-
Vampire.
with-
Different era, but yeah, sure.
Hey, you know what? Let's get all the vampire hunters we can get. Alithya's brood's getting out of control.
Yeah. Blade.
Throw a blade in there.
Could be
You got a
George
coat now.
Washington Vampire Hunter.
And spit his wooden teeth at him, trying to get him in the heart.
That's right.
If we don't get a Mr. Darcy, Pride and Prejudice,
Right?
Yeah,
Right?
Zombies.
we're good.
Oh,
Come on, here we
Oh.
go.
but the Pride and Prejudice and Zombies version,
mhm.
probably not in the public domain yet.
Yeah,
Probably not.
well, I was just hoping we'd get like an Alan Rickman likeness in here too.
I just what is it? It's like, just shave Keanu Reeves again, like he was in the last Bill and Ted movie. You got young Alan Rickman.
There it is. There it is.
Now, like, why couldn't they give us these chains with Kragnar though? Like, why didn't that happen? Like, we didn't get chains.
Right?
We got chains.
You
now.
know, I mean, we
These
got
chains
chains
before.
for days.
Now you
When
can
Rick
add
and
these
I
to
went
Ragnar.
live during the release of the last wave that came out there, we were live for like 5 hours and we were talking about the different things that we wanted. I said Mythic Legions need more chains in their figures, and then I got that wish today. It was perfect.
Well, plus, I mean, in the Rising Suns, there's a whole bunch of chains holding the sheaths and stuff
Yep.
on all these
Yeah,
figures.
a
So
lot of
a
chains.
lot of stuff that's going on with those now. It's cool.
Got a fucking bear. Like that's like the most amazing thing to me in the world since that got announced. Has been this bear. I love bears. Absolutely love bears. Boots and coats, boots and coats, and boots and coats. Right? Just more boots and coats. Can we get 2 dislikes? You know, why not? Let's roll through it, folk. Let's try to keep those numbers even out there.
Come on, keep it balanced. Keep it balanced. A Puss in Boots is not a bad call,
Right? Why not?
dude. Oh, that. All right,
What the
that's a
big-
that's a custom right now. I mean, you know, slap
Yeah.
a cat head on that thing, and there's your
Right?
Puss in Boots, man.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Wally.
Interesting.
Puss
To,
in Boots
uh,
got to be in the public domain, the actual book now. Jesus.
Oh yeah, totally.
Should
Yeah,
be.
for sure.
Yeah, but
I'm
that should be a custom. Jesse's probably already got one in the works.
Look,
What?
I'm sure Eric Miller's
Puss
already
in
got
Boots.
that going
Yeah.
too. Yeah. Oh, that's you, Jesse. That's all you, Jesse,
Yeah.
man. Yeah, for sure.
So-
man. That's a critter.
I'm not as much a
Yep.
cat guy.
hey, you know
Oh.
what though? I'm thinking that big hat with a
Pardon?
feather in the cap and everything like that.
Yankee
We get
Doodle.
3 Musketeers.
Oh,
Yankee Doodle.
Hey, Yankee
Three
Doodle too. Why not?
Musketeers could be
Three
cool. That's
Musketeers,
the
why
right
not?
era.
Because then
That's
it's
pretty
you
much the right
also
era.
you can reuse some Templar parts with that too.
I
Actually,
typically
Yeah.
call it macaroni.
I would definitely call it macaroni with the feather and the cap.
For sure. Yeah. That's what it looks like.
I mean, this could, in the regular line, in Mythic Legions, if it's not highwayman, maybe it could be just some sort of like noble, or something, not quite in the whole townsfolk vibe that I think would be cool, but probably wouldn't sell as well. But like, it would be something less combative of a character.
This is in the
not as
realm
armored.
of Templars, though. For me, like I'm okay with that stuff. I don't really want to see this such a real world period piece within the Mythic Legions. Like if it was used as like the first thing I thought of this, well, not one of the first things, but one of the things I thought of to do the same as Oz, as you said, like a space, like almost like having like some, open arms, maybe, robotic arms, but you have this jacket on and it's kind of just this weird, 80s, 90s throwback type comic book space character with like this, strange like coat on, jacket, like vest on or something like that. But
For
I don't know
sure.
if I'd want to see this within Mythic Legions though, as a character with this clothing on. I don't know. Personally, that's me. I don't know.
I mean, it could be something. I mean, I've seen it said many a times before, like, wanting to see just like a regular, like, line of everyday figures to flesh out and world build with, like, the bartenders, the
Yeah.
tavern wenches, and things of that nature. So I could definitely see reusing some of this for just more townsfolky type for those people that do like the world building, which is always
Those would
cool.
make
I
good
love it.
builder packs, like townsfolk builder packs.
I think so.
They've said so many times though that it's just not. I mean, as much as I would like to flesh those things out, it's kind of like, hey, build yourself a custom, get some soft goods. See, Jessam's got some nice townfolk soft goods up there now.
Yeah.
And I'm sure other people would follow suit if those do well, or people there's a clamoring
getting
for
great
them, but they're just not going to sell.
drinking
you know what I mean?
gourds.
That's one of those things that I argue with Jeremy about, because he says, oh, well, nobody cares about townsfolk. Nobody will, and then you start naming them. You're like, what about a bar wench? Well, that one doesn't count. What about an executioner? That doesn't count. What about this and that? Like, you start naming people in the town that have jobs, blacksmithies. Oh, that doesn't count. Like, these are people in the town. They are townsfolk. Like, you can't just.
But I think if you did a dwarf,
executioner would be awesome in Mythic Legion.
An executioner would have an axe, though. That would be like a character that would, like, I think, sell widely just because it could look cool no matter what you're doing. It a specific person like a blacksmith, I'm not sure that would sell. Man, I just don't know if that
The
would
blacksmith
probably be
would
into
sell.
that.
You give them the anvil and like the hammers.
my
and the
lord!
tools and stuff.
Wow, look who it is! Holy cow! I was just about to
Here we
leave,
go.
and now I will. No. Love you, Steve.
Good to have you. Thank you for joining.
No problem.
Excellent Scrooge sculpt there, Stephen. We looked at just a little bit ago.
Yeah.
Yes.
Curtis says that Trevor was disappointed in my paintwork.
No. I was kidding. It's a joke.
Pots were stirred.
Yeah.
Curtis is talking. Of course, pots were stirred.
Keep practice.
When somebody's talking about a bad Stephen paint job, he just appears out of nowhere. So that's the way it works.
I felt a tremor.
A Trevor?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh, you had to be pretty excited about this drop today, right, Stephen? I mean, you're a pretty big Christmas Carol person.
I am a big Christmas. I love Christmas Carol. I could almost quote it line for line. And that's why I sculpted that Scrooge, a long time ago. Because, just because I thought it would be fun to have, not knowing what I'd ever do with it. I was super excited and blown away by how they pulled it off. just amazing, just from head to toe. I mean, the things, when it comes to figure obscura, I don't even look. I just get on there and I buy it.
Yep.
I don't look, and then I go back afterwards. And you guys, maybe some of you said this because I wasn't listening to you guys earlier. I had better things to do. But
now I take offense.
I'm kidding. And so, no, but yeah, so I just buy it and I go back and I look at later. And after I got a chance to go back and calm down and look at it, I was like, man, this thing is awesome.
Right?
Yeah, they
all the
killed it.
little details. Just mind was blown today when I got to see it.
When you say that you can quote it every line, which is your version? Like when you watch, which I know some people like the Magoo version, some people like the Muppets, some people like the old radio versions. What is the Lord Bashotti Christmas Carol version?
1952 English version with Alistair Sim.
Nice, man. Because see, this I do like Steve, because Steve's the only guy like watches anything past like 1991.
That's the best version.
That's the best. Well, I still think if you watch the Albert Finney 1971, it's a musical, which I don't love, but the music's fine. It's not like really annoying Broadway shit. It's very, very good, man. It's just a great Christmas Carol. But yeah, the Alistair Sim one is excellent too.
And then if you go on.
Go ahead.
If you go on YouTube, you can find these old cartoon versions they did, and they're like from the 70s, and it's Alistair Sim doing the voice again. He reprised the role. He reprised the role of Scrooge as in like his 70s, but he was just providing the voice. So I just love the way he plays that character. He's the meanest Scrooge and the happiest at the end when he turns good or when he turns nice and he's reformed.
I don't know that I've ever seen that one. I might have to check that out this weekend.
It's like a classic, yeah.
I've got in our chat I think it was Brick, wasn't it, guys, that was recommending the Man That Invented Christmas.
Yes.
And I've not seen that, so I think I'm going to check that out this weekend too.
That is highly, highly recommended watching. It's a biopic about Charles Dickens and basically how he helped reinvent Christmas into what we consider the modern Christmas with A Christmas Carol. So
yeah,
cool.
Highly recommend if nobody's seen it. It's not A Christmas Carol, the story that we know. It's the story about the man who wrote it and how it changed how it is done moving forward, which is amazing.
Is that about 5 years old?
He's like 2017, I think is what it said. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that. It's very good. Yeah. I recommend it.
Agree. And
there's so many people who've seen this has been great because like I watched that Albert Finney version. I'm like, nobody knows about this movie. And now like today it's like everybody's be coming out. Yeah, this is my favorite version. I'm like, wow, it's like I don't think anybody knew about this thing. It's great. Alec Guinness is Jacob Marley in it, man. He's fantastic.
Right. And again, anything that Alec Guinness has done, period, is like gold.
Like Bridge on the River Kwai, right, Steve? Right, Steve?
Bridge on the River Kwai.
I know I'm probably going to get a lot of heat for this one, but my favorite is going to be the Mickey Mouse Christmas Carol.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. I watch that every year. It's a good one for sure.
It's good.
I don't dislike the other ones, but it's my favorite one.
Extremely abridged, but very good. The Muppet version is very good.
Yeah, very abridged. I don't like the abridged ones as much. I don't like when they really cut quick, but there's some good ones out there. The Mickey Mouse one is pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, Scrooged with Bill Murray is my all-time favorite. I think I could watch that thing, 20 times in a holiday season. So
every year that version has to be watched.
Yeah.
As old as me, but the Mr. Magoo one is good too.
Yeah.
Always a classic.
Yeah.
Always a classic. It's funny. The first time I ever saw the Mr. Magoo one was that short clip in Lethal Weapon that they have of it, of Mel watching it on TV.
Yeah.
I saw that before I saw the Mr. Magoo one and then found the Mr. Magoo one.
I forgot that was in there, Oz.
Yeah, me too. Totally.
Everybody forgets that Die Hard isn't the only cop action Christmas movie.
I remember Lethal Weapon being a Christmas movie.
Yeah.
I just didn't remember Mr. Magoo being in there.
Starts off with Jingle Bell Rock and a hooker falling from the sky. How many guys dreamed of that on Christmas?
I can honestly say that's never been a dream of mine.
Yeah, same.
Not quite one of mine. If I got to pay
I have
for it,
that
it's not
dream
a
every
gift.
day.
So
I heard you. Go ahead.
No one's bringing up the Telly Savalas version.
I've
I don't
not
know
heard
if I
anybody
remember the
talk about
Telly
that one.
Savalas. I vaguely remember
yeah.
seeing that, but I don't quite remember it, and there might be a reason why.
Right?
No, not Telly Savalas. George C.
Patrick
Scott.
Stewart.
I'm sorry.
Oh, George C. Scott, we talked about.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
George
Oh,
C.
okay.
Scott is
Definitely.
great. Yeah. Telly Savalas would have been excellent, though. I think that would have been a great version.
Trevor, you were talking about that Ryan Reynolds one and Will Ferrell.
Yeah, that was fun.
I couldn't make it through the first 5 minutes, man. It was
Oh, it got better. It was
gosh.
fun. It was
the singing started and it was just torturous, and I was like, I just can't. I can't take this.
generally I would agree with you, and I would tell you like the first. I'm with you. Like the first 15 minutes, I was like, I'm going to bail on this so quickly. And we were just both watching them. We're like, all right, we're going to stick. I think my wife was feeling the same way, but it got better as it went along. So if you can get,
Yeah,
past
I
the
mean,
15 minutes,
we had
it's
sat down like we do a family.
It's not great, but it's
movie each weekend, and that was like our family movie. We turned it on, and I had every one of the kids and my wife looking at me like please turn this off. Like this is just
Yeah,
It
I
wasn't
watched
just
the first,
you, okay.
I watched the first 15 minutes of it and then turned it off, and then probably went back like 2 weeks later and watched it through. And it
got better, right?
Yeah,
It got better.
it's definitely worth a watch. It's not like
Okay.
a
Something in the
classic
beginning
Christmas
was like,
story,
I was
but-
like, oh, this is going to be so annoying, and it wasn't all the way through. So
So shouting out some of the chat here. I know Dawn just this weekend, since we've been talking about it a lot, she was watching the Jim Carrey version, which again, Chef M80 brought up down here. That's his version with
I know
Jim
that one.
Carrey
It's
as
not a bad
Scrooge.
version.
I don't know
Nolan.
that I even know of that version.
I don't either.
That's the
I didn't know that
cartoon
was-
one that came out on Disney maybe 4 or 5 years ago. Something
Yeah,
like
it was just more recent. It was like one of their
that. It's pretty
was
true
it
to
right
the book.
before Disney Plus?
It was quite a
Mm.
ways before Disney Plus.
Okay.
It was in
Was
the
it?
theaters, and it was there when the 3D thing was really big.
2009.
Okay.
Wow, it's that
Was
old.
it that weird 3D looking type of thing?
Yeah.
Like that kind of like
Yeah, it's very motion
3D,
capture.
3D anime. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's very
Okay.
it's very true to the real story in
Oh,
a
that's
lot of
cool.
ways. Like if you read the book, they have scenes in it that they don't have, and the way Jim Carrey does the Ghost of Christmas Past, they mention it like in the book of him being like almost like a flicker in a flame, and Jim Carrey does this thing with his neck where it looks like his head's kind of flickering, and
That's so creepy.
it's really cool in a lot of ways, but it's not a very well known one.
So what is he? Is he all the parts then? Is that what like he's doing all? Oh,
Yeah, I don't think
gotcha.
he's every part. What's his Carrie Elwes is in there too, doing a lot of the parts.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
he's-
Oh, interesting.
yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Yeah, the Patrick Stewart one is very good, and that's pretty true to the book. If you like the more drawn out
Yes.
story, it's nice.
But I love seeing how many people are like getting in with multiple versions that they enjoy. You know, Duchess is bringing up 52 version, Albert Finney. You know, again, like these are all classics. And I was surprised that this is actually the first mention of the Patrick Stewart one, because that was another one I was about to bring up since
That's
nobody
great.
mentioned it yet. Like, this was probably my first serious version of Christmas Carol was the Patrick Stewart version in the 90s. Like that was my first serious one, because like I grew up, of course, and the first is like the Mickey version, and then again like the Muppets version, and then it was this version. And of course I wanted to see it because it had Captain Picard in it, and I was like, yes, come on now, this is what I need.
The Flintstones did a
And-
version too.
Make it so.
Yep. And again, like then after this, seeing this version was when I'd seen Scrooged, and it was just like, wait a minute, Venkman's in here. This is perfect. He's gonna bust all the ghosts. And that's not how that went, but
No.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
brought up the Guy Pearce one. I just watched this like a couple years ago. It was pretty good. I didn't really love
I
him
haven't
as
seen
Scrooge,
that
though.
yet.
He felt too
Okay.
young, and I don't know. It just felt too.
Mm.
He was too sexy a Scrooge. I think he was just too sexy.
yeah, that's how I would be.
Yeah, I know.
With that
Just
top
too
knot,
sexy.
especially.
Yeah.
Too sexy for
I-
my Scrooge.
You know, I love the talk about all the different versions, but you know, talking about the content of it too, like just the whole idea of being a better person it's so good. You know, that it's not too late. Like, you know, as long as you're still breathing, you've got a chance to,
Always
you know,
a
do
chance.
things better and be a better version of yourself.
Mhm.
Agreed.
You know, it's
Very much agreed.
such a cool message.
It really
especially
gets
this
you
time of
into
year.
that spirit of Christmas, man. Like
For
that's
sure.
why, like, it's like one of the first things I watch at Christmas is just that and Charlie Brown Christmas, which is
Charlie
a little
Brown's
more
mandatory.
religious, but I bypass that stuff. You know, that's me. But like I love, Christmas Carol just like makes you feel like, you know, giving. And if you watch the Albert Finney one, if you've never seen it before, the end of that thing, oh man, it's like I think it's the best ending, best like wrap up of any of the versions. It's really, really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I seem to remember this one too, but I can't remember.
Tim
What it was
Curry
called.
playing Scrooge. Ooh.
Wasn't that
That
a
was a great
musical? Though?
voice.
Yeah, that was a musical.
Well,
one.
that's what he's saying.
There's a
is
new one on
musical.
Netflix. It's not that one, right?
No,
I
I
haven't
don't
watched
know.
that
I'm
all
looking
the
it
way
up
through.
right
Oh
now.
no, it can't be that unless it.
Tim
Well,
Curry was
Yeah.
sick for a long time and just passed away, so it can't.
yeah.
Yeah. Which is very, very sad.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to the Netflix one. It looked. I've heard the designs and stuff for the ghosts are really good. I think it's like kind of a musical though too. And when it started out, I was kind of like, it's kind of like Disney musical. So
Some
So,
of that
that
Netflix
was
stuff, you never
a-
know. It's really good or it's really bad. There's never in between with Netflix.
yeah, exactly.
All right. So 1997 Christmas Carol animated, and it's got Tim Curry, Whoopi Goldberg,
animated,
Michael
yeah.
Ewing.
This sounds familiar.
Yep.
I must have seen this once.
Oh man.
Tim Curry had a great voice though for all sorts.
It's
of
got Frank Welker in it too.
Oh,
Like,
Jesus.
wow. This
What?
is holy sh.
It came out when, Oz? When was it released?
1997. How has this one flown under the bush for me? See, I guess that's also the problem, right? Because there's so many different versions of it. It's hard to keep up with all of them.
Yeah.
But that's phenomenal. But then there's a picture of him in a top hat that looks like it's from Scrooge, but it could just be Tim Curry in a Victorian era movie. But
I mean, that
like,
also
which
tells
version
you
is that?
how
That's the
good
version
the
I want to
story is. That it's from the 1800s and still being done over and over again, and it's like printing money, because it's such a good
It is.
story that you can tell it a variety of ways, and it's still good.
Yep.
Like,
he was
we
good,
are
that
going
Dickens.
down a deep. Everybody
Dickens
loves a good Dickens.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
It's a deep.
so
we're
he
doing
played
a deep
Scrooge.
Dickens right here for sure.
Deep Dickens tonight.
Deep Dickens.
Saturday night, Deep Dickens in the clubhouse, folks. You heard it. So, okay. Apparently,
God bless
so Tim
everyone.
Curry dressed as Scrooge was them kind of like having he was part of the Macy's 2001 Thanksgiving Day parade, dressed
See
up
that.
as Scrooge for the parade.
Mm.
But the animated version came out in 97 with him, so that's just even better. Like, he's
Yeah.
like, yeah, I like the role so much, I did a voiceover, and now I want to do a live action on stage, kind of thing. All right,
I'd love to see this
now
as a
somebody
play.
saying Danny
I would love to see
DeVito.
somebody doing it locally. Danny DeVito.
They did a It's Always
It's
Sunny
prob-
episode. That was
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, that was probably
Okay,
Yeah, but that-
all right.
Yeah, but that's not Scrooge. That's just Scooge. So that's a different character. So,
But now I'm just picturing Tim Burton's Scrooge, and yes, Danny DeVito's in it with this top hat that's as tall as he is.
Well, if it's Tim Burton, then Johnny Depp would have to be Scrooge, right? Because that's like mandatory.
Yeah.
Right? Got to. So, A Christmas Carol is a very interesting parallel to intensive therapy. Yeah, I mean, they scared the bastard straight into turning his whole life around and changing who he is. I can't think of any therapy that gets more intensive than that. It's like when they take the kids to jail to scare them straight when they keep fucking up.
Yeah.
Is that the first intervention?
Right. That's what this was. It was the first intervention, probably due to opium. I mean, what?
I probably got to jump to you guys. This was thanks for inviting me on, man. This was fun. This was a good discussion.
Great to see you again, Trevor.
Anytime, Trevor. You're always welcome. You know, everybody's always welcome to the clubhouse hangouts on Saturday nights. If you got free time, just want to hang out and bullshit, that's what we're here for.
I love to do that. I just sit here in front of the computer, like waiting for somebody to invite me on YouTube. Unlike Curtis, I don't have representation that books me on different shows and stuff like that.
That's true. But you did pretty well today. What is this, like your fourth
I did pretty good.
So.
Yeah, I represent myself. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
You do a wonderful job.
You can get those admins off of Fiverr for pretty cheap. You know, they schedule all those appointments for you. So
that's true.
There we go. That's how we do it.
Lord Steven, good seeing you.
You as well. I'm probably gonna bounce as well. I crashed the show well enough, and it's time for me to.
Well, done your job. It's time to leave.
Make sure you push on Len because we all need that Scrooge head. So
we need Scrooge head. I mean, what?
No.
I can only sculpt the stuff. I can't make him print it.
That's true.
You're the Lord. You can make him do whatever you want.
Yeah, that's right. Don't ask him, command him as the
There
Lord.
you go.
Yeah, I'll do my best. Thanks,
The
guys.
people want it.
Later, guys.
Have a good one.
All right.
See you guys.
Take care, gents. Thank you for being.
Speaking of this time of year and being a good person, there is a campaign going on in the Cabal right now for Toys for Tots. So if you guys haven't got into that, it's got 1 day left. It ends tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern, and then there's a drawing at 9 p.m. Eastern. It's $10 per entry, and there's right now I think they just added one, so I think it's 46 prizes now. So ton of good stuff.
So yeah, it has gone up then again.
Yeah, because I think they added a one of the Jacob Marleys, the figure obscura to it. So there's gift cards, there's customs, there's brand new figures, there's parts, there's all kinds of stuff in there, man.
That's true. So again, if you guys are in the Cabal, as I know many of the people in the chat probably are now, if you're not, definitely make sure you go ahead and jump in. They're going to ask you about your favorite Legions figure and stuff like that. And you know, if you want to lie a little or something so you can get in and donate to a great freaking cause and get a chance to get yourself some Legions finally, if you haven't already, this is a great way to do that. There's a whole series of videos on a playlist called Legions Class that can help you fib your way through that if you need to. But the Cabal is one of the most amazing communities out there. It's one of the reasons that I still even remotely participate in Facebook. Just because I like to go in there and look around some days. Like, I don't do it often, and I need to do it more frequently. But yes, they've been doing a Toys for Tots toy drive in there. You donate money, they will go out and buy all kinds of toys, getting them dumped into Legions, and you even get a chance for a prize, as you heard here. So that's really, really cool, you know, and not many places are doing that. And that actually is a good segue to also bring up the fact that our very own Damon, known as Photog Damon on Instagram, takes a lot of really amazing shots, does noir shots and everything. Absolutely incredible dude. He is giving away, well, he's raffling off. I shouldn't say giveaway. He is raffling off Blade Master Fang. And if any of you are wondering what I'm talking about, this is another one of those amazing like 5K toys, Fury Planet style.
Oh yeah, if you don't have a Wang in your hand, you need to get one. You definitely need to get. Yeah, everybody should be holding a Wang.
I agree.
yeah.
Blade Master Wang. You know,
Even if
just
you weren't
wang
born
that
with one,
thing
you
around.
should definitely get a wang.
Yeah.
Hold on to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so here's what the deal is. He's got it posted on his IG. I'm going to be posting it on mine. Everybody who's involved with the clubhouse will be posting this. Anybody else who wants to share this and get it out there, what he is doing, he has set up a very specific, the way the raffle is going to work. You put in $5 and there is a PayPal account that this money is going to go into.
Did he drop it to 5 Oz? I thought he said 10.
No, I thought it was 5. Let me pull it up here real quick. This way I can actually
Just double
share it.
check because I thought it said 10, but I might.
While
be.
you're- Yeah, while you're doing that, Oz, I know I like to sometimes with toys. I like to kind of rub it on my lips because I like there's more feeling in your lips than in your fingers. And I tell you what, that wang on your lips it's pretty good. It's a good one. There's a lot of texture in it, a lot of detail.
Well, Thanos, you better jump on that. You need some more IG footage, right?
I don't have a wang.
Yeah, if you haven't put your lips on your wang,
I thought you had a whole bag of wangs.
Try it. Stretch
Well, not the
first,
Blade Master.
yeah.
I mean, it's a Blade Master technique to get your own lips on your wang.
Yeah.
Thanos copters are a little more dull than the Blade Master wangs.
Different texture altogether.
Yeah.
So we got it right here, and I'm bringing it up. The charity raffle, new inbox, Blade Master Wang. All proceeds go to Focus Hope Detroit. As it says here, we're going to swipe for details, folks. And here we go. It is $5 per entry, no entry limit. So for every $5 that you enter is an additional chance to win this incredible, amazing figure. Here is the PayPal account that you were going to send that money to. And please include a note with your name and the number of entries you are paying for. So that's a little bit on the honor system. If you're donating $5, please only say that you donated enough for one entry. Like, seriously, people, come on. We're all adults. And again, this is going for a good cause. We can kind of tally it up at the end. We couldn't necessarily tell who didn't, but all entries must be received by December 31st. And then we are going to host here on the clubhouse the drawing for this amazing chance to give out some charity. And,
Hey,
this is, again,
real quick, have you checked out what Focus Detroit actually is? Like, what do they do?
That would be a good thing
Hope
to do.
Detroit. I was gonna
Hope
do that
Detroit.
earlier. I didn't think about it.
Well, let's do it now while we're live.
What if it's like
I know
That's why I brought it up.
Yeah, what if it's like on Seinfeld where Costanza makes up a charity called the Human Fund?
Right.
It's money for people.
I just actually
for the rest of
watched
us.
that recently.
Yeah.
All right, here it is, folks. If you want to take a look. So, making a difference in Metro Detroit one step at a time. Helping operations for people empowerment, which is what HOPE is. Helping operations for people empowerment is a faith-based 501c3 organization that was incorporated in July 2006 and received its 501c3 status April 2009. The brainchild of the late Reverend Dr. Frederick G. Sampson II, HOPE serves as an extended hand to the community to meet developmental, social, and spiritual needs. So, and again, everything I just read, I did not make up. Here it is. Read it straight from the official site. Look, I'm pretty good at going off the cuff and on the fly, but not that good.
Yeah, you're a good bullshitter, Ross, but I don't think you could come up there with that.
Yeah.
Not with this one. Again,
you
I know
definitely wouldn't have built a website. That's for sure.
not a website with enough fake credentials for a 501c3 anyway.
Yeah.
People can look that shit up. So again, even if you're not religious, it's just people trying to get back to the community and really do something great and just help out. So again, folks, this is a great opportunity to do yourself good. Just some good out there in the world. One of the things that we like to speak about with the the culture surrounding, like, you know, again, the toy frenzy, the frenzied, is that we'd like to try to get back as much as we can. We like to do good for everybody and just help each other out. You know, it's a really dark world out there where a lot of, you know, it just, like Sly says in his famous movie quote, it just beats you down. And this is a great way to do a great thing for some other people. And that always helps you as well. It's a gift yourself to receive by giving to others.
Yeah, I liked on the write up from the Horseman today on the Jacob Marley. It said that the you know, the links of each of those chains that he's wearing, each link represented a time that he didn't help somebody when he had the opportunity. So take the opportunity. You know, it's there. You got a couple different things that we just talked about with this, the Wang giveaway, and then the raffle and the Cabal. Take an opportunity to reach out and help somebody. So.
It's true. It doesn't take much. It does not take much at all. And the best part about donating to something simple like this, huge companies all do those. Would you like to donate to this? Would you like to donate to that? And the one thing that I don't like about, I mean, I love that money does go, it does get donated. But one thing that I don't like about it is these giant corporations like to donate it to those charities in their name. Like, we did all of this. It's like, no, you didn't do anything. Everybody else did it. You're just donating it for us. This is a way to do it yourself. You know, again, whether you're donating money here to this raffle, if you're in the Cabal doing the Toys for Tots drive, like, that is directly going to these charities. It's not going through this big corporation who's just using it as a tax break at the end of the year, which, you know, we all love those guys.
Yep.
They wouldn't do such a thing.
Oh, no, they would never do that. See, look, and you know what? When you put a Wang on Valak's body, it looks great, apparently.
I haven't tried
Rick's
it yet.
telling us right now, put that Wang on Valak's body.
I've never put my Wang on Valak. I'll have to try that.
There's always time. There's
Yeah.
definitely always time.
I just never really thought about getting my Wang that close to a vampire, but
you know, everybody talks about how much, you know, fun it is to get a Wang sucked. So vampires are great at sucking, I've heard.
well, there you go.
Curtis likes to put his lips on a Wang, but he doesn't want to put his Wang on, you know.
Yeah.
It doesn't want to go further than that. Just
Right.
the tip.
Yeah.
He does
'Cause
have
he's
his
looking for
limits.
that
You know.
sensitivity.
He's got boundaries.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. And those are some hard boundaries to have from time to time. So I'm just taking a refresh here and looking at Store Horseman, man. They've still got a lot of stuff up now, too, for the second run, guys. And again, apparently there might be a limit on the all-ins, but at least as far as like ordering multiples here, we've still got the Father Christmas. The original Father Christmas is available right now. We've still got just the solo figure as well as all-ins available for the new Jacob Marley. We've still got card packs available. We have the mug. The mug is still available. The pin sold out again.
I tell you what, that Father Christmas greeting card pack, it's a beautiful card, and you know, it's $10 for a 10-pack. You're not going to find better greeting cards for $1 a piece. So I'm just saying, if you probably don't want to pay shipping on just those cards, but if you're picking up something else, you might want to grab some of those cards, because that's a good one. I gave
Those
one
are
of
a
those
good
out.
card stock too.
Oh
Not
yeah,
just that cheap shit you get.
They are.
Packs
Yeah.
of cards at the.
I gave one out the other day, and the person I gave it to was like, "This is the best card I've ever seen. Like, where'd you get this?" I'm like, "It's from a toy company."
Right?
So, yeah.
But you're definitely not going to get better art than Nate Barch art on a Christmas card.
Yeah.
You're just not going to get it out there. And you've got technically like 4 different styles to choose from available right now, between a Jacob Marley, Krampus, a Father Christmas, and then a Christmassy Town Scene. Because when you get the Father Christmas 10-pack, that's actually split into 5 and 5, where part of it is the Father Christmas, and then the other part of it is like part of the backdrop that comes with Father Christmas, that little Christmassy town.
Yep.
So really, really outstanding to get those. They do make amazing Christmas cards. it's just phenomenal. And again, like Curtis is saying, $10, you're not going to get a better quality card at $1 a piece.
Mm-hmm.
Just looking over them again now. Oh, good looking. Like, honestly, I'd order like a whole bunch of them because that would definitely be what I put out there. Oh, see, and again, he's saying no limits on anything.
Yeah.
So he's saying no limits on anything. I just know Trevor was saying earlier he had a little issue because he tried to order more than one all in earlier today. It would only let him get the one. And then he tried to do it again just tonight and was still only able to get the one. But, you know, maybe you got to back out and go back in again. That could be it. And Rob's here telling us, you know, if it's not a Justin Bieber Xmas Christmas, then I don't want it. Well, to each their own, I suppose. To each their own. If you are all about that Justin Bieber Christmas, you go for it, brother.
Yeah,
I'm not going to yuck your yum.
I think we need to have Rob and Allison have a debate on Justin Bieber or Mariah Carey Christmas, right? Set up Allison and him on a debate. That'd be great.
Count me out, and then we'll actually get Adam in there with his Wham, because you know I just found out today that Adam is a huge Wham Last Christmas fan, which is like there are 2 Christmas songs that I can't stand because they have been overplayed, and to me that is the Mariah Carey Christmas, All I Want for Christmas, and Wham's Last Christmas. I can't stand either damn song.
And the worst part about the Wham song, it wasn't even written as a Christmas song. That was just because that was just an important date and it was just about love.
I grew up on Wham. Song. My mom listened to Wham like all the time when I was a kid. Like I still know the lyrics to a ton of those songs.
I can handle other Wham. I just can't stand Last Christmas because of it.
I don't know that I could be on here with Wham haters.
Hey, only hating on one song, okay?
Yeah. I don't mind Wham, but that song is definitely overplayed because most radio stations don't have more than 10 Christmas songs.
Well, and there's like 57 different versions of Last Christmas too. It's not just Wham. Like,
yeah. Well, no, it came because when I was working in the moving company, we were working in the warehouse and we had the radio on, right? And at different parts of the day during the months of Christmas, we'd cycle through some of the stations based off of what was playing. And when Christmas was there, like we're listening to Christmas tunes, it seemed like no matter which radio station we were tuning into or out of, like those 2 songs were on such high, heavy rotation. Like I'd try to go from one station to another to escape it because I just heard it like 2 or 3 minutes ago, that the next station would still have it. And then
we need to hear more Justin Timberlake's Dick in a Box on the radio for Christmas.
You know, that needs to happen. That is a good Christmas classic.
Well, you could change it to Dickens in a Box and make it Christmas related.
There you go.
Dickens in a Box for sure. Yeah. We're talking about how it could be Dickens in a Box. You can get your Jacob Marley Dickens in a Box tonight.
Yeah.
And a hell of a box it is. But yeah, then after getting off of work, I had a hell of a commute home and listen to some damn radio stations in the car on the way home. Can't escape it. Go out to a store, go out to a restaurant. Guess what they got playing? Because again, they were just in such high rotation that no matter where I went, I could not escape them. I love like straight up the classics, like, you know, any older like Frank Sinatra, Tony Bennett, like any kind of Christmas that they've done, you know, like I can listen to those for days, but those 2 songs just get me.
Rob Halford put out a pretty good Christmas album.
You know what? I did not know that, and I think I need to go listen to it.
Not a big Christmas music guy, but I like some of it.
And there's some good tunes for Christmas. And some of them aren't even just Christmas, like they're just a holiday. But Rob, I do appreciate, you know, the try working in a movie theater during Xmas. Yeah, Yeah, I could see that being tedious. I mean, I also used to work in retail too, and period, retail and Christmas is
8
one
years
of the
at
absolute
Walmart.
worst places.
Well, I mean, the worst people that you deal with when you're in retail are all of them.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
See, this, like my sister here, this one, Carol of the Bells, hands down favorite Christmas carol, period. Carol of the Bells. See, I used to remember, I thought Carol's was Green Sleeves. I thought that was her favorite, but I may be mistaken.
I'm with Hedgehog. I would love working in a movie theater. That would be a good retirement job.
When I was in high school, that was the job that I wanted. Unfortunately, I got retail at Kmart, and then I worked in the shoe department at Kmart after a while too, and I totally understood Al Bundy after that. So we got Radical Toys, Adam dropping in saying hello. What is up, brother? Did you pick up the Jacob Marley figure obscura? I want to know, Adam. Did you grab it? Dropkick Murphys, Seasons Upon Us.
Oh, that's a great Christmas song.
That is phenomenal. It's constant cleaning theaters in between movie showings. Oh, yeah. No, I could do that.
I worked at a theater when I was in college. That was when the original Disney Aladdin came out. That's how long ago that was.
Oh, man.
I'd want to be the guy like switching out the films.
Right.
Yeah.
Do they even have a guy that does that anymore, or is it just a computer program?
It's probably a computer now, right?
Well, I'm sure they've still got somebody up there. He's got to switch out the.
When we used to go to theaters as kids, you'd sit there watching a black screen until the preview started, and now they have all this stupid stuff in between,
commercials
like
and everything else. Yeah.
And
bullshit trivia.
Yeah.
Bullshit trivia.
Right.
Hey, rent our screen.
Oh yeah. So, anyone see the Trans-Siberian Orchestra live? I have not seen them live, but I do love listening to them
yesterday. Actually,
really?
No, but I do support the right to be trans. So,
good job, Curtis.
Yeah.
They are impressive, but the last year's show was not very good. But I've seen them 3 other times, and they were good.
I'd like to see him live before I die at some point. So Adam says he said no to the Jacob Marley, but he did grab some of the 97 X-Men, though. Pulled the trigger on X-Men. Excellent choice, man. They are some fantastic.
Speaking of Trans-Siberian Orchestra, Oz, they put out an album that was basically a Halloween album that you'd probably really, really groove with.
Holy shit, I'm looking it up now. Sorry, folks, forget the chat. I got to go look up something else important.
Hey, it's Sean.
Sean's here. It's great. I heard the beep, and I was going to add somebody, and Sean can just add his fucking self. So,
Boom.
Good to have you here, brother.
How's it going, everyone?
Great.
Good.
Phenomenal,
Did you
man.
get a Jacob Marley, Sean?
Yeah, I ended up pulling the trigger on it. I didn't it wasn't at 9, but yeah.
It was 9:05.
It was actually more like 11 because I had a bunch of stuff I was trying to do this morning, and I'm like, if they're still there at 11, there they are. I'm like, okay, cool. So, yeah, just did the figure, not the all-in, because by that point the all-in was done anyway. So,
Gotcha.
It's still up now.
that's okay. I did the figure.
The album's called Night Castle, Oz.
Night Castle. Okay.
Night Castle.
All right. I am definitely going to be. Oh, yeah. All right. At some point in time, I'm going to listen to that, as in probably later tonight.
Cool.
Rob says he did not grab Jacob, but
Did he grab a wang?
But everybody's grabbing their wangs tonight.
Yeah, totally.
Oh, nice. He did win a Krampus giveaway from a little-known YouTube channel, Hedgehog Action. Ayo.
Nice.
Excellent. Excellent pickup. Excellent pickup. Probably would have seen that if I hadn't been, all encroaching on his turf tonight and going live early to, talk about this amazing figure tonight. Normally, as people know, he goes live. Well, it used to be Saturday day live, and then he's kind of shifted to night live and done the 7 p.m. And tonight, only because of the special occasion with the figure drop, try to come on a little bit early so we can build up to it. And then the figure drops, and then, we just glower over it for hours and hours and hours and drool, knowing that it'll hopefully ship on Monday and we'll all have it by Thursday of next week. That's always the hope, right?
I just approved a new member into the cabal that said they saw it on Oz's show. So there you go.
Ooh, love it. Definitely, folks. Join the call. I want photographic proof you have Legions figures. I'm going to be a secondary security check, because if you don't have one yet, you better have one soon.
Well, while I'm on the show, if you put in for the cabal, let me know and I can automatically approve you.
It's true, guys. Look at that. Check it out. You will get auto approval if you join during the show, as if we've really declined too many people.
We actually do. If they don't answer the questions, you'd be surprised how many people do not answer any of the questions.
I signed up for the cabal before I had a figure. They signed up when I ordered my first figure.
Yeah. As long as you put something in there, we're usually going to approve you. Even if it's like, hey, I don't have any yet, but I'm interested, whatever. But some people just don't answer any of it. It's like, yeah, you may be a bot or somebody trying to sell your wares or whatever. And it's like
just somebody trying to come in and scalp stuff.
Yeah, I think it automatically, after an hour, if you don't answer the questions, like even if an admin doesn't look at it, it automatically kicks it out. So,
well, that's phenomenal. And all you guys, you do a great job, like making sure that it stays like a really awesome and just supportive, helpful community. Like, because I've been in other groups before. I've run groups, and it's not always so easy to keep things under wraps. I know they've added a lot of new features to try to help with that, but sometimes even those features are just crap anyway and make the job a little bit more difficult. But you guys do an amazing job within the cabal, making sure that it stays that healthy, safe space environment that it is. So appreciate you all.
Yeah, I mean, Walter's created something really cool there, and it's just, we've just got amazing folks in there, and they keep it that way. So
it's true.
It's not like you're never going to see drama. I mean, like any group, you're going to have some of that. Yeah. But yeah, for the most part, it's a very welcoming place. So yeah, really cool.
I agree. And that's really, really what it's all about. Like, it's the like-minded, again, talking about like the culture, like Toy Frenzy, and how we like to express that. It's funny how that like-minded mindset just attracts similar people. Like, I think Sean was the first one who ever said it about like just how positive Skelly and I were on Toy Frenzy and how he appreciated that positivity. And then it was like we just started noticing the chat pick up with more people. And then me and Sean got talking, and that's when he helped me get my Headless Horseman. And then from there, ended up joining the cabal shortly after and talking, because I again started watching some of Jesse's lives, Just Shelvin. As a matter of fact, the very first one I watched was him and Danny Riverswift. Actually, he was on. And seeing that episode, and everybody's talking about the cabal, and I'm like, what is this magical place y'all are talking about? And then like a month later, I was in because I had my Headless Horseman. I was like, I want in on this shiz. And it's been an amazing ride ever since. I absolutely love it. Like I said, it's one of the few reasons I'm even active at all on Facebook.
Awesome.
Ooh. What is this? You just
mythic figure this week.
Oh, Swig.
Swig. I like him.
Swig.
My first
one of the best ones that was on sale.
He's pretty cool. I like him.
A lot of
all right. So here's something really cool. Speaking of things of that nature, Ed just shared this, and I'm going to bring it up here because it is totally adjacent. So we all grew up. We all remember the Black Star play sets and like the little demons and stuff that they had. Look at this little dude. It's like if the Four Horsemen sculpted a plunderling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's going with their World of Warcraft or whatever those ogres are that.
Oh yeah,
The works and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, if it's going with the whole Warcraft style thing and it's going to be a goblin, then he's going to be like an engineer, an inventor, a demolition squad.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Which all of that is great.
I
Yeah,
would
because
take
like
that for
back
sure.
in the day, Warcraft 2, your goblins were your engineers and inventors. You had like a group of like 2 or 3 of them, and it was a demolition squad, and they would blow themselves up or blow stuff up for you. And the other use of them was that they would make submarines out of giant sea turtles, which is also awesome. Like their
It'd be
version
cool
of
if they
a
put that
submarine.
guy in like one of those shredder mechs and you could like remove him.
Oh yeah.
Oh man. Oh man. So thing is phenomenal looking though. That is really, really cool. And I could definitely see it working in so many different kinds of displays.
It just reminded me of the goblins that used to come with the Black Star figures, though.
For
Yeah,
sure, yeah.
I got a ton of those.
Yeah.
I always like trying to find them because they're normally pretty cheap to pick up those little demons.
Well, most people
And-
don't know what they are.
Yeah, they have no
They-
idea what they're from.
Yeah, they have no idea what they go to.
And well, because they don't really have like any markings on them to say this was Black Star or anything like
Yeah.
that. So they just put them out there and they do that. So it's really, really great to find them most of the time at a relatively cheap price because people just don't know what they have, which I'm not complaining about. That's a great reason.
Hey, Terrence showed up.
Terrence is here. Well, you know what? Let's go ahead and just see what he's up to tonight. You know, because I just like to randomly throw the invite to people. As a matter of fact, so Ed, you were all about Christmas Carol, as you were telling us a little bit earlier, or yesterday, and
Yeah.
you were like, "Man, if this thing is going to be it, I really want this figure." Well, I immediately reached out and was just like, "All right, I need to set this up. Guarantee that we send some great seasonal tidings to Ed, and this is the man right here who's able to help out facilitate that. Terrence St. John, who went from like having little to no Legions figures whatsoever, and we met him at PowerCon. Terrence is an amazing guy. Then he turned around and he decided to travel all the way to Legions Con. And the pictures of the haul he took from Legions Con, he had to buy at least one of everything the Horsemen had at the table, and probably more, multiple days in a row. He had like 3 or 4 suitcases full that he was trying to figure out how he was getting home from Legions Con.
Yeah.
And the one live a couple weeks ago, like right after Legions Con, he showed us whole place just Legions figures from front to back and everywhere else in between. He's just trying to open them up. Had like at least 100 things to open up that night, and I don't even think he made it halfway through. And you guys know we streamed for like 6 hours.
Holy moly.
He said he
And-
just got 17 in today.
Oh my gosh. Killing me, Terrence. You're killing me.
You're gonna dive in head first, I guess.
You know, they say go hard or go home.
Yeah.
And he's building a home right now, figure by figure. It's going to be like a brick house built of Mythic Legions figures. He's going to have a collection that will make all of us kind of like,
Nice.
did you buy the horse? Is that what you're saying? And you did buy the horse? I hope so. Which horse? There are several horses. Which horse did you buy?
Boreas is the only one available on BBTS.
Is Boreas the only one available right now? Okay. Well, that goes
Yeah, I
with
think
his
so.
with his Dubin.
Oh, well, maybe.
This one had one of the others, too.
Yeah.
So this is what the problem is. He's been listening to Curtis, so he's actually just got a shit ton of centuries and orcs
And Templars.
and Templars. That's
Oh,
all it is.
boy.
Templars, orcs, centuries.
Talk centuries.
Yeah.
That's all okay. All right. So he did get Boreas. Nice. Well, like, you definitely need to go ahead and grab that beautiful Poxus horse coming out with the zombie boils and everything else. Wait a minute. Moose is the best Legion's mount. I'm not gonna lie, like the Moose was definitely like one of the coolest things. I don't know any other toy line out there where they have a moose for a mount. Like I
don't know. Did you see the new bear mount? I mean,
well,
Maybe
that's what
it's
I'm getting to.
yeah.
Like, I'm sorry. Move over, Moose. We got a bear coming.
Mhm.
Like, I want 2 or 3 bears, period.
Yeah, I'm going to get a moose and a bear, and then I'm going to have pictures of the bear just ripping the throat out of the moose.
Battle for Canada.
Nice.
That's right.
Apharius is the best horseman. Okay. See, okay, up to 12 centuries. Curtis, do you approve, or does he need to go back for
No. Anytime that you're in the double-digit centuries, you're in good company. So
good?
yeah.
Good hands,
Sure.
he says.
Yeah.
All right, Curtis approved.
Yep. I do appreciate you guys having me on. I do have to drop because I got to get back to some painting for Toys for Tots, but it's been a blast.
For sure.
If you guys need anything, give me a holler. But thanks for having me on.
All right,
Curtis,
thanks,
real
Curtis.
quick, give us a rundown what you got coming because Jesse didn't get a chance to say it earlier.
Tomorrow night we got Kent from Kent Pool Collects is going to be on, and we actually have an early start time. We're going to be going live at 7 p.m. Eastern. That way we can finish right around the time that the wheel is going to go off for that raffle for the Cabal. So
Perfect. Well, everybody here will be rolling over at around 7 to check that out for sure, and then we'll be catching a really sweet raffle in the Cabal afterwards.
beautiful. All right, guys.
All right, Curtis, brother.
good
We'll
one.
talk to you
Hey,
later, my
Rob.
friend.
See ya.
See, this is the commitment that I love to see. Terrence, you're an amazing soul. Ordered 2 bears. I'm so proud right now. Like you have no idea.
I still haven't even ordered one. Going to, but haven't yet.
Well, I got enough time that I will definitely be ordering 2 by the end of the year. Like, not this year. By the end of the pre-order, I'll have at least ordered 1, and then by the end of the actual time frame for pre-orders through retailers, I will definitely have 2. And this is why.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to need 1 standing for the display, and I will need Atlas riding on 1 because that's just a requirement. Like, it really, really needs to happen. And Christina's saying, hope everyone is having a good night. You know what, Christina? We absolutely are. We've been here. We were talking about, again, the new Figure Obscura drop, which, Sean, you and I talked briefly in chat earlier about that. What were your thoughts yesterday?
Oh, what it would be?
Yeah. When the news was announced that we were getting this wonderful drop.
The way it was worded made me think that it was going to be the ghosts, as in the past, present, future. Because when it said you'll be visited by a ghost in the preview image, I was just like, well, that makes sense. It'd be like the 3 of them, and I was wondering how they were going to do that. But when I saw it was Marley this morning, I'm like, oh, okay. It wasn't a swerve, but it was just like it was even more obvious than I was even giving them credit for, I guess, or something.
Yeah, it says you will be haunted, and then they had the chains on there. I knew it was Marley all the way.
So
this is this detail right here, the Figure Obscura key. It's the logo for the line, and we're finally getting it like in little plastic form.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Continue, Sean, please.
No, for me, it's figure obscura is one of those lines where I'm not all in every time. Sometimes it's from financial reasons. Sometimes it's just if the figure doesn't resonate with me or whatever. So like, Headless Horseman was a must-have. Krampus was interesting enough that I'm like, I got to get one of those and all that kind of stuff. But when it came to Father Christmas, for instance, I passed, and I still don't feel like I missed much because that's not a figure that resonated with me. But then when I see this, I like a lot more of the supernatural they're doing with this, I guess is what I'm trying to say. The Horseman was a perfect example of that. And then the Mask of the Red Death, same thing. And this as a follow-up to that works really well.
Yes.
It's always interesting.
Did you get Wukong, Sean?
No, that was a financial time. I knew I shouldn't pull the trigger due to if I wanted to live to see morning,
Yeah,
and all that.
Yeah.
But I love to joke like that about my wife. But honestly, she wouldn't kill me over that. I don't think. But
just anyway, right? It's not worth the chance.
I appreciate that. The figure's beautiful. Like I've seen it, and I've seen the photos of people have taken of the figure, and I think it is a really amazing figure. But I don't have any kind of a background with that that mythology either, that character, and I know a lot of people like Curtis was touting the customizability for it. And I'm one of those people that if I have fodder, I'll pop and swap, but I'm not really like I'm going to repaint this or any of that. So for me on a bunch of levels, I was like, not right now, but then like Mask of the Red Death, when that hit, I'm like, holy crap, that's awesome.
I got Wukong, but I didn't get Wukong for me. So that was for my son. He collects lots of Asian based type figures, like
that's cool.
Miyamoto Musashi and stuff like that, but I had no attachment to the figure either, but I knew he'd love it. So
since he's gotten that figure, has he had like what is this line, and he's like peeking in a little bit more, or is it just
he's all over. He lives through me though, so like he comes over, messes with all my figures, and
nice.
He's got a couple of his own, but
that's cool,
right?
Yeah, because for me at least, joking about it a little while ago, but my wife typically she looks at what I have in the basement as like, I don't get it. That's basically every time she said, I don't get it. I'm glad you're happy with it and stuff. But then when I started bringing up, like we were watching on Netflix, the Fall of the House of Usher miniseries, and the second episode of that is named Mask of the Red Death, and they're doing all these allusions to Poe through all 8 episodes of that. That when I got that figure, I was like, come here, and I took her downstairs, and I'm like, how we watched that episode the other night? And she's like, yeah, and I go, check this out, and I showed her the figure, and I showed her what was under the mask and everything, and she was like, holy crap! Like she actually really thought it was cool. So then this line is the line that if I show it to her, it's finally her going, I know what that is. And that's really cool how they interpreted it. So now it is that like bridging her and my interest in it, where she's not going to want to collect this, but she could see why I want to collect it more. And so the Horseman right now, it's like, this is what kills me. It's like Mythic Legions is my jam. That one I started with. That one's the one that I'm the most passionate. Cosmic is really fun and really cool, and I like that it's doing some stuff that I didn't see coming in that line. So it's like every time they do a new release, I'm like, that's pretty cool because I don't even know what Eric's thinking when he comes up with this stuff, and then you see it and you're like, couldn't have figured that out or whatever, but. It's like those lines are great, but then Figure Obscura is the one where it's kind of like the common ground and the common denominator finally for those who don't collect, but they can see why we would collect. And I think that's
I think the Figure Obscura definitely has a more touch point to what people are familiar with because they're
yeah.
I I mean, everybody knows a
I agree.
barbarian, but you tell them what the character's name is, and they're just like, "Yeah, whatever, dude. It's just another barbarian, right?"
And if
Look.
you don't have a history enjoying that kind of stuff, so like
Right.
there's a lot of people out there that you could say barbarian, and the first thing they're going to think of is Arnold Schwarzenegger with a shirt
Yep.
off, wielding a sword, and for them it's like, oh, that's your thing.
Yep.
But then the minute you go Christmas Carol, everybody knows Christmas Carol.
I have a 24-year-old daughter. She's really into horror
Yeah.
movies and stuff like that, and she doesn't really care about my figures at all. But then I had the Mask of the Red Death out, and she was over a couple weeks ago, and she's like, "Oh man, that figure's really cool, Dad. I really like them." And she's like, "What is it from?" And I told her what it was from. She's like, "Oh, I like that. It's really cool." And then she came over last weekend, and I had the Red Death and the Horseman standing next to each other. She was like, "Oh my god!"
Mhm.
I'm like, "Yeah, you're not getting into those, kid. I can't afford to buy them for you."
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'd venture to say that the Horseman himself is probably one of those, like, if you even remotely were curious about this kind of stuff, that like Oz, it's like that was his boom. Here's the rabbit hole. He just jumped head first down it because he finally had something that really pulled him in with his
Right.
interests to the line in that way.
Yeah.
And for me, when I saw that last year, I'm just like, holy shit, we get a horse and a figure for this one. And it was a reasonable price because you're buying it through the Horseman. I'm like,
Yep.
I bought two right off the bat because I'm like, I can't get that price anywhere else. This is so cool.
Yeah.
So, and then the one went to us. So there you go.
That's true.
Yeah,
It's got a good home.
and I don't know. It's like when you throw in something like that and you're not making it to break the bank the way that, like, for instance, not to badmouth it, but Mondo putting out one figure is $235 right now. So to have something that's like $120 to $130, and here it is, a horse and a figure together or whatever, and even $150. I forget what the price was last year, but it was around that. And it's like, that's freaking bang for your buck as far as I'm concerned.
It really
The
is.
display value alone,
Yep.
You can't beat the sculpting and all that you get from $120 for the figure and the horse.
Completely
So-
agree.
What I absolutely love about Figure Obscuro, like, completely, so far, like, just about everything they have released had some sort of strong emotional attachment to me. Starting with my love and passion for Halloween, and then putting out that Headless Horseman. That was like, I had seen like the Kickstarter years ago, but I wasn't in a position where I was not actively collecting at the time. So I didn't start with Mythic Legions or anything like that. I just admired from afar, and I appreciated the homage figures they were putting out. Like, I thought that was always really cool to see when I would look up stuff. But seeing this Horseman at the time, being an active collector, wanted it, but it was just gone so quickly. I couldn't get it. But that embodiment of Halloween in this action figure, which is it's a way of storytelling in a lot of ways. So it's a form of media in itself. So that was where I was like, okay, I'm in. Like, this is it. And Sean, you helped me, and that was amazing. And it was like a month or two later, and then bam, here's Father Christmas, which, again, I've said it before. My mom collected Santa Clauses, like those tree topper Santa Clauses as a kid. So like that was like, now, like, I got a piece of my mom in my collection. My dad was born on Christmas, so the term Father Christmas actually has like a distinct meaning with that. It's like having a piece of each of them in my collection.
Yeah.
And then after the start of the new year, when they announced the retail exclusive versions, well, again, Father Christmas and having this alternate version of him reminded me of my mom's collection of Santa Clauses. So it was like, well, I want to get that again. And they took like everything that was amazing about the Headless Horseman itself. They made cooler by appealing it to me with my favorite color schemes, purple and green with some orange. And then they threw the glow in the dark feature. I'm like, you literally took like what I already thought was the coolest action figure in the world and figured out how to make it appeal more to me. Okay, I'm in. I'm deeper into this hole. And then they announced Sun Wukong. and I love Journey to the West. Like, absolutely incredible story. Eastern philosophy as well has just always meant something, deeply personal to me, and helping me control like a lot of issues that I've had mentally, and things in the past. Like, that just appealed to me all over again, and it was a huge step in the right direction. Like, I remember when it got announced, me and Brick were going on all day about it, and then they went and they did Mask of the Red Death, and there was Poe, and I'm just like, I'm Baltimore. Like, it doesn't get much more close to home than, aside from having a piece of my mom and dad in my collection, than having a figure from an author who is just such a part of where I was born and raised, and where I'm currently at in Baltimore. And I know, Sean, that hits close to home for you too, brother, because you grew up like right down the street from me before you moved up to PA. So
basically, yeah. I mean, like, I remember it's on his birthday every year when I was a kid. My dad would have the news on in the morning, and there would always be the news report of someone left a bottle of cognac at his grave or whatever. And that for me was like one of the creepiest things to imagine when I was like 6-7 years old. Like, why would you go to a graveyard at night? And why would you do this? And he's supposed to be a spooky author. And what the hell? And as a kid, it like made me go all these different rabbit holes of like how spooky that is. And now that I'm an adult, I'm like, that's badass. Like, I love it. And
it happened for so long. What's that?
Do they still do that to his grave?
There was like a year or two that it was missed, and then it came back.
Yeah.
Now, mind you, nobody's ever stepped forward and admitted to being the person that does it. And it's happened over such a long period of time that there's technically no way it could have been one person to do it for all those years.
Yeah. Yeah. I did a little like Google search about it. Yeah. Like there's almost, I don't want to say a society, but it's almost like a thing that it's passed to the next generation eventually, and they keep doing it. If you love his work, you end up, I guess there's a way you can get involved in it or something if you're living down there. But it's one of those things you don't hear about that very often with other creators that way. Like, people have marked up Jim Morrison's grave, the statue or the bust they made of him and all that stuff. But it's like, to have somebody go in and honor him by doing something like that, that's just, I don't know. There's something about that that's just amazing to me.
Right. So again, like these figure obscuras have just meant so much to me. I don't know how Eric Treadaway has been inside my head for so long, and I feel sorry that he has apparently been there, because it's a really scary place. But I appreciate you, brother, and everything that you've been putting out with the figure obscura, and keep doing it, because every single one of these figures resonates with me on such a personal level, and that includes Krampus, because I didn't actually know about Krampus until after I got into with the Headless Horseman, and then found out about Red Krampus, which is currently the only one I do not own is Red Krampus. I got Black Krampus, but I don't have Red. Managed to grab that Black Krampus while I was at PowerCon, because it was on the table, and I was like, ooh, nice. So
I've always wanted to go to one of those Krampus festivals that they have, where all the people dress up like Krampus and walk up and down.
I shared the video of that earlier, by the way. Actually, I think that might have been in the Patreon exclusive chat, so you may not have seen that, Ed. I'll definitely share it over to you so you can check it out. But yeah, it's always really wicked to see those. It's one of the coolest things ever. Like, they snatch children right out of the crowd. It's all in good fun, folks. We're just snatching kids. So Terrence has a question here. Are any of the horses in Mythos the actual 4 horses of the Mythos apocalypse within the lore? Yes. The four horsemen of the apocalypse literally have representations within the factions within Mythos. So Alithia's brood is famine. Erethyr is war. Apoxis is pestilence, disease, and then of course Necronominus is death, and all have a representation. And now all 4 of them with the Necronominus wave now have their horse.
Mhm.
So you can definitely get all of them.
I was gonna
It
say
might be
we-
pricey.
when you guys were talking about like the recognizability of the figure obscura, that also has the recognizability.
Yeah.
Some of my friends that don't care about like toys at all, they see those guys and they're like, "What are those?" I'm like, "Oh, those are the Horsemen of the Apocalypse." And like,
Mm-hmm.
those are like when people come over and they see those, they're like interested in those ones immediately, and then they're like, "Oh, okay, I kind of understand what that is," without me having
Right.
to really explain.
Yeah, because like you can sit there and you can point at each one and just be like, all right, war, again, famine,
Mhm.
soon we'll have pestilence, and then we'll also have death. And that's really, really easy. Oh, you know what? Sean, you're missing a little bit of headgear, but I'm glad to see Aaron picked up the trend. Aaron, welcome to the clubhouse tonight, brother. We've missed you.
What's
so back
up, brother?
to earlier tonight with all.
I told you. All I had to do was know that there was a hat involved, and I'm good.
There we go. There we go, folks. Yes.
I didn't know there was a dress code. It's just it's.
See, the thing is, that I have a
It's
hat on, but
turned
I
us.
have no sleeves, so you know.
Me too.
The
mildly,
awesome cult of-
weird.
Now we've got Cornholio.
Walk this way.
Love it. Yes. So yeah, the
Roderick.
cult, the cult of awesome is we wear beanies. That's what we do. Headgear. So hedgehog action. Everybody who watches a stream that Sean is on gets distracted because I mean, as appealing as Origins is with Point Dread, it still just does not hold a candle to classics because that is.
I really wish
just
they'd re-release that.
We all wish they would
redo it.
re-release that and Snake Mountain.
Well,
Like,
I mean,
super
they
simple
could do one for Masterverse in the same kind of scale.
Right?
So
It would be. Why
saying.
not? We
you know,
need
might
it.
it might have to be like a made to order kind of thing, like Eternia, but
I'd rather have that than the Snake Lair. I was actually hoping that would have been one of the choices, like
Yeah.
on the fan
Like a
vote.
Masterverse scale
Yeah.
Grayskull. That would have been nice. And I think that probably would have been a lot easier to sell to fans, especially for a lot of people who missed the ride entirely on classics that never knew
Mhm.
a lot
that
of
kind of
Motu
scale.
fans, I didn't know it existed at all until it was like
Right? Like
pretty much over.
just about done, right? Yeah, exactly. Like I came in right as Snake Mountain was able to pre-order, and there was no freaking reason for me to get Snake Mountain.
this is
Oh, that's a
my
Halo
Ice
helmet.
Viper helmet.
Oh no, okay, that's a Viper helmet. Yeah, now I
Mhm.
see
Yeah.
it.
Oh man, that
Sorry,
looks
the-
good.
That looks
So-
really good.
Did you
And
go
I
for the
got this
visor?
done today. Finally.
Oh, it's finally finished.
Yeah, that
Looking
dude looks
snazzy.
badass.
Got to
I
have some
started
Joe
on the
talk.
vest. This is my Ice Viper's vest.
Oh, very nice.
Damn.
There we go. Now it's zoomed in. Did you see Toy Habits announced earlier that we're going to be looking at possibly a Snowcat?
Yeah. So that'll work because that'll fit in that nice Dio somewhere. I'll
Right?
find a place for it.
I don't have
It'll
room
work.
for a bear, but I can fit a 1/12 scale snowcat in there somewhere.
There you
He'll
go.
make room for Joe.
I'm just
You know
not
what? At
sure
some
if
point,
should
I
have
might
highlighted
I
this
might actually
comment.
break down on that bear and get one just to put it in the Dio
Have the bear.
You're gonna
attacking
need
a
one in that
snowcat,
Dio.
that'd be
as like
amazing.
just a regular bear, just to be in the Dio,
Just to be
like-
in the background somewhere standing
Yeah.
all giant. It's proper scale for that. You know, they get to be.
Exactly. I can
Like,
have it
it's
mauling
very
some
tenfold.
Cobra Trooper somewhere in the
Mhm.
background.
That
you
would
know.
be
That'd be
glorious.
perfect.
Have it ripping a snow serpent in half because it thought it was a wolf. So I don't know necessarily that I should have went ahead and put this up here. But oh well. Terrence may have some other demons to work out here. You know, there's this great show on Fridays called Toy Therapy. You might need an extended visit, but
Yeah. That's the full fold-out couch session, not just a chair in front of the computer.
Yeah.
set.
That's true. We might have to keep the computers off for that one. Everybody loves the bear. Absolutely. Everybody loves this bear.
Mm-hmm.
Just going for realism. I get it. Everybody's getting into it. And like I said, they do. They literally snatch kids up at the festival. It's all part of the atmosphere and all. Like, all kids are safely released, I hope, at the end.
Nope.
Nope.
The one that you posted the video of, Oz, where was that one located at?
Oh, that was actually in Switzerland?
Switzerland, yeah.
Iceland.
They usually have a big one over there.
Yeah.
My buddy Jeff from Skunkworks Studios, there used to be one somewhere in in Illinois somewhere.
Yeah, because it's finally caught attention over here.
Yeah.
People are starting to celebrate it, especially with people with that more Norse or Nordic roots. They tend to celebrate. Krampus Festival.
Oh.
We're going to start our own. We're going to go around kidnapping kids.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't want any part of this.
I just want to beat him with
For the record.
I already had
Thanos,
two. I'm
you're
good
the
to go.
driver.
No more kids. No more kids.
I'm surprised, Thanos, that you didn't do like traditional pagan Yule for December. I'm just saying.
I've got Hanukkah and Christmas coming up. I'm good. I'm actually
That's a lot right there.
But
I'm
you
making
do
a
know what the traditional
gold
pagan
coin.
Yule ceremonies were, right?
No, not familiar.
Basically that week.
Put it nicely, Aaron.
Prior to New Year's is a lot of, shall we say, orgies.
Oh, well.
Fornication.
Yeah, I'm good.
Lots of fornication.
I blew my load, so to speak, on Naughty November.
There you go. Oh, zing.
There's a lot of stuff going on tonight
You
in
can
this chat.
continue it into December.
Putting
if
lips
you
on
wanted to.
wangs and holding wangs and blowing loads. And
Lots of lips on Wang. Okay, it was in Schladming, Austria.
Austria.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna go ahead and share it into the Clubhouse chat. Give me just a moment here. Yeah, it's phenomenal.
We got a new person, and I'm sorry that's what they came in on.
We
Or
have
maybe
new
that's
people
their
watching
thing.
the
You
show.
never
Holy
know.
crap, our audience is growing. I didn't know the audience grew. No idea what this channel's about.
apologize
Just
ahead of
came up with
time.
my suggested list.
Just covering the bases.
Yeah.
I
This
apologize
show
for
is
nothing
like
that is
Forrest
covered
Gump's
in this
box of
show.
chocolates. You never know what she's going to get.
Yeah, exactly.
You will be entertained in the least somehow.
Snake Eyes' sword has
Or
a
offended.
problem that we're gonna have to get some cream for.
Ooh,
It's about
that's
as
a bad
limp as
one.
He-Man's.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not good.
Jeez,
I
that
didn't
is
know it
rough.
came with
What's
a
even worse
scimitar.
is that the sheath is just as bad.
Oh wait. Oh wait.
Jeez.
So that's
Well,
never-
there's no hope for correction there.
Yeah, that's not happening. Oh,
That ain't happening at all.
No,
You're gonna
I'm-
need some heat treat on that for sure. Well, now we've had the limp sword on the channel tonight. We've talked about getting lips on wangs, that vampires suck wangs better than anything. We've been
Wow,
all
it
over
really
the place
devolved.
tonight. We've had bondage gear and chains. Well, oh yeah, and it devolved quick tonight. It
I am looking forward
devolved
to the
super
I missed
quick.
part of this because I had to go, spend some time with the wife. But yeah, I come back and train is definitely off the tracks, rolling down the hill.
Well, you weren't here to keep us
bursting into
straight,
flames.
Aaron. It's your fault. You keep the
Look,
train on
Aaron
the track
can't even
until
keep his sword
1
straight
o'clock.
right now. All right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. My sword is all bendy.
Morento had a bendy sword in the 90s, so I mean that counts. He knows the pain.
Okay.
I would
and
like to know what he
Radnom
usually
has
watches
joined
if
us.
this was a suggested show for him.
Probably some other toy or Legions related content in some
Yeah.
way, shape, or form. I do know that my channel has hit algorithms for suggestions for people, and that still probably tickles me more than anything else, that the algorithm picks me up and suggests me to people. Part of it's due to people who subscribe to me watch this and watch that, so
Yep.
then like, you know, if they watch other similar stuff, they end up getting suggested this. But I appreciate newcomers of all kinds. Hope you enjoy it. Hope you have fun. Hope you stick around and subscribe.
And we will go on for hours. So hopefully you don't have anything special going on tonight.
That's true. I
You
mean,
jump in and come back too.
that's true.
Okay.
Yeah, like you got
This is
something to do.
irritating
We'll
me
still
right
be-
now because this backpack does not fit in this peg very well. It is.
You know, you can get a
really-
little lube, put it in there, and it'll get should go right in.
No, it's loose. That's the problem. It's
Oh no, you don't
Oh.
want
Yeah,
to. You don't want to live it up.
that's gonna be problematic.
that kind of goes along with those hookers falling out of the sky.
Yeah. There you go.
Nice.
Awesome. That's gonna disappoint. Not surprising, but it happens. Get some sticky tack in that tomorrow.
So Aaron, you stood strong on the second sale? No orders?
Oh yeah. Yeah, no.
Good enough, man. Good enough.
I got enough
I'm proud of you.
stuff. I mean,
I'm proud of you,
literally,
young
I
man.
mean, I have this box, or like literal box right here. Then I have my Wave 3 AWOX over there, my Headless Horseman, all of the 40th anniversary D&D, plus the Joes that I haven't opened.
It's
The
quite
other
a lot.
Joes that were like from 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, that I didn't finish opening.
Did you order the 40th from somewhere, or did you pick them up locally at the store?
I ordered them from Target. I paid $31.05 for the Wave 2,
Oh wow,
the
that's
three of them.
Nice.
Total shipped to my house. I was like, yep. Because there's two that were $8 and then one was 13. I was like, I'll finish
Speaking
off
of something
that
funny, I was
collection.
at Walmart today, right? And I'm walking through the toy aisle because you have to check it out because it's mandatory, you know. And in the DC multiverse section is a McFarlane Batmobile and a McFarlane Batboat from the '66 collection, which is a Target exclusive.
Okay.
Weird.
So
Well,
either
you
the
know how
barcode
Walmart is. You
matches
can return
something
stuff
that
without a
Target has.
receipt.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they usually still have to scan it to get a price.
Well, I
So
was
that
They
barcode
do.
must that UPC must match
registers.
something else that's exclusive to McFarlane at Walmart. It's the only thing I can figure.
You should have picked it up and took it
I
over
didn't have
to a
my
price
phone to
scanner.
scan
and
it
scanned
at
it.
the time. Yeah. I didn't
Oh
have
yeah,
my
that's
phone to
right.
scan
They
it
don't
or
have the
find
ones
it.
in the aisle anymore. You got to use
Nope.
your phone for everything now.
Yeah.
Yep.
God, it's so lame. Batman 66 is such a joy for me. Love it. I hear you, man.
Yep.
Like they've got some great stuff.
Yeah, I got to get the Batboat for that set, and then I'm good because I got all the Mattel figures, the Mattel Batmobile, and then I got the McFarlane Bat Cycle. So I just need the Batboat and then the 2 play sets, and I'm good. 3 play sets now, right? 3.
Yeah, there's
Right.
the cave, the
Mansion.
and the villain's lair.
Yep.
Villain's Lair.
Interesting.
And those are all still
Which
pretty
is-
relatively
no.
priced well on the aftermarket.
I think you can still get them at like Amazon. I
Yeah,
haven't seen
you
them in
can.
the store in a while. But
Yep.
Rento's bringing up the fact that speaking of Batmobiles, how badly has the 89 Batmobile aged? Like it's not even futuristic no more 34 years later.
Yeah, pretty
Well,
much.
I mean, here's the thing though, right? The Batmobile was never really like a futuristic car. Like you go back to the original Batmobile comics, it's like, you know, some fins on it made it look, and then of course he had it tweaked up with some extra addeds, but nothing that
If
was
you
like
go back to the
out
Wayback Machine of the Batmobile, it was actually just a car with a bat symbol or bat head painted on
that
the
symbol.
hood. So
That was it. That's what I'm saying. Like it was nothing. Now the Batmobile that we got from Tim Burton And then later, when they more translated it to the animated series, like that more longer look to it, that, from the Burton movie, all the stuff from the animated series was based off of like those old Art Deco City of the Future looks to it. But it was not like anything of it at that time was even futuristic, because again, so much of that stuff was from what a 1930s World Fair version of a City of the Future would have looked like, which by the time we had that in the 90s, it was definitely not even close to what the future looked like. We still don't have dirigible patrol police blimps going around. It doesn't happen. We just don't have those, although I always thought it would be cool.
Well, wasn't the Jetsons supposed to be set in like 1999 or something like that?
2020, what was it? 2020 something.
Like
no, you're right. It was definitely earlier.
Popped up, like, wasn't it? Like,
what's that?
George Jetson's birthday just rolled around. Like, there would still be years before the show took place, but his birthday just passed, I think.
It was the last year or two.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the fact that Damon just puts Norm Brayfogel's name right out there makes me so happy, because he was who was drawing Batman when the '89 movie hit, and I was really getting into Batman comics. So like his Batman is one of my favorites. So very cool.
Well, and then we got picked up Sabak for $6.99 at Ross.
I almost did that. I had it in my hands and I put it down. I was like, no, not doing it. Not doing it. No.
Aaron has reached his level of I've had enough this year.
When Aaron's not buying clearance, it's not
right. He's hit that level.
Yeah.
Ooh, that trap jaw. Yeah. This thing has definitely grown on me since the images that we saw at, SDCC. Like, he has gotten a lot better since that first initial look.
Well, I just am surprised that we get a sword with him.
That's another great feature too.
So I was
almost looked like a Conan sword.
Cool. It was articulated jaw.
Saying cyberpunk without LEDs. I'll tell you what was really cyberpunk. By the time we got the Batmobile from Batman Forever, then we went like definitely off the edge, futuristic cyberpunk. Not quite 89, but by the time we hit Batman Forever and Batman and Robin, then we were futuristic looking Batman stuff. That was also the Joel Schumacher age, and we don't like to talk about that unless
we do not discuss that.
I will bring up on occasion, of course, how great it was to hear Arnie say "chill out," because corny one.
Yeah, and sing Snow Miser.
And I love that the head, you can change out the
jaw piece, so he looks more. It is nice. Oh, look! Stop eating yourself! Stop eating yourself! Sorry.
Yeah, that's a little concerning. I mean, he can smack himself in the face with his jaw.
Hell of an underbite.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's procedures to fix that nowadays.
Right.
Well, apparently Trapjaw doesn't really care.
You're right. Right. So here we go. Please tell me your favorite Joker is Jack Nicholson, please. No, Mark Hamill.
I can't tell you that. Mine's Cesar Romero.
Right. There you go. Another excellent one. Man was so hardcore, he painted over a stash without shaving it.
That's right.
I do like the new packaging. It's nice.
Terrence,
new packaging for Masterverse. I like it quite a bit better.
It's funny. At first, I was not a fan, but
yeah,
it's cool.
But the back, see, it's got the contents in it, so you kind of have an idea of what's there.
That's something I haven't seen yet. I like that. Okay,
packaging. Huh. Have to check that out.
I mean, you don't get as much of a window box, but I like.
Do you really need a window box when that big? I mean, big enough.
When you're talking about the kind of artwork that they put on their boxes, who needs the window, right?
Yeah.
Terrence, my brother, what's up?
How's it going, guys?
I'm not used to seeing all of you. Usually, you got this big mound of figures in front of you.
Well,
I
did get a big mail delivery today, so I mean, I am surrounded by boxes here.
Well,
but that wouldn't be me if it wasn't me, So honestly, I've never seen a box from BBTS quite the size of this.
It was so big they didn't even use the red BBTS tape, or is it got?
I don't
the
even
tape
think they
on
put
top?
my address on it anymore. I just think they put my name in it. Just finds its way to me. But
They know where it goes. The post
They just
office.
drop shipped it to you. Is that what you're saying? You know,
something like that.
chartered a plane, drop shipped it right in your front yard.
Since we have the request here, I will do it. Get to the chopper.
But I also got my Mondo Prince Adam today. So
Oh, very nice. That thing is looking sweeter and sweeter. The Mondo, Mondo always pleases. There's never a Mondo that doesn't look good. And that General Hawk's nice. How'd you guys feel, for those of you that are Joe fans, how'd you feel about the new look at the retro carded Duke and Scarlet?
They look great.
Duke looks
I
really
thought
good.
I thought they were really good.
Yeah, and I like
That
the
Duke is probably about the
accessories
best head sculpt.
Yeah, that's gonna put a damper in Mezco's Duke, I think. That-
Ooh,
Yeah, I
that-
was only gonna get one, but now I'm gonna have to get two. Because I'm gonna have to have one for the wall and one to open.
It's basic physics.
That
Is
was
it?
disappointing.
Is it?
'Cause,
Not-
you know,
Physics at all. But
it's not disappointing for Hasbro, but it's disappointing for my wallet.
well,
Well, those don't come out till what next?
with Hasbro's release schedule, they'll be here next week.
True, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they'll be here next week, and then they'll slam everybody's. You know,
Not
they'll
due
tell
to
you they're
release
coming
until
out in
March.
July, and then they'll hit in February.
Hasbro is the only company I know right now worse than Mattel as far as it's not coming out until next year, and then it's here this week.
I know. I keep worrying about the Vamp. 'Cause I have one of those.
I'm
on
mildly
pre-order,
worried,
pre-order,
but
I
not
haven't
too
canceled
worried.
yet, and I'm like, man, please don't ship.
Sean,
I
what
didn't go
is
crazy.
your next Mondo coming up? Because you're still getting one here and there, right?
Yeah, the Deluxe Skeletor, whenever that one hits.
That's gonna be so sweet.
So there's that, and then I also did the pre-order one for the regular version of him too, because with the
Oh,
Deluxe,
okay.
I wanted to do the battle armor and the Terror Claws somehow. So I figured at least I can do one. The regular version will be the
One
battle
normal.
armor with the Terror Claws, and then the Deluxe will be the caped version.
You know, I gotta say that's one of the things that I did like about the Deluxe was they managed to put like every kind of version of Skeletor into one figure, and they didn't have to give him the Venice Beach muscle top at all.
Oh, I hate that part, man. Oh my god.
Hold that up again there, Terrence. There she
Very
is,
nice.
that gorgeous, gorgeous woman. I love Alithia.
Yep.
So she's the
I would-
horseman of famine, like when you were
Yep.
asking earlier.
Yeah,
I'm just glad I was able to get her directly from the Horseman when they did that restock sale.
oh, you lucky.
Yeah, I paid extra for mine.
All right,
She's worth it,
so
though.
guys, I need to
I
go
paid
grab
extra
some
for my
coffee.
Aerith.
We went live earlier tonight.
Aerith there anyway, so
Me too.
I'll be right back. Sean, you're in charge. And hey, for once, he can actually control and do stuff.
Uh-oh.
who can?
Sean.
Sean can, because he's one of the
Sean.
original Toy
Sean's
Frenzy
in charge.
partners on
Oh,
the
you're leaving
channel.
us. You're leaving us.
Oh,
with
we're
Sean?
screwed.
You guys
Yeah,
are here
well,
with
this is-
cool
this is
Uncle
problem.
Sean.
This is the problem.
At worst, you will all be stripped naked running through the woods.
At worst, we're just going to talk more about like. butts
I'm not
and stuff,
sure
probably.
that's not a ringing endorsement. I'm just saying.
Hey, that's why they pay me minimum wage. What can I tell you?
Ah, nice. Okay. And we get a reuse of Gun Ho's gun. All right. And apparently, Hawk needs two sidearms, not just one. Interesting. Apparently, he needs lots of guns.
Well, they all do. But I remember, like when I was a kid, that made him kind of badass. He just had the handgun, and you're like, "Holy crap, he's going into battle with that? That's it?" Like,
Yeah, exactly.
like, man, he made John Wayne look like a wuss, just from that perspective.
That's not bad. Not bad. I don't know. That leg is okay. There's some do quickly. All right.
Classified is the line that I have tried to have blinders on when I see it.
Yeah, just do that because it's a painful hole right now.
Well, the thing is, like, I was dumb enough that I actually bought the first couple weeks twice because I was like, okay, I'll buy them, and then I'm like, no, I'm out. I don't want to do this anymore. And then after a certain point, I got like Zartan, and then I'm like, well, now I want Major Blood, and then I went back and I got Cobra Commander and this and that, and it's like, ugh. So
the slippery slope.
I got rid of them again, and I'm like, I'm not doing it. But the one I always wanted was Storm Shadow, and now with the retro card stuff going on, I'm like,
yeah,
I'm not doing this a third time.
You can just get one or two that you like.
Yeah.
You don't have to go all
That's
retro
what I was
cards are kind of the
thinking,
easy
but
way to
then
go because
if I do the retro card, it makes it a little more limited at least.
Yeah, because there's
So
only
then
8.
it's like, and I'm just going to keep it on card, and I don't typically do that with anything, but I just like how they look on card.
There's 8 right now. There'll be probably 16 by the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Of next
So
year.
yeah, like I'd get Zartan again because I always like Zartan,
Yeah.
Storm Shadow, probably Duke. I did see that Duke today, the photo,
Yeah,
and
it looks
when
great.
I saw that, I'm like, my God, that is like my childhood. The same way I like
Those
the
cards are
classics
so
when they
amazing.
came out. But yeah,
Oh goodness. Okay, come on. Stand up. Stand up. There you go. Not sure. I like it. It's not bad though.
Who'd you open up, General Hawk?
Yeah. Yeah, the helmet fits a little wonky, but if you put his goggles on, just like you did with Dusty, the hat tightens up and it's not wonky. So that's
I
good.
saw Terrence had a big box. What are you opening up? A Mondo?
That's my I took advantage of the Mythic sale on BBTS. So 17 figures there.
Oh,
Um,
jeez.
Did you just say 17 figures?
17? Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll do
You
a
have
countdown.
to
if you like.
Terrence, you and I are apparently in a contest that I didn't know about.
It's an addiction. I don't know what to do about it, but
No, I don't. Although I do, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, I have 8 AWOCs sitting over there.
I guess there's worse things to be addicted to, right?
Is there though? Is there though?
Well, it's like last night when somebody asked Cobb what addiction was more expensive, and he's like,
Yeah.
"Well, I did spend a lot on drinking, but
It threw him for a loop. It was interesting when I was waiting for him to kind of say, "Oh no, the alcohol was probably come on." Hello.
what's up?"
that's one of the children I'm putting into my Krampus sack.
I don't know. You're gonna have to get a pretty heavy sack for that guy. He's as tall as you are, almost.
I won't be
So-
accused of actually kidnapping this one.
Here's Agent Helix.
What's
She
that?
looks cool,
Got
I don't know
Agent
who she
Helix
is.
in.
but she looks cool.
Oh yeah, no, the figure's cool. Well, hopefully she won't be as bad as Lawrence's, where he snapped a shoulder out. So the peg stayed in the shoulder, and he
He didn't even
ripped
do
the
anything
arm
to
off,
it either.
basically.
It just like popped. It was like, oh,
got to be gentle with him.
Yeah.
The female. That's my only thing about the classified stuff. The female figures, they are not built the same way that they should be.
well,
They
that's the same with Veliver's. Veliver's
thicker.
figures, the females are not built remotely as durable as the male figures were.
Yeah. And it looks like I have the cross-legged issue too, but luckily I have a set of Scarlet's legs in the garage. So that's whose legs she has. Yeah,
What's the matter
pigeon
with him?
toad.
Oh, pigeon toad.
Yeah. And this is one of the ones where you can just pop the pins out. So really, in this case, I can just pull out the pull it off at the thigh. But yeah, no,
There's
she's
the century.
pigeon toed.
Are they the same color as the pants already?
No, they're different. They're gold, but I can paint it up. It's not a big
Yeah.
deal. I'll probably fix it with heat, but
Nice.
it definitely looks like those knees have had some tension on them. So I don't know
She's
what
been
they
wearing a
did.
chastity belt for a while. Kept those things right next to each other. Sorry, Terrence. I forgot your kid was standing there.
Say again?
I said, I'm sorry. I forgot your son was standing there.
Oh, that's okay. We always say
It's
it's
okay.
worse than mother's car.
Okay.
Oh, that's frightening. Oh, nice. The head back. Ooh, little heads are always good.
Who doesn't like more head?
I think that'll straighten itself out, but it's definitely a tension issue. I wonder if I superheat that leg, it'll
We're up
go.
to 12 now.
I'll heat and freeze and see
12
if that
centuries.
doesn't fix it before I snap off the thigh.
Is that Legion sale still going?
It's like,
Do what?
I was just wondering if the Legion sale's still going.
It
Was
was
it
this
sale?
morning.
Yeah, I think it's still going. Trust
what kind
me,
of
I've been,
prices are on those figures right now?
I think like
It
builders
is,
are
yep.
like 35 and then 45 and then
So it's like when they do the builders figure sale prices,
Yeah.
basically.
yeah. Trust me, I was very tempted to break down and get a couple more centuries to paint, but I decided not to.
I'm proud of you, Aaron. I'm proud of you.
You know what? I realize I'm space is a premium, and at some point I have to say, this is what I want and only what I want. Just buying it to buy it is not working.
What's up, Mr. Wonderful?
Hey, Travis.
You were the proud winner of an empty box.
Well, at least this backpack fits.
When I was a kid, that was the best toy you could get, was an empty box that big.
That is the toy.
I'd have
we had to
Castle
buy-
Grayskull or a G.I. Joe fort made out of that in like 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we had to get a new washer or a new dryer. And my autistic son, my youngest one, he has taken it over. It is now his garage play box, and I can't throw it out. So
We
It's
did
in the
same
Toy Hall of
thing.
Fame.
it's the fort.
Box.
It's the fort.
When I was like 8 or 9 years old, I went through a huge Ghostbusters phase that never actually ended. But I ended up going around the house one day when my parents left me home by myself, and I just started cobbling together stuff that I found randomly, and I made a proton pack using an old book bag and stuff. And then we did get like a washer or dryer, and I found the box for the one. I brought it into my bedroom and I cut parts out so that I had like a lever door, and that was my containment system. And my parents came home and they're like, "What did you do?" I'm like, "I'm gonna catch some ghosts." And my parents just let me do it because they're like, "Look, at least he's doing that, and we know where he is." And
That's
that was
right.
the end of that.
And you're being creative. You don't want to stifle that. So
Yeah.
What's the worst that
No,
could really
I
happen? Let's be
absolutely.
honest.
And then like a year later, I got the proton pack from the toys, and that was like my
Careful, I
Ralphie's
got like a Jenga
Christmas
tower over here.
thing. That was fun. Oh,
I've been getting into dangerous stuff with these guys.
The 5K,
Yeah.
Whoa.
the
Yeah.
Warhammer stuff.
Those are a bad
It's a
rabbit hole to go down
Warcraft.
too.
Yeah. But I got this one a while back, so I had to get his dad, right? Like,
Yeah. You had to get the pair, right? Both
I
colors,
had to
right?
get the bear.
Gotta get the pair.
Pair.
Not any good if you don't have the pair, right?
Well, I figured, father and son, they can have endless adventures.
They're gonna have. Are we gonna have the adventures of the Warcraft father and son on Thanos at some point?
It's going to be like the Goofy movie, right? They're going to go on a road
There you
trip,
go.
find Sasquatch.
There you go.
Finally, the son tells the dad that he's annoying him and he's
Yeah.
embarrassing
Helping you
him
out
in
with
front of
your
all the other
content.
warriors. Why would you do that, Dad? And,
There you go.
Don't hug me here, Dad. What are you doing?
yeah. We're in the middle of a fight. You want to hug? What the hell's wrong with you?
They're pretty nice figures, though. Like, they're posable. They look really cool. They're sharp as hell, though.
Any issue? Did you have to heat them up?
I haven't had any issues. Brick said when he got this one, the leg came right off, like, in the package. I was a little worried, but I haven't had any issue with either of them.
I think Brooks had a defect because the couple of memory toys and other 5K toy figures that I bought, I've never had a single problem with at all. Never heated them up, nothing, man.
I just got the Leon Kennedy from Lim Toys through 5K, and it's awesome. Love
That's
it.
a great looking figure.
Yeah, I took advantage of Big Bad Toy Store's their Black Friday sale, and I got another Cobra Officer so I can do another paint. But I got a weapons pack from who, Ed. I had a bent gun. 3 things wrong in that pack. I had a bent gun. Every single one of the blast effects, all of the spokes on them are bent.
I've had quite a few. I got the 3 new weapons packs at PowerCon, and probably there's three blast effects with pegs on there in each one, right? And I think probably at least one out of every pack, and one had 2 that were, so it looked like the blast effect was not coming out straight.
Yeah, and then I didn't get one of the guns. I got double of one of the guns, but not all of the guns that are supposed to be in the pack.
The only guns I really liked out of all the new weapons packs were those shotguns with the shells.
I just got it for the long range sniper rifle.
Oh yeah, that's a nice one. I could have.
It's the only reason I got it, and because I bought like 4 different sniper rifles.
Yeah,
and I don't like them.
Which
and the last one I got literally looks like it's scaled for a 1/6 figure.
Yeah,
I
that's the problem with a lot of those rifles. They make them way too big.
It's like 2.5 inches taller than the figure. I'm like, no, this is not working.
What packs are you guys talking about?
The Valaverse weapons packs.
Oh, okay.
That's why I really want to get that new blowback, the sniper version, because that sniper rifle looks amazing. That's the only thing I want is a sniper rifle out of it. So
yeah, it's a big expense just to get a sniper rifle, right?
Yeah, I'm going to try finding it on eBay after it releases. And see if
I'm sure there'll be somebody that parts it.
Yeah,
I'm to that point, but yeah, no, that's the only reason I bought that pack was for that long range sniper rifle, and I was just like, this is what happens when I go against my my conscience.
So Moranto T33 says if they
Jason the Wheeled Warriors. I remember the vehicles and the parts that came off, and you could trade them out, and it was an interesting.
Who brought that up? Who's got the wrench?
No, it's Sean.
Oh.
Sean's.
What did I do?
Oh.
Yeah,
I forgot Sean was sitting there. He's so
It was an
quiet.
interesting design.
I'm feeling under the weather, and on top of that, it's been a long week. So, but yeah, I noticed that. So I never collected the line, but I remember I knew some people that did when I was a kid, and I was like taking a look.
My cousin
at
collected it, and he liked playing with it. It was just one of those lines that we hung out. That's what we do. We'd play toys, and I played with it. He had mask stuff. He had Jason the Wheeled Warriors. I think a lot of his stuff was cars.
There was a cartoon, right? Jason the Wheeled Warriors.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't
That's
actually
what I
remember the toy
I don't
line, but
remember
I do
anything
remember
about
the
the toys.
cartoon.
I think it only lasted about a year, which is why the toy line kind of came and went.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like a lot of 80s properties.
Oh yeah, there's
Yeah.
some that just had like like in Humanoids, they just had one like mini series.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Sectars did too. They
Yeah,
had like a couple episodes, and that was it.
It's like 5 or 6, something like that.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be having a new
Well,
cartoon.
Visionaries didn't have that many either, did they?
No, they didn't.
I'm sorry,
I don't know how
Meta.
many they had.
I didn't. Sectars is having a new one for their toy line.
Yeah, Nacelle's supposed to have their whole Nacelle verse, and like one of the things they talked about was Sectars was going to be one of the animated series.
Robo Force. I know that apparently the Rock's $7 production company's involved with that now. So we can expect one of those robots to probably sound like Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah. The problem is Nacelle's already put their toys out, and they're not going to have their Nacelleverse for another year, and it's going to be like, if they're lucky, within a year.
Yeah, it's I Supernaturals too. That was one that although it was the touching on the Visionaries kind of style, but it was something different.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like Supernaturals better than the Visionaries.
Can you imagine doing that today and make it like with a translucent animal that comes out, or a translucent demon, or just imagine the possibilities given today versus back then.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
It'd actually be kind of interesting to see how they could do that with like a translucent body and the like whatever hologram inside.
And Oz is hiding again in the dark with his light, his phone reflecting off his glasses.
You could actually
not serial killerish at all, folks.
Nope.
Visionaries with the mini projector now out of some of those things. They got
exactly they
could projectors, man.
Yeah, but that would be a lot. That would be a lot of space inside that chest cavity that's going to have to be accounted for.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. So I've been listening a bit here and there what was going on. I had to send out an email real quick, so now I'm jumping in. One of the things about doing something like Visionaries and Supernaturals is, and just from what I've heard within the industry, one of the reasons nobody's really tried to bring that back, it's really, really expensive to do like those holographic images.
Yeah.
And that's kind of why nobody's touching it. Like, even by today's standards, like, because it's such an obscure thing, it was a lot more common back in the 80s. And even though it was kind of like expensive to do at the time, there was like a presence for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but back then, I mean, you could get like trading cards and everything. Everything had a
cereal boxes.
Yeah,
I tell you how many comic books in the 90s had those kind of lenticular covers too.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, absolutely. Yep. You had that was that really big variant cover thing that Marvel was running across some of their biggest books through the 90s.
Yeah,
was doing that kind of stuff, and it was always great. But yeah, I mean, it was. I would love to see somebody take up the mantle and start doing something like that again, because Supernaturals to this day, I thought it was so cool. Like these little, like I never had any of the bigger ones. I had the smaller ones, and just those things were freaking rad. And then there was that bigger one that was like a skeleton that I always thought was like related to Skeletor. For some reason like that, I always just thought that, but of course it wasn't a thing.
No, who was originally doing the Supernaturals? I can't remember the company that was doing it.
I think it was like Tonka or something like that.
Was it Tonka? Okay, so that
I think it was.
If it was Tonka, then it got bought by Hasbro, right?
It was like Tonka or Remco, one of those two.
I think Hasbro is sitting on both properties, Visionaries, and like they have the rights to both of those.
Hasbro should do a line of just all the properties they're sitting on and like do a wave. Like, this is this, this is this.
Like one Mask figure, one Centurion, one.
Well, I'm glad they're doing TriStar, so at least we'll, hopefully he sells well, and we'll get.
It would be nice to see some of that.
Yeah,
get a couple.
But that is like Marvel, like right? Like it was.
He's
Yeah, it
Marvel.
was a
Yeah,
Marvel
it was
property.
the Marvel
Marvel
property.
created it. They made it in order to license it out to make toys. Because
Well,
they
same
were
thing
busy
with
in, you know,
ROM, Space Knight, right?
Well, that was a different story. ROM was actually licensed to Marvel for the comic, so it was kind of the
Right.
reverse.
However, it's funny because again, the property has ended up both in the hands of Hasbro at this point.
Yeah.
But for some reason, they still can't use him, right? Like Marvel
Nope.
still can't. Yeah,
He's
that's
in
weird.
that legal limbo, kind of like Miracle Man was for Marvel Comics
Yeah.
for the longest time.
So he's Marteno is asking if Supernatural skeleton figure kind of orange in hue. If I remember correctly, he was purple. And it's one of the reasons why, again, I still thought he was like related to Skeletor in some way, but I could be wrong because we are talking like 30, 40 years ago now.
Yeah.
Although I
Yeah.
did just look him up kind of recently for an episode of Toy Frenzy, so I may have a picture somewhere. Of course, if I back out to go look at it, I back out of the stream. But
You can wait.
Yeah, don't. Yeah, don't.
Not like you're not coming back.
yeah, exactly. I can always just come back.
But I'm always harping for like Black Star and
Yeah.
Hasbro sitting on Galoob. Same with Golden Girl. I would love to see both those properties, and
Right?
they're just like
Black Star
lost
would
in-
sell so
But
fast.
Thanos, they did a Golden Girls. Oh wait, hang on, wrong Golden Girls. Never mind.
Wrong Golden
Girl.
Girls. Couple
Not
people
Golden
have done
Girls.
Golden Girls.
I know. I'm just messing.
Although you put the Golden
Are
Girls
you
in
saying
like battle
Rose isn't a
armor
good
and stuff,
enough
I'd
figure for
probably
you,
buy it.
Thanos? Is that what you're saying?
Hey, look, if Hasbro wants to release a B. Arthur figure in a Marine Corps uniform, I'm buying it. I'm
There you
just saying.
No, what they need to do is they need to do a B. Arthur with Deadpool 2-pack.
That would be awesome.
They
I
should
would buy
do
that.
If they do, well, I don't know if I want to talk about it, but I don't know.
You've
They,
got to think
they could do an Airheads line and sell a naked B. Arthur figure. So how many of you guys have seen that movie and got that reference? I'm hoping
Airheads?
just about everybody.
Back in the day, I barely remember it though.
Yeah. I
All
haven't
right.
seen it in forever, but I definitely saw it several times.
So back in my more gaming days when we were doing PAX East, it was the first year that we were doing PAX East, and I rode up with my buddy Davey, another friend of ours named David, and his friend Ryan. We rode up in a car and we left like some ungodly hour in the morning. We left. We started driving up to Boston. And a couple of our friends that we were sharing the room with, I believe it was our friend Justin and Jeremiah, they left well after we did. And like they called us up and there was like, was there anything like, what was it? We needed batteries for a controller because somehow a bunch of gamers forgot batteries for controllers.
That was fantastic. I said.
And so like they were like, well, is there anything else we need to get? So we started giving them a list of demands, and one of the demands was a naked picture of B. Arthur. Did you not? They went online and found one and printed it off and brought it. Like we needed the poster for the periodic table of mixology.
Wow.
And like I remember that, and then a naked picture of B. Arthur, and sure enough, he printed one off and brought it.
Oh, good gravy.
That was one of their demands to the cops when they were holding the hostages. Or whatever.
Naked picture of B. Arthur.
Okay, so hang on. There was something up a little bit further. Somebody's talking about Pirates of Dark Water.
Oh,
Yep,
there
Rick
you go.
Jones brought up Pirates of Dark Water. Like I would
Okay,
love to see a return to
Now
this.
imagine, just for one, a Mythic Legions Pirates of Dark Water.
Hey man, we were talking about it a little bit
I'm on
earlier.
it.
I know you were in the chat, Aaron, so you probably heard some of it, man. Like I'm kind of hoping we get some pirates.
I was
If anything, we're gonna get a lot of pirate customs out of this Jacob Marley figure.
Oh yeah, for sure.
More than toys for Pirates of Dark Water, I just want them to make an animated series to finish it off.
I want them to
really
finish
like
it,
that.
right?
Did you see the April Fool's joke this year, Thanos, that someone put up that was like a Pirates of Darkwater? Like it was showing up on Netflix as a new series.
Oh, that's just rude.
That
It's a
was
good
just
one.
like,
but damn.
I saw it and I was like, oh yeah. I looked at the date and I was like, okay, never mind.
They
Don't get
call
my
that
hopes up.
International Liars Day, and I just don't look at the internet for most of that day.
Stay off the internet.
Trust nothing you find on the interwebs.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That brings up an interesting topic. What was one thing that really fooled you on April Fool's Day online? What was like one of these, like we've all learned, you just don't trust anything you see posted on that day. But what was something that fooled you on April Fool's Day that was posted online?
Scott Knightley told me that Motu is dead.
Yeah, but he announced that way before April. It was just going to happen in April.
Yeah, but it said it was going to happen in April, so you know.
And it never did. So
He
very
is ahead of the
valid.
time because he's a professional. He's you know, he is
A
the
professional.
master.
What is the
His
question?
character is a time traveler. He might just get confused on when things happen.
That's right.
Right date, wrong year.
See, that's the part though, right? It's his character, which he is fully embraced and lived in his ego.
He's the guru.
Chris got the arcade. Okay, he's gonna have to tell me what that was. I don't remember that joke.
I don't remember it either, but it's Apple, so it's good. It's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if the thing is that it has to be convincing enough because of whatever environmental factor for you really to get to it. If it's something like the Pirates of Dark Water thing, I honestly, if I hadn't realized that it was April Fool's before looking at that, I would have been like, wait, hang on, let me go check my Netflix. What? So it would have gotten me had I not checked my date.
Okay, so essentially just a shell for your iPad that was an arcade cabinet. And that's something that's pretty cool, yeah.
You could definitely believe that's coming though with everything else that Apple puts out for.
Exactly.
Well, they've
their
done
stuff.
similar. Like people build arcade cabinets around like monitors now, and basically the cabinet is a computer, and then you just play arcade games on it. It's really good.
Yeah, I saw a arcade one-up of NFL Blitz at Ross for like $50, but I was like, man.
What about you, Sean? What was a good one that hit you?
I can't think of anything off the top of my head right now. Like when I first got into the groups, I'm sure there was something with classics, like, there's a sale or something, and they had Fisto for sale or something like that. And I'd go on and be like, oh, son of a, because I forgot what day it was or whatever. But I can't think of too much because usually the day before, there's always the people. Just a reminder, tomorrow's April 1st. Don't take anything seriously. It's like, okay, and I have that reminder, but
yeah.
I literally avoid the internet on April Fools. Like I just
there's no
it's gonna
point
be all
to it.
nonsense, and I don't want to deal with it.
I definitely remember.
You got to participate in it, Thanos, though, because I mean, you could always put up like no more pictures ever again.
That's
There
it.
you
I'm
go.
done now. One year at work, when I was doing a supply job, I had my boss page to my office, and I just stacked like all the boxes on top of me, and I was just laying there going, that was pretty good. She had a good sense of humor, though, so it wasn't too bad.
So, being that Marento's birthday is 1st of April, his mom caught him out a couple of times, but the best he remembers giving us an egg made from sugar for breakfast.
I see that as an absolute win. I'm just
right, like sugary cereal in egg form, but at the same point in time,
you're already getting enough sugar as a kid anyway. I mean, let's be honest. If you were a kid and you didn't get sugar, somebody didn't like you. Let's be honest.
I also wonder though if your mom had that backfire on her, because anytime I give my kids sugar, I regret it 10 minutes later. So, I mean, it doesn't sound lame. It sounds like she literally was like, I don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to try this. And like 10 minutes later, you and everybody else are just like losing your minds. And she's like, what have I done?
Maybe she was hoping that they'd do that, 30-minute boost and then just crash for several hours.
exactly.
That could be. Yeah.
And every time I try to tell my 13-year-old that sugar is bad for him and it'll make him hyper, he pulls out every statistic and health code thing that anyone's ever put out saying
It's
that
truly
there's no
not.
truth
It's
to it.
actually truly
I
scientifically
agree with
not
Chris. That's
formulated to
probably
make
what
you
we
hyper.
should do. Just switch our channels on April 1st.
Everybody should watch shows. All right, so who's going to step up to the plate and pull a freaking full 8-hour Ostradamus clubhouse?
That's not me. Maybe Ed. Ed is the only other one that I never
handle it.
Power streams.
I'll do it, but I'm going to do it on a Wednesday. Really?
There you go.
Just to really kill everybody for work on a hump day.
There you go. It's no longer the end of the week thing. It's a Wednesday thing.
It's a Monday.
Here it is. So
Oh,
snorted the egg and went crazy. Take an egg bump.
See?
One of my buddies snorted a full line of cayenne pepper one time.
Oh,
My God.
that didn't sound like it was a well thought out plan.
When I was in
it was
8th grade,
it was for money, like, but
Yeah, well, I got sprayed in the face with pepper spray for money. It's called police officer. Everything that you do to somebody else gets what you get to do in police academy.
yeah.
I've had it done to me for free.
You
so
get
it's
to
not
have it
fair.
done to you. So I got tased, I got pepper sprayed, and I got pepper fogged.
I've had that
Now,
all done for
Tell
free.
you, two
I've
of
had
those
that all
things
done for free too.
suck.
I've never been tased.
None of them are fun.
When I was in 8th grade, I snorted a line of crushed up salt and vinegar potato chips.
Oof.
Do you remember the cinnamon challenge?
Yes.
The
Did you ever do it?
tablespoon of cinnamon? Yeah.
I've
I
seen
tried
people
it.
do it, but I've never done it.
All right. So earlier tonight, we were talking about Blizzard. I watched all 3 of the CEO guys, like the higher ups at Blizzard Entertainment. Hold on, Thanos. It's a little bit different on, or Aaron here, but different on the phone. There we go.
Oh, that's a new one. That's nice. I like
The
that.
Trouble
podcast.
Bubble Python Patrol. Lawrence approved.
Yeah, and the Rockets stay in.
They're a little
That's
snug.
right.
I don't know. The
One
one
just
just
knocked
fell
out.
off on the other side.
Yeah, well, I hit it with my finger,
Okay.
so that's on me. But they stay in a little bit better.
User
I
error.
say that,
That's
and then
good.
it flies out. It's better than the other design. I don't know what it is.
Okay.
It's a little tighter. They may have fixed the tolerances. It'll still have to be glued, but that's just me.
Some people go a step further than pissing their pants and lose their bowels.
Yep.
Yep.
Not fun.
They make you go to the bathroom before you get
There's
tased.
nothing worse than when you're in the basic training and you have to go to the gas chamber, right, Oz? And you get told to take off your mask, and then you have to put it back on, and people are like Ralphing inside of their mask.
Everybody's throwing up.
Yeah, that's a good time.
Good times. Good times. The fun.
It's all fun and games, right?
Yeah, it's all fun and games till the crying starts.
Crying's not what you're worried about at that point. It's keeping the spaghetti you had from lunch out of your nose.
Yep.
So, speaking of things squirting out of their noses and crap,
Oh no.
so and weird things doing for money. One night, I was sitting at a diner. It's called Nautilus Diner here. It's up in like our Timonium Lutherville area. It's actually a really nice diner. And you know how diners have like that crazy menu that's just got like everything on it? Well, they have lobster. Now, I've never seen anybody ever order lobster from a diner.
Lobster and a greasy spoon. Oh yeah, that's
Kind of like
that's a
gas station
recipe.
sushi. You just say no, Oz.
Oh,
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
It's a
So
recipe for disaster.
It's like 3 a.m. This drunk guy rolls in. He orders the lobster, right? And he's really drunk. And he said straight, like, I want somebody, because they bring out the butter and it's not like in a little bowl. It's in stemmed glassware. And he's
Okay.
like, I want somebody to drink this butter for $20. I said, you know what? Sure, why not? That's a free meal tonight.
Mm-hmm.
That's
I went over,
Butter's easy.
grabbed
Give
it.
me Yeah, that's you're saying that's a challenge.
I
Ooh, I like
grabbed that and I drank it. But
Oh,
you know
yeah.
what? It was a big piece of glassware for melted butter.
Mm.
And I drank it, and it was coming up and out my nose, and everything smelled like butter for days.
See, you
That
laugh
was
too hard
not
drinking
fun.
it. That's what it is.
Not fun. It sounded like a lot better of an idea before I was trying to chug butter, and it just
So what you're saying
wasn't.
is you underestimated the size of the glassware.
I definitely did. I would have sipped it a little slower, not just tried to chug it all at once.
But in your
Well,
mind,
I
you're
mean, it
going, if I
was-
get this
it
down
wasn't
fast, the
stemware,
faster the
so-
better, right?
Drink it like a shot, right? Like,
Yeah.
No, if
That
it,
was
it's in stemware, you should have done fancy pinky.
well, if I was running with the Toy Frenzy crowd at the time and Skelly with his fancy library with his Starbucks, drinking with his pinky up. Now, mind you, we've determined that Skelly doesn't actually go to a library that has a Starbucks. He's actually just going into a Barnes and Noble, and he ends up stealing the books. Brings them back a week later. That's just going to be a running gag from now on. But it was great. It was phenomenal.
So, by the way, I have people texting me, asking me, where am I streaming from? Because obviously it's not my old residence. And so that's why I held up a sign that said kitchen table, because of the fact that, like, I can't answer text while I'm on my phone doing this. So, I didn't want to get knocked out of the stream. So kitchen table. I'm streaming from the kitchen table.
Kitchen table. There it is. The kitchen table, folks.
Or maybe it's like a game of password, or $1 million question or whatever it was.
Right.
$1 Million Pyramid? Is that what that was? That one game called? Show was called?
The secret password is kitchen table.
Yeah.
I did get this week too for Buzz.
What's that?
That is a motorcycle that comes with the sawed-off version of Wolverine, who I now put Grunt's head on. Because that Wolverine head skeleton.
I'm not gonna lie, I really like that motorcycle. How much?
It's 31.
Did you already
on
have that,
Amazon.
or
the bike with the Wolverine was $31.99, I think, on Amazon. It wasn't
okay,
bad.
that's not bad.
Well,
Because that's like an older figure, isn't it?
yeah, it's a little bit older.
Yeah. The one with the Punisher is really nice too. I like that motorcycle.
Yeah. So
But that one
I
goes
got
for like
it for
60
him
bucks.
because I just don't feel like doing another, wrecking cycle. I've done 2 now. At some point I have to go like, I don't want to do more. Got to move on to the next thing. Customizing anyway.
Yeah, I do dig the I do dig that motorcycle. That's a really good looking one.
I did get a bunch of stuff to do a Dreadnoks house, but this
That's a really tiny door.
It says it was 112, but I think
Yeah,
it's closer to like,
1/12 dollhouse scale. That's the problem.
yeah.
Yeah, dollhouse
actually, I think it's
112.
It's
112 should be
Chinese
112, but it's
scale.
not a
Have you ever
universal
gotten a Chinese
measurement.
jacket and it's like half the size that it should be?
Right.
Extra large is actually like medium for Americans because apparently we're big old fat.
Ordered
people.
a 5 extra large jacket, and I think it was just an extra large when I finally showed up.
I ordered that 1/12 kitchen table set. It works, but it's definitely barely 1/12 scale.
Yeah. I tried to go to Hobby Lobby the other day, Aaron, but unfortunately the Hobby Lobby had closed, and I was like, you know what, I need it because I just want to try it.
You have
Worst
to
case
not go there on
scenario-
Sundays.
That's right. Can't go
Yeah.
on Sundays.
They're
So
a
I'm
Chick-fil-A.
not too worried about it. It's not in a big hurry. This is the project. I got metal roofing for the house. It's just going to be like half the house with like a window on each side, and then the front patio and porch. And I've kind of got it worked out in my head where I want to do it, but it's
Right.
for my Dreadnoks display.
So next week, Skelly will actually be in DC.
What is that?
What do
What
we
is
got?
that?
Is that
I've
your
been
gelt?
painting- Yeah, it's my Hanukkah gilt.
Nice.
Yeah, cool.
Very nice. I haven't knew what it was called. What's up?
It's the chocolate coins you spend the trickle to gamble for.
But Skelly will be here visiting us in DC. So going to be making the trip down. Going to be an early start Saturday, making the trip down to go see him in DC because that's just a little south from here. I say a little south. It's like maybe an hour or so, 45 minutes.
Yeah, it's
Depends on the
45
traffic,
minutes,
really.
depending
You
on
get
fast
stuck
drive.
on 695 and it's a pain. And we're going to be checking out Toy Shop in DC. We were thinking about bringing him up to go to Attorney of Dreams, but with the time frame that he's working with of free time that he's going to have available, it'd be really tough to hit Attorney of Dreams and then make it back to the airport in time for him to make his flight. It's just a game that you don't want to play. So,
Who are you going with? You keep saying we. Is it you and
Ziggy.
Ziggy? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going to be heading down to meet him and hit that up. And that's going to be really cool. You know, I've been doing a show with a guy for over a year, and we'll finally actually get to meet in person.
That's awesome.
So, got Aaron also has a swamp lair going, and that's awesome.
All right, here's Eric. Apparently, this is an effect piece that comes off, so that's kind of cool. It does. I do like the head sculpt with the smarmy kind of eyebrow lift.
He's got that shitty grid.
Exactly. Definitely the arrogance that he was in
That
the
cartoon
cartoon.
was absolutely brilliant.
There was somebody at Legion's Con who had all the figures on like a table. I think it might have been Motu Joe, but they were all like dry brushed and they looked so incredible. Like they just did, you know, they looked like the animated figures, but they looked like updated almost and more modern, almost like they could almost be like kind of like a mythic. Obviously not the same articulation or anything like that, but it was a really good looking set of figures.
Well, like with those classic cartoon ones too, they fit in pretty well with Origins as well. And I know Brick's done
they
it.
do okay with Masterverse too, as far as scale, because they're teenagers. So you're looking at
like I think it was Brick does it a lot where he takes that more barbarian style He-Man.
Yeah.
And he'll put the little one on his shoulders like he's a like he's his kid.
You got to finish that, otherwise it's going to seem like something that Thanos Copper is going to put into a photo.
I'll leave the little kids out of it. God, I have such a bad rap.
I don't know. That Masterverse Prince Adam has that face that makes him look like he's about 14. So I mean, you know.
Yeah, it's true.
Hey, when you get a bad rap, Thanos, you just embrace it and just
Yeah.
take it to the next level of bad.
It kind of did that.
I don't know. I think you could go farther.
I'm sure it could. Honestly, though, there's a few pictures I've done that I'm like, how am I not kicked off of Instagram yet?
Yeah.
And then the one that they took down wasn't even that bad. Like, it got
That's
put
because
right
some
back up,
Karens
but-
saw the one they took down. That's why. That
Yeah,
guy-
exactly.
Speaking of though, if I get banned off YouTube, how does that work with me watching YouTube?
Just create a
Well, I
second
think you can
account.
still watch. I just don't think you can post content.
Okay, I might get kicked off YouTube this week, so
Oh,
I'm gonna do a retrospective of Naughty November. So we'll see how that goes.
you can. There's an effect you can blur out stuff.
Yeah.
I know, but then I have to like take time to edit the video. Like,
Well, what's more? What do you feel would be more important, taking the time to edit the video or possibly not being able to continue to post?
Just argue with them. Say, hey, if they can show naked statues of the Greek heroes and the Greek gods.
well, I mean,
that can
it is
show
art.
it.
They're sculptures. It's
Yeah.
not to like sexually gratify anybody. Like, I would hope. I mean, I've heard
God.
differently from people, but
Some people.
yeah. So I'm gonna chance it, see how it goes, and then if I have to, I'll take it down. It shouldn't, like, if they ask me to take it down, I'll take it down, not argue. Like,
They may flag you.
I'm gonna age restrict it for sure, and I'm gonna put a disclaimer in the beginning. But
Yeah, put like a TW trigger warning kind of thing.
yeah. So we'll see how that goes.
Oh. There we go. Okay.
All right. Well, I'm gonna call it a night, guys. But
All right,
see you
Sean.
later. Thanks
Good
for
night,
having
Sean.
me for a
How you
little
doing,
bit.
Sean?
Good to see you guys.
Hey, Sean.
All right, brother. We love you. What you got coming up before you head out?
Nothing other than off world on Friday, which will be, I don't know. We'll be making that up as we go. We don't really have like a topic as far as I know, but yeah, Friday night, it's the three of us holding Curtis by the tail and seeing where he takes us most times. So yeah, 9 o'clock. But yeah. So yeah. So thanks a lot. I'll see you guys later. Thanks.
All right, brother. See ya.
Later, Sean.
Good night.
Okay, that makes sense now. Trying to figure out how this effect works, and it's very weird. Well, I mean, it's got this thing that plugs into the hat, and then of course he comes with two sets of hair.
Okay.
One end goes on like his finger, and it's like he's pulling it out of his hat.
Pulling it out of his.
It's exactly what I was thinking, Oz.
Yep. It's a similar mind frame.
I was working on an effect for an upcoming shot.
Yeah. Let's get that full screen there for everybody to see.
I am not a very good sculptor.
It's not bad.
Is that supposed to be spinning?
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
is
that looks
spinning.
good, dude. Yeah,
Okay.
you could definitely.
I mean,
read
it's
that.
just about the same as, you
Not
know.
about actually attaching it to a fidget spinner and then
that'd be kinda
before I
neat.
take the shot, spinning it, but I can't find my fidget spinner.
There's a whole
So.
house, and you still manage to
Oh, that would be really cool. You could probably pick one up at like a dollar
You'll
store
probably
for
find
$1.
one at a Five Below.
Yeah.
Like that's the kind of stuff they would have. Or
Yeah,
Dollar Tree.
I
Well,
have
if it
one
was
somewhere
5 years
around
ago, you could find one anywhere you went.
here. Yeah.
Actually, you should see if maybe you could adapt it to like, you know, the Hurricane or Flying Fist He-Man.
Oh, there you go.
You might be able to attach it to that.
Yeah.
I was just gonna stick it with some tack. Should be good.
Yeah, you stick it right to the outside of his shield with tack. It's big enough it would cover the actual shield and then spin it.
I'll try
Dawn
that.
loves the color.
Or you can make smaller ones and make it like Evil Lynn's doing a burlesque act.
Little tassels.
Some tassels.
I mean, I'm just putting that out there as a suggestion.
Yeah, it's not bad.
I'm down for it. There we go. Love clear plastics. I don't care. Just like them. So Prince, you bought Marley just for the boots, right? The Jacob Marley just for the boots. Clear
If
boots?
he had been completely translucent, he would have made it home. But
All I got to
being
say
that it was
is
only a 10th translucence,
that fade to the translucent in that figure is incredible.
it is.
It really
But
is.
that's not enough to make me want to buy it though.
I don't know that one picture of him with the elongated jaw, like
Yeah.
that sold me right there.
Yeah, he's like so
Ooh.
ghoulish
Mhm.
looking in it. It's really cool.
I'm gonna have to warm him up before I start playing with that knee. I just saw the stress on it. I was like, oh no, we're not going there.
That sounds dirty.
Some knee stress? Yeah, it's not a good thing.
All those Dungeons and Dragons figures I warmed up beforehand.
Yeah,
Yeah, every
they
single
need a
person
nice
had
long
problems with
warm
those.
bath before you really play with them.
Yeah.
Play with them.
It's funny because like I'd seen a lot of videos at first about it, and then it was like very shortly after that I stopped seeing people having issues.
because nobody was buying them anymore.
Right.
Exactly.
It's either that or everybody was being super cautious, like I was. Because after seeing those videos, I was like, nope, you're just gonna go right in the hot water.
Some of them.
I mean, they didn't make a big
difference.
difference. They didn't make a big change between 1 and 2 because I'm still feeling the Wimbley joints.
Yeah. Well, they were probably already designed and ready to go, right?
Oh, they were. I mean, most of this stuff is 6 months to a year out.
But we're probably never getting that Tiamat, which is a bummer.
No. Because
That's okay. Eventually, we'll get a mythic dragon that might put Tiamat to shame.
But
somebody will do it. I wouldn't be surprised to see NECA do it. That sounds like something NECA might do.
That would be cool.
That dragon that they had for Dragonlance was pretty cool, but man, was it too thin and too.
I found this when I was at Ross. They have this Robo something. What is it? Robo Force something, and it was a dragon. It was red. It was like it moves and it does, put batteries in it, but it actually had a decent sculpt on it. I was shocked. But it was like $30. I was like, nah, I don't need it for $30.
Has anyone heard anything about the NECA Dungeons and Dragons continuing beyond this dwarf they have coming?
It's all done. They canceled the line already.
Yeah.
Did they?
Yeah, that's really about it. What we got is what we're getting, sadly. It was really good too, but I think, well, because Hasbro owns the D&D license, and I think they're tightening it down. They didn't see the sales they wanted to see from what they were putting out, but I think part of that might have just been price point and availability at first, and then when it was finally available for most people, places were not putting, there were straight clearance prices, like by the time people were finally finding them.
They put that vintage D&D line out at the same time, thinking that the movie would capitalize on it. And most people that knew the movie had no idea about the cartoon, which was the whole point of the original line.
Well, honestly, I didn't really see any of the movie figures move. There was a couple of them that I thought about getting for accessories, but nobody was buying the toys off the movie.
No, there's still a whole.
I got the Beholder from the movie.
Well, the creatures, yes, the creatures were selling, but not the actual figures based off the characters in the movie.
I mean, when I almost got that owlbear for $14.99, it was tempting, but I was like, no.
Mine will be in tomorrow. When it was on sale on Amazon, I ordered it. It should be in tomorrow.
But Thanos, think about it. You could do some dated humor by taking that Hugh Grant figure and going back into his past history and controversies.
True.
Good.
True.
What was the lady's name? Jackie Brown or something like that, or the woman that he got caught with? But was it a woman?
I have no idea. It was a woman. Yeah. It was a rough-looking prostitute.
I think it was Eddie Murphy that got caught with the transvestite. I think
it was Eddie Murphy that got caught. I was just taking her home.
Yeah. Ray, what are you doing taking her home? Mm-hmm. All right, guys, I'm going to back off of this version. I'll be back on the computer in a bit.
So I have a question. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was confused because I asked about the NECA D&D, and then you guys were talking about the cartoon D&D.
NECA. I thought you said the Hasbro.
Because I know we have the dwarf that's coming, because I know I have that on pre-order, but it was weird because they were doing 2 figures at a time, and then when they did the dwarf, it was just a singular figure. So I didn't know if that was it, and we haven't heard anything. At least I'm not.
Well, if you're looking at the original LJN line, that's pretty close to the end of it.
They got to do the
like a wizard.
They've got one wizard and I think one other figure, so maybe they're trying to work out a deal to get other things. So maybe we'll see them do the rest of that kind of.
They had the barbarian. They had like the blue one leg pants, right? And then the wizard.
Yeah, there's not much left.
Wizard. I know there was a couple others though. I'll be right back. Since we're talking about Dungeons and Dragons, I actually picked up something D&D related this week.
Okay.
Okay. So no, that maybe they'll do the Tiamat. I have.
It's hard to tell with NECA because NECA does not follow any kind of normal toy release process.
They kind of do whatever with their release schedule.
They do try to stay relevant. So like, they see how well the RoboCop was going, so now they're releasing more RoboCop and Turtles.
Okay. I was trying to figure out why I got two capes, and now I realize it because this one's slightly translucent at the bottom. It goes from purple to translucent. Got it. Okay. And one's
Do you have
got
the
hood
Presto?
off. No, this is Sheila.
No, I know, but do you have the Presto?
Yeah.
I have a really tough time keeping his hat on top of his head. It keeps
I
popping
don't
off.
have a problem with keeping the hat on the head. Now the effect piece isn't staying on for nothing.
Yeah, no, she got to wait till Oz comes back so you can blow that up big screen because I got to see that bad
What?
boy.
Oh, very nice.
Is that
It's
like a
not
Chimera?
really
Is that like a
articulated very well. But
stanchion or?
it was a Loot Crate Demogorgon. I've been seeing it on Instagram for a while. I found one used for $20. So I picked it up. But like the legs don't move. It's just the tail and the arms.
Does it have? Who's the manufacturer on it? Do you know?
I don't know. It was a Loot Crate thing, so I guess it came in like one of their boxes or something. But I don't know who that is or any of that stuff.
Who knows? It could be
Loot
anybody
Crate,
at
don't
that point.
the bags of shit for people it's like a membership thing where you
Yeah.
But he's cool looking.
Yeah. Head's cool.
Yeah, that was awesome.
I'll show him off again when Oz gets back.
Yeah.
I have all those AWOCs over there just looking at me.
Is this the new Wave 3?
Yeah, Wave 3, but I bought 2 sets. So
Why?
I've got 8. But I bought them because
for the game.
Anticipating the game.
Yeah.
And
Is the game happening though?
Right now it's on hiatus.
It's in limbo, which usually will tell you. I mean, here's the thing with for Wave 5 and forward, it's going to be kickstarted again. So if we're back to Kickstarter, that just tells me that there's some other factors that are coming into play. So
I think the line blew up really fast, and then
and it may just be that there's a lot of figures
just
out
got
there.
way too much into the design and stuff, and not putting anything new out. Yep.
But the other thing too is the later wave, the waves that we've seen that are being promoted, look like they're going into a direction where they're going to need more tooling too.
For sure.
They're talking about doing
And
more
that's what it
reptilian
is.
type stuff.
That's the thing, right?
That's where that money's coming from for the Kickstarter. That way, it's a little different with the independent companies. We're gonna have those companies where we have to do the Kickstarters, pretty routinely. It's no different than Thanos. You're on mute.
The thing
it's no
is
different
with the
than
AWOCs,
a lot of the.
the AWOC is going to be quality
and the other
stuff.
people that are doing
Absolutely.
Kickstarters every month. So it's it is what it is.
I was gonna
It
say it's
just
not that
means
much
that-
different than pre-ordering though, like the Kickstarter.
No,
Like, I'm
it's
just gonna
not.
treat it as, like, I'm gonna pre-order
Realistically,
this.
yeah, it's not.
I mean, the
It's
only
not a
difference between a pre-order and a Kickstarter is Kickstarter's not guaranteed. You hope your pre-order's guaranteed.
Yeah.
Well, sort of.
That's what I was saying about
you hope.
Sparrow, right? With Jason, you don't have to worry. If you do a Kickstarter with Sparrow, you're going to get it, right? I mean,
Well, you gotta hope it funds is the other issue too.
Yeah,
But I
it
think it
will.
will.
Right.
I don't see it not.
Well,
I don't
and
think
here's
we're
the
gonna
other
see any
thing is that when you're doing that well and you're a small company, sometimes you're going to have some growing pains. So
Yeah, no. When I spoke to Adam and Derek when I was at Legion Con, they were telling me that response has been great. But sometimes people, unfortunately, a lot of people get involved in these pre-orders or these Kickstarters, and they forget they're dealing with a company that's 5 employees. You know what I mean? And what it takes to get stuff manufactured, and they're working out of a garage for the most part. You know what I mean? Trying to ship everything out.
exactly,
It's not easy.
Right.
no, it's not, and that's what it's one of those things. That's why I'm not worried about it. If the game happens, great. At some point later, I'll get it. If it doesn't, but now I've got.
it's just like we've
4
talked
that
on
I'll-
here before about Legions having an actual warehouse or a store or something, right?
Yeah.
They only have a certain amount of people and
Yeah.
a certain amount of space to hold those figures there.
I wonder if anyone suggested putting the game on the Kickstarter.
I don't know.
Well, part of the
Mine-
game thing is that it's not actually owned by Sparrow because that's
Yeah.
under Jeremy and his brothers.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I
Authority
forgot.
Figures
So-
Studios, yeah,
Yeah.
Right.
which does complicate it, but I'm sure they could just do it as a Kickstarter and
could.
see how it works.
I mean, because
That
we
might
could
be a
bundle
better
it
way to
together
try
like
to
an all in
fund
or
it.
something, you know?
The problem is that I think the problem with the game, the biggest problem with the game is that when it released, it was what, $80, right, Aaron, for the all-in for the game?
Yeah, but you got an
Right.
an extra
An
figure, with
exclusive
it, though,
figure,
too.
right?
So
But
it's $50
still.
for the game.
All right, $50 for the game. A lot of people are thinking board game, and they're thinking the $15 Monopoly.
Yeah.
too, right. That's the problem. It's not
Yeah.
that it's a bad price.
No.
It's just a
Yeah,
mindset that
exactly.
people have.
It's the value to what you're getting, kind of.
Right.
And putting that in
Yep.
perspective, like I was at Target, you know, when they were doing during Black Friday or whatever, and I happened to go in the book section to see if there's anything good book wise or whatnot. And, you know, they have the section that's like the D&D books and stuff like that, but they have a new Marvel role-playing game, which I feel like they come out with about every 5 years. And it was a hardcover Marvel role-playing game, and they wanted, I think it was $99.99 or $89.99. And it's just a book.
Well,
you know what I mean? It's a good. I'm sure it's got great images and everything else, but
Well,
it's
the
still
D&D
a book.
starter book that I bought to kind of introduce my son to D&D, I think that starter kit was like $30, and I'm like, really? And it's not even a full, like, it's
Right.
really not even a full adventure.
How much was the starter book, Aaron?
It was like $30.
Oof.
Yeah, you can get the start kit for about $20 to $30 on almost anywhere in retail. Pretty much the little red box,
Yeah.
starter kit. But at
Yeah.
least there, you know that you're buying something that has longevity. It's been around for decades. You buy
You can even buy
newest
older
Marvel-
versions of the rules too.
I still
Yeah.
have the Marvel Power Card game from the
Oh, yeah.
90s.
Overpower.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I still have 2 decks.
You guys
Literally
remember
that
that
broke.
very
We used to play the
Very
TSR version
short-lived.
back in the grade school.
the very short-lived Star Wars trading card game that came out in the 90s?
Yeah.
Like it was basically the starter
have that
box,
too.
and there was like 5 packs of cards, and that was it.
That's
have
the
the
problem
box.
with those games that are trying to copy the Dungeons and Dragons style,
Or
right?
just Pokemon or
Right.
any of the stuff. The card games,
they come and go so
there's only
fast.
2 that really did it. Pokemon and Magic the Gathering. And beyond that is
Yep.
there's the rest are just kind of there.
Yeah. So we got a question from Marento, and let me know if I'm pronouncing this right. Marento, asking, nobody here is talking about GTA 6. So I mean, a couple of
Grand
us.
Theft Auto is one of those games that it's kind of for me. I
I played
I always-
5 online a lot. Like me and my roommate and my buddy who lives a couple houses down. Like we played the hell out of online for a while. But
Yeah. I remember I used to enjoy the ridiculousness of Grand Theft Auto 1 and 2. Grand Theft Auto 3 took some getting used to with the whole change of camera angle behind over the
Mhm.
shoulder kind of look. But I had fun in the open world city, being able to run around and do things. Then you had like the games like True Crime LA and New York, where they were literally mapping the city and putting it in there. And then eventually like GTA caught up with that, with actually making like really, really well scaled cities. I remember one of the craziest midnights I ever worked was GTA 5 for sure.
Oh, I can imagine.
Oh man, yeah. And oh, I love telling the story because my boss hated me so much for it. So we were doing when we used to do our midnight launches, right? We used a number system that I had learned from the store manager before me and the store manager that he worked at before him, where he'd literally put a number on your receipt and a number on your bag. They were matching numbers. So like you were ticket number 6, you got a matching number on the receipt, matching number on the bag with your game in it. The bag went in a box behind the counter because we can't hand it to you till midnight. We're just getting through this pre-sale process. So basically we've sold you the copy of the game, but you can't take it home until after midnight because then we break street date, right? So then at midnight, all we're doing is we call the number. You come up, you grab your game, you walk out the door, and you go home. Fast, quick, easy. Well, our higher ups at GameStop had decided they wanted to modify this system. Now, mind you, not every store did that system. It was one that was like my store was just kind of known for doing because it made midnight so very quick, easy, and efficient. And they were like, we're going to do a group number system where you're going to run through like numbers 1 through 25, like your first 25 customers, they're going to be in like group number 1. And then you're going to call those people in at midnight, and then they're going to come get their game, and then they're going to go. And then you're going to do group number 2. And I'm like, why are you adding in an extra step? That sounds really, really dumb.
Does everyone get a window seat with this?
Right? Exactly. Like, what the fuck? So I'm just like, no, I'm going to do my group number system. He's like, no, or I was like, I'm going to do my number system. Y'all can do that group number system. Because, see, the other thing is when we worked at midnight, store managers had to be there for the midnight. And then we also had to come in the next morning early and open early.
Sounds kind of like your streaming setup now.
So, yeah. Well, I mean, hey, I had training, right?
Yeah,
anyway,
exactly.
I was just like, that whole idea is just not going to work for me. He was like, no, you're going to do the group number system. I was like, I'm going to do my number system, and I'm going to be done while the rest of you all are on group number 2. So I had over 250 people in and out my door in less than 25 minutes. All had their game, all heading home, installing GTA 5 on their consoles, getting ready to play their game. And you know what was really funny about that? He wanted me to call when I was done. I was like, so it's not even 12:30. My store is completely empty. Everybody's gone home. All of their games. Here's my sales numbers. Here's my rollover rate. Here's my subscription numbers. All this other crap that I had to give him because he demanded to know all this information. I had all of that done. I was like, I'm staying open until 1 a.m. in case there were any stragglers that didn't pick up their game, which we had a 100% pickup rate that night for the people who were there. If anybody wants to come in after midnight and pick up a copy of the game, they're more than welcome to. So we stayed open until like 1, and nobody else came in. I went home, got a good night's sleep, came back in, opened up early the next day. He was so pissed off because I was all done and everything, and I called my night exactly how it would go. And it's like,
that was some corporate guy's dream, though, that if we could have everybody do this group number, then we'll be able to track which groups buy what and what hours we get this much money and this many subscriptions.
Some of that is what I like to call corporate groupthink.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, it's if any of them actually came in and saw how efficient that my system was that we had been using, that several stores had used. And the funny part is he knew how efficient my midnights were.
For management, efficiency is only a key word. It's a token word. It doesn't mean anything in real life.
Nothing should actually be efficient because
the thing is that a lot of the times it's to some guy with an MBA who never actually did your job and has no fucking clue how to do it.
Yep. He never came up with
there was a reason I started as a tech in the mental health field. One, I knew what the job was. I can say that I've done it, and I moved up from there. So when I get to that management position and I'm over these people, I have a little more credibility than somebody that just walks in the door and goes, "Hi, I'm so and so," and they at least worked with me and knew me. Now, did that cause other issues? Hell yes, it did.
Wow.
Nothing like going from you're hanging out with me and showing me all your stupid shit to being your boss. Not a good idea.
Now your boss, where it's a different thing. Unfortunately for me, like when I did hire my friends, most of them they were willing to work the hell out of themselves because they wanted to make sure that I did everything good. So they had that respect for them. But you do get the people that try to take advantage and think, oh, I'm working with my buddy, I ain't got to do shit. And when that happens, it's like, well, look, guess what? This isn't just that. This is a business, and you can't fuck with my business. You can't fuck with my paycheck.
Yeah. One of my good friends would come in drunk when I worked at the game store. Like one day he literally was like sleeping on the back racks, and I just worked the whole shift with him, just like sleeping on the back racks. But I wasn't his boss, I was just his coworker. I was like, whatever.
I'm not going to confirm or deny that, on a very slow summer night, there a certain somebody that was my boss. Well, not even my boss, like my equal at the time, because we both weren't store managers at all. But they took a nap in the back of the store where there was no camera.
Let's make me big real quick. I wanted to show this off.
Okay, let me play with you a little.
That'll make him big.
I love that.
Damn, that head's awesome.
That is wicked.
That's cool.
So Liam, this is an actual Demogorgon.
Yeah.
That's an actual Demogorgon from D&D, not like the thing you see in Stranger
Right.
Things.
Right.
From the actual creatures. So, are we going to wait until after the new year to kind of get the role-playing Saturday night streams going? How do you guys feel about that? When would be a good day? Because I know, like right now, the holidays, things get a little hectic.
I think
I
we
just,
start
I
after
just
the
work
first.
here. I go with the flow, so whatever.
Look, if I make you all feel like this is work, I apologize. That's not the point.
I make no
it's,
command decisions here. I'm
It's
just
almost
telling
the
you.
new year anyway, so like,
Kayla wants to play some D&D.
Right? Well, you're on board. Like, that's the whole idea of us going to do that.
We only have
are
what,
going to
one,
run.
two.
Miss
There's only
Kayla,
4
did you get your?
Saturdays.
She
One's
might like
Christmas
the idea
Eve,
of the
one's
dungeons
Thanksgiving.
more than the dragons, though. Maybe.
So, okay, what do we think about, like, because guys, I'm going to plan on doing a New Year's stream where we're going to bring in the New Year across all time zones again because I'm freaking stupid like that.
I will not be available on New Year's because my dog will just be freaking out the whole time. So
I don't blame you.
I literally
Yeah, I
just
gotta
saw
work
you.
this morning too.
I certainly do not blame you for that. You handle your business the best you can. And I understand if other people can't make it either because they're doing stuff with their families, everything. For sure. But I was gonna say, like, that might be a fun night to get involved in the game. But I don't know. Thanos isn't gonna be here, as he's gonna be one of the core campaign members being here every week like he is. I don't know that we can
We're
start at
talking
that
about
night
the
then.
end of the month.
Well, like either end of the month or going, beginning after the new year.
Yeah. That's fine.
I would just start
No.
it after the new year. We'll have the New Year's.
After the new year, that'll work.
Yeah, probably. That way we'll have time to set everything up and do. Everybody can make their choices and.
That being said, I've never played any kind of like D&D. Like I've played video RPGs, but never like a
That's it, you're
tabletop
fired.
game of any kind.
You're fired. Pack your shit and get out of here.
Jeez, tell us how you really feel, Ed.
I was trying to make him feel like he was at work, like Oz said.
Oh man,
I appreciate
you.
you,
At
Ed.
work,
Thank
just tell me to stay 2 hours extra every fucking Friday.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Sounds like being a
Thanos,
moderator for
we can't
lag.
ask you to stay extra. You stay the whole time, even for the after hours talks.
Yeah, so he'll have to. Yeah, exactly.
All right, Thanos, you stay here. The rest of us are leaving.
That's right.
Now it sounds like work. Like, or call me like 45 times on my day off.
Well, I mean, I message everybody.
It could
all
be
throughout
worse.
the
You could
week.
get these random Facebook. He'll send if mine. I get these random Facebook things from mine. Yeah, it's like, really? Why are you sending me these Facebook ads? What the? Really?
So
Which
Thanos
is worse because it's
and
family that I've worked for. So yeah, it's like, really?
Thanos
You
and
sending me
Pain,
this shit?
as you guys now are newly embracing and getting into Facebook here, how y'all feel about it? Well, I know you've had yours for a while, but you just completely ignored it. I mean, that's pretty much how I do most of the time, unless it's like some Cabal related stuff. I'm mostly not on Facebook.
I've logged in one time since you told me you were going to request me as a friend to accept the friendship and have not logged back in. That's
Good job, buddy.
Yeah. That's how I am on
The
Facebook.
only
And that
reason
was
I
like a
have it
week
for me is for
after.
the Cabal stuff, so it's not like I'm gonna be going into 20 million groups.
See, I think this is a common thread that most of us have shared. We've never been able to get with a good group of people to run a campaign. Like every time I find a decent group of people, something happens and nobody can meet to do the campaign anymore. So
that sounds like the majority of my teen years.
Right?
Did we figure out who's going to be the dungeon master yet?
Well, I know.
I mean, Thanos wants to be. I know that because he likes all the bondage. But
well, that's why the whole reason he's buying multiple Marleys for bondage vests and chains.
Right.
I only got one.
Ayla did bring up that Johnny is a DM. Lucha Johnny,
that's right.
DM.
Johnny, that's right.
And I know I've spoken to Jesse as he is that because I want to make sure that like somebody would be able to commit to like a once a monthly game. So either one, I'm sure Johnny would probably be able to. He might be able to do it more because I know Jesse gets a lot on his plate. So I mean, getting this group of people around to do this in fun and being able to make it so that people who are in the chat and maybe not able to go live with us can join in, like making it interactive for the chat as well is going to be like kind of an important factor. Because I want people to really be able to embrace this and have fun with it and make it a very community-driven event.
It wouldn't be much fun to watch us play D&D anyway if they're just sitting there watching, right? That just wouldn't be.
I mean, it took a while for the guys to critical role to make it more.
I just made a head cannon.
I love it. I'm slapping my knee right now.
I'm bored.
Well, thanks.
I think your hat might be too tight.
Actually, it's a little warm, so you know.
There you go. You can take it off. It was strictly just a joke.
Got to follow that dress code of that damn slave driving boss of ours.
Well, see, I had said that I was going to start wearing my Santa hat, and I hadn't gotten mine, so I'm glad Terrence is at least wearing his. But for our Christmas stream, I will be fully suited up. Going to be some Ozzy claws happening. I've actually, like, tomorrow I'm going to have a lot of work where I'm just sitting here trying to go through and make new intro videos and stuff like that. Something I haven't sat down and really done for a while, but want to get something going. Like I made that really cool intro video last year for Toy Frenzy. But I know it gets like a copyright thing, so we're not going to use that one. Oh, I don't even have it.
What is it about if it gets a copyright? Is the music?
Yeah, because it's copyrighted music, but it's okay for use. However, because it's copyrighted, like you can't monetize the video. So like anything that has a copyright on it, like when you have the ability to be monetized, you can't monetize that video. So
what is this music for?
Oh, well, okay. Like you guys know how I do my my intro video, right?
Yeah.
That's owned by somebody. It's copyrighted. It's not like, you know, I'm going to get a
It shows up
strike or a
in your,
ding.
you've got it listed in your deal, in your
right
description.
It's okay for use. Like I can use it. That's never a problem. But it's not something that I could ever monetize. Like every video with my intro on it, I can't monetize that video ever. So this was what I made last year for Toy Frenzy for the holidays. Now that I found it, I need to upload it here real quick. But I'll play it for you guys because I thought it was fun. It was a lot of cool. It was a lot of cool because I can English real gooder now.
You know what? You have a better grasp of it than I did last night. I was. My brain was not braining.
I thought you had a good stream last night. I mean, I missed the end of it, but
I enjoyed it.
My brain was struggling for quite a bit of that last night. I was just like, why is this my brain? I'm not working. What is going on?
Sometimes StreamYard be playing games like that. I was trying to place your voice for a while. Now I realize you're Garfield's human feeder. Oh,
So
so
you
I'm
sound like
John?
John.
Dave.
Okay.
Oh, John. That's right,
Apparently.
John.
Dave, that's it. No, it is Dave.
That was John.
No, Dave was from the Chipmunks. John was
Yeah.
Garfield.
John
Yeah,
is
Dave
Garfield.
Seville.
Yeah. Here we go, guys. This was the Toy Frenzy holiday intro video.
Hello.
Magic trick.
I
Kayla's here.
magically appeared.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to put her in the middle somewhere because we don't have enough. We don't have the 9.
You somehow don't have 9 people on live stream with us tonight.
I know, shocking. I'm gonna grab my mic because it's actually right there. So I'm here. I'll BRB, but I'm here.
Well, it's good to have you on board.
Speaking of that, before I forget, Oz, I will not be here next Saturday. Thanos just reminded me.
Oh, okay.
I will be in the middle of the woods in Pennsylvania.
Oh,
He'll be hiding a
You're coming
body,
down there.
so just so anybody knows, it'll
Don't
be a
say
solid
it while
roll.
we're live. Jeez.
He didn't say which woods.
do you know how many woods are in Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania.
Right. I think we're
Good
gonna
luck trying to
be,
find us, Kappas.
I can't remember where the hell we're going to be.
So now Ed's going to tell everybody. You guys
Remember,
make it really
I told
hard
you I
to
was going to be about an hour north of Gettysburg. Remember?
That's right. That's right. Yeah, you weren't going to be too far.
Yeah.
That's why you were going to check out the.
Yeah, because it's the yearly trip I go with my 3 best friends to a trip.
Which is awesome.
Yeah.
I think Terrence was saying he had this problem, Nolan, but I didn't have an issue with mine.
Divine Armor.
The Build-A-Figure from Dragonor. Wasn't that you that was saying?
Yeah, I had one of the legs just did not want to. I think if I remember correctly, it might have been the left leg. Did not. It just really. I mean, I got it on finally, but it's still kind of like if you mess with it, it just comes right off.
Have either of you guys tried contacting Formo?
I haven't. I mean, I guess I could. I think I didn't want to wait another year.
Yeah.
But
while they still have the parts.
yeah.
I don't want to wait another year.
Well, I figured they'll probably come out. I mean, it looks like, I mean, again, I like the figures. Don't get me wrong. It just looks like, but we're getting a lot of repaints. So I feel like you can just kind of take a repaint figure. I'm looking forward to Wave 2. I think I got excited about Wave 1.5 until I realized it was mostly repaints.
Yeah, it's all repaint.
And then, but I am looking forward
That's
to
the idea of
Wave
the
2. That's the one that has the
right?
witch and like the kind of American Indian sort of looking character.
Yeah. Then the plant guy, the caveman.
Oh yeah, absolutely, the caveman. I like that it comes with like 3 different heads that you can kind of like army build with it.
Yeah. I'm wondering how they're going to do that because it's like has 3 heads. But I wonder if I'll probably just end up buying the whole wave and then buying a couple extra cavemen.
But the other thing too is like I kind of hope, I know they're working towards it, but I kind of feel like if the line is called Dragonor, it should probably have some dragons.
They've shown off 3
They
dragons.
keep showing them.
The dragons are
Yeah.
coming.
Yeah.
And by the way, they are coming, and Motu's going to be starting to show up in retail this fall.
Out of my retail. They've completely
There we
abandoned
go.
Masters.
Adult Collector says it's happening. It must
Right.
be
I was going to say, hey, it was starting with the cartoon wave as of November 1st. We were supposed to start seeing the cartoon line in stores, as well as the fan favorites. But the rest of the vintage line is all Mattel Creations exclusive. And yeah,
I don't think I'll see any of those at my local store though, because I don't have any Masterburst now. Like we don't have anything, and like there's whole lines of toys that we just don't get. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm not even seeing Fisto or Naked Stratos or Sorceress.
We don't have any of those anymore.
No leeches or snout spouts.
I found a bunch at Random Treasures. They got a bunch of those.
The two Walmarts nearest me, they don't have any Motu at all, except one of them did have one Mossman, but he wasn't even on the boy toy aisle. He was kind of randomly on an end cap. So and then if I go further in, there's a few that have nice big toy sections, so that's where I found it. But yeah, you're still getting Snout Spouts, Leech, Naked Stratos,
right?
Buzz Off. You make an army with the number of Stratoses and Buzz Off.
Well, I mean, at least they have like their own. Like, you could make an army of Endrinans and Avions, I guess, if you really wanted to.
Oh. Baby girl had to come see me. I was trying to figure out what she was doing.
Oh. So when Ed gets back, we can remember this question here. Fat Red Food wants to know what cryptids he's looking for. I'm thinking Bigfoot.
If you get closer to the Jersey border, you might be able to find things like the Jersey Devil, the Pine Barrens.
Yeah, we're not going to the Pine Barrens. We're actually going to be like almost central Pennsylvania.
Right.
What cryptids are you looking for in Pennsylvania?
That's where Johnny lives. In the
There you
middle
go.
of
You found
Pennsylvania, as he likes to say.
There we
Yeah,
go.
Johnny lives more towards Pittsburgh, so he lives in the western part of bumfuck Pennsylvania.
I thought he lived in Eastern.
I thought he said Pittsburgh. Maybe he said Philly. I can't remember.
No, it's not near anything big.
He lives where they filmed Groundhog Day.
Okay. Well, you know what? Honestly, he's that close. He and I are going to have to meet up and do some hunting at some point, maybe. Actually, maybe we should get Johnny to come along with Corey, Make Shape Create, and Mr. Home Arcade and Lee's Customs and I when we all do our great Eternia Dreams Gettysburg trip.
So I have a question for you.
Yeah.
You've met Mr. Home Arcade in the real world?
Yes, that is his voice.
Okay, because I think I'd asked a while back and I didn't hear the answer, so I was just curious if that was how he sounds in real life or if it's a put-on voice.
Sounds the same.
I try to reiterate: what you get on his channel is what you get.
Okay.
Yeah, I met him at Maryland.
Sounds like a 50-year chain smoker in person.
So Morento is asking about rewind to watch the festive intro. Genuinely love that. It's if you go back, you can watch the Toy Frenzy holiday episodes from last year, and you can definitely catch it there as much as you want. We played that intro a lot last year. And you're from Liverpool, and you have a real cryptid, like he exists, and he's a boogeyman. Name is Purple Aki. Enjoy the rabbit hole. Interesting. I'll have to check that out. If you're from Liverpool, I'm going to assume you sound like a Beatle. So I want to know John, Paul, George, or Ringo.
Hopefully that cryptid he just sent you after isn't like, two girls in a cup or, bathed in my milk, right?
Right?
It could be. You never know. Wouldn't be the first time somebody sent us down a rabbit hole.
Hey, that's
or showed us the rabbit hole.
The only cryptid I'm going to find in December in the Pennsylvania woods, Fat Red Foo, is Sasquatch. So that's the one I'll be hunting after.
So he sounds like Wacko Warner.
There we go. So go. Look at all that. Oh, somebody's got that seahorse. Seahorses forever.
Not anymore. She don't.
Nope. Seahorse, bro.
Seahorse down.
Seahorse went somewhere else. Seahorse ran away.
Seahorse went bye-bye. Well, I'm stupid and put the smallest thing on bottom.
Well, you know,
That's my own damn
that's a
fault.
proper stacking technique for Walmart.
But I also have
Oh
this
my
whole
God.
bag.
Are you,
So-
are you
Once
making?
again, haven't been home.
Oh, wait a
Oh.
minute. Is this Stranger Things
hello,
little
cat.
people?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I
nice.
dig it.
With these.
I dig it. Like
I
the
wanted to
background
draw off a set of
alone.
those.
I got
Yeah.
3 of the sets. So I got this one. I got this one.
Oh, nice.
And turn because
Oh,
of course.
See, those are kind of
Yeah,
you
Demogorgon is cool.
almost want to keep in the
I
packaging
like the
because of the way
background.
it's
I
done.
know.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, why do they keep doing this? So I have to keep it in the packaging.
I haven't
in
seen
this
that one yet.
Yeah.
Oh, that one's nice too. I like that. Now, Kayla, since you were doing some Legos with your Rivendell set, have you looked at getting
Mhm.
the upside down Lego set where it's like the buyer's house, but it's
Yeah.
built so that it's the upside down
It's-
and it's everything upside down and then it's the house on top?
It's really cool, and actually one of my clients has it. They have a few Lego sets, and that's where I like stream whenever I'm there. And I'm always looking at it, and I'm like, I really like it. But I told myself, I'm like, if I'm gonna get another big set, which that one isn't that big, but if I'm gonna get another big set, then I definitely probably want to do Harry Potter. I just don't know what. Like the Diagon Alley one is really cool, but it's just way too big. But also the new Avengers
I
Tower
never
is really
thought I'd hear
fucking
you say
cool.
something was too big.
Also, now I can be in the middle.
Yes, now we can fix it. Here we go.
But it's fucking 3 feet tall, and the only place I could put it would be like half behind my TV because my TV is like in the corner and like
Right.
hanging off the wall, so it'd be kind of behind the TV. And I'm like, that's not cool if you can't see it. So I don't
Yeah.
know. I haven't figured it out because I do
You
want
try
like
floating shelves.
There you go.
I do actually have some shelves, but like the only other space that can go is already like my like curated wall I have, which is like part jewelry hanging, part boobs and butts and penises. Including those things
there
I
we go,
got
folks.
last week. I hung those up. Like I have a jewelry rack that's in the shape of boobs. And then there's also a lot of ferns there, which half my room is ferns. So
Between how many ferns?
yes, between a lot of ferns.
2 ferns.
But yeah,
Shout out Gina Marie here, new to the chat, real quick, saying that there was a few in Wally tonight, but it was old stuff. Okay, well, keeping us posted on the Wally finance. Continue, Kayla.
Yeah, so I do want something to kind of represent each of like the big fandoms. So like I want something for Harry Potter. I want something for either Captain America / Marvel. Yeah, and then kind of go from there. But I don't know. I just don't know if I can have anything as big as the Rivendell again because I literally
Right.
don't have the space until I would move and no longer have roommates and can expand my space beyond my room.
Sure.
Yeah.
Aaron said there's always space.
Yeah, not really.
There is
Final
not always
frontier, I've
space.
heard.
Ed, that's not what I said.
We've solved
Space is the final
everybody's
frontier.
problems.
That's
We're gonna
right, we
start
have.
renting out
Also, is this
collection space.
what you got me, Pains? I messaged you back.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So cool. I've been wanting it for so long. I don't know if it must have been someone else who messaged me because I'm in several Secret Santas and they're like, do you want to update your list? I'm like, I have nothing to add from last year. Like, I love everything I put on it from last year. So, thank you. Yeah, I meant to message the group and be like, do we still want to do it? There's 5 of us. But I forgot.
It sounds
So,
about
thank
right.
you. So, thank you.
Let's get that.
Now I gotta
Oh
figure out
shit,
who I got.
Larry.
Damn it, Larry! When did you show up?
Been there
Right
for
after the
a minute.
Michigan game finally finished, it was the longest game ever.
Did they choke?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
But it was a boring ass fucking game because Iowa is so boring. But I don't care.
Nice.
Strut Moogs.
Yes. What's great about these is I can unbox them and then rebox them. You can have mint on card, mint with card, mint and card.
Collector friendly packaging.
Yeah.
Well, we were
love
talking
that.
earlier tonight about a new ghost that the Ghostbusters can go after. As a matter of fact, I have some
Marley.
plasma series that would scale well. Yes, the Jacob Marley.
I know. I guess I have to get it now
And-
just for the shame.
I was
That was
say,
how
are
they
you
go.
going
Yes,
down the same route Thanos did? Get the
Oh.
chain harness.
Is the harness separate?
As it comes off.
Yes.
But like you don't buy it separate. It comes
No.
with it, obviously. It's
No, you got to buy the
$60.
figure. But it's only $60 for a harness and all these chains.
I'd rather get an actual harness.
But look. For
I
60
know,
bucks?
it's
Oh, it wouldn't be
it's
that
pretty
good.
fucking cool. Are those feet translucent? Translucent?
Yeah.
Yeah.
God,
They
damn
certainly
it.
are. So is
Mother.
the bottom of the coat.
fucker.
Yeah.
Look.
If he had been more
The
translucent,
bottom of the what?
And Lawrence, what were your thoughts? The bottom of his
I
coat.
really
too.
liked it. Now I didn't buy it because I'm waiting to find out how much my car is going to cost. So
God. What do you have to get done on your car? Everything.
Rear differential or the coupler. So far, it's looking at about $2,400.
Oof.
So,
ugh.
and it's only Christmas time. Oh, and living in Michigan, you pay your
Right.
you pay your tabs for your birthday. And since my birthday is 4 days after Christmas, I get to take that one too. It's usually nice and dry. They don't use lube or nothing,
Another clap.
so it's nice.
Oh God, you're a Capricorn too. Have we discussed this before?
I have not.
My
Capricorns
birthday is
in
exactly. Yeah, my birthday is exactly 2 weeks after Christmas. So whatever day Christmas falls on, my birthday falls on. So this
Monday.
is a Monday, which
That would be the day of the best live stream by one person for 3+ hours.
I wonder who.
Who is
Also,
that?
I didn't realize his head moved. His head is very loose. And his arms move. That's cool. It's very smooth.
Girl,
Gotta
I
love
didn't
that
say
strut
anything.
move.
I didn't say anything. I just mentioned that I can't really do anything until this car is fixed and I know how much it costs. Luckily, my ex and I have a
True.
good relationship, so she pretty much took care of Christmas, so we're good.
That's good.
Did you
Good,
find out
good.
what's wrong with your car
That's
yet,
good.
Larry?
It's either the rear differential or the coupler that leads to the rear differential. He said if it was the rear differential, which he doesn't think that's what it is, that would be like $1,200 their cost. And then he said that the coupler, he got sticker shock that's like $2,000, and he thinks that's what it is. But he's like, he goes, I'm not going to charge you for anything that, you know. He goes, I think it's the coupler. I'll put the coupler on. You know, if it's still making the noise, then I'll take it off, put the old one on, and put the rear differential on. So either way, it's just like the worst.
Oh yeah. Perfect timing, right?
Always.
Yeah.
Always the
Perfect
worst time of year
timing.
for anything.
It's like Christmas. Hell, hey, you need this too.
October to December just seems to pull all of the unexpected expenses to come out of nowhere.
Yeah, that's why
they're
I've never
attracted to this time of the year.
like. I understand that when they talk about like not just HasLabs, but crowd funds, that
Mhm.
you know it all depends on the timing and everything. But why would you ever have one ending in November, December? It makes no sense.
Seems like a bad idea.
If
like
if you wanted to
just
fail,
looking at
yeah,
the time
that's
and
a good
going, all right,
time.
you know what? I mean, if I was going to do a crowdfund, I would want it to end right as taxes are finishing, because
Yeah.
people have a little bit of extra money. So
Right. So, Kayla, did you want to hold up the Strutting Moogs again? Dawn here has said awesome ghost.
Mm-hmm. I put them back in. Hold on.
She
This one
is
is not going to
a
move.
Ghostbusters fan as well.
That one's just kind of stuck there. Yeah, the head and the arms move, which is cool.
You know,
I did not realize
Fiducci,
that.
Tony Taylor toys, Phantasm
Mhm.
toys, like just always
They're
knocking it out of the
amazing.
park.
I will. I didn't get the. I just realized he has a big old hole.
Whoa. So Strutting Moogs
I
has a boom boom hole for tail.
Yeah, I didn't get the like really big Scolari Brothers that they just came out with, just 'cause like
Yeah.
I need to like limit.
They were a little
But I
too
think I ended
much,
up
I thought.
yeah, which I mean, luckily he does PayPal, so you can do like PayPal Pay Later, which is nice. But I did get the like mini ones because I didn't get those yet. So I was like, that makes up for it. I should be getting them soon, actually. I think I just got the shipping notification. I'm opening my Sylvie because I don't know if I want to open the Stranger Things ones now.
all right,
Well,
so
at
you guys
least
have
not
been
the
on.
one. The way it's packaged.
So you guys have been on for 4+ hours. What have you guys discussed? I
A
literally was
range of
watching the football game. I didn't want to. I
Not a
wasn't
problem.
gonna watch anything.
So, of course, earlier tonight we had discussed quite heavily Jacob Marley, going over what those future parts usage might be with upcoming figures. You know, speculation of a lot of pirate customs now that we're getting this Victorian area clothing on a figure obscura. So, like, you know, pirate customs for the future in Mythics, as well as just, you know, different things surrounding that. Of course, very heavy in the front part about that. Then we've strayed to talking about Thanos maybe getting kicked off of YouTube next week as he does a retrospective of the you know,
No Shame November is what
November.
we should
Nice
call
knowing
it.
all of you.
Wait,
Call it
you're
No Shame
doing
November. There
that?
you go.
Yeah, it
Oh
should be
god,
out this week, so we'll see how it goes.
YouTube is never gonna monetize
There
you.
was a whole lot of licking a wang and holding a
Let me
wang.
see. I think I'm still at 51
There was a lot of
followers or subscribers, so I don't think it really matters.
I mean, you never know.
So, did anyone discuss? And I know this isn't a big topic here. The fact that Super 7 has reached an agreement with Hasbro to do the O-rings.
We haven't.
No, we
announced
haven't
the
discussed it, but
O-rings.
it's you know what?
Everyone make
It
their
was
best
coming.
O face.
I've known about it for a while. I couldn't say anything, but I knew about it for a while.
Well, I
Aren't you
mean,
cool?
it was kind of obvious that it was coming.
They
when they
played their
announced
hand when they
the
showed it with the mothership, showing that they were going to do the O-ring Vipers.
yeah.
They already
Yeah.
played the hand. It was just a matter of time
So-
before it leaked out.
Yeah, but I think they had to come to an agreement with Hasbro on what
Yeah.
they can and cannot do. Like, I don't think they're allowed to touch anything that Hasbro has done in the past, like those like they can't. I don't believe that they can recreate like Duke Gung Ho in that form. That's going to be kept for.
I mean, can they do
Hasbro.
like the cartoon version, like they're
Well,
doing?
Yeah,
with
that's what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah,
is
so they're
cartoon.
going to do the Deke and Sumbo, and then touch on the cartoon or comic book stuff.
Yeah.
Probably stuff that like we never got, which that's what I wanted from the O-rings. I don't
Yeah.
want to buy another Gung Ho that I already have the original to. I mean, it's great that people can get it that don't have those or don't have like figures like that, but for me, it's like I don't want to continue to buy. Well, I'm not going to, but I don't want to continue to see
I think
another
the price
Cobra
point
Commander.
will determine how well they do, though.
I agree with you, and he said that he's going to try and keep it to 20. And he did say 20.
That speaks volumes. If he's going to keep it at 20, that tells you that you've been overpaying for reaction figures. But
That's exactly what I said. I think when I was talking to Tony,
because
about
there's
it.
a significant difference in the tooling between a reaction figure and the tooling between a O-ring figure. You're gonna have
No, we won't
significantly
have-
more tooling.
No, fact, man. There's no hooded Cobra Commander coming.
That's not coming out, not from them.
Yeah,
that's the same problem though that Hasbro's had with the Joe figures. They can't go back in price now. They've already created themselves a hole where they got to keep going higher. They can't go back.
Gotta keep going in that hole.
Mm-hmm.
But I
What she
talked
said.
about that before.
Oh, sorry.
I just real quick,
I
I
just
got a
realized this is
random.
for the Build-A-Figure.
Yeah.
I was like, the fuck is this for?
Yeah, it's the Build-A-Figure. It's the
I
Watcher.
got a very, very random request from Mike Litt. Mike Litt.
There you
Now
go.
I get it. I gotta love it when I get
There you
surprised
go.
stuff like that.
Took you a while.
I got played by Mo, like Mo. Is that Amanda hugging kiss in here? Is there an alcoholic?
We need, here's what we need, Lawrence, for the O-ring. You need the old man, the Vindel Viper. And the Vindel Viper.
And you know what?
Right?
You
When
know,
are we
and
going to
what-
get our
That's
janitor?
the kind of crap you'll get. I promise it's coming.
No, and you know what? That's exactly what they need to do. And
Yeah.
you know, like if you watch the Full Force, when you listen to Pat when he's on there, this is what he's been saying he wants out of the O-rings. He wants characters that have never been done before, or
Yeah.
different paint schemes. And I think that's what you need. But I still do believe, and I've been saying this for quite some time. I think that you have a lot of these O-ring Kickstarters, and then you also have like Delta 17, is it? Ken's.
Yeah.
It's the same people buying the figures over and over and over.
Yeah.
I think there's only a select amount of people that still want the O-ring. And I discuss. I mean, I don't know why we fight about it. I don't know why it matters. I mean,
I think if they actually are doing them like the cartoon, that'll bring in
Yeah.
its own group.
They'll
of
have
people.
their fans. 'Cause
Yeah.
They already got people buying the reactions. I'm not a big fan of the reactions. I don't own a reaction. I probably won't ever buy one.
It's like Damn It Larry always says, Joe collectors are
they
Joe
were cheaper.
collectors. They're not figure
Yeah.
collectors.
and they most of them don't know any different. Like when it comes to toys, like they don't understand like what's going on in the toy world. So they just see, G.I. Joe that they haven't had. They have some extra money. They're adults or whatever. They want to get their kids into it. They don't know what's going on with Marvel Legends, stuff with like Valaverse or, Four Horsemen, Boss Fight Studios. They don't know any shit like that.
Yeah.
Poor Largo.
Make sure.
Largo.
It's very important advice here. Right on par with the channel too, because it involves food and
Yeah,
possibly a Gabe. Always check your O-ring after spicy burrito consumption for sure. May even
Or
find
Thai
anal
food.
seepage. The Thai food.
But
especially.
Hey, we haven't had any Olestra in a long time, so I don't think that's an issue.
But yeah, I think there's so much, and I think we're gonna see. Like, I think Hasbro. I know people don't like to hear this because this means that you're a shill, but a $1 billion company is a $1 billion company because they try to make as few mistakes as possible. But
Yeah.
allowing someone else,
Right,
to take all the risk is smart.
Yep.
And
That's
I mean,
that's
you
how
say
you
whichever
make
one.
money.
Especially when they already have the license. They've already given that company the license.
know.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's something
Right.
new they're doing. Hasbro's
Nope.
got G.I. Joe
Well, yeah.
pimped out to 10 different companies now.
Yeah, and the fact is that, I mean, Classified is just, it's making money now. Whether or not Hasbro thought it
Yes.
was going to originally, it's making money. It is by far their
Yeah,
best
but-
property.
The reality is
picked up a
toys.
lot of
As
traction.
much as we talk about toys for Hasbro, It is not the toys that makes Hasbro the money.
No. Well, I
Not
mean,
the
I
action
mean,
figure.
It is a
No.
drop.
yeah.
It is
I
a
mean,
drop of that
I mean,
rather
yes,
proverbial.
there are toys, but a lot of them are the kid toys, the board games. Like that's why I hate when they get into this collecting. Like when people start talking about the collectors. Yeah, Hasbro obviously sees that it's a niche, or else they wouldn't have Hasbro
Yeah.
Pulse. They wouldn't do PulseCon. But again,
Nope.
when it comes down to it, you look at the kid toys, the baby toys, board
Mhm.
games, Magic the Gathering, like that's Dungeons and Dragons. That's where they're still going to make their money.
Yep.
So again, and to me, that means like that's why I say you should really push this to a 13 and over. At the same time, I understand why Hasbro won't, because then it takes them out of being a kid's toy.
Well, it takes them out of the box stores too, is what the problem is, right?
Yeah.
Hasbro doesn't want to be out of that
know,
aisle.
Yeah, but everyone says that, but McFarlane is in them. So
Yeah.
I,
And so is, I mean, and now even Super 7 is in
I was going to say
Walmart.
NECA
Yeah,
Super
but
7 used to be
Walmart,
exclusive
Best
online
Buy.
sales.
Hasbro
So
probably has their own set of policies that they have to
Yeah.
follow
they do.
or abide by
Yeah.
to
There's
be in
guidelines.
that age group, right? Because they don't want to get sued by any stretch of the mean, right? So McFarlane, he's like, yeah, whatever. But Hasbro's like, no, we've been down that road before. I don't want to get sued.
Yeah,
Did
but
you happen to
realistically,
see?
Harlan doesn't include accessories with his toys. Let's
Well,
be honest.
usually, unless they're separate hands, and that's about it.
Yeah. And then they'll give you finger guns.
Yep.
Did you happen to see that Todd McFarlane was saying in a talk this week that he's in pursuits that he would love to pick up the Marvel Legends license?
I did see that.
Well, because he's already doing DC, right? Why not own them?
Well,
you know,
that was basically what he said.
competition?
He's like, why shouldn't I be able to do my characters by my own design, things that I've done at Marvel in the past, and so he's
The only
saying
good thing
McFarlane by
about that would
McFarlane.
be able to have that all on the same scale, but
But McFarlane doesn't even know what scale he wants to do.
Well, that was the second part, right? That was my
Yeah.
That was the caveat I was going to
It's
throw
kind of
onto
like
that.
the Warhammer figures that they. You notice he's done it everywhere now. Now the Warhammer figures are at $30.
Yep.
He did a $10 price increase on the people that buy his toys. There's still some that are at 20, but the ones that
for the
people
most
are
part,
going to
he has
want,
finally
you
raised
get
his
that
price.
beautiful card holder.
What?
What more do you want?
the ones that
Take
people
that
are going
back
to
out
want are
of
going
the
to hit
box.
that $30 price point, and they're going to stay there. And he's going to be
Oh,
one of
I
the
know.
most expensive for quality.
Yeah.
That's not a good look. That's how you go to clearance.
Let me see it light up.
I don't know where the screwdrivers are here, and I don't know where the batteries are. So sorry.
It
It's not my
Put your phone
home.
on.
Didn't include batteries. Fucking
What?
It doesn't include.
Don't you have toys
I-
and that will fit?
It
Look, there was a
doesn't
very
go
popular
on.
movie
Yeah.
called Batteries Not Included back
Included,
in the 80s.
yeah. There you go.
Did you guys
Except
see
that
that
involved
light
little
up
alien
display?
toys that
Which
I'm looking at it right now. The light up 1/12 scale DX display base. It's on Big Bad Toy Store.
No.
you want to
It
shoot me a
looks
link,
cool.
or actually, you should be able to share screen. You could share screen.
I'll just link it in the private chat.
Okay.
I
So
don't know how to do anything on here. So
Did anyone
Caleb
else pre-order
Morento-
the skateboarder?
was
Did
that
you order
Lawrence?
it, Lawrence?
Of course, I fucking pre-ordered.
I thought of you as soon as I saw that damn thing. I said,
I
Lawrence
wanna
probably
know
ordered
why-
5 of these.
Yorkshire.
Why is there no face paint? Like, why is he just a blank face?
So you can paint your own face on there, like Hasbro selfie series.
There you go.
Selfie
The new
series
selfie series,
canceled.
draw
But now
yourself.
paint your own.
Oh wow.
It's now
Isn't
sculpture.
Yorkshire in the UK?
That display base is
Yes, it
fantastic.
is.
Okay. No.
He's saying he
I'm from
recognizes your accent.
California. Which is funny because when I was in New Zealand, people obviously knew I was American, but they specifically knew I was Californian. You want to know how?
did you say hella too many times?
No, I said like too many times.
Like,
which I'm working on.
Like
No,
is not
it's
a-
funny. I
that's
haven't
not a
You know,
California
back
thing.
in the
while-
80s
Say
when I
like
was a
other places.
teenager,
Dude.
talking like a valley girl was hot. Now it's just annoying.
I like totally
Yeah.
like get
like
what you're talking
totally,
about.
and like I went shopping and I got so many clothes from Gucci.
Ooh. Whoa.
Ooh.
What size does that fit?
It's
It's
112.
112
I'm not sure
112.
exactly how.
Is it
some
really
toys-
112 though?
I'm not sure. I think it's 7-inch on the inside.
Okay, that'd be all right.
Doesn't it have dimensions on there? Nope.
Right there.
All right.
No, just
So
under
it's
the 112 scale.
5.91 inches wide, 15 centimeters. So they tell us how wide it is.
I mean, girth is
I
what
mean-
matters.
All about that girth. So immediately when I see
Girth
this, I'm
is fine,
thinking
but I
Weapon
need
X.
a height there because if it's 4 inches, people are gonna look weird in it.
I mean,
I can't tell what that figure is they have in there. It's some alien.
It's an
looking thing.
import,
Yeah, I
which
can't
always
either.
run a little small.
Yeah.
your mom's an import.
It's probably
It
true
looks
112
like if,
scale.
you know, yeah.
Go back a generation, you'll be accurate.
I mean,
You make one
That
off
could be a
color
very,
O-ring
very-
joke, and then Oz sends you a link. I don't know what that's about.
Hey, Largo.
I mentioned
Largo!
earlier, I'd said live, send me a message, I'll send you the link, and you never did. And I was like, he's still here. He's getting linked now.
I'm sorry. I was editing a video,
link.
and I can only divide my attention so much before my brain melts.
Hey,
But
I'll
I have
scroll
been
back up so
kinda
I can see
lurking.
go back up to see the description so I can type it in. Okay,
The link's in the
112.
private chat.
I know, but I don't want to open a thing on my I'm opening on my phone.
I'll send it to you.
Just go to BBTS. It's right on the front page.
Yeah,
there
I
you
was looking
go.
at these yesterday. They're really cool. I just don't know if
I'm
they
digging
fit
it.
a lot of
We're
the
trying to
stuff
find
that
a
I
dimension
collect.
on there, but we can't find any
Yeah.
dimension.
Like
It seems
proper
they're
dimensions.
using like a lot of import figs, which
Yeah.
are slightly smaller in their pictures
Yeah.
they use there.
So,
Well,
so
that's
this
what I'm
right-
thinking about.
This right here has blown every inboxer, like mint inbox collector. They're like, now I gotta have 3. I gotta have 3 for inbox, one to put in here to glow, and then one to play with.
Do I? Why do we need 3?
I just enjoy
display stands?
making mock collectors cry. So, no, not 3 display stands, 3 figures. One for inbox, one
for
to
inbox.
take out of package and pose and display, and then a third to put in one of these. So you're still only buying one of these for each and every figure, apparently, that you
Yeah.
have to have. Because some people are, I guess, are that anal retentive.
Absurdities. Absurdities.
But I sit here and I look at this figure of her, whoever she is, in here, and I'm just like trying to think there is no way she would be the size of like a Marvel Legends. And
She's
Kayla's
skinny.
showing off some Syndulla booty. Hold on. That's
Maybe you
They got it. They got it right.
They got that
Yeah.
peach.
Is that
you're
figure
animated.
better than the
Do you recognize
series?
this character? Oh, now she's gone.
Yeah,
Honestly, it kind of
She's
does
gone. You
look
didn't look when I
better.
asked you.
'Cause they outlined her eyes a
No,
lot
I know
better.
who that is. You know who that is.
I found it on another website. It says 15 centimeter height.
This character.
Which is
15 centimeters. That's tiny. That's like
That's like
5.91
5.75
inches.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just under
15
6
centimeters.
inches, so,
Just under
okay.
6 inches.
Would be cool
But-
if it was a little bit
How
bigger.
big she is.
Yep, no. I need
Right.
it bigger.
Because, like I say, I look at this tank and I'm thinking, like, I want to put a Weapon X, like Weapon X, not the Age of Apocalypse Weapon X in here. But
Yeah. Just for general display, though, it looks like they're either in prison or cryo sleep. So it's like, I'm not
Well, it would
seeing
work
that as a
great in
great
like
display piece.
Well, it would work.
I
great
was
in
thinking
something
more for like
my
a lab
Mindbender's lair.
setup or
yeah,
like
it'd be
Oh,
great
yeah.
for like husband
Yeah.
alien in an area.
I could see
51
putting a
display.
xenomorph in there.
Yeah.
Except all my xenomorphs are too big.
the
All my
reactions
predators
maybe.
would be too- Maybe.
The head's
Yeah, it
probably
would
too
work
wide.
for them. No, the head would be too big. You're right. Head would be way too big. Kayla
no
has to be
such
dying
thing.
right now.
There's no such thing. I just posted to Discord. I'm like, screen accurate peach.
It's the best sculpting Hasbro's ever done.
Can't get the face right, but they certainly got that ass.
Should I open this next?
Is it Daddy Goldblum?
No. Somehow it got released like instantly. Also, I opened this. This was the exclusive I got from the con. It's supposed to glow dark blue, but I haven't seen it yet. It's the like made
Coraline Wednesday Addams.
Fucking hate Coraline. Coraline can suck my dick. Oh, whoa! That took the tab out.
Mike Clit? It is Daddy Goldblum, isn't it?
What's in the box?
It's Daddy Goldblum. No, it's not. It's Mr. DNA.
Did you hear it talk?
Yeah, we had Wang on here earlier. Now we've got Wang. Yeah, okay.
Dino DNA.
I guess I have to
That's
keep it
pretty
like
great.
this.
Noise.
That is pretty cool.
Noise. And now we can make a baby dinosaur.
Are these open all the way? I don't want to like rip them. Oh, I see they bend here. Little bendy things. This is so cool. Yeah, I guess, except for if the batteries die, I kind of have to open it. It looks like I can just open it at the top, though. There we go. Dino DNA. That's pretty freaking cool.
I dig these little sets. I think they're a lot of fun.
A DNA strand like me is a blueprint for building a living thing.
There's been so many times I've walked by like the different packs of Jurassic World figures with the dinos and the people and the display. Like I've been like wanting them so bad, but I leave them alone. And then I like turn around killing myself later, like, but I don't have room for it. Especially now that I'm getting further and further, deeper and deeper into the mythic hole.
Into the hole.
Oh, it's even
The
worse when you
mythic.
make friends with somebody like Ed from Axion who introduces you to your childhood 12-inch Joes and says, "Yeah, make shelf space for those." 'cause, you know,
I did no such thing. I warned you about that.
you're an
rabbit
enabler,
hole.
sir.
I
Enabler.
warned you about that rabbit hole, sir. You
I've done the
If
same.
you go down certain holes, there's
What do
no
you think
coming
about this? And I said, don't go there, Jim. It's a bad rabbit hole to go down.
It's true.
I have done the same for so many people,
So many
especially those
holes.
getting into Legions. I've
Ah, yeah.
opened up so many holes. And now we have Allison with us. Oh, we got
One drop of your blood
AWOC hole.
You got a new A-Walk.
Ooh, nice.
This is one of the Wave 3, the Gladiator
This
wave,
is
correct?
the horrid infantry.
Yeah.
Gosh, they are gorgeous.
He was supposed to go with the game.
Yeah.
What is the status on the game?
And he
Does anyone
comes with
know?
a second head.
Oh no.
It's in
And he comes
hiatus
Game is
now.
on
2D
hiatus.
Head
just-
armor.
Ah,
So
That's pretty slick. I like that.
I do like the
Yeah.
red head better than
I do like the redhead for sure.
The red face. Everybody loves a redhead.
Yeah,
redhead.
they're my kryptonite.
Allison, how you doing tonight?
I am well. How is everyone else?
Doing fantastic.
Fucking
If I was any better, I'd be
In
twins.
and out.
Having dreams
Doing
about
better, you'd be
translucent
what?
boobs and bondage harnesses?
Twins.
A typical night with this gang.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Hey, Lawrence, what'd you think about that Radnom picture today?
I miss so much shit in that thing, and then I see Oz like it populates that he tagged me in something, and I go and I look, and I'm like, what the fuck is that?
So if anybody's ever seen the remix with Orlando Bloom for the orcs are marching on Isengard, I just
Oh.
pictured I pictured Lawrence skating in that video.
Aw.
They're taking the hobbits to Isengard.
They're taking the hobbits to Isengard. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard.
But technically, we could call Lawrence he's one of the hobbits too. So
he would have.
Best part is the Viper Island T-shirt. That's the best part.
Yeah, that was where I was insulted.
They'll probably get a cease and desist for that T-shirt.
That's where I was insulted. Not to mention, it looks like I'm wearing a sleeveless shirt.
Yeah.
There's one sleeve that's like hanging out. Maybe that's my big arm that I like showing off.
Yeah. So Random said that to me, and he's like, I did something. I'm like, well, what'd you do? I want to see it. He sends it to me. He goes, I'm afraid to post it. I said, no, post it. Larry will love it.
It's so heavy.
Like that's kind of like, I'm sorry, we bust chops. That's what we do. Like, you can't be afraid about somebody getting too offended.
What? Okay, it wasn't something I mean, it was offensive. But it's actually it was very. No. It's not like
I'm scared what your level of offensive is, Lawrence.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, like it would take a lot.
Remember, he's
no. Like what you think is offensive.
All these fucking white supremacists.
He thinks Ohio's offensive, so let's go there first.
I'm with him on the Ohio thing. It's very offensive. It exists.
It is the worst fucking state, and it's not even close. All right.
Indianapolis was the worst.
You need to start a new show there called "The Reasons Why Ohio Sucks."
Ohio makes New Jersey.
Does anyone
look
really
like
need the Dakotas?
a Garden State.
Yeah, really.
Look, I'd
Who
much
lives in
rather
the
have the
Dakotas?
Dakotas
Hey, we have
than
Mount Rushmore in the
Maryland.
Dakotas, don't
You
we?
realize Cleveland somehow
South
found
Maryland.
a way to light their fucking lake on fire. my old service guy for our copiers, he's from Cleveland, and he goes, I will never forget that my dad was like, let's go down and look at this. He took the whole family, and he's like, you're probably never going to see a lake on fire again. And he's like, we watched the fucking lake on fire. And I was like, Dad, how can a lake be on fire? And he's like,
That's pretty fucking awesome that a lake can be on fire. I know it's really bad for the environment, someone who studied this, but that's still really cool.
well, I mean,
God, this
Cleveland is bad.
stinks.
I mean, all of
Holy
Ohio is
shit,
bad.
this smells. God, why do I feel like toys are getting stinkier? We should have an episode about that.
McFarlane's
Are
always had
toys
toxic
getting?
chemicals on his paint.
Oh, I think this is my first McFarlane.
Maybe.
Yeah,
McFarlane's
Oh, fresh
does
plastic
have an
plate.
odd odor the most.
Oh God.
Like Canada.
Oh God. Okay, yeah. Also, Canada's the worst state. At least Canada has free healthcare. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
McFarlane
okay.
They
toys
just pay
remind
for it
me
on
of
their
like
toys.
when your grandma would put the pheromone down to chase the rats off. Like that's what it reminds me of. You smell that
So
pheromone thing.
stinky. Like, how do you
Uh,
breathe?
Well hung banana hammocks, you were not wrong on the Oklahoma. I'm just telling you, as I am an Oklahoman, if you want to
You're
live
an
in the middle of
Oklahoman?
Dumbfuckistan, come live here.
Hey, at least
God,
Oklahoma
this is
has a whole
heavy.
Broadway
This
musical.
is
I just-
$30. This is heavy.
I just want to know right now, where are all of our Canadian friends trying to stand up for Canada?
Most of them don't
I
stand
don't
up
think-
for Canada anymore.
Well, you got Nolan.
Which way
I'm
do
pretty
I put
sure
it in?
Speaking Moistly is from Canada,
Is it
mind
just
you.
No.
Yeah,
Listen,
I
I
think so.
I would take Canada as the 50th state over Ohio every fucking day. Even with them saying A after everything. Hey, where you
Can
from?
someone
A?
tell me which
From
way
the
the
States,
show
eh?
goes on? Is it this
That way.
way? Okay.
When I worked at
That
Samsung,
depends
way.
on whether he's
I'm
excited or
Putting
not.
it in the
Probably
hole.
when I worked at Samsung, the first time
I broke the
somebody
stand on my
came in and
sequence.
called,
Massive.
they're like, "I'm calling a boot my phone," and I'm
Yeah,
like,
the
"What are you,
sandwich-
James Bond?"
Boot?
I was-
About?
I was not
The wings
appreciated.
kind of move. That's cool.
You said you
Let me
broke
go
your
back.
stand on that, Terrence?
Listen,
I did.
Yeah, the stand doesn't look very stable. How the fuck does this go
You got to
in?
heat out the boom boom hole before you stick it in there, Kayla.
Ah!
You always got to warm up
Too
the
late.
boom
Maybe
boom hole.
put on
There's
one
a
of Barry
big boom
White
boom
music.
hole.
Hey, you know what? For girthy things, even a big boom boom hole needs a little help.
Right?
You know,
Yeah, the bottom part where the base
Well,
connects to
don't
the
force
pole
it. You're
snaps.
willing to
My
you're
room.
gonna break something.
so people
I'm
may
not
rag on
breaking
Canada, but they've
down.
given us some pretty good comedy shows in the past few years.
Am I allowed to get
Letterkenny,
Canadian
Including
actors?
Ryan Adams.
Kim's
Ryan
Convenience,
Reynolds.
Look. Before those,
Justin Bieber.
SCTV.
John
Everybody loving
Candy.
Justin these days.
Did
Eugene
Lawrence
Levy.
literally just say Justin Bieber? Ooh, you wiggle it in.
You're
I
the,
got
you're
it.
the one who went
Guys,
to Canada.
you just have to wiggle it in.
just a little bit.
Wiggle it.
Generally, that's how that
Just
works,
a
Kayla.
little bit.
A little.
You gotta wiggle it just a little bit. There you go.
What is? This is
The A
called-
stuff
Okay,
is an East
here's
Coast.
another
Is
one.
this like
Hello, dropped a
Pokemon
hit.
cards, but McFarlane?
Well, look, straight up. Ooh.
I
Aaron's
prefer
got
the other head
Pokemon.
that didn't come on the body. I'm gonna have to do something with that because
Is that the
brown
same
and
lion
chaos.
head as the other one that's in the head pack, Aaron?
Yeah.
The
Well,
tan?
it's Atreyu's head.
Yeah.
Hold on, Kayla. Here we go.
They could have put so much more on this. It's so boring.
I love that McFarlane is insistent that cards are coming back, even though nobody gives a fuck.
The fuck?
I would love
Somebody
to collect
does.
cards again. I'm not gonna lie. I really, really enjoyed
Kayla,
They're
that.
paper. Don't collect it. It's paper.
Kayla, you can say that he could put more on that, but if that was Hasbro, you'd have it in 5 languages, and you'd be bitching, going, "Why the fuck is this in 4 other languages?"
It'll be no. It'll.
I wouldn't be
it'll
bitching
be
because
one
I would be
sentence
like,
in
"That's
5
great because that's
languages.
inclusive."
Oh, believe
It
me,
says
you'd be
nothing.
bitching. I
One
bet
I've
sentence in
I've
5
had
languages.
many a Mattel thing now. This isn't my first rodeo.
And the whole thing for
I don't know
the
if I should put the
multi-language on
wings
the
up.
card is it saves them money so that they don't have to like print new cards for every country
Yeah.
because all of the languages they have means they're importing it to a
I'm
country that
sorry.
legally
This
requires
is supposed to go in this hole.
But when you
There's
have a
no
file
way.
card
Yes.
that's supposed to explain
It
who a
fits. It
character is,
There's
you no
no
longer get an
way.
actual
It
explanation.
does.
Yeah, but kids don't buy toys, so it's fine. Like it's just adult collectors who then have
Yeah.
something to complain
Yeah,
about
you know
on
what?
the internet.
There's
Go
no
into the
way.
G.I. Joe forums and you realize those people don't know shit about G.I. Joe, so they need a file card to know about the figures they want to talk about.
Yeah, but if they're on the G.I. Joe forum, they also need something to complain about. So it's like,
Lawrence,
Yeah.
so, I mean,
Believe me,
it's-
they don't
Lawrence,
need
you're not-
that. all
Lawrence,
right?
you're
They
not
can
gonna
find
win
something.
this.
Hey, Lawrence, when you drove down to Baltimore, did you have a booty
No
call
way.
with your friend?
No.
That's why you've been so grumpy lately.
Wait a minute, I wasn't grumpy before.
Not as grumpy
How am
as
I
you've
He
been
was
this past
born.
week.
He
I'm
was
fucking
born
grumpy because I
grumpy.
got to spend like over $2,000 to fix my car at fucking Christmas.
You're grumpy because you didn't get a booty call and your car broke down in Ohio. I get it.
Technically, it didn't break down in Ohio. It just broke in Ohio. It made it back
that
here.
would make me grumpy.
There's
I mean,
no way
one of
this
the
goes in this
unspoken rules of
hole.
going to Baltimore is you get Baltimore strange.
This is way
so
too big.
you
It
get crab
fits.
cakes. You get to go to the
No.
wherever you make out with the
I don't
Secret
think you
Service
understand. It's
dude
not
in
even
bushes by, like,
expanding.
Edgar Allan Poe's house.
You got to heat that hole
Try
up.
some
Wait a minute,
harsh
they get to
language.
make out
No,
with
it's like significantly too big. There's no way.
Yes, because that actually you can either choose to
Look at
heat the
that.
hole or you can heat the end of that thing to get it in there.
How do
You
I
gotta
heat it
stop
with
in
a
one of the two areas.
hairdryer?
Just spit
Generally,
on it,
like a
a little
lollipop.
bit of spit. It'll,
Yeah.
You just a little bit of spit and a big old.
You
spit
want to
and
soften the
consumption and
female end of anything usually. Just letting you know.
Blow on it a little bit.
warm it up.
With a hairdryer?
Yes,
you
that's
can
what
use
it
a hairdryer.
says.
Ideally.
Hair dryer. You
Oh,
could use
there might be-
hot tap water.
You could blow on it, you know.
Blow on it.
That would take too long.
Curling
Put it
iron?
underwater. So heat this
Give it a
end,
warm
not
bath. Get
this.
some scented candles.
Heat,
Correct.
heat the seahorse.
Yes.
Okay, I'll be right
Right
back.
on the Kenny
I'll
G.
leave my mic on just in case anything crazy happens.
If we hear screaming,
Like I get it in the hole.
It's a
I'm just
hole in
gonna
one.
I'm just gonna yell, I got it in.
She's going to be doing like
We're gonna
Sally
need to
when she's
charge
sitting at the
extra for this
restaurant
stream
table
in a
eating
minute.
Yeah, we need
Yeah,
to
exactly.
we need to put the little button for extra donations in there.
Yeah.
Lawrence,
Not
I don't know if
many
I can give you
for
this
kids.
level of abuse when you come over and guest on my show.
my
I'm
mic
not
isn't
used to
check-
being this abrasive. I'm taking notes.
You know, people don't have to be mean. I mean, they choose to be mean. They don't have
You
to.
should talk. You should say that to
What?
yourself.
Wait.
I am one of the kindest people on YouTube. I almost said that with a
By
straight
kind,
face.
he means honest. By kind, he means
I never
honest.
met
I'm not
Lawrence
gonna
in
say that
person, and the
that's
first text message I get from him when he gets to PowerCon is, "I hate this fucking city."
I didn't lie. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
You're very
Like I said,
kind-hearted,
you're very
Lawrence.
honest.
It's not that I think you're not kind. It's you're negative.
You're not
I mean,
malicious.
Thanos.
See, Lawrence is
I'm
also
not negative. I'm just
You're not
objective.
negative.
I am
Have you met
objective.
Hot Meat Kettle?
look. You know, Lawrence can be in as foul mood as he wants because when he showed up here to Baltimore to meet me, I apparently sent him into the city to die. But fortunately,
Well,
he's from Detroit, so he knew how to handle himself.
Yeah, like I wasn't
There's
worried.
a whole section of Baltimore where that's the only reason you send somebody there is you never want to see them again.
No, walking home one night from a 7-Eleven, and I got stopped by police in my own neighborhood asking me what I was doing there. Like, I live
me,
here,
sir,
and
you
they're
look-
looking at me like, "Ha, white boy. Yeah, sure you do. What are you buying here?"
Look, Saltine, let us know the truth. Where did you go? What did you buy?
Right.
Right. As long as it takes.
My favorite interaction with the cop was I was walking home when I lived in a not
There's
so
no
great
way this
neighborhood.
fits. I swear to Dick, this
And there was
outside-
some dude having a
inside
nut
part, there's
meltdown.
no way. There's no
You know what's
fucking
worse is
way.
the fact that
You know,
the
the fact
bike
that her
is
camera
off.
is off makes the comments even worse.
I'm loving that, by the way. I want to do whole segments on the show.
and be like, "What's going on in here?"
Well, Thanos' Naughty November just got topped by Kayla's cameraless show. My imagination is just soaring.
There's a lot of water sports going on. That's what's happening.
See,
Oh my!
what we need to do now is take Kayla's voice of what she's saying, and then dub
gonna
it
make a
over
whole
some of Thanos's pictures that he puts up on Instagram.
There you go.
I've been telling her because at the end of their episodes they do their "That's What They Said." I'm going to take some of those clips at some point.
Go for it. Well, we just did the massive.
Parents, we apologize.
Thanksgiving.
There are parents
Hey,
watching.
listen, Terrence,
No, I said
Terrence's-
parents.
Terrence's
Listen, it's well
son
past 10
got
o'clock
hit
and I know
on
where my
by
children are.
some crack lady at PowerCon. So
Oh, Terrence, gotcha. Okay, it was
Wait,
Baltimore.
I missed
accident.
that story. What happened with Terrence?
Yeah, we need to hear the story about Terrence getting hit on by crackheads.
not him. That was his son, right, Oz?
What's that?
When we were outside the restaurant.
Yeah.
Oh, that crackhead.
That was a scary moment. We
that
almost
one.
had a Krampus moment there, but fortunately, there was enough dudes around that she thought twice.
Oh, she
That was a very creepy,
Lawrence is
creepy
attracted to
experience.
crackheads.
And for being as negative as I am, Silver K, what did I say to your son? That's why you don't do drugs.
London.
It was a very, very good GI Joe PSA moment. Right there.
Here we go, Oz.
Now you
I was
know.
waiting for like fucking Roadblock to show up and go, now kids, that's why you don't do drugs.
Hold on, trying to find you, brother. I got so many screens pop up.
That would actually be great for Halloween. Get a bunch
He
of
does
people
look
dressed
good
as
in
G.I.
gold.
Joe characters, butting into people's stuff, giving PSAs.
And there's a new little cape thing
That was
that I haven't seen, I don't think. It may
No,
be
that's
Kali,
the same one
but I
that
don't
comes on
remember.
Kali.
Is it? Okay.
Yep.
What
Just
comes on
different color.
Kali?
The little
Your
cape.
mom comes on Collie.
The gold and the white look good together.
Yeah, they do look
It
good.
does.
I agree.
Nice contrast.
Pearlescent.
We love pearlescence.
It's good. These are all gonna get some type of wash or something. I can't handle just the straight up.
Aaron, are you
I mean,
sleepy right now?
not all this.
Take him and put him in the mud. That
highlighting
works
to
too,
it.
Aaron.
Do what?
Play with him in the mud. That
No. Remember, we have this agreement about me
no
never
way to
going
spit.
outside.
I know you don't like the
Outside. I'm not going outside.
Outside bad. Outside bad.
Hey, honey,
We got
did
some
you get
people
it in the
talking
hole
about-
yet?
No. This thing, I'm telling you, it's way too wide, and this inside
I've
part-
never heard you say such a thing.
I know. I know.
Give it that old
You're probably
college
going to need
try.
to use a hairdryer.
I
It's
swear
probably
to
gonna need
Dick,
more
it's
heat
just way too.
than the water is able to do.
I have it.
I think
have it in
Patrick's
hot
onto
water.
something. Pee on it, and pee's normally warmer, so maybe it will heat it up enough.
Gasoline
that-
there?
It's not pee on
She already admitted to water sports happening on, but if you guys want the camera to turn on, you got to sign up for the OF.
She didn't. She didn't say there's water sports on it. She just said water sports were happening.
She said there's water sports happening. That's true.
Patrick says, "Flip the peg over." Every man's worst fucking words he wants to hear.
Oh no. There's just no way. Like, it's way too wide.
That's what she said.
Not gonna work. It's not gonna work. I am soaked and not in the way I want to be.
She's so bad. You know,
Maybe there's a
not
different
making
hole.
the conversation any better, Kayla.
I swear to Dick, it's just too wide. Like,
Uh-huh.
and
It's
this
not.
isn't squishy.
So
No, it is.
Are you trying to install the right side?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
Hair
Because every
dryer.
now and then a girl will say
There's,
wrong hole.
I'm
and you're like,
looking at
"What
it,
the
and
fuck?"
it's like this also isn't squishy enough to like, and
It's
these
not
aren't
supposed to
moving.
be. It's supposed to have tension.
Did you
on it.
buy
That's
the
why
seahorse
Yeah.
dinner first? Maybe
No.
that's the problem.
Probably.
Exactly. Dinner.
And if dinner first doesn't work, there's the
I did
Cosby
it. I
method.
got it in the hole.
That's right.
Yay.
As a female, you should know no means no.
But you know, in seahorses,
Oh.
don't the males carry the eggs?
Exactly.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
they
I don't
do.
know enough about seahorses.
Seahorse
There's
is the male
no
carrying
way.
We just need to make sure the consent
God,
is
And then they're
happening
coming below.
here.
Pretty cool.
Getting water.
I thought seahorses
Everything's
produced
getting wet.
asexually.
You know, when I talked about this seahorse on my show, I knew people were gonna love it. They wanted to use it for other things. I didn't think we get this much enjoyment out of it. And I even fucking bought the damn thing.
I am dripping.
Right? Like,
Sorry.
I didn't know it was a tough
yeah, you got to
toy.
use
Now
both
I
hands
gotta
up
get
and down
two.
like that a couple times, okay?
I just
think
want to. I
Kayla's
think I'm
come
gonna
out.
try shoving it on there.
She's pre-planning
Not on
for
the
it to
table,
be a
though.
murder weapon because you can see her like hacking
Oh
at it.
God.
That thing's sturdy enough to be a murder weapon.
Oh, I know. I
It's
know.
heavy.
So Largo, since I have you on, did you decide on a time for tomorrow?
I haven't heard back from Will, but probably
Okay.
in the AM would be good since we've got
I got
other
it!
stuff going on.
What did you do
That's
with
how I
Largo, Lauren?
So,
Can we
Kayla,
all
I just
having
have to put my
enough hand
whole.
guys
I just
so
have to put my
excited?
whole body weight on it.
How come
There
we
you
didn't
go.
hear a big
You didn't
Now-
hear the
Later.
pop?
no?
No.
Oh, I heard it.
Oh, that was the best part.
I heard
You
it.
just have to give a little extra elbow grease.
I just
there.
had to put my whole body into it.
Now, when you
go.
put
But
your
was
whole
it as
body
good for
Literally.
you
into
as it was for the seahorse? Inquiring minds want to know.
You know,
it, do you need a
no,
cigarette?
because it was way too fucking difficult. Should not be this difficult.
Because I'm pretty sure I need
I
one
gotta
after
say-
all of that. I'm about to outside.
You should
Seahorse
get
looks
one.
gigantic.
This thing
next
is
to Kayla.
fucking 10 pounds.
Yep.
The seahorse looks bored. I'm just saying.
It's strange, but after all that, I feel the need for a cigarette. I don't know why.
Right? That's what I'm saying. I'm about to head outside, Jim. I'm right there with you. But I guarantee that that seahorse is now thinking, you know, tomorrow I'm going to paint the ceiling beige.
That seahorse is like, I'm not walking straight tomorrow.
Got you walking
That's
from
because
side
seahorses
to
don't have
side.
legs, Lawrence.
When you put your whole weight
They swim
into
in
it, did
circles,
you
that's
at
the
least yell,
problem.
oops, wrong hole? or surprised so that it didn't feel so violated?
Yeah, the seahorse is apparently gonna need sessions with me. We'll have a conversation about that next week, right?
Seahorse. Next Friday on Toy Therapy, McFarlane Seahorse.
No,
I'm
it's
gonna
actually
be
going
on
to be
next
Kayla,
Friday,
and we'll have the
so-
McFarlane Seahorse.
Ironically.
So we can do a couples therapy
You
session.
guys gonna have to talk this whole situation out. There's gonna be some
Maybe
couples
Mossman
therapy
can
going
give
on.
the
Toy
seahorse
therapy's
private
going
call.
into couples toy therapy now.
Yeah, there you go.
Moss Man's gonna
Show me
spill
on
the
this.
tea. That's
Show me
what's
on
gonna
this
happen.
Aquaman action figure where you were upset.
It'd be more like, who hurt you?
Todd McFarlane.
Yeah, really.
Daddy Todd.
You know, I just had to warm
So-
it up
so,
real
uh,
good first, put my whole body behind it. It's fine.
Who were you planning to have mount the seahorse? Do you have an Aquaman figure or somebody else in mind? And
Sounds like a
will that
personal
be
question.
televised?
I have no idea.
You did all that, and you don't even know how you're going to
She
display
just
it.
wanted the big, pretty seahorsey.
I'm A, never home, and B, I'm in the middle of rearranging everything I have anyways, so we'll see. But it will have to go in my random shelf because I don't have like a DC shelf.
Well, let's start with the beginning of
So
this, Kayla.
something random.
How many figures do you own now, Kayla?
Too many.
And how long have you been collecting?
She is quickly. 3
Um,
months.
Like a year and a half, almost a year and a half. But like it was very slow. Like I only got a couple of things here and there, and I already had some stuff from cons.
Yeah, but how long have you been like? You only started like really getting into it
Hardcore.
like 3-4 months ago, right?
No. Like I would say, well, like a little over a year ago, I like pre-ordered stuff from, like I pre-ordered Bix and someone else I pre-ordered. Oh, I pre-ordered the Cosmic Skeletor. Yeah, so like a year, like more like
So you're just
actually
kinda-
like pre-ordering and stuff.
Just
But,
kind
like,
of an
buying-
eclectic mix of pop culture or a particular theme, or
It depends. Like I definitely have my fandoms that I like. Like I have a lot of Lord of the Rings. Actually don't have that many Harry Potter because there's just like not that much Harry Potter out there. But yeah, getting more Star Trek stuff, but more like OG Star Trek stuff.
Nice.
Star Wars, Motu, even though I haven't watched anything, but me and Johnny will be doing a rewatch of Revelation in January before Revolution comes out. So I will be watching Revelation. So excited for that. Yeah, so got a bunch of Motu stuff. Oh my god, I got a bunch of Turtles stuff, which I hadn't been into Turtles, and then I saw those glow in the dark, and I was like, I need to have them. And then I saw the movie, and I was like, I love this movie. I need to get more stuff. So got a bunch of Turtles stuff. Yeah, they came out with Stranger Things, and we just were doing a rewatch of Stranger Things, so I had to get those. Yeah, I get things because they're cool. Like I got the Seahorse because it's really cool. Big Jurassic Park fan, so I got that, especially Dino DNA. I've always loved saying Dino DNA.
Kayla, if the starting lineup figures were anatomically correct, would you have purchased them?
I would have. I don't give a fuck about sports.
If so,
anyone
I-
who's
I
seen your
love-
Instagram knows that, so it's cool.
Yes. I love basketball, but I love baseball more. And I've actually got some starting lineup. Like I got old Jerry Rice, and there was actually like a Rockford. There was a Rockford. Yeah, I know. I'm a
You're
Niners
like, I
fan.
love that
I've-
baseball more. I got Jerry Rice.
No, I love the Niners. I've met him several times. But yeah, and then I got a Rockford Peach one. They made one, and there was like a $5 bin at this toy store. and I found it. I was like, oh, that's cool. But yeah, I don't know if I would get any of the basketball ones as much as I love basketball. I'm just not as into it as I am football and baseball.
But now they're priced for your enthusiasm.
But now they're priced for my enthusiasm?
Yeah, because you're not that enthusiastic about it, and the prices are now super low.
They're like $13. I still think it's too expensive.
Oh, the basketball ones? Yeah.
Yeah.
They can't even cover the shoe
They didn't have,
laces.
if they didn't have diapers.
I wonder if somebody at
I
Hasbro
need to
lost.
find one because I just need the upper body. I don't need the legs and the diaper.
Yeah, the diaper is bad. Diaper is a nah for me, dog. How the fuck does this come out? So I really need to find a screwdriver.
Ed, what were you saying? You wonder if someone lost their job for that?
Yeah, at Hasbro.
For the starting
I
lineup?
I don't want to say I hope so, but
You hope so.
it's just
He hopes so.
how
Yeah.
you missed the mark on it so bad. Like I mean,
Exactly. I mean,
not
that's
hard.
that's just not knowing your actual market at all.
Yeah, and I have
Yeah.
no problem bringing starting lineup back. But again, I mentioned before, you look at McFarlane. I think he's doing it the right way. People just want little statues of your favorite figures.
Yeah.
Well, the issue was
And they have
twofold.
that.
One, you put them at a $50 price point to start.
Oh, that was bad. Yes.
Why don't we just price it out of the market? Because you could go get a Mofex for 66 plus shipping.
Yeah.
That was a hell of a lot better.
You know, and I said numerous times on my stream, especially with basketball players, because they are the most selfish players. I mean, they're the most selfish athletes of all the athletes.
Selfish.
You know, like why do I want to buy a current athlete that I don't know what team he's going to be on in 6 months because
Yeah,
he might demand a
basketball-
trade.
Basketball
Start with the
moves
Hall of
around a
Famers.
lot.
Start with Michael Jackson,
Yeah.
Michael Jordan,
Yeah,
Isaiah
Michael
Thomas.
Jackson. He's a Hall of Famer.
Michael Jackson on the Ravens.
He's an Hall of Famer of touching
let's
little boys,
not.
is what he is.
Yeah.
I need
he
to
is.
buy a Michael Jackson doll from the 80s. Thanks for reminding me, Lawrence.
Does it come with two little boys too?
I think my sister
Yeah.
still has her Michael Jackson doll with the
Oh,
diamond
God.
encrusted glove.
Yeah.
Nope, no thank you. I'm
So I
fine.
just need to clarify something from earlier because I got an interesting text. I did not get hit on by a crackhead. My 13-year-old son got hit on by a crackhead.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what Lauren said.
True
Yeah, no.
story.
Somebody texted me and they said you didn't tell me about getting hit on by a crackhead. I'm like, no, it wasn't me. It was my 13-year-old son.
What?
We
That's
we had
terrifying.
a nice little meet and greet dinner while we were all at PowerCon. It was Mega J, his brother Dex, Lawrence was there, met Andrew Davis, Terrence was there with Liam, myself, Ziggy, Carol was there, and who else came?
Emerald
from
Knight.
Texas.
Yeah, John was there. Emerald Knight
John.
was there. And then afterwards, we were all standing out back, hanging out for a minute. And
Hold on.
hold it up again, Kayla.
Hold on, I forgot to put the back on.
Putting the transporter
Oh,
back
okay.
on it.
Yeah, I almost forgot.
But-
I have RANs already. I just need to put batteries in it.
That's what's
Does the race
up.
light up?
Translucent and sparkly, and it lights up and it makes sound.
See, that's
Tick,
actually
tick,
pretty
tick,
cool.
tick, tick.
Right? Like these are toyetic toy features that we need to see
Mhm.
more of.
Right.
Playmates did a good job back in the day when they were making those. Their articulation was a little wonky, but they looked good.
Yeah, the articulation
It wasn't
is-
like uniform, you know, like the articulation on figures was not uniform at all. Some figures had like decent articulation. Other ones was like, why doesn't this one bend? Why doesn't this one do this?
Not all things are the same bendiness. Now I have Nurse Chapel.
Very nice.
This is gonna be fun.
But yeah, while we were all standing out back, we got approached by a crackhead who took a particular interest in young Liam, and the rest of us all stood on high guard We don't know which way this is going down, but she's a crackhead, so you never know if she's stupid enough to try something when all these dudes are here ready to knock what
she was
two teeth she had left in that skull out if she tried anything.
She was asking for money. She was probably a whole 95 pounds. She was very thin. And she went into the restaurant after we gave her a couple bucks. And I believe that she went out the front because there's no way. We were still out there for quite some time and she never came back out. There's no way she was in there that long. They didn't give her enough money to buy a meal there, that's for sure.
No, not at all. So it was just a very awkward situation to happen. And that's right on top of all the rats that I saw all over PowerCon. The rats.
And understand, this is Columbus, where Ohio State plays. Rats, crackhead.
Lawrence,
you don't get that in Ann Arbor,
Lawrence,
Michigan.
The Ohio State.
Yeah.
The
Ohio State, who has lost 3 in a row to Michigan.
Oh, okay. All right. With that, I am out, kids. Have fun.
All right, Aaron, my friend.
Later, Aaron.
Bye, Aaron.
Nice to
Miss
see you,
Karen will be
brother.
with me on
See you
Friday.
Friday.
so
Yeah.
Friday.
Oh, Kayla's on therapy chair Friday?
Yeah, which ironically, I have actual therapy earlier that day, so it's gonna be a day.
Bring your seahorse.
We want a full review who did better.
Okay, we'll do.
And we want the seahorse there because you guys need to talk
I think mine will be less
some of your
intensive,
issues
but
out.
Emotional
We'll
support
talk
seahorse.
about her toy issues.
Emotional support here, seahorse.
The seahorse is the one that needs emotional support now.
I know it does. It's
Have a good
time
one,
to a
guys.
trauma.
Been violated. It's got some serious trauma.
It's
All right, so I know somebody was just trying to join the stream. We've got some open space. If you're trying to join, go ahead and clearly you already have the link. Jump back on.
See, even
Who
Carol
is it?
agrees. I hate Ohio too. Columbus dishes out some bad vibes. Yes, it's called Ohio State.
Well, speaking of trauma, Lawrence, obviously you experienced some. In your collecting, I'm trying to segue into something more positive. I know you're into skating. Do you collect decks? Do you have a lot of skateboards that are like, cool,
I do
have
not.
some cool graphics on them? No?
No. So when I was younger, when I was, younger, 12, 13, 14, I took everyone's board that finished, and I slept in the basement, at my dad's house, and it wasn't finished, but there was
he's still in his dad's basement.
I
Yeah,
wish.
he is.
I wish. I hate mortgage payments. So I would hang
You
them up.
probably pay less than I do for rent.
I probably do. Oh, I know I do for a fact, to be honest. I pay less than most people's apartment. But the paneling was never put up, and the boards pretty much where the holes to put the trucks on pretty much lined up perfect. So I probably at one time had 50, 60 decks. Now I just got rid of them all, because they were all beat up. But I've kept a few of mine since I started again. The basement wall is lined up. I have 4 that are up in my living room. One is my buddy's board. The skate shop did a board for him, so I bought that. And then I have 3 other ones that all have to do with 3 of the early skate videos that influenced me. So but I don't collect, to me, graphics were always the most useless thing in a skateboard because
It's going to get torn up.
yeah, they were going to be gone by the end of the day, within an
You grind
hour.
2 rails,
people-
it's done.
Yeah.
It ain't got to be
I've
purdy. It's just got to roll.
Yeah, I've often said you buy a car and you don't buy it to destroy it, but skateboards are one of the few things you buy that you are planning on destroying. And it's usually destroyed within an hour.
Warm, though.
Graphics are gone.
Don't
But
mind me.
no, I don't collect that. Even though I did pre-order this little skateboarder that went up on Big Bad Toys.
I don't.
I was going to ask, what about skate-related toys? Are there, like the little fingerboards and stuff like that? Are you like those, or?
I know I never really got into that, and I look at them every time I go there. I mean, I have a couple, and again, they all go back to stuff that I had as a kid. But I've looked at like all the tech deck stuff, and I'm like, I'm like, I could build a whole skate park, and I could sit here for hours upon hours. I would never leave my fucking house. All right. Now
they've done some Mythic Legions skate decks,
Rand.
which actually are really cool.
That's a great figure.
Yeah, one of my friends messaged me that I saw at Comic-Con and then saw at a toy show, but she's like not super duper into toys. She's more just like collectibles, and she's like, "Hey, do you know anyone that'd be interested in Star Trek toys?" I'm like, me. I am. So I was like, anything OG Trek people, give me. Even though the Sulu and Uhura, these two are from the movie, but I was like, it's Sulu and Uhura, so I have to.
I picked up the box set that Playmates did with the original Bridge crew, and then it was like, I got to get Janice Rand, and then I got to get Nurse Chapel, because those are so cool. The one with the actual Bridge. Yep.
Yeah, I opened that, I don't know, maybe like a month ago or so on here. And I think I'm just going to keep it and then put other figures in it, because why the fuck not? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
It comes with the book, so. Exclusive 30th anniversary Playmates Skybox collector card. Well, I already fucked the card.
I will say one cool thing, like, Fat Red Pooh bringing up the fact of building a skate park dio. Justin Rosh recently did some work, and I forget what skate company it was, but it was really interesting. He did a stop motion video with Gundam. So it was like a clear red translucent Gundam and like one of the Xeon I can't think of the name of their little grunt soldier suits, but he did like I can't remember what the tie-in with the Gundam 2 like the skate park was, but he got to go there and like have them battle around the skate park as like an advertisement for him. Badass, absolutely badass. Love stop motion. Such a good, amazing thing. Zaku, thank
it's so
you.
fun to watch. Yeah, there's some guys who do some amazing stuff, and I'll catch those on Instagram sometimes where they have, Bruce Lee fighting a Ninja Turtle or who knows what.
Yeah.
Those are always a lot of fun.
Stump Puppet Pictures and Justin Rosh, they're the ones that have been doing all the stuff for Mattel lately for all of their stuff. And we've had them as a guest twice now, Justin and his wife, Shell, on Toy Frenzy. They're just amazing people to talk to. Absolutely incredible. And as a matter of fact, an upcoming episode of Toy Frenzy 2 weeks from now, we're just going to be talking about stop motion, but we're not calling that episode Toy Frenzy because it's something that's more toy adjacent. So that's going to be called The Frenzy instead. We're going to do like an episode like that once a month.
Nice.
But yeah, we're going to be going over stop motion. We're going to be talking about, of course, it's holiday appropriate, all the stop motion holiday specials. We're going to be talking Ray Harryhausen.
Also, the new Chicken Run is coming out, apparently.
Right?
You got to have some serious patience
Chicken
to be able
Run.
to do that kind of stuff. In little motion by motion. I don't have that kind of attention span.
No, it takes long. It's hard enough for me to set up like a shot to do my shitty pictures, let alone shot after shot after shot, and make them coincide together. I couldn't even imagine how much time that would take. And
I mean, he tells you straight out, like it takes weeks upon weeks to get like 2 minutes worth of footage because you're going like.
And listen, you can ask any ex-girlfriend. I am for instant gratification. So,
Yeah, no shit.
How would you know?
Edging is not a thing for you.
Couldn't even.
Why would anyone want to do that? Like, I'm sorry.
Couldn't wait to get that horseman out of the box, and then got disappointed by the glow. So
it does
apparently,
glow. Like if you, so here, quick, I'll show you where he's at right now. Where the light is, he will fucking glow after he sits there. So if I turn this light on here and let this thing sit, he will glow.
right. I'm going to be doing mine under UV supercharge and see how good he turns out.
This scare glow, if I turn everything off, he will fucking light up this room.
Oh yeah, him and that Undertaker, the Undertaker from the Masters of the WWE Universe. Man, those guys light up my whole freaking room when the lights go off.
But he does glow better than the skeletons. You know what else glows amazingly is his chest piece. The whatever this dude's name is.
Digitito? Yeah.
Yeah.
I was worried he wasn't going to have as much glow to him, but his is real nice too. It's actually brighter than Scare Glow's, I thought, for just like that chest, but I think it might be because of the softer plastic.
Possibly.
I found this multi-purpose flashlight on Amazon for like $10, and it has a UV light. And this on glow-in-the-dark plastic works awesome. It really gives it a good charge to last a couple minutes if you're doing toy photography or whatever.
Once again,
That's what I'm getting. I'm getting one of those for Christmas.
Light in my room.
Larkin, I'm calling bullshit. You were up at 3 o'clock in the fucking morning and you ran into an infomercial with that ex-Navy SEAL talking about that fucking flashlight, and you're like, I gotta order this. That's how you bought it on fucking Amazon. We've all been there at 3 o'clock in the morning.
You leave my home shopping network addiction alone, mister.
Yeah, why don't you go watch Viper Island, just chill.
He really needed all 7 of his George Foreman girls. Come on. More.
The Home Shopping Network was the gateway drug to Amazon, okay?
I remember back in like
ShamWow that he
1993
used to
watching
clean up everything
Home
in his
Shopping
house.
Network when Mark Hamill was on there. And Mark Hamill trying to pretend like he wasn't embarrassed that he was stuck on the Home Shopping Network helping them show Star Wars stuff. It was epic. And he was like, and there was some
he is such
tacky, crappy shit that was up there. And he goes, oh, wow, that's really cool. I want that. And then they sold out and he goes, oh, God, I guess I won't get it. And they're like, oh, no, don't worry. We set some aside for you. And the look on his face when he realized they had set it aside for him was that was worth the price. Of
You could just watch him dying a little inside on camera. That's, yeah.
Yeah, it was just like, it's just the look of like, I'm going to have to put that shit in my house. What?
Put that back up there, man. Look at those eyes.
Kayla, again.
Oh, sorry.
It's always a little slow when I do it from the phone.
Scary.
She's got the heavy mascara going, but I like
right?
it.
She is dark on the eye makeup.
Yeah.
She looks like a girl I dated,
The hair's okay.
including the bun.
Very 60s.
Yeah, and that heavy eyeliner was very.
That's when it was on. Which is kind of crazy. Yeah. Shatner was what you expect him to be like. Zero surprises.
All right, guys. I will be back in a flash. Ed's in charge.
Oh
no.
Oh god. Wait, this one actually says Star Trek. That's cool.
Bill, how are you?
Muted.
You're muted. That's how he is.
Bill, you're
Oh
muted.
no.
That's a
You're
wonderful
muted.
conversation. Let's talk over them. I'm doing really good, Ed. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, Lord.
Let's talk as Bill. I just finished doing a
There he goes.
There it
I'm
goes.
unmuted now. I had myself muted there for a minute, but yeah,
we know.
I'm doing all right. How are y'all doing?
We're good.
Wait, do you
We
have
were
us
going to
muted
dub
too?
in your
Like-
lines in, you know, like old Japanese, kung fu movies or something.
Let's take some clips.
You have told my master.
Wrestling
Will you
with the
please pass the
seahorse.
prune petty?
Shut up.
My kung fu greater than your kung fu.
We
If
must
you
fight.
saw the hole and the ball, you would also think it wouldn't go in
I
there.
just crammed it in there as
Sorry,
hard as
your
I
noodle
could.
is soggy.
I had
Take it
to
back to
put
the
my
kitchen.
whole body weight on it. was
That's what it takes
insane.
sometimes.
Girl, I've
I
been there
know.
before.
Yeah.
Be careful
The
because
whole
you can
bottom
break
on
it.
top,
Same.
Preston.
And that's just
They don't
awkward
call
going
it
to the hospital
smash
for that
for,
one.
for no reason at all, you know.
Smash. Hulk
We were
smash.
impressed though. You saw a problem, you found a way to solve it. It's very very well done.
Your Vanilla Ice award is on the way in the mail.
Do you know who Vanilla Ice is even?
Everyone knows who Vanilla Ice is. He's that guy who does home makeovers badly.
He lives in my town that I live in now.
He was also in that Turtles movie,
He didn't
right?
do your house, did he, Terrence?
Yeah.
What's that?
I said he didn't rework your house, did he?
No. But he you do run into him occasionally, like in Starbucks and stuff like that.
The Bucks.
But everyone that meets him has it's like a mixed bag. People say he's either great or he's like miserable. So
Depends on
I
which
don't know.
side of the meth line.
Is
he's
he
on
driving
that
his
day, I
5-0?
What's up, everyone?
What's happening?
Hello. True story.
What
True
is
story. When
going
I worked
on,
at
random?
when I worked at the skate shop when I was younger, a buddy of mine was in there, and he sees someone pull in, and he goes, "That's Kid Rock." And this was before anyone knew who Kid Rock was.
Ew.
He just did really shitty rap.
Right.
Now he does
And
all
that's how
kinds of
everyone
music.
at that
Has he
skate shop
done
got
anything
happy,
else
right?
except for shitty shit?
No. This one he did only shitty rap, and no one knew who he was. Now he does all
That's
kinds of
shitty
shitty
shit.
music. Shitty
I missed the
country,
days when
shitty
He had
rock.
tainted all the music genres.
But he pulled up and had some beat up white
Crap, country
5.0
rap.
that was convertible. So that was the thing, man.
So-
People love their 5.0s.
I used to get totally stoned
my
listening
first
to Kid Rock
experience.
when I was like 19.
Wow, someone bought this for $4.
My
You listen to Sally, Yodeling in the Valley. You guys don't even know.
You're
that
just saying
stuff.
words.
my first experience. No, those are legitimate lyrics.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, my
Cody.
first
Kid Rock
experience with
wakes up in the
Kid
morning.
Rock's
He's like,
wonderful
what
music.
can I ruin today?
Whoa, this has like a
Right.
stand.
He was on the soundtrack for Road Rash 3D, which was the PlayStation version of the Road Rash game from Sega Genesis.
Which is
And like
also
you could
Sonic
kind of
and
customize your
Touch.
soundtrack and think of who you were listening to. And he was on there, and I was like, "What the hell is this bullshit?" And then like a year later, or two, like I heard "Ball with a Ball," and I was like, "Oh."
It's actually, I played Road Rash 1 and 2. I love those. I never played that 3D one.
Yeah, it was on PlayStation. It wasn't really that heard of, but it was pretty neat. You had like different bike gangs, and of course, depending on which gang you were in, depending on which style of bike you had. I really enjoyed it. It was a little bit more in depth, but apparently it was enough to kill the franchise because I haven't seen one since. So
yeah.
Well, if you put Kid Rock on the soundtrack, you're just begging to die.
Yeah. You're asking for it.
is the American badass.
It always throws me off when we start early for these Mythic Legions figure obscura specials. And I feel like we've been on forever.
Right.
I look at the clock, it's only 1 a.m. instead of like 4 a.m.
Right? It's not late. That's why the show's picking up again. Because, you know, we've hit that other time bracket that we
How long
normally
have we
hit.
done? Almost 6 hours. Wow.
Yeah, almost 6 hours. And we've barely even
You got your
gotten
second
closer.
Are we gonna? Are we gonna?
This is how we
break
go.
the
We get the
record?
late night. We had the early night crew that comes on early with us, and then we had the late night crew that hangs out through the rest of the night. And that's part of what makes the show so much fun, because the longer it goes, definitely the crazier and more insane it gets.
The longer the better, baby.
But you're dead on, because I know like on Monday around 11:30 people start like flowing into mine, and next thing I know it's
Yep.
like now I'm going to 12:30. I think I
Yeah.
went to I went to 12:40 a
It's
couple
because
weeks
you
ago.
got the West Coasters coming in.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
you
so
know-
early over here when you leave. That's why I'm always like, "Are you
Yeah.
sure?" Like it's early, Lawrence. It's
Yeah, I
early.
know. It's
It's like 9:30 and Lawrence is like, it's so late, I'm going to bed. And I'm like, old man.
Old
But then I
man.
realize
And then I
in
don't go to bed
Michigan-
until
Look at our
1.5
global
hours.
audience too.
in Michigan, it's always hell 30, so
Not always, just often.
I
We had a
should take
request
advantage
for
of my
some solo
insomnia and do
layout rad
more
now.
things like this.
What's that? Oh.
Said we had a request to zoom in on Radnon
no.
here.
It's a little hover platform that I did last night. It's got some little crates and stuff that are going on. It's supposed to go with this dude, kind of.
Nice.
We decided that on the side, he is not only a prison warden, but clearly he's a upset shipping manager. He just looks like he would work in freight, like a warehouse manager or something.
he totally looks like
He's
one.
also in
Right?
HR.
Hilarious.
Yeah,
Did you
HR
know
too.
I saw that figure the other day, random. I saw that figure the other day. What is that from?
It's Cosmic
Legions.
Legions.
It's
Yeah.
Okay,
This is
I don't
big.
collect this stuff,
Big
and
boy.
it's kind of out of my league, but it looks cool as hell.
Yeah, it's very
by this time
fancy.
next year, Bill will have like a whole shelf of Cosmic and Mythic Legions.
And I might take Ed's suggestion and try to mold one of these in silicone, because I was thinking like this would be really cool, like repeating to have on maybe, you know, like on a vehicle or something, like over and over again.
Oh yeah,
These little cylinders.
that's cool.
Well, the Cosmic Legions, the most recent wave, just had that pre-order for like space cooler and like some old school looking, like not quite like the terminals that you're doing, but it had like some sci-fi paraphernalia, as best to say. That was really cool.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a neat idea.
It had a beer cooler and a generator.
Different lines.
It was a Cosmic Legion redneck set.
Right. Just needed a fishing pole.
So,
All
hung banana hammock.
of trash.
Some kid just fall down the stairs somewhere.
No, I did this to my
Alright.
bag of trash.
Oh, I thought the
Got
police
it.
were at Lawrence's door. Well, you know, Detroit.
They should be.
They're like,
Lawrence,
sir,
watch your back.
So now that Random is here, let's talk about the mean things he does. That being mean is a choice.
Go ahead, Lawrence. I'll hear you. Come on.
It's like racism.
Oh, wait,
Kids
let
are
me
not
go get
born
my popcorn.
racist. They're taught to be racist. Kids aren't born to be mean. You're taught to be mean. You choose. Why are you so mean to me?
Or you're
Why
allowed
do you?
to be mean.
I'm
You
nice to
obviously
you.
have
I
never
don't
met
even-
my ex-wife.
I don't even call you diarrhea anymore.
I am only mean to you, Lawrence, because I like you.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's how it works.
I think I've used that one before.
I only
Have
tease
you?
people I like.
And now they're divorced.
You know, when I was putting that up, I was like, in my head, I know this is a lot funnier than it actually is.
No,
and-
it was pretty funny.
It was
I will
hilarious.
say I laughed
Okay,
a lot.
I don't know.
I didn't publicly laugh because I didn't want to hurt Lawrence's feelings because I'm the one who dropped that thing where I put his head on a
Yeah, I
rock
saw
body
that. It
a few weeks ago, so
funny
I
as
have to
hell.
like be
I mean-
cool for a while. But I laughed really
Wow.
hard. That was
Whoa, what is that?
That is Alithia, one of the most gorgeous figures ever created.
Wow.
That's really cool. That's one of the ones in
Wait,
the
who
book,
makes
right?
that?
Yes, that is
That's
Four
Mythic
Horsemen.
Legions,
That's out
yeah.
of Mythic Legions.
God damn it.
And that is the Horseman of Famine, hence why she is a vampire, that endless thirst.
Does it come with extra hands?
Yes,
It
indeed.
comes with 6 total.
Okay, I hand it to you.
The more hands, the better.
So, and I love the detailing on like the headdress, how you see like the little mini skeleton with the scales, and
Oh yeah.
Damn.
she is phenomenal.
When people
But
talk
she is
about
Hold it
action
up
figures as a form of
below
art, you look at stuff like this, you're like,
your
yeah,
left.
it's
Yeah.
sculpture.
Oh, it definitely
That's
is.
what the Horsemen are doing. Like their whole career, they've been high-end sculptors that are from the days of working in McFarlane to making like those statuesque kind of figures with low articulation but high detail. Then seeing them evolve and go into working with the Masters Universe Classics. What's up, Sulu?
You know, those
And-
pajama uniforms did not go over well, but they've kind of grown on me over the years when I revisit the motion picture.
I haven't watched it, so
Yeah, I can't agree with you. It
For another
reminds me.
year.
They remind me of the first uniforms for the next generation that just looked wrong. But
Yeah.
once they put the collar on and they loosened them up,
Oh, they were like a
Okay.
onesie almost.
yeah, they were
Yeah.
not even almost. They were a complete onesie.
But
the onesies with the cup in the crotch. Yeah.
But once
Yeah.
Riker got the beard and he was able
usually how
to
it
pull it
works.
down every time he sat down.
That's that. Yeah, Riker would not have been able to do the over the chair Riker maneuver.
Riker.
Watch for the.
You know what that is, only because of Strange New Worlds.
He's married to Laura, like, and you know, like,
Riker.
she got taste.
Indeed.
She got taste. Something.
But yeah, the horseman sculpts have just gotten better, and they keep fitting better and more articulation into their engineering. It's one of the reasons I'm such a huge fanboy, and I'm not afraid to admit it.
Yeah, just because of price and shelf space, I'm picky about what Mythic Legions I pick up, but I've been real happy with every one I've had. The Horseman was the last one I picked up, and it's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice.
Hands
Is that part of
down.
the All Stars line?
That was Swig.
Thanos?
I don't remember which wave he came in. He was on sale the other day, so I picked him up because I've been wanting a goblin for a while.
I like it.
Oh, if you want a goblin, I'll get you my ex's mother's address.
I saw that coming from
Knew it
a
was
mile
coming.
away.
Is that Carl's mom?
Yep.
Carl.
She's easy like Sunday morning and a whore. So anyway.
Carl.
Well, anytime I'm feeling bad for being a little mean, it's good to
Yeah.
have Allison here.
I'm not mean, I'm not.
Mean as a choice.
It's true.
If I were mean,
Allison's
I
a
would
good
talk about
barometer.
her-
Calling it like
I would
it
talk
is.
about like her bad
Wow,
teeth or
this-
something, but I'm not mean, so I don't talk about her teeth.
Alice's ex's mom is just sitting there and just takes a stray bullet for no fucking reason.
No,
That's
no,
not
main
mean.
reason
She's just
she takes a
truthful.
stray
That's all.
bullet. Like, don't,
Tells it
don't,
like it is.
don't let her fool you with her, oh, woe is me, I'm the martyr. Ugh. She was always like, I like one time I was like, ma'am, you need to get down off the cross. Somebody needs the wood. And it's your son. Because, never mind. I'm not going to finish that thought, but I'm just saying. Get down off the cross. Somebody needs the wood. And she would just be like horrified. She's like, oh my God. I'm like, well, man.
Well, when that's the only
like,
wood she's been getting.
Oh. Okay.
So Swig was All Stars 5.
Okay.
Which
okay.
Ghostbuster should I open next?
The one in
All
your
of
left
them.
hand.
This one. This one.
Oh, you go for glow in the dark. Go for glow in the dark.
Go for
Okay.
what?
It's Egon. Yeah.
The boss
Like,
says to
even
go.
Well,
the
I have all
packaging
four.
is glow in the
I
dark.
have all 4 of them.
Yeah,
The
me too.
packaging
I've
is
got
2.
Yeah, the packaging is glow in the dark too, so you don't want to get rid of it.
So Largo was
I'm gonna have
the
to.
horseman your first horse for Mythic?
From Mythic, no. What was the other one I picked up?
You get
I'm
more
trying to remember now.
Boreas? I know
It was one
Boreas
of the
tends to
earlier
be one
ones
of
they
the more
did.
Okay.
Kind of a chestnut color. I can't remember the name of the
Oh.
figure.
Oh, that's from Xylona's flock. Hold on.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so I knew they did great stuff with their animals. I saw that one, and I knew they'd do a
Yeah.
great job with the Headless Horseman and the bear coming up,
Horse
man. It's
was,
like
Aethon.
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 Okay.
How
Which
much
is
was
a hell of a horse.
How much is the bear?
well, and it's so appropriate. They're literally going through all 4 horsemen. I mean, they've got the Horse
Yep.
of Death that came out with the vampires. You know, they're going to have them
Necronomicon.
all. Yep.
The Bears are going for like 80 or 85 right now for
Now,
80.
but how much will they be when they hit the stores?
oh probably 130.
Wow.
Yeah, they're going to be like over 100 at that point.
Damn.
Well, because
It's a
it's
bit much.
it's already more expensive. It's already more expensive than a normal horse, right? Because a horse is about 60, 65.
A horse, of course.
So with the bear being 80, that's more like that ogre/troll scale, and those all retail for over 100.
Yeah, probably 110 to 120. I would say is probably where it's going to fall.
Yeah. And he's got to have extra.
Of course.
He's
Yeah,
got
an extra
additional
body piece.
parts so that he could do the upright position. Like you can't just stand him up like that. That's additional pieces.
Yeah, I've been going
that
for a
was
lot
one
of beasties. I don't know if you guys ever picked up any of these D20s that they did. These dire wolf type of critters.
Oh yeah.
Oh, these are so good.
Brick has been
I've got this
selling
one.
me on the D20s.
Yeah.
They're good.
I've got the Griffin on pre-order though.
That looks really good. One thing I accidentally stumbled on as I've been putting together stuff for the 1/6 scale, he actually scales for 1/6 pretty good. If you just want a normal size, wolf. So he'll end up in a AT-76 adventure at some point. But for 1/12 scale as a mount, they're beautiful, and the articulation's not terrible. You know, it's
you could make a 1/6 scale Brotherhood of the Wolf thing with that.
Yeah.
That looks
Should
a
I
lot
make-
like
should I make Egon
big
ride
guy
the
timber.
Oh, yeah, I've got timber over here if you want to see the difference in scale. Go grab it.
Definitely. I love timber, by the way.
Rad Dom,
And
how are those glasses working for you?
Which ones?
The ones on your face.
They work okay. I bought this thing.
magnifier.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
funny. That's what
Nice.
my O-ring is on. Like the little O-ring camera that I have over here is actually attached to a magnifier because I bought it for painting fine detail, but now it just acts as my O-ring light so you can see this beauty.
It works okay, but the problem I have with it is in order to get to the right length, I have to close one eye. And then also my paintbrush keeps knocking it. So, but it is.
Well, tell your paintbrush not to do that.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't listen all the time.
You need to
Right.
get some of those magnifiers that attach to your glasses to get that nice steampunk look going.
Yeah.
Do that like the jeweler's glass or,
Yeah.
just get the bifocals going. We're all
Yeah,
that
so-
age now.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
You can see the scale.
I didn't realize
difference
that thing was
with,
that
timber.
big.
Yeah, that's huge.
Oh yeah,
Big boy.
Yeah,
he's awesome.
that's definitely a
I
one.
was saying like
A
I was
dire
saying
wolf.
it looks similar, like the paint. I didn't realize it was that size.
Oh yeah.
That is gigantic.
The pictures on their advertisement don't do it justice. But when you have it in hand, it's girthy. I love my doggos. They're cool.
Doggos.
Also makes a good mount for the dire wolf raiders from the original Warcraft.
Ooh,
Yeah,
Look at this.
I hadn't thought of that. I originally picked her up for Red Sonja, which
Oh,
still waiting for it to get here to Guatemala.
That's so cool.
Is that a Halloween decoration?
That's
Dennis?
awesome.
Yeah, I picked it up clearance at Walgreens after Halloween.
Dude, Walgreens
Gotta
has
love
some
it.
good stuff sometimes.
Probably like $5 too, right?
Yeah,
That's awesome. Nice pickup.
gotta love those.
super
Very
big. I mean,
cool.
like compared to like when you put the orc on the back.
That'll be a sweet custom with a little bit of wash on it to bring out the detail.
Yeah, I was just thinking that a little brown wash would look really good on that.
Oh yeah.
Do the tea dye move where you use a tea bag to dye it and blotch it.
Never tried it.
It's an
but
idea.
I got a bunch of
That's how you age.
How is this supposed to fit on him? Not again.
You got to warm it up a little.
Well, how are you
Here we
supposed
go.
to
Fit
put
on
this-
it.
There's no way to take this off.
Hey, don't stop her. That was exciting last time. Let her go. Turn off the camera and go get in the water.
Turn her camera off while she does it.
It doesn't have any kind of little nubbin or something that you can work out.
I'm looking. It looks like it should. Like here on the inside, it's kind of cut. Oh, I see on the side. Okay.
I
got
think,
it.
I was going to say on
I got it.
the first plasma series, I think there's a piece on the side so you can
I found it.
adjust
It
it.
was over here.
There it is. Nice.
Thank you.
Bill, you've been quiet this whole evening, unless you talked while I was
Yes.
quickly coming inside here.
He talked a lot, but he was.
How
on
you
mute.
doing tonight?
No, I had my mic muted earlier when I was saying a few
You
things.
did.
Yes, I have been quiet because I've been quietly listening, and it's one of my better features. I like to listen a lot and hear what folks are saying. But yeah, I've just been hanging out over here. Just got through with my live stream a little bit ago. I did want to make a big shout out to Largo there. He and Will have been working really, really hard over there on his channel and Will's. And Will just got monetized here recently, and I was very, very proud of that. And I went over and joined their channel as a result of that to give them back a little bit of what they gave to me, because back in the early days of me starting to actually try to bring my YouTube channel up from obscurity, they were some of the first patrons of mine. And if it hadn't been for them, I probably would have been discouraged way, way, way long ago. So thank you so much, Largo, and convey that to Will as well.
That's right.
I will. It's been a long, strange trip this year, but it's nice to see some progress.
I think it's so cute, all you non-monetized people. I just thought everyone was monetized. It's been so long for me, so.
Easier to get monetized now than it was.
There, you get any deeper.
There's the guy going for Rookie of the Year.
I was gonna say I'm gonna go ahead and remove my vote for that nerdy Lawrence.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can.
You can't. Although if you refreshed, you can go back and vote again.
Oh yeah.
I found that out after I did that this week.
Vote early and often.
Did he even say when it ends?
I didn't pay attention to it.
He
but-
did. I don't
I
remember
didn't
what
see
it
where it
is.
said it ends. It's just he needs to reword it, because like Rookie of the Year doesn't work, because a lot
Some
of
of
those
those
people
channels been on there
are
for
not-
a while.
I mean,
Who is up there?
me? That's all that matters.
It's Chad's been around for quite a few years. I mean,
Yeah.
several years. So
No, it's Chad is new.
Well, it's
Articulated
Chad. That's what I
was
mean, right?
before.
But there was one that I looked up. They have like 4.9 thousand subscribers. So I could only imagine how long they've been around. I have 3,100. Chad's at 2,700, I think. So I mean, there's a bunch that are well over, into the thousands. So
Well, that was the thing I noticed. Like everybody that was on that list was at 1,000 subscribers or more. So
I don't think
Yes,
everyone.
I don't quite get the rookie part. Then, yeah, it's a good point.
You know what? So the one thing that he said was that
Yeah.
like once you're nominated, he's not like you can't get nominated again. So they didn't want to do YouTuber of the Year
Yeah,
again. He wanted to do
this on
Rookie of the
there.
Year. But yeah, I just think it's worded wrong. Like I think you need to remove Rookie and find just newcomers. Not
Just
even a good
YouTuber
one.
of the Year.
Yeah, but he doesn't want like
Yeah,
people
I-
being nominated again and like one person constantly dominating it. He wants to promote like smaller channels.
Yeah,
So
I would honestly say though, like one of the coolest or the best channels I've seen pop out in the last 6 months that's grown huge is Nostalgia Unboxed. John is
Yeah.
just like
Love
he's-
John.
Jonathan's killing it.
Yeah, Jonathan's killing it. I mean, he's
Yeah,
just
he's on my live stream next not tomorrow but the week after.
Hella Dope is pretty cool too.
Nice.
yeah,
Hella
Hella
Dope
Dope
is definitely
Hella
one of the
Dope is
stand-up-
hella dope.
They're doing
But Hella
great.
Dope does nothing but the lives. So if you're talking about an actual like YouTube full channel, like Nostalgia
true.
Unboxed,
Right.
right? He does full videos,
Yeah.
shorts, lives, everything.
I
Yep.
just I get really annoyed. Allison knows my.
Buy everything. That sounds about right.
What are you getting annoyed by, Lawrence?
I don't know.
Life.
He just annoys me. I'm not saying he's a bad guy.
You don't like this self-deprecating humor?
I don't know. I watched enough. I mean, I watched him a few times, and like, it's just I don't know. And not saying
Sounds
that
sounds like
not
a
saying
you
he's not a
problem.
good guy or anything, and people, I just.
Yeah,
I
when
like
a banish
Jonathan
him
for the
to
same
Viper
reason I
Island.
like you. You're not afraid to make an ass out of yourself.
Yeah, he doesn't give a fuck.
And he shouldn't. Like, he
I feel
shouldn't
like
give
a
a
big
fuck,
part
I
of
think.
Jonathan's shtick is he is almost making fun of sort of a type
Yeah.
of VTuber who is very much
Yeah.
the used
Like, he's
car
very
salesman
self-aware.
type. Like it feels like a parody, but he's so good at it. I don't think everyone gets that.
Yeah,
so
I think
was
people
gonna say
think
that,
he's
but that doesn't
not
change
very
that. Like some people aren't going to react well to the vibe of it. Like that's sort of the risk you run whenever you have sort of that intense, that strong of sort of like a character that you're presenting, that it's going to come across.
But see, that's what, like, to me,
yeah.
it comes off as a character, not a personality.
Well, is that kind of a satire thing, or is that just his personality?
I don't know. I just, again, like,
no,
and I'm not saying he's a bad guy. I'm not saying that he's a bad channel. I'm just saying I watched it a few times and I just found it annoying. And I believe me, I'm sure there's 100 people going, a million people, 1,000 people. Going, I can't stand your fucking show. I understand.
How many subscribers do you have, Lawrence? 3,000? 3,100 people are going, this dude's fucking annoying.
Oh, believe me, I know they are.
What I will say on Lawrence's behalf, sort of here, is what Lawrence looks for in, and if I'm wrong, certainly correct me, Lawrence, but you seem to gravitate toward people who are sort of 100% themselves and presenting authentically. And so I think because Jonathan is sort of doing a character, and there's a part of it that for him is, I don't want to call it like play acting, but it's a presentation. He sees it more of a overall, like it's an entertainment thing where he's not necessarily like, Lawrence gets up every Monday and he's really open and authentic and honest and shares his life as much as any of us should share our lives on the internet. Whereas Jonathan is much more, you're getting the persona of it, you're only getting the character. Like Jonathan doesn't get online and actually talk about whatever's going on in his personal life. And I think there's some people who, like Lawrence, who like when they gravitate towards someone on YouTube, it tends to be someone who's really authentic and just themselves. But there are other people who prefer a persona, like the presentation of it. So I think it's just personal mileage will vary.
And my name is Jonathan, by the way, so this is funny listening to.
Authenticity, authenticity is
but-
very important, and when you can learn to fake that, then you got it made.
Yeah, what I like about YouTube is there's room for all of that. Like I can enjoy somebody like Jonathan who's giving us sort of a character and a parody almost. Whereas I
will say I've
appreciate
talked to
Lawrence.
him. I've talked to him offline because we did a stream with him and Hatter, and yeah, I mean it's definitely like amped up, but
and that's exactly what Allison told me. Like exactly what you said.
He's different, and
And
it's
again,
fine. Like that's
I have
just-
no issues, and it is kind of weird the way you just explained it. Really is how it is. Like I used to love Stephen Colbert when he did the Colbert,
right?
He had his Colbert show. Like I love that satire that he was doing in his whole character. I don't know. Like I just there's just something
your thing,
that,
and that's fine.
again,
Like
yeah.
not every, and this is one of the things I've sort of, before I started doing stuff on YouTube, I sort of had to make the peace with the fact, because as human beings, a lot of us really need people to like us, and I was like, I need to be okay that not everyone's gonna like me, and that's okay. I'm not everyone's vibe, and that's cool. But you
And
have
if
to make
people
peace
don't
with
like
that, and it's
Allison, they're gonna have a problem with me.
right. I mean, that's the thing. Like, you know, like I just have a certain personality. So, you know, like the quote unquote mean thing. It's like obviously I'm not horrible. In
Yeah,
my life,
I think
but I kinda, like
You're not actually mean.
Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I'm not a good. I'm not a nice person. I'm a good person. But like, you know, it's different.
You enjoy being petty, and that's different. Petty
Lawrence
is fine.
isn't actually mean either.
You attend Petty University.
Exactly. Like I can be petty and I can be shit.
The good thing about Allison, though, is she will tell you, "This is exactly who I am, and it's exactly what you're going to get if you deserve it."
Like
yeah.
some of, like, yeah, I mean, like, if you were actually in my life, even if I'm mean to you, like sometimes Lawrence obviously knows I appreciate him and what he brings, and he's been super helpful. Like on Friday, I had some questions about YouTube stuff, and like Lawrence was one of my first go-tos to like bounce ideas off of, because Lawrence studies this stuff. He knows his shit. Like, yeah, I mean, like, so I do sometimes, like I stuck his head on an Ewok body and made a joke, but like, it's just unjust. Lawrence is
you
a good
keep blowing
person.
his head up, it's gonna look like a fucking guy underneath.
Well, if I didn't like Lawrence, I
Put
would
a
be
fucking
nice
Viper
to him.
Island shirt on me like some other asshole did.
If I'm nice,
I knew that's the thing that bugged him the most.
Nice to you and have never made a crack or a joke at you about you or to you. Like everyone on here, I've made fun of a little bit here and there. That means like you're cool, because if I don't do that and I'm only nice to you, that means I'm afraid I'm going to be shitty to you, and it's true. So anyway.
Yep.
Random, just so
Let's
you know,
say-
I did take credit for pushing you to post that. So
I did run that by Ed before I posted it,
Yes,
but
because Ed's also mean.
It was really fun. It was so funny though. Like I cracked up so hard when I saw that, and I was like, Lawrence is gonna like have a moment where he's mad, and then he's just gonna laugh it off, because that's the reason I did that Ewok thing, because I knew like I'm gonna send it. It's mean. He's gonna say it's mean, but he's also gonna laugh his ass off, because Lawrence makes those jokes about himself, and
Right,
he
he
does it in
does-
a way where it's
he does self-deprecating humor.
yeah,
and
and he does it in a way where it's not. He's not covering up for an insecurity about it. It's funny. Like so.
it could have been worse, Lawrence. He could have put "I Love Ohio" T-shirt on you.
I don't, dude. Oh man, that's like that's not an option.
coming
Yeah,
next.
so anyway, like that was a long way of
coming
going
next.
about it. But
I would say in our corner of collecting, we definitely in this group tend to gravitate towards people who are more just laid back, real about things. I cannot stand the shiny, happy people who put on their broadcasting voice. It's
Oh,
like, dude,
God.
stop, please.
yeah, there are a couple
don't
that
do that.
like.
There's a couple.
Stop. Oz has a little bit of a radio voice.
Not gonna name.
A little bit of a radio voice, man.
Yeah.
Voice, nothing. My face was made for radio.
Why is this going around?
Listen, as much as I dish it out,
See, that again, yeah.
I better be able to take it. I mean, 'cause I have no problem.
You
dishing
heard it
out. I
here.
have no problem.
Lawrence
You
can
do, Lawrence.
take
You
it.
take your share of run from
Yeah,
the
because
hard.
what does he take?
I mean, I
Lawrence
like
can
it
take
with
it
lube.
like a McFarlane seahorse.
Yep.
There's a difference to me from
Shove it
someone
right in there.
someone making fun of me in like a way like that, and someone attacking me, which I've had happen online too.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
a
Yeah,
big
right.
difference.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I
no,
was
there is a huge
moderating.
difference. But
I was moderating Hatter's stream, and he's talked about it before about being on the spectrum, but someone was literally making autistic comments in not a good way, and I was like, absolutely
Not
not.
cool.
You are removed.
you
No,
don't.
And Hatter
Goodbye.
didn't know, because he was like reading through them, and like even if I delete them or block them, like they still go through
whole
to
still
him.
can
See him.
You know,
It's so stupid.
but some people, and we haven't really had to do it. Like Matthew hasn't really had to block or delete anyone. We had one show, I think, but I listen to Nick Nimmin, and he talks about it, and people have asked, like, what are we supposed to do if someone says trolling? And he said, listen, I just delete them. I just delete them, block them. He goes, because it's not even that they're like attacking me or whatever. They're ruining the enjoyment for everyone else that's in the in the chat. Now, again, some people just kind of get out of line, and you have to say something to them. Then there's other people that are just coming in. They're up. I mean, they're not there to do any good. And he's like, I have no problem. And if you lose a subscriber, you lose a subscriber. It's not a big deal. They weren't going to bring anything, to your chat anyway.
Some people are just freaking drunk.
They're not bringing any value.
Yeah, there's that too.
I mean,
And a good chat has an organic flow, and it'll go from topic to topic, and then you'll have that one guy that just puts in a random thing like, hey, did you hear about this thing, and is it coming out? And it's like, we're not even talking about that, dude. Where are you coming from?
Are we talking about Grand Theft Auto 6 again?
I was gonna say, did somebody just bring up GTA 6?
So
Oh
when,
yeah, that guy.
So when I was doing one of my Thursday with a friend, you know, it's to talk about them, not really toys, but talk about them and everything. And one of the guy, some guy pops in and he starts asking like a bunch of toy questions. And Matthew's like, "Hey, that's not." He's like, "Hey, that's not what the show is about. This is what it said." He's like, "Okay, that's cool. I'm out." Like he wasn't mad. He just like, "All right, I'm out." And I was like,
Right.
like,
Yeah.
that was
'cause-
just awesome. Like he was just like, "Okay, cool, then I'm out." Like he announces it. Boom. He was
Like,
gone.
how hard is that to do? Like, people that like hate watch or like troll, it's like, why? Just
I
like
don't have-
watch something else you enjoy.
I don't have time.
see-
You know, I'll watch.
That's one of the
people
funny
that I may not
things.
like if there's a topic that I want to hear about. I don't go looking for Viper Island and watch his shit. I don't go looking for things back to the max because, well, I couldn't understand anything that he has to say. But if someone, you know, even if I don't like their content, if they're talking about something or someone says, "Hey, did you catch what so-and-so was saying? They were talking about this," I might go check it out just to hear what they were saying because, you know, even though I may not like certain channels or certain people, there may be something gets brought up that is knowledgeable, or maybe that someone
Yep.
is, you know,
And sometimes context is important.
important. Yes.
You know, people will get into a controversy and not know the context of what was originally said, and sometimes it's immaterial. It's
Just
like
happened to Lawrence.
some people are just
Lawrence mentioned
knuckleheads.
something
Yeah,
about Ken like 3 weeks ago. Next thing you know, Iron Ken's slaying all over Lawrence, trying to.
Yeah, you know, and the funniest thing
Lawrence
about
didn't
that
say
is,
about him other than the fact that the guy couldn't talk.
and I was the one that said I don't even want to mention his name.
Yeah.
But everyone else did, and then next thing I know, I'm at a banquet, you know, for my daughter's golf. And I'm getting messages from people that he did a video about me, and I'm like, "What? What the fuck are you talking about?" So, you know,
me being one of probably the younger channels here, well, actually, no, not really. With a lot of people on right now, but you know, again, just being one of those smaller channels, you know, I wouldn't think I was popular enough to have merited some trolling, but you know, there was several
That other
months where I
week.
was getting trolled pretty hard by one person who would come in under different names and everything like that. And they would kind of think they were being slick, and I wouldn't recognize who they were, even though they were saying things that were said, you know, in DMs, like in the chat, and saying it exactly the same way and stuff. And the truth is, like, honestly, they're still viewing my channel because clearly they're here. And that's that's more watch hours. That's another view. And I don't mind that. If they start to get to a point where they're stepping out of line, I gave several people, you know, that beautiful little wrench, and these guys are, you know, my deputies and my sheriffs. And if they decide they are booting you out or whatever because you're crossing a line or whatever, I trust that. Otherwise, they wouldn't have that wrench. You know,
it's sad that we
And the
have to
trolls
have
are also
moderators,
entertaining, like the
but
one that
that
replied to
helps.
himself last week,
Hmm.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, the person that was
What-
replying to themselves and tagged
Remember in the chat where he
themselves.
replied to himself?
what? Wait,
that guy. That was a special
Yeah.
Guy
kind
in
of
the chat,
stupid.
he was a troll, but he was under.
That was
signed in
that
under
was a
two accounts.
special stupid.
And then he called himself the wrong name in the wrong
Yep.
under the wrong
Yeah.
account.
I don't know. I argue it myself all the time.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that.
You only
When
have to
argue with
worry when you
yourself,
lose the argument with your.
Well, no,
I
listen,
Yeah.
win some and I lose some. You know.
when you argue with
Exactly.
yourself, you never lose an argument. You
Hello,
never win
me.
one,
It's me again.
That's why I say it is a problem when you lose an argument with yourself.
Yeah, really.
You have hit a whole new level.
That's a new low.
But I have to say, you know, when it comes to moderators, I mean, I see some channels that they'll have like 12 to 15 people watching, and you look and there's like 8 of them are moderators, and it's like that's
Yeah.
too many. Like
Yeah.
to me, like you want 1 or 2 depending on the size, and they have to really
Size
think like
matters.
you, because you don't want to be like, hey, moderator, like on your stream, like take care of this guy here. Like Matthew just takes care of it, and when the channel started getting a little bit bigger, I talked to Matthew, and we were just like, Ed would probably be the next one because he thinks like us. He knows how to control the stuff. I told Tony, I'm like, you'd be a bad moderator.
I don't want to put it.
What are
in
you
his
talking
hand.
about? I'm like, you start shit all the time, dude.
Right. You want somebody who's got a cool level head. I mean, there's been a couple of instances where I've got a list of people who are already banned from the channel. The funny part is it was all really one person who just had so many different multiple accounts, worked through them and eventually banned them from the channel.
That's crazy.
But I mean, that's the truth of it.
And Fat Red, the answer is no. You're fine with the Stargate stuff. You'll know if you piss me off too much.
I gotta go. My friend is almost here, so have a good evening, y'all.
Take care,
Kayla.
Kayla.
I got through a good chunk of my toys. Just have a few more left.
Spoon with that seahorse. Make it feel like you do love it.
Yes, I will. I will.
It needs aftercare. Okay, that's important.
Yeah, it does. Aftercare is very important.
Whisper sweet nothing this year.
It might
Kayla, give us a shout out. Let us know what's coming on from Geek the F Out.
Oh boy. Okay. Wednesday, season 2, Stranger Things. Thursday, season 1 of TOS wrap up live with Thanos will be there. And then Allison, I forget, did you say you could join for sure?
Which one?
Thursday night for TOS season 1 wrap up. I forget if I've officially asked you or not.
You didn't officially ask me. Let me.
Okay.
Let's see.
I think I need to officially ask Brick too. Huh?
Thursday the 7th?
Mm-hmm.
I'm free. Okay. I'm on.
Beautiful.
Look, don't officially ask anybody. Pull an Oz and just drop them an invite and they know what to expect. That's how it goes.
Yeah. And then so Stranger Things will be every Wednesday for the rest of the month at 6, so we can end in time for Gotham City tonight. And then January we'll be talking about Revelation, I think also on Wednesdays. I can't remember what day we decided. In preparation for Revolution. So I haven't watched it, but Johnny's watched it. So yeah, look forward to that. Geek the F out. Yeah.
Excellent.
Night, y'all.
Night, Kayla.
Bye.
All right.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't even looked into that. I saw it kind of pop up, Travis.
I need to look into it because if I can drop my bill to $10 a month.
Yeah, but if they're doing $10 a month, I'm looking at it right now, and it does have it does have monthly here, and if you do,
Well, is that the thing? Is it like a yearly thing, or
I don't know. I mean, unlimited
shoot?
streaming.
What email do I even have that coming to?
So for those of you that have StreamYards, you can't do more than one camera at once, right?
No, you can. I just don't
No,
know.
you
can. It's
Yeah.
tricky, but you can make it work.
There's a couple of
Yeah,
different
like-
ways.
Okay.
There's a couple of different ways. So one of those ways is like when you all see me go outside, and then I've got this one here where the camera shut off and the mic shut off, and then I'm on this device. So
Right.
logging in as another device can act as a secondary camera.
Well, I mean, for my setup now, I have 3 cameras here, and I'd like to be able to have them running at once. Now, I could do that with
Gotcha.
OBS, but I don't know if
do that.
The way
can
I've
do
been
that.
doing it is you have to.
do
I have
that.
2
Yeah.
different browsers open, and I use
Can do it that way.
Firefox for the phone, which is what shows my desk when I'm doing a live stream, and then I have Chrome, sadly, and that's what this is on. So,
So
you do have
there's
to
an
make sure you
additional
mute,
setting.
'cause if you don't mute your second and your other cameras properly, you'll get horrible, awful feedback.
So
Well,
what
in
plan?
one of the other settings, you can add additional like you can do an additional camera. I'm trying to find which
It's in
setting it is.
the super expensive one.
Yeah, you have to have the highest monthly package, I
Yeah,
think.
to do it easily without issue.
But it's only one extra camera, I think, on stream.
Yeah, it's not. It's still not awesome. So, which is why I'm just like doing it my way.
You can do it with OBS. Use OBS as your virtual studio, and you can have two cameras. If you're running it by yourself through StreamYard, if you want to do it that way, it's just that your main cam is going to have the little U and the big U in it, however you want to do it. If you want to do it that way, if you want to run it in two browsers, you can have two browsers running. But if you want to run like a U inside of another picture or another shot, you can do it this way. I mean, yeah, that's live right over there. That's my toy table.
I didn't understand. I
So,
mean, I didn't
you know,
realize you mentioned
got
it
to
the other
use
night.
OBS Studio, and
Okay, we got lag, but I'll just talk
Yeah,
for a
I
second.
mean, I've got
You
two
mentioned it the other
cameras
night.
going.
We're talking about taking basically OBS and running it through StreamYards. I didn't even know you could do that, but apparently you can.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so Travis, I'm looking at the deal right now.
yeah, it's virtual camera.
So if you go to this $10 plan per month or like lifetime thing, what you do lose, it depends on how much you live stream, you lose access to putting your own logo up. Like the StreamYard logo is always going to be on. So if you're doing it like I do, you know,
Right.
twice a week,
So you will have
that.
Now, does it limit how many people you can have in the stream as well? I know
No,
there's
everything is the
usually
same
a
as the
limit.
basic plan, except for the StreamYard
Okay.
logo is always going to be there. And I think you can still put your logo on it, but StreamYard is always going to be there, going, "Hey, I am supporting you."
So
Now-
OBS is
Yeah,
free,
that's their
and you can do like up to 30 people through it. Why
Yeah.
don't people use that?
Who wants to talk to 30 fucking people?
I'm just saying because people pay for extra
So-
for StreamYard. Like,
OBS is there's a lot of technicalities with it as well.
Yeah.
So Thanos, you said you were using it before. Have you ever done OBS and used guests and added bunches of people using it?
See, I've never done it as guests. I've used it like to overlay my face while I'm playing a video game, and that's what I use to record my episodes on. But
I had a hard time with guests. I was trying to use Video Ninja. Oh, is Bill out?
thought he was trying to.
I'm here.
speak
No,
on it.
I was trying to get everybody's attention. I was experimenting today. The way you add a guest that I can understand right now is you have to use another application that your guest will come into. You could be at StreamYard, which I don't recommend, or Google Meets or Zoom or something like that. Have that in one window. And then you share that window into your scene as one of your sources, and then you crop it down to that person, or get them as big as you can and crop it down to that person, and then you add that in as a source into your scene, and then you have you over here and them over here, and then you can interact with them. But then the problem I was having today was the audio. So I don't like to use headphones, as you can see, but and you see Largo over there with his professional looking headphones on
I
his
just
head.
like them too.
So in order for there not to be a bunch of echo and crap going on, you have to put the headphones on at that point, because you have to, in OBS, you have to add your mic in, and then you have to add your desktop audio in. And so that the other person can be heard and you can hear them. And then they're sitting over there looking at whatever it is that they're seeing. Like in StreamYard, they're looking at themselves, or they're looking at Google Meets or whatever. And then you, of course, can see what's going on OBS. So you can have a guest on. It's hard. And like I said, I experimented with that today with Joneser, there's a private live stream for members only where we were trying that. And I wanted to do that for tonight's show, and it's not ready for prime time on my end yet. We have to work some more on that. But yes, it is possible. And you can do.
I thought there was a way to actually add guests directly into it. I haven't messed around with it, but
I don't think so, man.
No, not like that. Not like it. Not as easy as it is like this right here with StreamYard. It requires a little bit of work. You have to already have the scenes set up and everything, and it's a nightmare if you're trying to do it on the fly. Like StreamYard, you can do it right on the fly. OBS, you have to already have the scenes set up and have them all fixed up and everything, and it can be daunting.
Yeah, I mean,
But
it
it's
seems like
possible.
you can plan for 1 or 2 guests, but if you were going to have people jump in like this, you would almost need like a background producer that wasn't in the show handling that as they came in. It's how I felt when I was reading about it anyway.
Well, and StreamYard is not the only way to do this. There are other streaming applications that will allow you to do the same things that StreamYard does, and apparently I've heard easier or better. I don't know. I'm going to check out what Sir Clifton's talking about, because he's going to start streaming with a whole new streaming partner instead of StreamYard on his
EV
channel.
Mux?
Huh?
Is it EV Mux or Melon or?
I forget what he told me it was, but it works with this. He's got a Stream Deck now, and he's got a remote control where he can press buttons to make shit happen. So
yeah, nice.
He just got a big gaming computer, so he's fixing to go downtown with his stuff. While I'm still going to be floundering around with this Frankenstein monster that I'm dealing with over here. But eventually, I'd like to ditch StreamYard, because StreamYard compresses things, and it's like a middleman. So I'm trying to stream, but I got to stream myself to StreamYard and then let StreamYard stream it back out, which can be bad depending on what connections are like. And I know Largo knows exactly what I'm talking about. And if at all you can eliminate that, then your streams become a lot more clearer. But you have to have the computing power behind it to make all that happen, and unfortunately right now I don't.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I should probably start tinkering with some other stuff, mainly because my internet here in Guatemala is ran by 2 hamsters hopped up on tequila most of the time, so it's you don't know what you're going to get. It's
Well, then that damn rooster Eduardo goes over there and pecks the damn hamsters, and they get off the wheel.
There is that. I do have a murderous rooster next door that has caused me nothing but grief. But honestly, it started as something that was really annoying when I was trying to record, and then it just became a running joke, and now it's just part of the show. So when I'm recording, if you hear a rooster in the background, that's a real rooster. He lives next door. We call him Eduardo. So
nice.
Because he just has his timbre of his crow just pierces through everything. So there's no filter for it.
Do you have Hulu?
And he doesn't know. He doesn't differentiate whether it's day or night either. If he's out there, he's running around crowing.
Yeah, he's
Mr. Wonderful says, what tier are most using in StreamYard? I cannot speak for most, but I can speak for me. The first tier, the one that allows me to put my own logo up there and get that duck off the screen.
Yeah, just a basic.
That's all I have, because there wasn't enough benefit.
I don't have an actual green room. So, there is a one where when your guests get in there, they can see each other in the green room or whatever. I don't have that version.
So, Lawrence, why'd you want to know if Largo had Hulu? Is that relevant or?
Yeah. Do you have Hulu at all?
I don't, but
okay. There's a show called This Fool on there. It's hilarious. But there's an episode, because they're in LA, and a lot of Mexicans and everything, but there's one guy that has a rooster, and it's keeping everyone up, and there's a whole episode about how the whole neighborhood wants to kill it. And when you brought that up, that's the first thing that I thought of was that episode. But yeah,
it's part of it's one of the cultural things of coming here. It's like my neighbors are so weird. It's like my next door neighbor on one side, very modern. My next door neighbor on the other side, outhouse, rooster. I mean, it's like two different eras, but they're one on either side of my house. So it's bizarre.
So which camp are you in? The modern or the outhouse?
I do have indoor plumbing.
Oh, nice.
But he uses the outhouse when his
But I use the outhouse just to get that nostalgic feel.
Yeah.
So does the rooster come to your house to poop?
So when you have an actual magazine or a newspaper, you use the
Right.
outhouse. When you have your phone and it's
Exactly.
fully charged, you use indoor plumbing.
There you go.
I gotta have you on on a Thursday because you seem to have an interesting story and
yeah, many miles of bad road does make for a sarcastic bastard.
Very true.
You got to laugh at it, or otherwise, it just doesn't work.
Oh, if you don't laugh at yourself and shit, you're just gonna fucking drive yourself nuts, man. If I didn't laugh about this car fucking dying in Ohio, like it just adds to the story I hit Ohio. I wasn't even a mile in. Hadn't even made it to the first service station on the turnpike when the whole car shook. Like it just adds to the story. If it was in
it's
Baltimore,
karma, Lawrence. You badmouth Ohio all the time. It said, "Screw you, Lawrence. We're going to get you right back."
What was the weather like on that day?
it was actually really nice.
Oh, you're lucky then.
Yeah. I mean, it was getting chilly out, but it was.
Could have been a blizzard, man.
Well, again, the car didn't break down, so I didn't even
I
didn't even hear it till the next day when I left.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was like when I left to go grocery shopping and I wasn't driving fast, but I think being on the highway, doing 90 trying to get out of that. Well, I think you don't speed in Ohio with Michigan plates because they will pull you over because of U of M.
Especially when you drive a ship box Dodge.
Ouch.
Do you drive a foreign car?
I told you before, I'm a Mopar guy myself. I just like busting your balls.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
I didn't know you did. Yeah, I like my Dodges. Matter of fact, I've only bought one non-Dodge brand new, and that was a Chrysler. It's a Chrysler minivan. Well, my dad worked for Dodge Truck, so you get that discount.
The Mopar mechanic for his whole life. So.
Yeah, when you get a discount on one of the from one of the auto industries, and when you buy when I bought my second brand new car, I did on my own. Like the first one was my dad co-signing, and when the guy goes, "Yeah, this is the cheapest you're ever gonna get it," like I make this much on it, so it doesn't matter if you have all the bells and whistles or nothing. Whatever you want, that's what I'm gonna get. You're like, all right, well, this is what I want.
And what was it?
So the first car was a Dodge Neon, 95 Dodge Neon with crank windows. All my dad said was, "You need air conditioning." I'm like, "No, I don't." He's like, "Yes, you do." "No, I don't." "Yes, you do." And then I found out, yep, he was right.
What,
I'm
the
glad I got the air
265
conditioning.
AC wasn't good enough for you?
And then the second car was a really expensive Dodge Dakota that I bought with. I made sure it wasn't the extended cab and that it had bucket seats because I didn't want to drive people. And then you find out, oh, I'm the only sober person. I have to drive everyone.
And now they have a pickup bed to jump in the back of.
Yeah. So, live and learn. By now I get this company fucking Ford piece of shit. And
yeah, that was the other fun thing about becoming an expat was learning how to deal with people who look at rules of the road as more of suggestions than rules. They make lanes. They kind of do what they want.
That's called
Detroit.
California.
Sounds like Florida.
That is Detroit. That is Detroit.
The menace here is every other person has a little mini bike and it's usually I don't know what it is about Guatemalans. They buy the smallest bike that they can afford, but it's kind of like when you see those gals at Walmart that sometimes wear the spandex that's well beyond what its capacity and tensile strength can handle. So you get these people who go out, and it's like, if you've ever owned or ridden a motorcycle, you try to find one that fits you, your stature. And you'll see people who are, rather big,
rotund,
husky, even rotund, yes, on these little bikes that it's just like, how are you staying on the road and not blowing a tire? And they're the ones that are the worst drivers that will just weave in between traffic and make their lanes. We also have this menace here called.
It's okay.
Well, there is that. It's kind of like the Michelin Man kind of thing, but. Right. We have tooks. Do you know what a tuk is? You've probably seen them if you've ever seen,
it's like one of them little bikes with like a carriage on the back.
Exactly. It's a cheap man's 3-wheeled taxi, and they are a menace, and they're everywhere here. So, yeah, that was interesting getting used to that. And of course, being a foreigner, even though I'm married to a local, anytime there's a fender bender, if you're involved, it's your fault because you're not from here. So that's the de facto rule.
Well, you don't know the rules of the road over there, man.
That's it. Silly me thinking, there's certain things you should know before you actually get behind the wheel of a vehicle. But it's like here, it's like, nah. If you can reach the pedals, it's good. Go for it.
Nice.
Do they have driver's license in Guatemala?
They really do, and they do enforce having them, but the checkpoints are few and far between, and most of the time, it's one of those things. It's like we have our version of DMV here, and it's like, you don't want to take the test, go talk to this guy and slip him a couple bills, and you'll get a license.
Yeah.
Don't know how to read? Haven't read the rules of the road? Haven't had a test? Doesn't matter. It's a thing.
That's how people get guns in Detroit. You don't want to do it by law?
Midnight special, baby.
For the record, I don't live in fucking Detroit, and I would never live in Detroit. All right.
Sure, Lawrence.
People with families do not live in Detroit. Well, I can't say people, but
yeah, I wouldn't call them people in Detroit either.
Yeah, I remember my dad saying how hard it was to get a handgun in New York. But at the same time, I remember a guy that used to sell them on the school bus when I was in high school in the back. I mean, I never, but he was back there.
It's still impossible in New York.
So what your dad was saying,
it's only hard if you go about it legally.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he's not going to go about it illegally.
Yes. It's
that
If you want to get a weapon legally, it's harder than illegally. Kind of like drugs.
Not exactly in Texas. It's pretty.
Well,
but
they hand them out like at your Christmas.
They hand them out at camp shop
for Halloween.
Yeah, it's like you
Texas have
like they fill out the birth certificate in Texas, like they're cleaning the afterbirth off you, and they're like, "Here, baby, here's your gun."
They have vending
and for all those
machines.
Californians moving in, it's like you guys,
guns now.
Yeah, you change your plates, you get a Stetson, and you get a gun rack for your.
Yeah, it used to be more ubiquitous when I first moved here. I'm near Dallas, and you would see literally guys in cowboy hats everywhere, and not so much anymore. But half the pickup trucks you saw had a gun rack in the back with like a rifle and a shotgun in it. Like they would just be in the parking lot. You don't really see that anymore. And every Walmart had, guns for sale, and it's not so much anymore.
In Texas, do people get pulled over if they have a pickup truck and don't have a gun rack in the back?
Yeah, they try to help you get one.
If they pull you over, is there a
give you some
reason?
recommendations.
Officer, I'm sorry, I just picked up this truck. I'm on my way to get the gun rack right now, but I have the guns in the back, so don't worry.
Yeah, good. You're all right then.
And they're loaded. I just.
Well, better a gun rack than those.
Lawrence, as soon as they pulled you
I'll
over,
be careful now. Don't give us a community strike. We're talking about the pew-pews now.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Well, those aren't the things that harm people. It's those little hard things that come out the barrel. I learned that in school.
I also learned that
Yeah.
UHF that guns don't kill people.
That's absolutely true.
Mind kill people.
It's true.
Well, my dad would always say, no one that's ever jumped out of an airplane has died from the fall. They've died from hitting the ground.
It's a
Like,
sudden
thank you, Dad.
stop.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a sudden stop. Yeah.
The fall never killed anyone. It was hitting the ground. Like, yes, Dad. And I
Worse when they
know,
bounce too.
And Dad, I know that's a cemetery and people are dying to get in there.
Oh my god, my grandpa used to use that one.
Yeah. And then the moment I had kids that were at that age, I'm like, hey, people are dying to get in there.
It came full circle, Lawrence.
Oh, it is.
That's
is.
the
Believe me,
glory of
all-
being a dad, Lawrence. You get to
Yeah.
use all the jokes you got disgusted by when you were a kid.
Yes. All the
Right.
jokes you said, I will never say.
Uh-huh.
You're like, oh my God, this is so good. My mom told the story that on one of the first dates, my dad's driving and all of a sudden he jumps and he like lifts up out and grabs her head. And she's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? He says, it says stop ahead.
Boom, boom.
And I'm like,
She went on a
kidding me,
second
right?
date.
It was
You were
one of the.
still-
It was
you
one
were
of their
still
first
procreated, huh?
Yeah, believe it or not.
Wow.
Thanks so much, Lawrence.
God.
Obviously, that head didn't stop very well.
No.
Ay, ay, ay.
So,
Quit
yeah.
grabbing my ears. I know what I'm doing.
Guys, I'm gonna head out. I've been
All
up
right,
since 6
Terrence.
a.m. I've been moving for the last 3 days, so I apologize if I've been yawning or looking like I'm
Oh, no,
nodding
you're
off,
fine.
but I'm just kind of exhausted. So
Oh, good.
I will talk to you again soon.
Take
Good
care.
night.
Take care.
Take care.
Crack whores away from your son.
Send him over to Lawrence.
He's still here. There he goes.
You laugh, but it really happened. Multiple people
believe it.
saw it.
Oh, I'm sure.
Well, you were in
Multiple people have sent
Columbus.
Crack whores over to you? What?
What was that?
I said multiple people have sent crack whores over to you.
No one's doing that to me.
All right, just checking. You are in Detroit, so you know.
Did you guys try to feed her?
We gave her money, and then she went in the restaurant. She never came out, so I'm assuming she went out the front because we were like in the back, so you couldn't go in the front. But yeah, we were still out there long enough that she should have come back. There's no way they let her stay in there.
She probably moved into the bathroom. And had
That's
a little
possible.
tent set up. In
Was
there.
that one of the more odd things you've seen at a toy convention, or are there more weird but true stories that have emerged?
Well, for me, I mean, usually the ones I go to are just like little local ones. But this was at the restaurant, so it wasn't.
Oh, okay.
Listen, let me tell you, like Travis, jump on here, Travis, and so Travis, myself. So before I met them there, Travis and Aaron and Ted and we went to the bar. And I didn't realize that there was another convention going on in the same place. I saw people there, and I thought they were part of PowerCon. And what was it?
It was the Fluffies.
Yes, it was.
It was an anime. It was some kind of anime convention. I don't remember what it was called though.
Furries?
Furries. Yeah.
Yeah. So we went to the bar.
Fluffies.
And other than the wait staff, we were by far the most normal people. It was some good people watching. I'll just say that. Very good
Lots
people
of
watching.
hypoallergenic fur costumes.
So Lawrence and
about.
I went to the little restaurant at the actual convention place for lunch, and on the one side was like the restaurant, on the other side was a coffee shop, and I had gone to get a cup of coffee, and it was the oatmeal or oat milk, 17 description
Soy.
drizzles and drips
Yeah.
and all your it was like I get up to the counter. I'm like, "Can I have a black coffee?" She's like, "Well, that's really easy." I'm like, "Yeah, I just."
It's like, oh, you mean a venti? It's like, no, venti is 20. I want a large.
Oh, this girl was like so cool. She was like, "Thank you, that was so easy." I'm like, "Yeah, it's all good." Black coffee.
Yeah, I don't go for frou-frou. I just want it black and bitter like my soul. Give me my coffee the way I had it in the Navy.
I'm not going to say something.
Sometimes it's better.
That's a first.
Sometimes
you just put your chapstick on, Lawrence. Just keep rubbing those lips together.
Sometimes it's got to be quiet. Travis, you're one of the most normal people to begin with. All right, other than you like wrestling.
Travis is good.
That is straight up true. Travis is like so normal. It's not even. It's like scary that he's so normal.
It's like Uncanny Valley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like when he gets kidnapped by the Saw puppet, and we all find out we're gonna be, but he was so normal, and then it'll come out he was not normal.
Yeah, right.
It's the quiet ones you got to worry about.
Yeah, he's like Dexter or something, probably.
Yeah.
Every single serial killer. He was such a good neighbor.
Yeah.
So tidy. Always cleaned up after
wasted
himself.
from the house on like windy days.
He always kept to himself.
Yeah.
And all the people that would go in at like 2 a.m. and never came out. But otherwise, he didn't try to cut my tree down that's on the property line like that bitch Helen next door. That's right, Helen.
Yeah, it's another nice thing. There are no homeowner associations around here, so I'm happy for that.
Oh my god, that makes me want to move there.
How
Like,
close
I'm
are your
on my way.
neighbors?
Fairly close. I mean, I live in a pretty decent neighborhood where you've got some room between us.
Okay,
but-
so you're in a neighborhood, like
yeah.
Well, I hope there's not an HOA, considering you said one neighbor is really modern and the other one still has an outhouse. So.
Oh, dude. Yeah. You don't even get me started on the livestock and the other interesting things yeah.
The HOA, like, we're concerned you have no cow in your front yard.
It has happened. Actually, it was a pig. No, there have been cattle around here occasionally, but usually it's a wild pig that will wander by that's just hanging out. To answer your question, Lawrence, it's that whole thing of I was kind of wandering, had a little wanderlust. I actually ended up in Belize, which is next door, because
Belize it or not,
indeed. They speak English as their primary language, but I actually met a gal who was Guatemalan, and we went to the country next door and found out the property taxes are super cheap. The cost of living here is really good. The rum flows pretty easily, and people are nice. And as long as you at least try to speak some Spanish, they'll work with you. So a little bit more laid back.
What's the cost of an average home around there in USD?
I was going to say define average, because you can go anywhere from cinder block hut to modern American style dwelling. So I would say a decent house, fully, full amenities and such, probably about 40 grand would get you what you want on a good piece of land.
40 grand?
Yeah.
40 grand.
We're all moving to Guatemala.
I'm thinking about it.
I think I'd sell my house, buy a house there, and not work for a few years.
Yeah, that was the other thing is, it allowed me to retire early because I can live here on the cheap. And that was very enticing because I did not like what I was doing for a living. So
define a nice piece of land.
Acre, 2 acres, if you want. I've got less than that. 40 acres and a mule. No, that's another story. But
an acre's enough. I'm on an acre. It's a lot of land to upkeep.
Yeah. What's like a grocery bill for you, Largo?
Oh, well, that's hard because I've gotten used to using quetzales. So converting to give you an idea, the dollar to the quetzal, which is the standard unit here, is about 7-to-1. So 7 quetzales is about $1. That's your buying power. Now, if you're buying imported things like toys, then forget it, because your budget's out the window. But things that are local, you can get by cheap. But yeah,
So what you're you're basically saying us toy collectors need to move there so we can afford our habit.
Your habit, yes, it does help. The downside is, after the coof and everything just kind of went sideways with shipping, our shipping costs went up exponentially, and the tariffs went up. So anything I import now, which is pretty much anything plastic goodness, has gotten more expensive because of what I have to pay Guatemala for the privilege of bringing it to my house. Yay for that.
So Travis is asking, what could you get for $250K? Sounds like you get the president's house.
You could get a really nice place. It depends on where you want to live too. There are some areas that are more.
He wants to live where the Lucha Libres are.
Well, there are always rich people, and they always have really expensive.
Yes.
$250K, Eduardo gets thrown in for free too.
Oh, I'd throw him in a heartbeat if I could.
Throw him in a cooking pot.
Indeed. If you get closer to the capital, where more of the modern shopping experiences are and stuff, there are some little private communities that are spendy. I live kind of more in the sticks. I didn't want to be near a big city. The downside is having, wonky internet and goats and chickens and whatnot, but it's a trade-off. So if you like your soy lattes and modern amenities, you'll pay a little more to live closer to the bigger city. If you don't care about that kind of frou-frou, then yeah, you get by.
So here's the real question. You haven't talked about this much that I've seen. Do you collect any like the local toys that are down there?
Not really. Most of the local stuff here is Chinese knockoff imports. That's the main thing you'll find if you're looking for local stuff. I have been meaning to do a video where I go out and about and just take some film of what's available on the shelves here, because some of it is just really bizarre, where you have like the knockoff Spider-Man and Batman in the same package with, the words where they've really badly translated Chinese to English. Fun ninja.
Those are fun. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like some of the stuff, it's just so bizarre. It's funny, but nothing you'd ever want to bring home. But
you could finally get DC and Marvel in the same scale, is what you're saying.
Right.
That's true. In the same universe.
And Star Wars.
Yes,
always
Star
the
Wars
same
and Power
scale.
Rangers.
Yeah.
No, well,
from what I've seen,
it's
those
relative.
multi-packs, it's not all the same scale. It can be close, but sometimes Spider-Man is apparently a midget and Batman is a giant, because they got the Titan Hero series in with the old Toy Biz.
There are those too. Yeah, there's some weird ones.
I would love to see that video.
I'll work on that. On the flip side, there's some of it that's so well done, you almost have to do a double take, because you'll look at it, you're just passing by and it's like, oh, that looks legit. And then you look again and the wording's off, or it's like, that's not quite what it's supposed to be, but it's darn close. So,
right.
I bought a Dragoon Ball toy one time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You'll definitely see
Dragoon
those kind
Ball.
of things.
Is there anything like
was-
Crab Ragoon?
It was an actual lizard
It
testicle.
looked like Frieza. It just said Dragoon Ball. Like,
That's awesome.
Some of those knockoffs are really, really close. You don't look good enough.
he was a little cross-eyed. I think is like really the only thing.
Justice,
Like a lot of Hasbro stuff.
Justice Friends, and
Yeah.
what is it?
Or
The
Super Amigos.
right. I used to have a whole collection of different ones that you could see, and they were just like also very terribly named, but hilarious packages.
Have you looked into
Oh,
getting
yeah.
any of like the South American or other like 12-inch Joe figures, like the Classicos Falcon?
The Brazilian Falcons are awesome. but that's not quite in my neck of the woods. And shipping from there is just as much as shipping from,
So they don't import them there either then.
Nah, they really don't.
No.
Wish they did, because they're
that'd be
pretty
great.
nice.
Those figures are nice.
Especially since they're using the original Hasbro style mold. So they're really good quality too.
I just want to open up a factory down there, because that seems to be where you really get it. And then you get the business discounts on the shipping too. So that's how we got to do it. Move down there and
That
we'll
would
start
be
a
the thing.
factory.
We'll start a consortium. We'll take over toy industry.
There it is.
Well, that's what that Fist guy's doing. The guy that's doing the Fist action figures, he's having those produced down in South America because he can get it just as cheap as he can getting it produced in China. It's local, and he's saving all sorts of funding by being right there, not having to travel to China and all that. So
it makes sense. There are factories here that do a lot of plastic work. Mexico has a lot that do, mostly like plastic for packaging, or like your plastic drink bottles and whatnot. So could they do the type of PLA or plastic we use for action figures? I don't know. Maybe. I am not a gatekeeper, sir.
Right? Dangerous words to be thrown around. That's why Lawrence calls you Fatrid.
I've been called a curmudgeon. I've been called many things, but never a gatekeeper.
The key master.
That's right.
A flight to Guatemala from here is actually would take less time than me driving back from Baltimore, and I wouldn't have to worry about my my rear end fucking going out.
You didn't have to drive through.
Well, it depends on where you land in Guatemala.
Well, that's true.
Well,
it actually could be safer too.
Well, yeah. I mean,
I'm not going to promise anything, but it could be.
You got to make sure your flight doesn't fly over Ohio, though, on your way down.
Yeah,
then it'll just fall out of the sky.
So if you were trying to start having toys made in Guatemala, I wonder how much of your budget would have to go to bribes.
A lot.
Yeah.
I was going to say, that's kind of the whole point, right?
It is part of the economy. It's just a known given thing that's how things get done.
But that's not different than anywhere else either.
Not
let's
really.
let's not be disillusioned by this. This really
We might call it something else, but that's
right.
What it boils down to.
Yeah.
Incentives, yes.
Taxes here.
Yeah.
I refuse to sugarcoat any of that crap.
We recently had some political shenanigans because I can't remember which office it was. I want to say Secretary of State or the equivalent here. Apparently their corruption was so bad that people wanted to oust them from their position and started rioting and getting in the streets and protesting. And it was like, wait, didn't you guys just vote them in not too long ago? And now it's like, I don't know.
Well, yeah.
This is why we don't talk politics on Monday Night Toy Ramblings.
There you go.
Yeah. Because it's all shenanigans.
It is shenanigans.
So I put it in the chat, but I'll go say it. So Travis is now calling us the Plastic Moth Syndicate. He literally named us PMS.
Nice.
Thanks, Travis. I thought you were going to bed. Get the hell off here.
And point proven.
Yeah, I was going to say that sounded.
I was married for 24 years. I know exactly how it sounds. And I have 3 daughters.
That's why we had Ed on when we did our men's mental health special, because we know he's been through some trauma.
And here we give to you Exhibit A. Come on up here, Ed.
We had a lot of fun.
Have you ever
doing
wondered
that.
if you were batshit crazy? Well,
I just sit there and drool runs out the corner of my mouth.
Speaking of that, today is
that shit crazy for years.
Yep. Today is actually a very special day for me, I will say. Might as well talk about this at, almost 3 a.m. on my channel. So it was this day on 2019. I commonly refer to this day now as my rebirth day. It's been 4 years since my attempt, and I gotta say, I like to celebrate every continued year since. So happy rebirth day to me.
Indeed.
Is there a song for that, Oz?
There we go. Was that Thanos?
I said, is there a song for that? I've never heard like the rebirth day song.
It's sung to the same tune as Happy Unbirthday.
Yeah, a very merry unbirthday to you.
Very merry unbirthday. Okay.
There we go.
Rebirth day.
But rebirth. So
we're glad you're still here, Oz.
Yeah.
I am too. I'm really glad. Things were really dark and it was really bad, and I didn't think there was a way out, but I realized that there was a heck of a lot more to live for, and I'm in a place now where, I really, really enjoy where I'm at. I mean, of course, we could always want for things to be better or things to be at a certain point, but the truth is like, you just keep working at it day by day, and every day is an accomplishment, no matter how big or small it is. Honestly, even if I just get up out of bed and take my daily meds, I'm like, you know what? I did that today. And just try to be grateful for even that, because there are some people that won't wake up today.
One foot in front of the other.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said for focus on the small goals that you can get through in the day. If just getting out the door and going for a cup of coffee is a challenge, do that. Don't worry about trying to fix everything in your life. Fix the small stuff.
Oh.
I deal with a lovely thing called dysthymia. They have some other fancy name for it now, but it's basically long-term, low-grade depression, storm cloud over the head kind of. It's not enough to put you at exit mode, but it's enough to cause you to just not be pleasant to be around sometimes. And that's kind of what inspired me to start doing some shows that were non-toy related. It's like there's a lot of guys here who either were taught don't talk about your feelers or bottle them up, and so I don't mind. Yeah, pretty much. You're Gen X? Oh God, yeah. Oh, so I get a lot of it. But yeah, I found some coping skills. Some of them work. Some of them would work if I implemented them. And we just talk about those things. But that's the big thing is like, do I get out of bed today? Are pants really necessary? Do I need to brush my teeth?
I've always told people the hardest thing about coping skills is that you always think about how you should have used the coping skills after the fact.
After.
Yes. Always.
Yeah. Hindsight.
You can have every tool you ever need in your toolbox. And when you get out that hammer to put in that screw, you know what? I had a Phillips in there, and it always happens. And not all coping skills are going to work for everybody. Like what works for me may not work for Jim, may not work for Ed. It's just how it is. Like one of the things I do tell people to try though, and see how much of a difference it can make is, and I will stand by this every single day. It was one of the very first things we started doing in group in the hospital. And it is, you have a goal for the day. And now I tell people just write a list. And that goal for the day can be just, again, simply, I'm going to wake up and take my meds. Is it something that I'm going to do anyway? Damn right it is. It's something that I wake up and do every day. I'm going to still put it on that list. And other simple things like get up and brush your teeth today. Get up and take a shower today. Simple things like that. And you put it on your list every single day and you do it every day. Or you don't do it every day. But you know what? That's okay because you put it on the list for tomorrow too.
I have a list, and it is get up and insult Ohio at least once in the morning, afternoon, and afternoon.
Lawrence is one of those guys that gets up in the morning and does his morning affirmations in front of the mirror and is like, "You're awesome. I know you're awesome. You got this day, and Ohio still sucks.
Actually, I shadow box in the mirror.
Oh,
in my underwear, or just a towel.
That's the same to Survivor's Eye of the Tiger, right?
You ever see Mallrats?
Yep.
Yeah. Where he's in the towel. That's me almost every morning. Sometimes my kids walk in and like, "What the fuck, Dad?" I'm like, "Hey, don't come in my room."
Right.
Yeah. Thanks for that visual, Lawrence. That's on my list of things I can't unsee mentally now.
Everybody, we brought that to you live.
My goal for when I wake up tomorrow is
girls ever
blink my
slept with
eyes.
With
Well,
his
this is
Viper
part of
Island
my
branded
coping.
toilet paper.
Ooh. Nice.
I don't mean to throw shade out there, but might as well.
Might as well.
Yeah, why not?
It's earned. But
we're at
also
7 hours into a stream at 3 a.m. Fuck it. I don't care at this point.
What is it? It's 1:47 and I have work at 7 o'clock in the morning. It's all right.
I'm in the same time zone. But
Supposedly I'm supposed to stream sometime in the morning, I guess.
Yeah, me too.
Well, look, if you
I
don't
talked to
sleep,
Will
you'll
and see
be
when we're
extra
getting
grumpy, and you know it's good for you.
Well, what's funny is that I'll be extra
Largo
grumpy
and
with
Lawrence
Largo,
both
so.
being grumpy.
I think if you cross the grumpiness streams, it cancels each other out. You get shiny happy. I don't know.
Well, it depends if Will shows up super happy and he's like, "Why are you guys so fucking grumpy?"
Yeah, he tends to
Largo
be
won't
the
be-
good cop to my sarcastic cop, so it works.
Largo won't have his pants on. Lawrence will be in a towel, and we'll be going, "What the fuck did I watch?"
And then you could both just say, "See what you miss when you don't hang out at the clubhouse on Saturday nights."
That's it.
You guys are going to get banned off YouTube before I do.
I didn't realize it was a
bare
competition,
minimum.
but challenge accepted.
So
I will beat you
on
all.
my members only stream that I did last Friday. I sent the link out to the members, and I can see again if you've ever streamed on using StreamYard, the host can see everyone that's on the bottom, and anyone that knows Shark Eyes, I can see him on. I'm like, what the fuck? Why does he have no fucking shirt on? He's in his fucking opening, going through his refrigerator, and I'm like, dude, I ain't fucking bring. I'm like, fuck it, bring him on. And everyone's like, what the fuck? Like, why do you not have a shirt on?
Yeah, I accidentally almost started my stream last night without a shirt on. I just was hooking stuff up and sat down, turned on OBS, and okay.
But you've got the luscious beard, so it's not like it's kind of like a modesty screen. Yeah,
that covers up. Yeah.
I thought you were going to say.
Thank you for bringing that up, Largo. Thank you for bringing that up about that luscious beard of his. Question that I've always had. The question I've always had: how do you keep that from getting in your food when you're eating?
You don't.
Soup catcher.
You just have a snack for
It's
later.
a flavor
Yeah,
saver.
the savor the flavor for later. No, I mean the big thing is just keeping the mouth hole kind of trimmed up, and then knowing what foods are going to get you in trouble, like burritos and shit. It's not going to happen, man.
Soup.
You eat a lot.
Is
God, the candy's
doable.
probably out too.
Soup is doable as long as it's not really chunky.
Soup, do you tuck it in your shirt? You tuck it in your shirt when you're eating soup?
It's all, man, this is going to sound like a lesson from Kayla, but it's all about the angle of your attack on that soup spoon. We're just going to leave it at that, all right? I don't want to talk about this anymore.
Again, it's 1:47 in the morning, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
As
Not
having
just
the
entertaining,
second biggest
educational.
beard, I mean, I was just gonna say, like, I'll just start parting mine, and I will go shirtless for the streams. I will totally part
No,
my
thank
beard
you.
like this in the middle and have it cover the nips. Just saying.
No, just get some black electrical tape. Do the X's. That's very anime.
You know what? That works, right? That totally.
very-
That's what
yeah,
the
it's
cool
trending.
kids are doing.
Little happy faces or something would be cool.
Hey,
There
Jim,
we
have you
go.
ever gone back and watched some of Jeff's older videos where he had his long beard and his curled mustache?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
It's epic.
Yeah.
I guess seltzer.
So, Travis is he's making us some little stuff here. Let's see if I get
I
it to
thought he
share
was
here.
leaving to go to bed. What is that guy doing?
He was gonna leave.
He's doing
and
it
then
from
have
bed.
T-Poopy to move to Guatemala. and
Oh
got
yeah,
all
that's right. He got excited about moving to Guatemala.
He's literally right now on Zillow for Guatemala, like looking at houses.
Yeah, he's finding a retailer, a real estate agent to sell his house right now.
So this is
What?
apparently how we will all look as our plastics.
Nice.
This is how we look as PMS.
Oh wow, that was quick.
Where am
Right?
I?
Yeah, I'm
Pick
trying
one.
to figure.
Lawrence
I know
has to be
who
the
Alex
short
is.
guy over on the right hand side with the white beard, right? That's got to be Lawrence.
I would need way more
So this
silicone
one-
in my
Like
chest to make
Eldor.
that happen.
You need what, Allison?
I said I would need more silicone in my chest to make that happen.
I don't know who this. This has got to be Thanos or Ed with the lush hair here. This is Radnom as the longest hair and longest beard.
Yep.
And
fully
I'm
articulate.
guessing these domes here have to represent the Baldies.
One of them is definitely
Definitely one of
Lawrence.
them.
Yeah, you guys are just so ugly. They didn't even want to do like a picture. They just put helmets on you.
Lawrence did used to have Boba Fett on his license plate. So
What was that? I used to have what?
Bob Fett on your
You mean
license
Boba
plate?
Fett?
No, it looks
No,
like Bob.
That
Bob
was
Fett.
one Bob
Bob.
Buffett.
Of Fed.
There was only one T on that, right?
Because that's as many letters as you can do. That still doesn't change the Boba Fett.
Is that
Yeah.
Roman, or it sounds like a smaller dog panting?
No, she's
coloring.
I think.
Oh, coloring. Got it.
Yeah.
Nope, he came in.
That
my
was
room
his
and
next
I got
guest.
off it.
Well,
Doing it.
Okay, Alice has a stream tomorrow.
Rick's attention. He said more silicone.
Well, we are going to be the plastic syndicate, so it kind of fits.
We are. It definitely fits. That's
Oh,
what
I
I'm
can
talking
just see us singing "Annie, are you okay? Are you okay, Annie?"
about, right.
So is this another one he sent over? Because why is Headhunter from G.I. Joe in it?
This he just sent these over. He's been generating them as he's chilling.
Yeah, see, he has a new rabbit hole to go down.
I'm digging it though. I'm digging it. I'm
You
liking
gotta
it.
love Travis. Every time he makes a toy group, like even when he did the toy lead, he always puts himself in the center, like he thinks he's something fucking special. That guy. I don't know.
You know who they typically shoot first, right? I'm okay with it.
Yeah. You know, no one's ever gone mutiny on the first officer. No one's ever overthrown the vice president. Well, I take that back. We did here in the U.S. try and do that, didn't we? So I guess that was false.
We've succeeded. We've had a Speaker of the House triumph. It's like, I actually made it here. I made it here.
Oh shit! Is it really 3:00 in the fucking morning?
It is 3:00 in the morning, guys. I'm thinking, what did we say the longest we've done yet has been?
Oh, we were at like 8.5 hours, dude. We'd have another hour. And...
Did we get 8.5 hours? All right.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
not-
I had that one night.
That's not
And
good.
This is when we did the last figure obscura, I think. Or no, it was after that, actually.
It was around that time. Well, we
Yeah.
might
So
kick
have
it a
you
little
guys-
bit longer. Why not?
Have you guys opened your Headless Horseman? When the
I haven't
gloves
got
are
mine yet.
Fuck yeah.
Okay, I thought you guys were
Mine-
waiting to open.
Well, we kind of were because, well, I mean, I asked the other guys if they would graciously wait and then we could unbox together because some have received them. Well, at least I thought Thanos his ship to him, but then he.
I've still got 4 things that it says are like processing soon, so I'm waiting to send them.
You're waiting for all that, and I totally get that. And at this point, I'm still waiting for mine to get sent out because basically I ordered from private retailer Sven Death by Collectible, added something extra to the order, so I was just waiting to get it all shipped at once. And he messaged me a couple days ago, so it's going to be shipping out and getting here soon. So I'm still waiting on that, and Thanos is still waiting on his. We might unbox by Christmas at this point. Who knows? I mean, I know I've already been given the go-ahead to go, but if I'm still waiting, let's see how long those orders process.
Well, you guys aren't allowed to open up your Bob Marley's this Saturday if I'm not on. So
they said it was going to take up to 3 weeks for that to come out. So
3 weeks? Is that what
up
they said?
to 3 weeks.
Yeah, up to 3 weeks.
Up to 3 weeks.
Up to 3 weeks. And if we know anything from the Mask of the Red Death, no matter whether you ordered it first thing in the morning or late in the evening, it'll show up anywhere between now and over a month.
Yep.
Because that
and
was
with
funny.
Christmas, who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Well, I don't know. Some things seem to travel a little bit quicker once they.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
get
Like
out.
you don't know. Like it may come really quick, and it may.
Well, we're not going to end just yet, Brick. But if you would like a whole recap of the evening, we have discussed, of course, the amazing ghost that he is, Jacob Marley, his cousin Bob Marley. That was actually just brought up now. That was the first time we made that joke tonight. But that would explain why it was so hazy. That's right.
Did you realize you called him Bob Marley?
Yeah, I know what I was
He definitely did.
Okay.
He did it on purpose. We talked about the actual Demogorgon here and critters of all kinds and various shapes and sizes. As a matter of fact, Jim was showing off his D20 wolf, which Brick, you have teased me with plenty of times. Yours.
Yeah.
It's just
Rick missed
freaking
the whole
phenomenal.
conversation about licking the wang.
The Curtis definitely went hard about putting his lips on Blade Master Wang.
Mm-hmm.
He really, really wants to get his lips on Wang.
Everybody
That was
Wang
all.
Chung tonight.
I think one of the most important things we talked about, Oz, was the 2 charity events going on. We should bring
Two
it
big
back up.
charity events we got going on, right? You know, right now you can still enter the Toys for Tots within the Cabal. If you guys are on Facebook and you are in the Mythic Legions Cabal, you can go ahead and what did Curtis say it was like $10 to enter.
$10 an enter, yeah.
Yeah, for that one, $10 to enter, and they're going to be all the money donated is going to go straight to getting Toys for Tots. The but there's going to be different prizes. They're going to do a drawing tomorrow night where you can win figures, custom parts, all kinds of different stuff. They even added the Jacob Marley into the giveaway now that is launched today. So that is really cool. As well as we talked about Damon's very awesome and amazing raffle that he is going to be running where you can enter to win $5 per entry, no limit on how many times you enter. And, you know, everything's posted on his IG page, as well as the rest of us in the clubhouse. We're all going to be making the posts and sharing it as well with the email address. But you PayPal the money and enter your name to win a Blade Master Wang. So that's going to be coming up real soon. And well, it's actually already going on, and it's carrying on through till the end of the month. So we talked
Shit,
about
I'm out.
that. He's gonna get you up in that sharpshooter so you can't run.
You mean the other way around? Because don't you remember his little guy he loves so? Oh, I'm sorry. I would not have gone in on anything about Bret Hart had Ken not showed up.
Wow.
Hey Ken, how was your night?
This is me completely no-selling everything you just said, like completely just pulling an entire no-sell whatsoever,
just
like leaving the
just like Bret Hart
awkwardness
on a
in the
mic.
air.
Just like Bret Hart on a mic.
Lawrence, you're the only person I know that can piss off a Canadian. They're always so happy until you start talking to them.
In 0.5 seconds, too.
I actually told Ken that earlier, that they're just too nice.
I'm
I
still
don't
no
know.
selling.
Have
by
you
the
seen
way.
South
Like,
Park
this
the
is-
movie? They're kind of rowdy sometimes.
That's true.
Blame Canada.
I mean, Brian Adams alone.
I might have fanboyed over Brian Adams to Jim Largo directly earlier on. Said send a list of songs that you like, and there may have been a Brian Adams song in there. And no, Bret Hart's theme music wasn't one of the songs I sent on. As a
Ken's going to be
playlist
on the
anymore.
Infinite
Neither was
playlist, huh?
HBK's.
You did
Yeah,
remember to
he's
send
playing
over
his
some
own.
Sammy Hagar Van Halen, though, right?
Just one. The other, just one. Just one out of the 10.
Good enough.
It's a
Do
good.
you know
list.
which one, Jim?
It's
But
you know which one?
Brick, I got to be.
All right.
I do.
Go ahead.
I was going to
But
say,
yeah,
Brick,
we're
I got to
getting
be honest to try and
playlists
recap
back
all of
running.
Whoop, sorry, Jim. Let's bring that up for
that's
full
fine.
screen because this is a show. This is a show that needs to be talked about more because music is a huge influence on everybody.
Yeah.
Jim, take it away.
Well, once upon a time. No. When I was hanging out with some of our friends from Hella Dope, we were looking for something thematic to do a show, and the Black Knight suggested we talk about some tunage, and it just kind of stuck, and it resonated with people because those of us who are toy collectors or whatnot, music is kind of a theme, whether it's Transformers the movie soundtrack that gets stuck in your head because you've got the touch, or that favorite jingle from whatever toy line you collected that you remember. Music's a part of what we do. So it's been fun to talk to people who are plastic crack addicts who don't want to talk about toys all the time, want to talk about something else. So we started doing the Infinite Playlist and talking about tunes that we like, things from yesteryear or whatever's hot, just whatever trips your trigger at the moment. Any genre. We've even done some grindcore, which was interesting.
Wow.
So that's it. We had to take a hiatus because of my internet being wiggy and whatnot, but we're bringing it back, and we have a punk with toys, I think, coming up, and a guy from Canada that we all know and love.
Yay! Boo the other guy, though.
The love connection that is the
You
toy
haven't highly articulated on?
I would like to. I haven't.
Orion Dole.
Viper Island.
So, no.
Hey, no cursing in the chat.
Well, I am putting invitations out. People have sent playlists. We'll get some more coming and cranking. So it's fun. We it's harder to hit a moving target, so we try to do different stuff other than just talk toys all the time.
No, and that's great. I mean, that was the whole reason why I said on my Thursday show was like, everyone talks to all these people, but all they talk about is toys, man. Like, I'd rather talk. I mean, I'd rather find out about someone else because that's all we do here. I always hear someone talking about toys. Maybe you have a dog that needs to go out at 3:00 in the morning.
Maybe you like to stand around an airbox in your towel in the morning, right?
And maybe Gargamel's waiting outside to capture you because he thinks you've escaped the Smurf village but can take him back.
Being mean is a choice.
As Aaron says, if you could be anything, be kind.
Or in Lawrence's case, it's just his gimmick. It's just his wrestling gimmick.
I don't know.
K-Fab
Being
all the
mean-spirited and sarcastic and having the skill to just lay it in there, I admire that.
Okay, that much I'll give Lawrence. That's when I break kayfabe just to give Lawrence credit. You know, then we go back into character 3 seconds later. So you know,
I actually used to get praised on how condescendingly polite I could be while working at GameStop.
It's a skill. That.
Oh yeah, you sit there and you know you're dealing with this asshole, and you are 100% polite, and the whole time completely calling them a fucking idiot, and they have no idea, and they're like, "Thank you," and I'm like, "You're fucking welcome."
Yeah, me and this other guy used to have an acronym when we were talking to a really annoying customer. And we would say, "Yeah, ma'am, that's very sad. And sad stood for suck a dick." And it was freaking hysterical when we would, because we were both overnight managers, and it was just like very serious. Someone would be extremely upset, you know, telling me, we were like, "Yeah, that's sad, very, very sad." And, you know, the other guy would have to try and keep a straight face. So it was fun.
When we would be at the gym, me and a buddy of mine, there'd always be those people that come over and start talking to you. And I just remember we were working out one day, and this guy came over and he started talking to us. And it was probably about 15 minutes into him not shutting up that I just walked away and left my buddy there. And I just went through my workout.
You dropped your wingman?
Oh, dude, it was probably about 30 to 35 minutes later when he finally came over and he's like, "Dude, you're such a dick." And I'm like, "You would have done the same thing to me." And
he just trips him and throws him on a grenade. It's like,
"Oh, dude." Oh, yeah, I threw him under.
I don't have to outrun the bear. I just have to outrun you.
I just walked away and left him there. And I'm like working out. I'm in between sets and I'm looking over at him. And he's just like, I'm like, "Hey, sorry. You should have hit the eject button when you could. You should have left me there." But
didn't pretend to have a phone call. I guess his cell would have been in a locker or something.
That's why you got to wear headphones at the gym, because you just go like this and walk away.
No. This is like 20 years ago.
Look, cell phone or not, I don't care. You know what's always a great way to defuse and walk away? Oh shit, I gotta take this and walk away talking to your hand.
Yep. Oh, hey, I have 3 rules for customer avoidance. I never taught this to anyone, so that's a lie.
Listen up, folks. Hold on. Here we go.
3 rules for customer avoidance. Rule number 1, be where the customer is not. There are plenty of places in a store that you can go to, in the back aisles, in the back room. You would want to be where the customer isn't. Rule number 2, do not make eye contact. You get like a 6th sense of when someone is looking around for help, don't make eye contact. And rule number 3, if all else fails, run. I have never had a customer stop me when I broke into a run. If you're like running, looking like something's on fire, no one will ask you for anything. You can go like hauling ass through a Black Friday crowd and be okay.
They teach this in all the Walmarts because I've never seen an employee. They've never made eye contact with me.
I used to train people at Walmart, Lawrence.
I've never seen any of them run because most of them are way too heavy to run.
I've never seen anybody in Walmart run though.
Oh no, that works. That's the special sauce right
Most
there.
of the people in the Walmart
as an unloader
floor the little carts they got to ride because that's as fast as they can go.
Yeah.
As an unloader, I never once ran around the Walmart. I whipped that motherfucking pallet jack around and rode that shit like a scooter.
Yeah. So I figured out from a really kind of angry guy, because I noticed like you'd be pulling those pallets and people would just stop in front of you. But this guy looked pissed all the time and he would just stare at the ground and barrel ahead. And I realized if you just stare at the ground and go full out, everyone jumps out of your freaking way. And you just don't look at anyone. Just look like you're nuts. And it just works perfectly. Yeah.
My buddy one time at Home Depot was talking to a customer, and the customer was like telling him just a bunch of stuff about their life or whatever. So he's like, "Oh, I have a turtle named Christmas," and the guy just looks at him confused, and he's like, "Oh, I thought we were talking about shit that doesn't fucking matter." Like, oh my god, nice.
Yeah,
we're usually more kind in the deep south where I'm from. It's like, well, bless your heart. When we hear someone say "bless your heart," they're saying, "Fuck."
That doesn't mean.
Yeah, you're an
I was
idiot.
gonna say that is the ultimate fuck you.
Bitch, get out of my face before I smack you around.
We also used to have this. We had this lovely technique when people would ask us where stuff was in the store. Because again, we're the unloaders. We work in the back of the store. We do not want to be out on the floor, but somebody's got to pull the freight to the floor. It's what we have to do. Mind you, none of us wear the blue apron because at the time there was absolutely zero dress code if you were a unloader. If you worked in receiving, you did not have to wear the standard uniform, anything. Literally all you had was a name badge. Everything else was just plain street clothes. And we'd come out from the back and we'd be pulling stuff and people will stop and ask you where something is. Mind you, we 100% know where every damn thing in the store is because we have to know where all the damn departments are. We may not know the exact aisle it's in, but we at least know the department of where it would be located. My buddy Murphy taught me this, and I continue to tell people all the time. Most Walmarts at the time had that same basic layout where you had the McDonald's up front and they have the action alleys, which was the cross section, like the two big aisle, the one that went from one side of the store to the other. And then you had the ones on the outsides and then the one that went right down the middle. I used to tell people all the time, you go straight down this big alleyway right up here through the middle. You're going to come up to the men's clothes. You're going to make a left and go to the front. It's going to be on the right-hand side. It's where the McDonald's was. So no matter what they asked for, it did not matter what it was. It just simply directed every single one of them to McDonald's.
And what if someone
one of the
asked you
best.
where they get the McDonald's French fries? Would you send them elsewhere?
Nobody ever asked me where the McDonald's was.
You can spell it from across the store.
At them golden arches were a dead giveaway.
I don't think I've ever seen a McDonald's in Walmart.
Really? They were everywhere down here.
Subways, yes.
Okay, so see,
Oh,
you had
that's
the
right. I
more
remember when they
bougie
made that
Walmart.
shift up. It's a Yankee thing.
Yeah.
When I was in Texas, it was like everyone. Just a second. Sorry, you
Did
were
the
not good
McDonald's
enough here to
replace
bite?
the food court? The McDonald's
They used to have the radio grill back in the
radio
day.
grill. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
No, we always had McDonald's or the Auntie M's pretzel place, which was the best. I would go get Star Wars toys and get a pretzel.
We have a fancy Walmart over here. It's not so fancy anymore, but they sell like Dom Perignon, like Cristal, and expensive bottles and stuff.
Oh,
But
yeah,
they-
outside of Dallas though.
it was Highland Village, which is like it was their test upscale store, and yeah. Anyway,
Well, it's because Grapevine, Texas. No, wait, am I getting places confused?
that's pretty close. That's pretty close. They border each other, I think.
Well, I was wondering. I'm thinking I'm getting it confused with GameStop. I think GameStop Corporates was Grapevine, Texas, not Walmart.
The DFW
Either way, I don't give a shit about
Metroplex
either.
is one of their biggest, like most condensed markets because it's the South where they
Yeah.
have a lot of Walmarts and there's everyone drives. It's a big test area for them, so they do a lot of crazy stuff here. But they had Dunkin' Donuts in that one, and they had two when they opened it. One was a normal Dunkin' Donuts, and on the other side of the store was like the breakfast leather lounge chair deluxe Dunkin' Donuts, which I never saw.
Yeah. Well, see, that's the kind of the crazy thing around here. Depending on which direction I go and where, I will either find a Walmart with either still a McDonald's,
Mhm.
or it will have a Dunkin' Donuts. There's like 2 or 3 of them that have Dunkin' Donuts, and then the newer Walmarts all have the Subways.
We had one over here with a La Madeleine in it for a while. I don't know if you know what that is, but it's kind of like I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Like an Applebee's, but French.
What the F? They're putting like a bar and grill in a wall. Well, I mean, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah.
Drinking at Walmart.
Can you say you're surprised that Walmart would put a bar and grill in there?
Not at all, because honestly, there were times through the summer where I thought about opening one myself out in Lawn and Garden. Heck, at Kmart I almost did, man. People used to love watching me set up for my shifts when I was working Lawn and Garden at Kmart. I'd walk through the accessories, grab myself a nice big straw hat, walk over through HBA, go ahead and get that sunscreen, walk through electronics, grab the radio, grab my lawn chair on my way out the door, prop everything up in the back, put the hose out, start watering the flowers, and I'm just kicking back out there like it's nothing.
I used to know these guys that would they'd go out there and they'd smoke a joint in lawn and garden. And what they would do was, this is like 20 years ago, but they'd go out there and they used to have these zone sprinklers where the tropical plants were. So what he would do is he would turn them all on, so this whole aisle would be blocked off with the sprinklers, and they'd stand on the other side, and it would be on a timer. So they could go out there and customers couldn't get through that section to them, and they'd just like do their thing.
Well, we started working like a lot more of the later in the evening shifts. This is back when I was in high school. So like when school was actually in session, then I had to work evening shifts.
Yeah.
And we used to go out the back in lawn and garden because that's where I was all night. I was the only cashier in lawn and garden. And then after a certain time, we'd lock that door. So at that point, I didn't really need to stay back there. I needed to stay back there before that to make sure nobody actually walked out with product. So the whole back half of the store, there was this guy who used to work in sporting goods. And then there was a buddy of mine that worked over in electronics, which was like the next section over. And then there was me in lawn and garden, and I kind of manned like some hardware and automotive and toys. So like we had this whole back half of the store we had to cover. Well, there'd be a lot of nights where we'd go through and we'd zone everything and it would all be perfect. And there wouldn't be anybody in the store on a Wednesday at like 7 o'clock. Then we'd go out the back lawn and garden, climb up the fence, because like there's that gated in area that they have with all the plants and stuff like that. Climb up on the fence, get onto the roof, and then we just light up. And then we come back down and go through the store. And, you know, there were so many different areas, like the back stock rooms all connected, and there was like a conveyor belt, and like we could ride the conveyor belt to the other sections as management tried to look for us and couldn't find us. And then sometimes, like when they made me work on 420, I would just go back in layaway where the helium was and suck helium and then page over the intercom. That was always one of my favorites. Now, see, the funny part is like where you do that broadcasting, like they know where the helium tank is. So they know now where I'm at because I suck the helium and I'm immediately making this page. So they start coming back that way. You go back up the steps to where they kept all the layaway stuff, and you rode the conveyor belt into the back receiving area and got out of there. And then by the time you're coming around, you're like, I know I heard somebody over the intercom with helium. I came back here to check because your voice has gone back to normal by that point.
That's rare, though, to see one with a second story, though.
In the back areas, there's like a loft. And the main
you know what? I've
receiving
seen
area.
old stores that like 20-something years ago that had something like that.
Oh, yeah, this definitely would have been that long ago. But yeah, like the back of the store, like you had your like ground floor, you had a loft area because that's where they put most of the soft goods was in the loft area because it was lighter. And then, like I said, our layaway section was upstairs, like not back where the customers were, but where the items were stored, their layaway items were put was back up in a loft area. And like I said, they had a conveyor belt that could run through each thing because on the other side of the layaway is where you had like your upper stock room for hardware. And then the lower section was like their automotive back stock room for all that stuff.
Some of those old buildings were just like hacked together because they just expanded them because the company grew a lot. And then we had one that had an employee crapper in the break room. So you had the break room, a little thin door with a gap underneath, and a shitter right there. And so you would be eating your lunch. And I don't have to go into detail, but it wasn't wonderful.
This is
That
my
reminds
stream. We're
me of
known
the
for crap on
Our
this stream.
Kmart had a snack bar in it. And when I was 10, I got nachos there. And because my dad liked their nachos. And that was the first time I got diarrhea in a Kmart within like 10 minutes. And then in my 20s, they had just reopened it after remodeling. and I was going in there to like look for toys, and I'm like, I haven't had lunch. I should get the nachos.
Oh boy.
Which is the second time I had diarrhea at a Kmart. But as an adult, it's far more. And I was wearing pantyhose that day. I'm just gonna let you all know, pantyhose and diarrhea do not mix. So I did not wear pantyhose out of the Kmart. They just went in they stayed behind.
Thank you for that.
Things you learn on Oz's
Appreciate
stream.
It's what this stream's known for.
If Kmart were still open, I would say be cautious when having the snack bar nachos at Kmart, because 2 for $2 is a bad, like, those are bad odds. So.
Yeah, I remember as a kid.
Trend.
They had the K Cafe when I was real young, and then like mid-90s when they started doing the remodels and started going by the Big K.
Yeah.
Then they started putting in like Little Caesars. And
speaking of diarrhea.
So then they switched out and went back to the K Cafe, but now with Little Caesars pizza and cheesy bread, or the crazy bread. Because my mom used to work in the K Cafe. Hey, it's appropriate for the stream, right? It's what we're known for: prolapses and judgment.
It's a toss-up. Which is worse, the old Kmart cafe food, or which you'd get at the bowling alley? Because my parents lived with
bowling alley pizza.
Bowling alley nachos and hot dogs and pizza. I've never gotten diarrhea from any of those. So I'm on the side of the bowling, and you can get some kick-ass Long Island iced teas at the.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're usually wasted.
Bowling alley had the
alley,
best
so.
chicken wings and pizza. And
I spent my 40th birthday at a bowling alley getting knocked off my feet on Long Island iced teas, and then they had a all-you-could-eat chili dog special that night. So. It was pretty good 40th.
All I see is bad decisions in that.
It was pretty bad, and I can't bowl.
Delicious bad decisions.
But I tried, and it kind of skipped a few lanes and maybe hit a bitch, but whatever. She shouldn't have been standing over there. That was when they asked me.
It's all good.
But it's not, a birthday party unless you get asked to leave somewhere for hitting some bitch with a bowling ball.
What was her name?
I don't know. I didn't ask. I didn't really care. She looks like she deserves to get hit with a bowling ball, though. I feel like karma and the universe were working through me and the Long Islands that night. So, I mean, she was all like, "Oh my God, my ankle," and it did swell up pretty bad. But maybe she got to take some time off of work. Maybe she needed the downtime.
Back then,
so if you get a strike and it's on another lane, does it still count on your scorecard? I've never.
They asked me to leave, so I'm gonna feel like it should count. Like that was probably the only strike I got all night.
Yeah, if you get a strike by knocking a bitch into the pins, does that work or?
That's my preferred method.
My understanding of bowling is limited, but I'm gonna say yeah.
The dude
I got like 6 chili dogs before that, and like 8 Long Islands before we got to that point.
How many Long Island iced teas?
8.
That's a lot of Long Island teas.
There must have been some weak Long Island iced teas, but
they were not. No.
What?
Ken, do you understand the concept of bowling, or is it just all curling up there in Canada?
Unmute myself before I answer. I don't have a snarky response, and so
you say only on the East Coast.
So you've put me somewhere in a yes or no answer, and I wasn't really in a yes or no mood. I was in a weird no sell mood. Lawrence isn't even here to like chair shot me to have me no sell something. I don't know. I'm literally packing Oz's Christmas gift box. So that's what I've been doing. That's what I've been doing all night here. So there's a couple items in there that you're getting a good. Yeah. Just
don't give away the gift, Santa. Why?
There's a couple of things in there you'll really like. Let's put it that way. Anyway. All right. I'll leave it at that.
To be revealed on a future stream. Actually, that's what I really should do is hold back some of this stuff to open up for like Christmas, like it was a big Christmas thing. That's what I'm gonna do. I'll just wait till Christmas to open up the Headless Horseman.
Bah humbug!
I said we were going to have some bah humbuggers tonight. Thank you, Bill.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you.
It's Mary Bah Humbug, though. It's not just Bah Humbug. Stop
It's
trying
the
to take
merriest
the
Bah
Mary out of
Humbugs around.
Christmas.
What's the old saying? The older I get, the more I realize why the Grinch wanted to live alone with his dog on a mountain.
Yeah.
Yep.
I've been saying that since I was like 14. That ain't been nothing new. I didn't have to get old for that. It's been my dream.
That sounds great. Your dog wants to go out at 3:30 in the fucking morning.
I've always found
Right.
other people disappointing in general, but whatever.
Yeah, but taking your dog out at 3:00 in the morning is a hell of a lot easier than arguing with your wife than having to go pick up your kid from work at 8:00 at night.
Yes.
Yes.
And Lawrence knows about
So
both
on
of
a
us.
serious note, if we're in a Christmassy mood, which
As
I
we
hope we
are.
are, I have a question.
We don't want to
for
see
you
your
here.
Yule log.
Serious. Every year when my daughter was growing up, I've got this book back here on the shelf called The Little Big Book of Christmas. And I would read selected stories out of that to her. The gospel is in there of Luke. We'd read that. Then we read, Yes, Virginia, There is a Santa Claus. We would read that. Then we would read, oh God, now my brain farted. The story about the two people who gave each other the gifts, the gift of the Magi.
Oh, the gift of the Magi.
Yeah, and we would read that. And my
You get the
wife,
little match girl in there too.
that's too sad. I never read that one. But I think it may be in there. I don't know. I don't think that one's in that book. But anyway, I would always read these stories on Christmas Eve to my daughter before she went to bed, and it was a tradition. It had to be done. And my wife had me go on Amazon.com and find that same book so that we could give it to my daughter. Now, what I'm thinking about doing is I'm thinking about doing a video and releasing it of me reading out of that book the way I did when she was growing up, so that maybe when I'm no longer on this physical plane here and my granddaughter or grandson is there, that we can have her play that video for him, because I'm going to do that with my grandchild when he comes every year. Read out of that book just like I did for my daughter when she was growing up. Would that be a good video for me to release on my channel, or should I just not do that? I mean, is that something that
Depends
worthwhile?
how many of those stories are fair use, or if you plan on monetizing it. Because again, you do got to remember, if any of those tend to be copyrighted, they can pull it. But if all of it's like fair use, public domain, hell yeah.
Even if
That's
it's
a cool
not,
idea.
you might be able to use it under fair use. Because
Fair
use.
Yeah,
What you're
look
doing
at
is
Viper Island and his fair use works all the time, right? So
yeah, I mean, if you're reading it, so therefore you're doing a performance of it, which is about the same as people who will do cover songs, because they're singing it, they're not putting the original recording
People
up.
do all sorts of audio books without.
And the worst that happens is they demonetize it and won't let you monetize it, but they probably won't copyright strike it because it would fall under fair use.
they can copyright claim and do a takedown of the video.
They could, and then you just take it down, or you challenge it under fair use, because again, it's a transformative performance.
That's true. I've never tried challenging before.
So-
It seems extremely unlikely in that scenario. Though.
It's especially since like biblical stuff is at this point, like going to be under fair use, and if it's not, I can't imagine. Well, never mind. The people in charge of like the
would own
money
it?
side of Bibles aren't always good people, but I would say that all of that is like details. At the end of the day, you should make content that you will enjoy and that is meaningful to you, and not worry about like say 10 of your viewers don't like it and think it's a bad idea and the rest of them like it. Who cares? Is this content that you want to put on your channel that represents you in the way that you?
This is where I disagree with that. What do you want your channel to be? Is your channel about toys? Or is it just about everything? What do you want your channel? Do you want?
It's a
Do you
weird,
want to be
fantastic toy
monetized?
adventure. It's everything.
Yeah, but do you want it to be? Are you monetized? Do you want it to be monetized? If you
I am monetized, and I'm well on my way to 1,000. I'm not there yet. I'm about 130 short, but I'm going there, and I will get there.
So
And then to
here's the
answer your question, my show is about my toys and their adventures for sure. But I do other things on here. If you ever watch a Saturday show, it's not necessarily toys on Saturday. And Largo can attest to that. There's a lot of pop culture on here as well. And I have never followed the freaking YouTube rules that they tell you to do to get the viewers. Would I love to have enough viewers to be able to do this full time and not have to go to freaking work every day? Sure, but I also, on the other hand, I want to have my channel be about what I like and what I want to do.
So it's not about not. It's not about not doing what you want to do, and this may take a whole different turn. A lot of times, what you realize is when you're doing a channel that's a niche or whatever, something like that, you'd want to create a separate channel for, and not because it's biblical or anything, but because it has nothing about toys. So a lot of times, what would happen is, let's say even one of those one of those videos went berserk, right? All of a sudden, you get all these people that are subscribing, and then they realize you're getting pushed into another algorithm where you're not getting pushed in front of toys, where those are the people that you want for that type of stuff. It's not saying you can't do what you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
If you just have a channel where you're like, hey, you know what? I'm going to do whatever I want, and that's what I'm going to
variety stream, but it's much harder to grow as a variety stream, for sure.
But, but there's nothing wrong with what you want to do.
Mm-hmm.
But if you want your channel is basically about toys, obviously, like you said, it's in your name. That's kind of where you don't want that. I was throwing up some of my skateboarding video stuff, just because this was originally just my personal channel, but it became the toy channel, and then you realize, every now and then someone may want to see what I can do skating, but no one really wants to watch lines of me doing skating.
Yeah,
I have another channel.
The Von Erichs history video that I did, I actually considered making a second channel for that. And I talked to Mega J about it. He's like, you should totally create a second channel. I didn't. I go and release it. You know, when you see your last 10 videos, it was 10th by a mega mile. It had like half the number of views of my 9th video. Now, because my subscribers did not click on it, they're like, what's Ken doing? He went off the beaten path. But the thing is, I was also taking advantage of the fact there's a movie coming out in a few weeks about the Von Erichs, and then maybe I would rank in search. After the 48-hour period that it shows to your subscribers and starts showing to new people in the algorithm and what's being searched for, what happens? It starts spiking. So it started with like 80 views overnight, right? Which relative to the size of my channel, that's not a good number anymore. Right now, all of a sudden, it's at like 26 or 2,700 views, and when I look, it's ranked second out of my last 10 previous to that. So, to what Lawrence is saying there, right? And that's me segueing to wrestling, which is much closer to toys than some of the other stuff, right? Compared to say skateboarding. So, if you want to do what you want to do, I don't think anyone's gonna, stop you or put up a blockade. But just note that even something like that, you can run into problems, right?
Lawrence, have you?
I realize what you guys are saying, but go ahead, Largo.
Oh, I was just wondering if Lawrence had picked out a name for his new Ohio tourism channel.
For the love of Ohio.
Well, what I was going to say was
the love of Ohio.
You were talking about that 48-hour period where it gets sent out to everybody. That's exactly what happened on the Explore the Lore of the Lone Ranger. So I had 10 of 10 for 48 hours, and then suddenly my views shot way up. And maybe that's a good thing or maybe it's not. But Largo and I started that on Saturday nights. We would do these spotlights, and I'm still doing them. And maybe it's screwing me up in the algorithm. Maybe it's not. But my channel continues to grow. And when I look at my
well, my worry in my personal case. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'll say when I look at my growth, it's a line going up like this. It's not one of these deals here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my worry is that if people see the Von Erichs video, they're gonna come back hoping for like more wrestling stuff and be like, "What's all this GI Joe content?"
And that
right. So like my subscriber
thing,
count hasn't like if you look at like the history of Motu82 that Oz and I did, that's got maybe 1,300 views right now. But if you look at the number of subscribers that gained on the video, it's about the same as the 2,600 view video of the Von Erichs because those people probably clicked to the rest of my channel and said, "This guy doesn't do a lot of wrestling deep dives." You know what I mean? So that's, I mean, at the end of the day, though, it's hard because like you look at Toy Galaxy, right? Like he does like the 20-minute documentaries and anything else he puts on a second channel, right? But I think he got to a certain point before he did that. You know what I mean? I don't think any of us are at that point right now. That's assuming you're playing the algorithm game and you're not just doing I'm going to do whatever the hell I want.
Right. Now, just imagine what would happen if you got this video that's these biblical based or somewhat Christian or Christmas stories, and it goes mega viral, and you get 2 million views on that sucker, and now you have 150,000 subscribers, and woohoo! And none of them care about toys. And every time you want to do any kind of toy content, your channel is like, congratulations, you're not a toy channel anymore. Kind of, it's I don't know. Just saying.
And the biggest thing is YouTube will stop pushing it out to the people you want, like those videos, like and again, like I can look at all my videos. GI Joe does wonderful. I do a Motu video, and it's like I can hear the tires screeching, I can hear it hitting the fucking car in front of it, and that's why I kind of cut back doing it because of the time that I was putting into it. It's like it's not really worth it, but it's still toy based. So I mean, again, there's nothing wrong with you wanting to do that.
Have fun
in general. But if you're trying to build and grow that toy, the toy people watching, it might turn some of them off, and you might get like what Random was saying, like you get all these views, these people clicking on it, and all of a sudden they're like, "What the fuck is this? This guy's not doing stories anymore. I really liked what he was doing," and then
I think that's where we can also pay attention to comments too, right? What are the videos that get the most comments on, the most engagement? Because that's the kind of repeat content you're going to want to do anyway.
Right. I took a different approach. I didn't put toy in the name on purpose because I wanted to do something more eclectic. So I'm kind of more framed as a pop culture kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that gives me more room to
Freedom.
experiment. Yeah.
And there's absolutely there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
And the one big thing here's the thing, and I think Ken will probably agree with this. Random probably will, because I know you guys are the other two larger channels. When you start off doing it, you think, I'm just going to throw whatever I want on. But then as you start to see it grow, you start to see where you're at. And at least for me, my idea of just doing a few reviews of G.I. Joe and my idea of what I want to do on YouTube did change. So where this was just fun. Now it's like, hey, I can actually do this. I'm growing. I can make, hopefully down the road, a second income. I'm never going to think that I'm going to be able to survive off this.
It's no fun when you put a lot of effort in and you get like Zippo views. It's really not fun. I mean, you can take a couple of those on the chin, and you have to sometimes. You just got to roll with it. But when you're doing it over and over again, it's really not fun.
When I did a 26-minute wrestling documentary-ish video there and spent all those hours on it to see 80 views in the first 24 hours with 4,000 something subscribers at the time, I'm sitting there thinking, I probably did something wrong, but I'm really stubborn on this one. And you know me, I'm not a really stubborn guy. that one, maybe I got a bit lucky because of the movie, and that's why I timed it. But if you're going to do that and there's nothing else to push it on the back end like that, like search results due to recency bias, it's going to be hard to do, right? So unfortunately, it's a lot of extra thinking to put into this when you want to come and have fun. And that's the problem, right? Because your hobby starts to become like, oh, what does the audience want? What's better for my revenue? And how do I do this without looking like a sellout? How do I do this without looking like I'm just chasing trends cheaply? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's all this extra balancing act, you know?
How long does it take the algorithm to recover from something like that, though? Like, if he did get like a bunch of, like, if you started getting pushed out to a different crowd?
Well, I've never got a video to go viral like that. But I mean, I've listened to, and I know Ken listens to this, a few of the same people that I do.
Nick
and you'll
Niven,
hear people like write in and ask the question, you know, where they'd be like, hey, I got this video, it got like 2 million views, but now all these people like who were interacting, now they're no longer doing it. If that video continues to go out and your other videos aren't doing that well, YouTube says every time you make a video, we're going to push it out to the people that did. We're going to push it out to the people that liked this one that did great, and not to the people you really want it to go to.
Yeah, and part of it in the beginning too is it shows it to your subscribers, although it's usually more other people, but that takes time, like they're saying, to ramp up. But if your subscribers that subscribe to you because of story video don't like the toy video, and it takes the basis off that pool, that you're not getting the retention, it's not as likely. It's like a voodoo, you know. I mean, it doesn't really make sense most of the time, but not as likely for it to get blasted out as much. So for as long as those subscribers hang around with you from the viral video, depending on what proportion they are of your subscriber base, it could affect you for quite some time.
Right. I'm like one of those anomaly channels where I'm a relatively small channel. You know, I'm just growing to over 350, but I have such a core dedicated viewership that are here each and every week. And
you're live though. You're a live channel mostly.
I don't do pre-recorded content. I just do these lives.
It's totally different.
It is. I've built up this core audience that comes and is dedicated each and every week. Each and every one of these live streams somehow gets over 200 views, and somehow like that has really built up this amazing community around the live streams. But again, you see like such an eclectic panel of people here, right? Like Radnom, he's not a toy collector. He likes building dios.
And he's mean.
And he's mean. He's so mean.
Shut up.
But he has some wonderfully chill live streams on Friday nights with jazzy music.
Very zen.
We just enjoy watching. It's very cathartic, very soothing. Allison is predominantly a color tubist, I guess, is, you know, she does the coloring and all like that. And it's amazing. And again, it's like this other cathartic thing. And then, of course, like a lot of the others, you know, here we're all centered more around the toy aspect of things. And again, Jim, you're very much more pop culture. Bill, you're very eclectic and do cover different topics in pop culture. So like these streams appeal to a wide variety of people and their likenesses, because again, like this stream started off as like shilling for Jacob Marley and the Four Horsemen, and it has evolved and covered topics that wouldn't, you know, most other channels wouldn't dare to touch on a ToyTube live stream. And it's one of these things that it's really grown and gives such a phenomenal bounce back within the community, and it's great. You know, like I feel very fortunate that I get what I get with these lives, because I don't know anybody else out there who's doing 8-hour live streams and getting people to stick around this long and watch.
So that's the thing that makes you the most unique there, Oz, is that like you're not going for the replay value. You're going for the hangout. So you've like doubled and tripled down on your core community. You know how long and how many subscribers I had to get just to get a comparable size community? I didn't have that at 350. I don't even think I had that at 1,000. I was maybe at 2,000 when I had the same size core community as you had, maybe even 3,000 when I got to that point. So you're set up in a way that I've never seen before, and you're finding a way that makes it work. Right. And I think at some point, if you start doing like 5-minute pre-produced content, that's going to grow. We've talked about that's going to grow your casual audience, and then your core audience still going to come here for your 8-hour live streams. Right.
Live streams do not grow audiences. You will not grow your subscriber base by doing live streams. It's all the it's all the pre-recorded stuff, reviews, different things like that.
Yes.
That people click on because they want to come back.
Yes.
When you're doing the live, most people don't want to tune in and listen. And that's why, again, I do not take for granted how many people I have on Monday nights. I mean, I tell people, I'm like, hey, you know what? We're averaging 60 to 70. I want to average 80. And people are like, hey, you know what? 60, 70 is good. I'm like, hey, I'm not saying it's not. I'm not taking it for granted, but I want to shoot, for the next 10. And I don't take it for granted. And you see the other streams that are pulling in 100, 200, 300, 500 in our community, which is absolutely shocking, especially when, but they don't subscribe. I could go through my live streams and count my subscriber base or how many subscribers I've gained. I bet I've gained maybe 100 subscribers from the live streams.
There is a way to do live streams to make you gain an audience, but it's not that fast compared to like if you did exactly 1 hour live streams that were very topic focused. It doesn't just say, like it's not very general. Like, Lawrence, you'll do more like I'm going to ramble and I kind of have a topic and it might go for 3 hours.
Well, that has
You know
replay
what I mean?
value, like you were saying before.
Yeah, like there might be more replay value in a 1 hour live stream, but then again, you're still building like partially core audience, partially casuals who want to listen to something on the transit on the way to work.
I mean, it amazes me that people rewatch my boring, barely speaking live stream. Like I'll get maybe like 80 or 90 views during the stream and it'll go over 200 or 300, which shocks me that anyone sits there for that long and watches that. But yeah, people just like to put things on in the background. I guess that's what I do too.
But plus,
I get well over 100 on rewatch after my streams are over with. It's like there's a lot of my audience that's not able to watch me because they're either across the globe at work or something like that. And when they come home, they go, well, Bill streamed last night. I'm going to watch, or Bill streamed yesterday. I'm going to watch his stream and rewatch his stream. Boba Hicks, that's him. Johnny Sorensen, same way. One's in Ireland, the other one's in Australia. Those guys, people like him. I have a core audience of them, and that core audience grows with my life.
You know what? You're right. Whenever I get Boba Hicks commenting on my premiere, I usually premiere at like 4:30 my time. That's after midnight his time, right? He may go to bed before midnight, unlike some of us here, right? But then he will.
Who does that?
Yeah, I know. But then I'll get a comment. I'll wake up in the morning and I'll get a comment from Boba Hicks almost right away, and it's just the way it is, right? But at the end of the day, if you are trying to do this as a pseudo career, even if it's a side income, you want to be able to know, like, what do you identify as first? Am I a colorist? Am I a podcast channel? I don't know, my history channel, right? Shameless plug right there, right? Whatever it is. Right? Or are you?
I tried identifying as an eggplant emoji. It didn't go over.
And when you start off, you do play around, and that's what like Nick Nimmin. If you want to do listen to Nick Nimmin, he gives great advice. But he says when you're starting it off, try a bunch of stuff, and when you find something that hits, stick with that. If you just want to do it for fun and you don't ever care about being monetized, then throw whatever you want on there. But if you are looking to grow, when you find something that sticks, do that. But
you can always. Sorry, go ahead.
But like for you, if you're doing toys, Ken, you do a lot of wrestling stuff. You should start a wrestling channel. but then it takes time to grow it. And I think you probably look at things the same way that I do, that it's like, well, why don't they like both? I like both. They should like both. And I've already worked so hard on this channel, and it is hard to create a second channel.
And if you create the second channel, how regularly can you put up content? One of the reasons it pushes. That's the thing, right? Like if you can do one video there and one video here every single week, more power to you. Guess what that's going to do? It's going to eat up all your bandwidth to do live streams if you're doing it like that. Or if they're both live stream channels, you know what that's going to do? That's going to eat up your bandwidth to go on other people's channels. You know what I mean? Like it was really hard to go. Yes.
How much is Geek Dad Live 2 really used?
It's very sparing. You know what I mean? Like he told me, like you may want to start a second entertainment channel, and I'm like, I'm not sure that I can sustain it. That's the problem. Everyone will know it's the backup.
Doing one YouTube channel is more work than one person could do. You could just like put out a new video every day, you know. So you could be good at one thing or kind of mediocre at doing two or three at the same time. So
I knew Lawrence watched Nick Nimmin when I saw him start pointing to the end screens at the end exactly the same way I do it and exactly the same way Nick Nimmin does it. And I'm like, you watched the same guy I did, right? Because while the end screen thing does get used, it's just the way he flows that end screen in. I'm like, I know where you got that. I got it in the same place.
It's also better for shorter videos.
Yes.
If you're stuck through 25, 30 minutes of a fucking review of mine, you're gonna watch my shit anyway. So.
Yeah.
What I did is I created different. I kind of looked at like a UHF channel where it's like, you know, public access or local. You'd have different segments or different shows on the one channel. So I have Beasties and Baddies. If you watch a Beasties and Baddies, you know it's going to be kind of content. If you watch Infinite Playlist, you know it's going to be this kind of thing. So I've got different shows with different titles, and they appeal to different audiences. Some of them cross over, and some of them only watch one and never touch the rest of it. So it works.
No, and like what you're saying, it totally makes sense. Because you have specific shows that are dedicated to certain things.
Right.
And I can tell you this, like, you know, Punks on Film. We wanted everyone to switch over when we do that to be on Punks on Film. I can't get people to fucking subscribe. And then the biggest problem is 2 or 3 people go over there, but everyone's chatting on the other one. So what we started doing was, you know, we simulcast it, and then a few days later or the next week, I put it private on the main channel, and people got to go there. But it's all live streams, and that's not something. A lot of that stuff people won't go and rewatch.
Right.
But I haven't really created content for it, you know. And I'm like, movies should really. I mean, we see these movie channels; they go crazy, but you also look at like Screen Crush. And you're like, that guy is putting a lot of time and effort into creating these videos. I don't have that time. You know, that's
it's some of these too, they have a staff. It's like you and I'm one guy with a laptop and a bad idea. But some of these guys have, you know, like one guy that does editing, one guy that does, you know, principal photography. It's like, I'm not.
And that is one thing. Yeah, that is one thing. Like when you see YouTube, like before,
Screen Crush has got a writer. He has a writer. He has a guy writing his script for him.
Yeah. Like when you start, you just think like, oh my God, Screen Crush does everything on his own. And then you realize, no, it's a whole operation. But either way, it is work. But you're right. Like here we are creating, and again, I know how long it takes me to do my unedited or low edited reviews. It takes time though. So the people that put in a lot of time, like you said, are doing it themselves. They're going to be there for quite some time doing it.
And heaven forbid you put in all that time and you make a stupid mistake and you only catch it after it goes up or after somebody points it out. Yeah. I have like wanted to beat my head against the wall for certain mistakes.
You mean like finding out that your O-ring buzzer has the wrong crotch and it gets pointed out right away? Only to go downstairs and find out the four original Dreadnoks. Sometime as a kid, you swapped them and didn't realize it.
Did I do that?
You didn't, Mr. Popinski
No, you
said
didn't.
it, like told me right away. And then numerous people started pointing it out.
I had
There
one
are some
person.
people that will
Yeah.
put an error purposely in the video so that people will engage and correct them. It's all about the tech.
My,
Yes,
I
it
mean,
works well.
Oz knows this, that my 84 Spirit was holding Raptor's bird and not his actual bird. And I think I told Ed this as well. I remember getting really pissed off at that. And I was like, people were like, why don't you just pin a correction to the top of the feed? Anyone who wants to comment, that's the first comment. I
Doesn't
see. I'm like,
matter.
I should still have caught that, is what I tell myself. The number of hours I put in. So I'm sitting there like, oh, do I overlay the right images on and put it up again in a couple of years? What do I do? Right.
So I've on some of them I've pinned where I got something wrong and I pinned it to the top. It doesn't matter. You still
All
have a
right,
new-
guys. Look, I'm really enjoying this conversation, and I am not tired at all. But it is 3:00, and I have to be up at 5:45. So,
Oh, okay. You better have a nap.
Good night,
It's
everyone.
been great hanging
Take
with
care,
you.
Red Mom.
Good night. No,
I really
yeah,
ought to
like I
take
said,
his advice and go to bed myself and glutton for punishment.
I say that you put it up, Bill, but I don't know anything about YouTube. But I think it's a good video for you to do that will mean something to you and be here forever. Well, as long as the internet.
Right.
Yeah, my
That's what I'm
advice-
looking for.
my
I've gotten to
advice-
the point where I hate YouTube. It's broke. It doesn't work right. Half the time, even my own subscribers say that the things weren't even put out to them, and it's supposed to go to them first. So there's problems with YouTube, and
the
there's
algorithm
always
might change
going
at some point too. So.
Yes, okay. So it's funny. It's funny you say stuff like that, but and Ken will probably agree with most of this. We think it's broke when in actuality it's working exactly the way they want it to. So I may be subscribed to people's channels, but if I have been watching their videos, YouTube says you don't want to watch it, so I'm not going to send it. But let's say I've been watching Viper Island. I looked at 2 of his videos because Chaz goes, "Oh my God, this is what this idiot says." Well, guess what? YouTube says, "Oh, you like this content," and next thing I know, I'm littered with Viper Island stuff. But then I'm going like, how come Ken hasn't done a video in 4 months? And then I look and I go, oh well, I haven't been watching his stuff because YouTube says you haven't been watching it. So technically, the algorithm does work the way it wants it to. It doesn't work the way we want it to.
It's true. I thought I was subscribed to Punk for about 6 months
I've
before I realized
found
I just
myself
watched the
on
video.
numerous occasions not paying attention to what YouTube tells me I want to watch. I have a core group of channels that I watch, and I don't really rely upon YouTube to tell me when they're on and when they're not. I go to their channel and see what they've got on their video list and choose what I want to watch from that.
Well, that's the good thing about the notification bell. You hit that, and you know when the channel you want to watch puts something out. Please.
Yeah, and I mean, there are issues because YouTube will just unsubscribe. I mean, they do just
That's
unsubscribe
happened.
you.
Yeah.
And they turn off that
Yep.
notification bell a lot.
Yeah. You know, Lawrence, for two people who are very,
All the
very
time.
different, you and I see YouTube in a very similar way. Like, we see it almost identical.
Well,
Well,
because
we've
I see
all-
it right and you're on the right side. That's why.
I mean,
oh my
we've
God, there was no
all
punchline after that. That's awesome.
Bill, I'll tell you this: whether you post that video or not, make it for your granddaughters, your grandson,
either
whatever it
way.
is. Because
That's
I'll tell you,
where I fall.
my great grandma made a cassette of her singing and reading some stories that she used to read to me before she passed away, and I listened to that thing after she passed away till the tape didn't work anymore. So,
wow.
Well, that's why I say upload it though, because then
it's there, right? It's there.
Yeah.
Always there.
And again, I mean, this turned into more about like, where do you want your YouTube channel to go? Because the last thing you would want that, like, hey, I'm working really hard to make this toy channel, and I made these videos that probably mean more to me than any toy tube, any toy video that I made, but it completely ruined my algorithm. And because we can make channel after channel after channel, and it doesn't cost anything, it may be just something that works better. And it could be something like, you find out like people love that you do this stuff, and then you just have a channel just dedicated to doing something like that, and it doesn't take away from your toys channel, and it adds to this other channel that you might have. But I'm looking at it from a like, hey, where do you want this to go? Not from a, is it a good idea or not? I mean, hey, it's not like you're saying anything awful. You want to do something that is.
Reality is, Bill, Lawrence just likes to hear himself talk and make himself feel like he knows what the fuck he's talking about. So, don't worry about what he's doing over there.
One thing,
I thought that's why we all started YouTube channels.
I'm still tiny. I can make. I'm in the I can make mistakes place though. I'm like I've got less than 900 subscribers, and but I'm still growing.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I don't know anything about YouTube, right? But like on my Instagram, I have a certain set of shots that get way more engagement than anything else, and I
may not be safe for work.
But I lose a ton of followers, but I get like triple the likes and ton of comments. Like, well, not a ton, but for me, a lot of comments. Like,
yeah.
I'm in a weird place now where it's like I'm considering making a second Instagram account, but I like that I post daily, and I don't want to switch in between because then I'm not posting daily on one, and like it's a weird situation.
I had that same problem though, because I had an Instagram that was all of my like nature pics and things like that, and then I had my toy one and I was posting my nature pics on there. Then I separated the nature pics off, and I hardly ever post the nature one now because it's just a pain in the ass to switch back and forth and post the pictures. And
I like completely forget that I have a personal one. I'm always on my toy one.
Yeah.
I switched over what started as a personal IG so that I could follow, like, I'd be watching people like Geek Dad Life. And he's like, you can find me on Instagram. So like I started an Instagram and I started following certain people. And then when Skelly and I started doing Toy Frenzy, I was under my regular name and posting about Toy Frenzy. And then I eventually decided I wanted to do more of my own stuff. And that's when I switched that what started as a personal IG that I didn't post like anything but the Toy Frenzy stuff to, because that's all I was really using it for. That's when it just, my IG is my toy channel now. I don't have a personal one. But that's also why if you find me on Facebook, like it's under my personal name. Now, mind you, I never post on Facebook. The only time you see posts go up on Facebook is when I post to IG and it also posts to Facebook. So it's the same exact thing.
Yeah. That's what my Instagram and my YouTube is they were like, I just followed stuff. Like my Instagram was just following artists for a long, long time. Mm-hmm. And then Oz said, post stuff. I was like, okay.
You know what, Oz? The day that you hit 100 subscribers on YouTube, I'll never forget because you thanked a whole bunch of people. And I remember the list was, and I just want to thank Pixel Dan and Toy Galaxy and Geek Dad Life. And you listed a whole bunch of big channels and Toy Connections. And I was just like, you love me in with them. Yes. You like totally made like my week, my month when you did that. And I'm just like, victory for Ken.
You guys were all the channels that I watched like when I was starting, and it was just, these are all these channels that I look up to, and now I'm interacting with in a different way than what I was originally. And that was a big thing for me. Like, you guys were all very big inspirations to me doing my content. And then we got this motherfucker over here. What's up, Tony?
What's up? What's up, you late night motherfuckers? You beautiful legends. What's going on?
Keeping you company in the wee hours in the morning.
So did you decide that you're going to break your record? Because you're at 8:30.
8 hours, 30 minutes is what I see.
It was funny. I was actually thinking about wrapping it, and then Ken said, joining in soon. I was like, well, if Ken's joining in, I don't see why we can't squeeze more out of this.
I would, as soon as Ken showed up, like right before I was about to say I'm gonna get out, but then I knew like Ken would think that I fucking left because he showed up, and I'm like, oh shit, he's gonna think I'm being rude. And you may not know this, Ken.
I'm not running
a lot. So
what?
We actually talk a lot.
I thought I was out, and Ken pulled me back in.
Well, you took a dig at me on one of Payne's streams, and I was like, I thought I was cool with Punk. And then I realized like later, I think I asked Oz about it. He's like, no, Ken, Lawrence wouldn't say that if he didn't actually like you. Didn't he say that to you once? I'm like, yeah, he did. And then we became friends ever since.
Yeah,
it's just how it rolls.
Ken is my favorite Canadian.
There we go. There we go. Sorry, Mega J.
Or is he my favorite?
Larry used to ask me, I don't think Ken likes me.
I don't think I said that.
That's funny.
Did you say that to Tony? You thought I didn't like you?
I don't think so.
I'm outing him. Yeah,
I might have.
I don't think he likes me.
So wait a minute. Does this
I don't
mean
ever say I don't think
I
I usually tell people.
Or maybe it wasn't.
I'm
If it wasn't
mad at
Ken, it
my
was somebody else or something. Like maybe Bobby or something. I don't know.
I am.
Oh no, I know
Ken's
Bobby.
Tony Lawrence.
Huh? What Oz?
I said I am Ken's Tony to Lawrence.
Sorry, Adam. Dole kicked me out. He said I was being too loud. I'm actually just labeling some wrestling figures. So, Mr. Brody Lee here. There's a Bret Hart here somewhere.
Aren't they already labeled?
Your dog? No, I mean for toy show pricing. So
for what?
Toy show pricing. That's where I was at.
Aren't they already labeled?
Oh yeah.
Isn't that how you know what you buy?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Do you have a toy show coming up, Ken, that you're going to be doing sometime in the near future?
No, but somebody said you want to buy all these wrestlers for cheap, and when I said how much, and he's like, "Well, yeah, there's this much, and I want them." Yeah, sure. Of course, I went there and bought a rare, expensive Transformer as well. I'm like, that's why you got me here. So, I'm like, you made your money on that.
Drew you in with the cheapy wrestlers so I could sell you the really expensive rare thing.
Yeah, we haven't segued into that Transformer yet. God damn it. Another Diaclone.
Oh,
Ken is a scalper.
I do love those Japanese toys, man, but those prices on some of the vintage stuff. It's like, no, I can't go there.
Yeah. You know what I came across today? Yeah. I didn't go out and do like a major toy hunt, but so when Lawrence and I went to Random Treasures not too long ago, they had gotten in quite a few of the newer Motu stuff. And last weekend during their Black Friday sale, for some reason they didn't say why online, but they had to close the store and they were like, we'll reopen Wednesday and continue the sale. Then they put out a message on Wednesday saying, yeah, we've got to stay closed a little bit longer, but we'll continue the sale through this weekend. So they never said why they had to close down or what was going on. And I certainly hope everything has worked out all right, but they were open again today. So we went. And I was looking at some of that stuff because they were still running that 50% deal that they were running last time, Lawrence, with the over 30 days in stock, 50% off, which is great.
It was a great fucking deal.
Yeah, it really was. And they're really trying to empty it out. Well, because they had emptied out so much, I did find, you guys have seen the Japanese released Masters of the Universe figures, like the original vintage figures, but in those Japanese boxes. They had a couple of the He-Man, and I was like really tempted to be like, I kind of want that fully complete vintage He-Man mint condition.
And Billy Gunn for you, Lawrence.
Oh, the DX Billy Gunn.
Yeah.
I almost collected all the
wrestling.
Yeah, sorry.
I almost collected the entire DX army when they were doing the re-releases 2 years ago.
I've got Nash and Billy Gunn here, and China and Triple H. Shawn Michaels is too popular, so he doesn't stay.
You got X-Pac?
They haven't released as many of him, so whenever I get him in, people just like sell. Sorry, I'm talking like I'm a store. I'm not a store. I'm just a makeshift dude pretending to be a store.
You buy lots.
You got to do the merchandising. Yeah. Merchandising.
I do buy. I do buy a bunch of lots, and then I go and I go and sell at toy shows. But of course, I never really make money because then I go and buy a bunch of stuff for myself. Right? It's always like, so you sold how much stuff, and you came back with that one little rare toy. Happens all the time. So
costs that money, but it's hard to find complete, and that's how you got it.
Yeah, I know.
So I also
Guys,
kind
I
of
gotta
went back.
go. I gotta go. I'm fixing to edit a video, and that's gonna screw me up completely. So I got to run. Enjoyed it, Oz. Thank you for this opportunity to hang out with you guys. It's been fun.
Always a pleasure, Bill.
Later, Bill.
Take care.
See y'all later.
Later,
Take care, brother. So
if we're gonna
I
keep
was
on
also-
trucking for a minute, I'm gonna go grab a tasty beverage. I'll be right back.
Go for it, brother.
Grab me
Some
one.
alcohol in
Largo.
there.
Did the
I'm full of
Yes.
tasty beverages tonight.
Ultimate Edition Hogan.
I just got home.
Take over.
Nice.
Tony, did you
I'm
get your
I'm full of old fashions.
Tony,
Woo!
did you get your pictures printed?
Yes, I finally did. I got my shit to work, but it came in kind of, I don't know, substandard. So I was like, I turned into Banky from Chasing Amy, and I started inking just so I can have, you know, all the line art. So when I'm ready for Allison's stream tomorrow, I have
So was it
something.
what
But then
Did you do what I said, or was it something else?
no, it was after I had I gotten the cartridges out and got hot water and put a little damp towel and wiped those little things on the cartridges. It started to work, but then the rollers didn't want to grab the paper just to feed, and it wouldn't do it no matter what I would do. So I said, okay, screw it. So I went to my buddy Jimmy's house and printed them out on his laser jet, and damn, they came out perfect. I'm like, shit. And he hadn't changed, you know, cartridges and stuff in a while. I'm like, that either laser jet is where it's at or office jet. I'm like, man, Yes Jet sucks.
I feel like someone told you that.
It was this guy. And who called him? And what the first thing he said, I'm not the guy you need to talk to. And he ended up fixing it. Sold yourself short, bro. I don't know why you did that.
Another short joke.
It definitely was. And
But yeah,
I've
so
had
now
it about up
now
to
I'm,
here
now,
with
now I'm
the
prepared for
short
Allison, even though it was last minute.
Excellent.
I don't know which one you want to pick, though. You gonna wait till tomorrow, or are you gonna tell me now?
I haven't picked yet. I'm
Oh,
fluctuating between the superpowers and the GI Joe one. So
okay, I'm good with the.
the mask. The mask is great. It's just it's a lot. I like to
It
pick
is.
something that I have the chance of finishing on the stream.
Yeah, that's what I
just
thought
because
too.
the 8 to 15 people who like stick around for the whole streams, I've noticed, seem to have more fun if I actually finish it on stream. So
Yeah.
And you're using crayons, right?
Not me.
no, not I.
I told her I was getting the Prismacolors, and I got them. Oh yeah.
Which set did you get?
Oh my God. Let me see. Hold, they're right here. Hold on. Just these for now.
Oh, that's a good set though. It's a 24, right? No.
This is a 12, and I got another 12. I got another
Okay.
24, but they're
You did the
Artist
mechanical?
Loft.
The-
Artist
which-
Loft.
Okay. Cool. Now, the 12 should have everything you need.
Yeah. Especially if
For
you want to do
either.
if you want to do the Super Friends, that's
Yeah.
a lot of color.
It is, but it's also like red and yellow and
Red and yellow and black and blue and
yeah, all the
I
basics.
vote for
You've
the
got all
Super
the
Friends.
basics there.
what's that? What's
And the
that?
only
Ed?
thing
I said I vote for the Super Friends.
I think the only thing you don't have in do you have the 12 set doesn't have a gray in it? Do you have?
I have a gray.
You have a, okay, cool, perfect. Because Batman, you'll want gray for his outfit.
Mm-hmm. I got him
But yeah,
covered.
you're set then. Yeah, you're good. Have you ever used Prismacolor before? No.
Oh yeah.
I'll ask you all this tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
It's part of the opening. But yeah, no,
I remember the Repeatograph
go outside the
pens
line?
how do you like when you're coloring? What makes you happiest when you're coloring? And that's what
just
you- that's- Yeah, that's whenever I have people on to color and everyone's like, I don't know if I can stay in the lines. It's like, I don't care if you stay in the lines. I don't make
How
any of
old
my
are
guests
these
put their
people that
page
can't stay in
on
the line?
camera other than sort
You
of
gotta stay
hold
in
it
the
up to show
lines.
it if they don't want to.
Yeah.
The only
I mean-
people
I
that
get,
can't
out of the
stay in the
line, I get
lines.
out of the lines all the time. It's like I just know how to cover it with like other colors and stuff. Like, yeah, no, I'm not like hardcore
Yeah.
about like people. I'm not. If I were like sort of doing a color tube channel where I was having people who do this as like, you know, like seriously all the time, like then yeah, it would be like, bitch, stay in the lines. But I'm trying to do that thing where I straddle the line between color tube and toy tube, and like my content so far is like I've been posting all the old Kenner booklets, and I've been getting really good views on those for my like regular content. My coloring videos do well.
Yeah.
I'm hitting a certain type of nostalgia, so
Oh man.
I have to be
You're-
really careful about it, but I'm doing pretty well with it. It's all about figuring out how you want to package your shit so
Yeah.
that it seems more consistent than it is. But as far as coloring, like, you know, like Tony does like amazing custom work. So I am expecting a little bit more artistry from Tony than I did, say, from Lawrence, because Lawrence doesn't have a huge art background. He doesn't do a lot of arty things. When Lawrence does customs, it's a lot of like part swapping. So he's got some like basic creative.
Now we know how Allison feels about Lawrence's talents.
What? Lawrence did really well. He did
did good.
outline. Lawrence
I
did great.
stayed on my
Lawrence is
fucking
coming
line.
back probably in January if we can make it work. To like
That was amazing at coloring.
I got these ones, Allison. I got
Oh,
these
those
ones
are
with Artist Loft.
Yeah.
You know, Allison, you should have Michael J. Fox on and see how well he stays in the lines when he colors.
I would, if I could get
Oh,
Michael J.
fuck
Fox, I would 100% ask Michael J. Fox on, and I would see if I could find a shitty old Teen Wolf coloring book to color that.
That Super Friends coloring book was awesome. It had so many It had
yeah,
so many
it
cool.
was, but it was that weird time in the 70s where Super Friends, they couldn't really have people fighting.
Yeah, all they
Right.
were was just messing around.
So it was
coloring
like it's a fun color. At some point, that's one of the ones like I've got so many that I want to do the whole book of.
Yeah, that one's
But,
really cool.
That one also would be pretty easy to finish because if I do it Super Friends style, like that's a lot easier to color than.
Oh
I mean,
yeah.
like right now I'm working on all of the old kid stuff books for Masters of the Universe. Do you remember? I'm not sure who all remembers them, but like the
Yeah.
first 3 books that came out through kid stuff didn't have. They were all in black and
Oh.
white. So I found
Nice.
some nice copies, scanned them in, put them together, and I'm coloring them up.
Crazy on the
And
shading on
Matt
that
has
castle.
been re-recording all of the old dialogue because he used to do radio.
Yeah.
He used like he and his college people when he was in Alaska in college had a radio drama, like a zombie radio drama. So he can do like the radio voice. So I had him listen to the dude who used to read. This is how I'm getting around copyright. But it's cool. Like Matt isn't really into any of the toy stuff, but he liked doing the voiceover. So he like came and sat over here and we recorded him and he did like the ridiculous excited voice, the kid stuff guy. It was funny. And he was like, how do you say this? It's like Eternia, right? But he
Eternity.
also isn't, I mean, like as a kid, he collected G.I. Joe. So, you know, like he kind of knows G.I. Joe stuff, but he doesn't, and he remembers He-Man and stuff because he's only a couple months older than, he actually just had his 50th birthday yesterday.
Yeah.
So, but he's a
Are
little
there-
older than me. So,
Are there any particular publishers that you find make better quality books, or you just kind of go for a certain theme? Or
I go for my main goal is 80s properties and toy properties. So a lot of He-Man, a lot of She-Ra, and the quality for vintage coloring books is all over the place. There are some of the He-Man books that are really good and have great art, and some of them have shit art. And they're all pretty much out of like Golden Books at the time. And they just, but I mean, they had like an entire staff of artists. So it's like, it's sort of like with comic books in the 80s, like Spider-Man some months would be really good and have really amazing art. And the next month it would be like some shit artist with like Vince Coletta ruining it even more with his shit inks. So like there's some coloring books I have that like I don't really do anything with because the art is so bad. And there's some that are just so nice. Like a couple of the She-Ra books I have, which are amazing. There's like I've got, when it arrives next week, I have all of the vintage Kenner Empire Strikes Back coloring books, and the art in those are really good. The Return of the Jedi are really good. But some of them not as much. Like I don't have any of the vintage Star Wars coloring books from like quote unquote A New Hope. But the art in those is notorious bad. Because Kenner was cranking out all of the Star Wars stuff as quickly as they could because of how late in the game they got that license. So they had Canadian art students basically tracing. Some of the pictures are nice, and then some of the ones I've seen look like, like I could do better with where my current drawing skills are.
I was really surprised by how many adult coloring books are out there on the market now. I hadn't really noticed.
Like I'm not necessarily doing that because, I mean, like I do all right, but like there's some people who do really amazing art, and they all have coloring channels. But that's also like when I do the adult coloring books, it's often because I didn't want to make that what I'm doing on the internet, because that's really like when I'm working on adult coloring, the really fancy like books and stuff. I mean, that stuff will show up on my Instagram, but that's really like me trying to like improve and get better. With the coloring books, it's a lot of these old books have stories that you don't see anywhere else. And like for Masters of the Universe, some of the original stories are really before Filmation, and a few of them are after Filmation. So you're getting this really interesting period of stories that not a lot of people know about. So the goal with those is to, like the kid stuff, people know those, but the books are kind of crap. But I want to go in and make the pictures nicer and sort of elevate them a little bit, and then, of course, make them into videos for people to watch. So,
do you ever run into vintage books where it's like it's obvious whoever put this story together never saw whatever the original IP was when they were putting this thing?
I would assume a lot of the artists don't. Like a lot of the Motu is a perfect example. There are a couple where it's like it's really clear that they are just looking at pictures, like the media package that you would get. Like I've got the first one is here, and I'm in the process of scanning it and cleaning it up, and the second one's on the way. But the Gremlins coloring books from 1984 has a really interesting art style. Like it's not, there's some interest to it. So like, and it's Christmas time, so a few of my Christmas shorts I'm doing will have that. But like, all of the She-Ra stuff, it's clear that they were given the French, the marketing kits and the press stuff, and just told like this is what because they all look like Filmation. None of them look like the toys. But like the original Star Wars stuff I've seen, it's clear they were just looking at pictures. They were given various materials by Lucasfilm, and Kenner gave that to their art team. They're like, we need 3 coloring books. Get us what you can get. The Supergirl movie coloring books are pretty bad. So, it's kind of like comic books in the 80s, where sometimes it's really good and sometimes it's really bad. And you can tell, at least at this point, I can tell when like the company doing the coloring books like knew like this movie is not very good, or like the Mask book I have, like some of the art, and it's really clearly like the GoBots coloring book I have. There's some good pictures in it, and then a lot of it's just not good.
Right.
But it all looks like they drew it directly from the toys themselves, so it has that. But it's just, I don't know, it's really interesting, like, and it's sort of not the same, obviously. When a movie comes out, you don't get coloring books the way we did in the 80s. But it's also because they don't was a big part of the marketing, especially before all of the regulations changed in the 80s, where like, you know, because before, you know, He-Man like obviously had a cartoon, but it wasn't until around that time you could do a cartoon to sell toys. So there's a lot of stuff from the very late 70s, very early 80s where it's really clear this is a big part of the marketing. All of the Barbie coloring books are really interesting because it's like it will have like all the clothes that came out each year for Barbie and like the new Barbies. They fit it all into the coloring book, and it's pretty much the same 4 stories. Like Barbie gets up, goes to school. She's running for class president. She and Ken go on some dates. Somebody says, "Barbie, you're the best singer ever," and she sings. And then Ken drives her home, and they say goodnight.
Does she rollerblades and she?
Yeah, I mean, like it's really interesting watching how like they pretty much recycle. Like I've got some Barbie books that go back to the 1960s, and it's like every third book is that same gets up, or it's the last day of school, and like they're going to the beach, or like the Barbie and the Rockers coloring books that I have are really interesting because it's Barbie and the Rocker. Well, one Barbie just goes to the record store and runs into her friend Diva, who was brand new, and like Diva's like, "We're starting a band, you should join, you'd be a great singer." And then they go on tour and they're the best band ever. And then in the next coloring book, Ken gets invited because he's the best singer ever. And then they do a bunch of charities, and Barbie writes some songs, and then they give up that concept, and then she's like cooking with Barbie. So it's really, you know, like as a kid, I hated Barbie. I was always, you know, sort of Charlie's Angels, Strawberry Shortcake, Princess Leia, G.I. Joe, She-Ra. Like those were Barbie. I was always sus. And then I went and saw the movie, and I was interested in Barbie and the Rockers because I remember I liked Jem, and Jem was really cool. And it was really clear Mattel was like, we can't have somebody else sell these, you know, sell dolls. Let's make a Barbie in a rock band, which is actually what happened. But so I was interested in that.
Jem is underrated.
But yeah, Jem is super underrated. And that horrible movie they put her in is a travesty. But, you know, whatever. I blame Kevin Feige. But because you just randomly blame people in Hollywood for like things blowing up. That's how it works in this day and age. But anyway, it's just interesting. Like I went and saw the Barbie movie, and then I did a couple Barbie pages and just put them up because right now, like for my shorts, I'm just doing the different toy lines and the different pop culture stuff just to keep myself entertained while I work on all the longer content. And the Barbie stuff consistently does pretty well. Like people fucking love Barbie, and it's weird because I don't necessarily have that connection. So in a lot of ways, I'm getting to sort of discover Barbie for the first time while people like it. Like, so, you know.
Are you going to do Christmas during this time of the year? You should do shorts on Christmas.
I'm doing a Christmas short every day right now, in addition to my normal daily shorts. So like this morning, She-Ra went up, and then I did a second Smurf Christmas. Tomorrow, my normal Barbie will go up. And I can't decide if I'm going to do one of the Barbie Christmas ones for the midday thing, or if I'm going to do my third and final Smurf Christmas thing.
Can you find a Die Hard one for Christmas? Can you find a Die Hard coloring book?
I could not find one. So sadly, no, I don't have. I couldn't find anything with Bruce Willis to cover
Rudolph.
To color, so.
I did. Rudolph is the best animated movie.
Yeah. Well, I did look at Rudolph. I looked for Charlie Brown, and I looked for the Grinch. And there was stuff on eBay, but I couldn't tell because none of the assholes selling them had any pictures of the interior, so I couldn't tell what it looks like. And they all appear to be coloring books made within the last 10 years, which I'm not against, you know, even though it's like retro toy princess, I'm okay with like sometimes, you know, like some of the Wonder Woman stuff I do is from modern coloring books. It's just 80s and older pictures. But the problem is I can't see what any of the pictures look like, so I don't know if there's actually anything in those books that I'm going to enjoy coloring, and that's the one thing. If I don't like any of the pictures and I'm not going to have fun coloring them, I'm not going to do it. I don't care like how many views I could get doing Grinch or Charlie Brown or whatever. If I'm not having a good time, I'm not going to. There are a couple of books I got, and then I'm like, I'm not having fun with this, so I guess I'm just never going to do more pages from this book. So, you know.
Well, as a child of the 70s, that was totally the go-to. It's like we're going on a road trip or we're going to XYZ. It's like you get a brand new box of crayons or color pencils, and you get one or two either activity book or coloring book or combo. And it's like,
and
there's some weird properties out
there. A bag
there.
of Whitman comic books, and
Yep.
I love when you go to the restaurant and they're like, "Oh, do you want to? Would you like some crayons?" "Oh, sure." And they give you like 3 crayons, or they give you that little pack of 3, and you're like,
"Oh,
what am I gonna do with this?"
And then they were
We're
the
just
super,
nubbing.
and it was a super greasy Kmart
Yes.
ones.
Oh, they're terrible.
It would bleed through the pages of my vintage strawberry shortcake color. Well, it wasn't vintage at the time, but I made the mistake of coloring raspberry tart with that stupid Kmart purple, and it bled through and ruined the picture on the. Literally, whenever I bought that on eBay in 1999, which I just finished scanning the other day, so that tells you how good I am about staying on top of my workload.
Damn.
I literally was scanning that picture of raspberry tart, and I kept looking on the back like I didn't get to color this picture as a child because of fucking Kmart. And like, between that and the 2 times they gave me diarrhea, and I've got some Kmart issues I need to work through. I need to go back on Aaron's Toy Therapy channel and talk out my Kmart issues.
That's probably why they're closed.
Maybe we can get Aaron to have a blue light special.
When I first moved to Oregon, though, like that was the only place I could find Attack of the Clone toys because nobody went to Kmart, and I got like that big play set and all of the figures and the coloring books, and because coloring, I mean, it's sort of always been part of my toy experience. It's like, you know, like Long Trip. Here you go. Here's the She-Ra coloring book and a She-Ra paint by number. Or here's He-Man, or that amazing summer of 1982 where I was given Masters of the Universe and like 3 Annie coloring books. That's a good year. And there were
Annie
no
from the
Goonies
movie.
coloring. Yep, Annie movie color. Well, I mean, in the coloring books, they made her look like the comic book without the eyes, which was weird. So I did go in and give her pupils and eyes in every page because I can't deal with the eyeless orphan Annie thing. It's creepy.
Too haunting. Yes.
It's like she's got the silver dollars in her eyes to give to Sharon so that she can safely travel through the to hell or whatever.
The river
and then you're like, what's really going on with Daddy Warbucks, right? So anyway. It's like
all right, I think I'm bowing out because I think Ed and I are trying to figure out which one of us is going to fall asleep first.
I'm fine.
Go to bed.
Yeah, Ed's like this.
I didn't want to leave before Lawrence because he stayed because I was I jumped on.
Well, you never hear the end of it anyway, Ken, because he'd cry about how much
he'll be like
you guys all waited for me to jump on. I know.
You know what? It's better than the same Bret Hart chair shot, no sell, sharpshooter like skills.
Okay, here we go with the wrestling shit.
All right.
Which one is Bret Hart?
Hey, we just set an all-time new high record of a 9-hour stream, folks.
9 hours, you guys are.
Which means I'd say it's a good point to call it quits. And I was looking up just to see if we hit that point yet. We hit 9 hours. So since everybody's getting ready to hop off, let's do our round table, and then we'll all hit the sack. Thanos, you're up.
Tomorrow I'll drop a new episode of my Instagram retrospective. Sometime this week will be the look back at Naughty November. Might be banned off YouTube after that. Thursday I'll be on the GTF O channel with Kayla and Johnny.
Nice.
I think that's all I have going on. Oh, the end of the month I'll be getting therapized by Pain, so that should be interesting.
Therapized.
Oh, that's going to be a tough session.
I don't know why
You
people
won't want to miss it. That's for sure. We love you. That's all there is to it.
You're one of the good ones.
You're one of the good ones, especially on
All right.
Wednesdays.
You done, Theranos? You good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
All right. So tomorrow night, Hella Dope Toys, 9:00. Got Rocco the Great. And other than that, I will be out all next week because I will be in Beaver Town.
You'll be in some beaver, huh?
Staying in a cabin that's 3 times the size of the house I used to live in.
Sounds like fun.
It's gonna be knee deep in
Lots
beaver
of drinking,
town.
a lot.
Knee deep in the beaver.
There's going to be me and my 3 best friends. There's 8 bedrooms, 3 hot tubs, 2 kitchens, a full game room. So, and lots of drinking.
Sounds like
Nice.
Sounds like fun.
Nice.
I agree. Lawrence, you're up.
Larry.
Let's see. Monday Night Toy Ramblings, 9 till whenever. Obviously, one of my moderators, I just was informed, is calling in.
I'll be there to Monday, Tuesday.
Okay.
Even Tuesday.
I believe Largo and I are going to be doing an infinite playlist.
Indeed.
He said possibly in the AM, we're coming closer and closer to the PM. as we
Yeah,
continue to go.
might as well just stay up at this point. But I'll get with Wilhelm and we'll get it recorded.
Go wake Will up. Go, listen, motherfucker. We've been up. When we fall asleep, we get back up.
He got a pass because it was his wife's birthday yesterday, today, whenever time zones. So
yeah, so Monday night, you guys all know, and then Thursday, Brick will be on Thursday with a friend.
Cool.
Nice.
And then Largo can tell you when we'll be airing my episode.
Hopefully, we'll be doing that Monday prior to your show, somewhere in between Toy Grinds and when A Punk with Toys starts.
Nice.
So it's going to be a whole night.
That's what I like
Lawrence?
to hear.
Fuck.
Oh yeah,
Monday.
All
He ain't
Lawrence, all the
stopped
time.
yet.
Ain't no stopping us.
All
Allison's
right,
up.
Tony.
Oh.
What you got coming? No, Tony, it's you. We're
it's me,
spiraling
bro.
around town.
You're going around town. Oh no. Tomorrow at 1 my time, 12 noon Allison's time, I'll be on Allison coloring either G.I. Joe or Super Friends. It's up to her. I'm down for whatever. And then not this Wednesday, but next Wednesday, the 13th, the Toy Kind of Mood will be doing they'll bring back the Terrordrome for some cool action and I'll bring up some customizers. I'll do the community spotlight. That's my whole thing, and then the other guys will do their thing. But I'm responsible for talking to the customizers like always, and maybe Spec will do the photography guys. And
What channel is that again? I've never heard of it.
The Toy Kind of Crazy, the Toy Kind of Nerds, the Toy Kind of Jerks, the Toy Kind of Fools.
How come a second-rate customizer like you gets to interview all the customizers?
Yep. Second rate, average, decent, all that kind of bullshit. Woo. Fun times.
I'm feeling the love.
Yep, always.
Right. Ken, what we got coming up?
So I don't know if a video will ever come on this, but this is the Diaclone Italy gig release of the Brontosaurus sludge that I picked up tonight. So,
Takara.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean Takara did
Nice.
the original, but then because it's got the gig logo, it was released. This is an Italian box.
Yeah.
So they just put the Takara because Takara did the mold and the tooling. It's very similar to the actual G1. There's only a couple ways you can really tell, and part of it's literally just the pattern, like the pattern on the legs of the figure is really the only way you can tell that it's a Diaclone release. But otherwise,
is it Fragile because it's Italian?
Not sure.
It's Fragile.
Maybe
it's got that
Fragile.
vac metal gold. That whole thing is Fragile.
Well, that's the other thing is the sword is actually a gold. Is actually a gold color.
Sweet.
On the figure itself, and the missiles are completely different for the Italian releases. So pre-Transformer, this is before the actual creation of Transformer. So that's why I'm so fascinated by this thing. Otherwise, speaking of pre-Transformers, it's a good segue because next Friday I will be premiering. It'll be a 10-minute premiere called Toy Origins Megatron, and I will be featuring the Micro Change Gun Robo Megatron, which is on display up here behind me. You can see right there.
Ooh,
that
will be Oz and Allison. You should have that in your emails. Your early access will come to you probably sometime tomorrow. Yep, and then so that's kind of just going through the origin of how Megatron became Megatron and the history of his micro change and how it started. You'll see it. It's a whole thing. I don't need to repeat it all here. And then at some point, I'm going on the Infinite playlist. I've given Largo a proposed time that's sooner than later. I don't know if it's going to happen. I know you got to talk to Will. So, yeah.
We'll figure
Largo,
it
you
out.
still there? You'll figure it out. Okay.
Why don't you just stay on 2? We'll do them all back to back.
Yeah.
We just got to wake Will up now.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna do marathon. Do you want me to wake Will up? I'll be the bad guy. I'll do the call on Instagram that we all are familiar with. How annoying those are from Tony's ass.
The butt dial, yeah. Largo, do you think the time's gonna work, or have you not talked to Will?
I
yet?
think so.
Okay.
I haven't talked to Will yet, but he's he's pretty easy to bully, so we'll just make it happen.
Yeah,
And,
he's kind of a big softy, like a gentle giant type.
Yeah.
Gentle giant.
We have the Guatemalan version of Red Bull we call Raptor. It's
Will's
probably
a
banned in
really
most other countries,
Will's a
so
really
we'll be
big guy in
amped.
real life, but
He is.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I want to hear more about this Guatemalan Red Bull called Raptor. Has it got cocaine in it?
It might. It's probably banned in most civilized places, but I find on those days when my brain is not really functioning and I need to get content done, these are awesome. So Raptor,
get yourself.
Love the land adventure behind you there. That's freaking cool.
Man, it's one of my favorites. It's the good time buddy I had as a kid, and one of my buddies, Jimmy Salzberg, got me the replica version that they did a few years ago, and I was like, man, that's so cool.
I like the mystery machine.
Thanks. Yeah, I try to change up these two shelves to do random stuff and see who spots what. It's a little weird stuff on there. But new AF3 will be coming out.
Yeah.
What's that?
I was gonna say I like the fact that Largo and I are probably like the only guys that I know who have prominent mystery machines behind them.
Yeah, I see that.
Gotta represent.
Shaggy and Scooby getting high.
On Scooby Snacks.
Like, whoa, Scoob, we're the two trippinest bees in the pod.
I like to have the Scooby and Shaggy from the Scoob movie. They just kind of randomly show up on other people's shelves because they're just like, hey, we want to do a mystery with you guys. So,
oh yeah, always welcome on Batman around.
Yeah. Oh yeah, those shows they used to do where they just kind of randomly put them together with what other franchise they had the rights to at the time. It's like, yeah, sure, that totally works.
Drop them in with the Globetrotters.
Yeah. So yeah, Infinite Playlist we're bringing back due to popular demand, and two of these beautiful people on screen will be my victims in the near future, along with many other. Hopefully, we'll get Oz on there someday because I definitely want to see what kind of music he's jamming out to. Action
New
Force
Roman.
Explore. Oh no, he's not a Bieber. He's a Swiftie. No. The Exploring the Lore of Action Force continues. We'll be doing Trigger this week. We'll get into some more of the Series 3 guys very soon, or gals. What else we got coming up? All kinds of stuff. Some more AT-76. I'm doing some more of the 6-inch guys. I'm working on a video with them. And another Unheimlich is in the works for those who like baking their noodle, doing one on mirrors in folklore and all the,
Loving that
cool
series, Jim.
Thanks. I'm having fun with it. I like interesting mythologies and, creepypastas and psychology. Throw it all in there. Have fun with it. See what comes out. So that's where we're at.
Nice.
Oh, and 1/18 tomorrow. Can't forget that. Will and I will be talking about the 1/18th scale, God's scale, for those who like vehicles and playsets, as I've been told.
Hey, you know what? That's what I heard too. If you want to have proper play sets and vehicles, you got to go 1/18.
It's true.
All right, that brings us to Allison.
Yeah. In the morning, Tony and I, 11 a.m. Pacific time. Tony. So yeah.
Noon my time.
Yeah, noon your time. So yeah, 11 a.m. with Tony. At I believe 2:05 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, I'll be on Highly Articulated, so I can trash talk Todd McFarlane. Discuss Todd McFarlane's recent interview. Monday, I have at 5:30 p.m. PST premiere of the third and final, for now, Evelyn coloring page, where I discuss more about Evelyn. And apparently Thursday, I'll be on Geek the F Out talking Star Trek. And then next Sunday, not tomorrow Sunday, but the one after, Nostalgia Unboxed. Jonathan will be joining me to color. So that's the next week.
Is he busy?
Yep.
Cool.
Well, folks, as you all know, you catch me every Thursday night on Toy Friends. Thank you, Ed. I appreciate you.
I thought you fell asleep.
But yeah,
on
Thursday nights at Toy Frenzy. No, I'm editing a picture as we speak, but yep, I will be on Toy Frenzy Thursday nights. No, this is for a Christmas present, so it's actually safe for work and all that good stuff. And then, of course, next Saturday, you'll catch me here hanging out with everybody like we always do. And honestly, you have no idea, because I have no idea where the hell else I'll end up on YouTube this week. Who knows? I might even show up on some zoo show. I guarantee I'll make an appearance on some cryptid channel one day, because some sap's going to confuse me with Sasquatch out there.
Ed, you hear that?
I got my eye out for him when I go to Baltimore.
Coming to the
He'll
crib.
be watching. He'll be watching. All right, folks. Have a good night, morning, whatever fuck time it is where you are. See you later.
Later.